Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 76, The 11th Level of Qi Training. Liu Yi's ability to perceive this bottleneck naturally means that he now has the ability to break through this bottleneck. I think it took the second senior sister 3 years of polishing before she could perceive the existence of the restriction of the heavenly law. And he just reached the peak of the 10th level of Qi training, and he felt it naturally. In fact, Liu Yi was not surprised. After all, his foundation was much stronger than that of the second senior sister. Sensing the bottleneck, Liu Yi naturally had no hesitation. He took out another drop of Millennium Essence milk and began to attack the bottleneck. The bottleneck restricted by the Dao of Heaven is much stronger than the general bottleneck. After Liu Yi cultivated the Biun Qi Yinja to a high level, the bottlenecks of the 8th level of Qi training and the 9th level of Qi training were broken under Liu Yi's aura. But now, this bottleneck of heaven firmly resisted Liu Yi's spiritual impact. Liu Yi was not surprised by this either. Thinking about it, the second senior sister has been in seclusion for more than 3 months, and she still hasn't broken the bottleneck. How could it be so fast? Liu Yi continued to retreat and attack. Time passed like this, and after a full week, Liu Yi heard a crisp sound, and then he felt the pressure descending from the sky, as if he wanted to stop Liu Yi from continuing to hit the bottleneck. That is the coercion of the heavenly Dao. The bottleneck of the 11th level of Qi training is the restriction of the heavenly Dao. Since it is a restriction, the heavenly Dao will not allow anyone to break it. Facing such coercion, Liu Yi felt as if a mountain was pressing on him, making him unable to breathe well. However, his face was calm, and he continued to operate the exercises firmly, and the aura continued to wash away the bottleneck like a tide. With the Millennium Spiritual Milk providing a steady stream of spiritual energy, Liu Yi has no worries. After the first crisp sound, Liu Yi could feel the cracks appearing in the bottleneck. With the flushing of spiritual energy, there were more and more crisp sounds, and the cracks became denser. 2 days later. Boom! A roar sounded from Liu Yi's cave, like thunder on the ground. The sky above Ling Luo Peak suddenly became a little oppressive. The disciples of Ling Luo Peak who were cultivating were startled one after another and ran out of the cave, looking up at the somewhat gloomy sky with astonishment on their faces. What's going on? The thunder just now scared me. Why did it suddenly thunder? Each of the disciples looked at a loss, somewhat incomprehensible. And at the top of Ling Luo Peak, in the bamboo house of Ling Luo Peak Master, Ling Luo Peak Master was sleeping soundly on the bamboo bed. Her sleeping position was a bit casual, with her snow-white arms and thighs exposed, which looked a bit attractive. It's a pity that no one can see this picture. At this moment, thunder exploded, and Peak Master Ling Luo was startled awake. She rubbed her black hair, her eyes were dim and sleepy. At this moment, she suddenly sensed something, her face changed, her eyes widened, and she looked at the sky outside the window. Then she whispered to herself in surprise, "Breakthrough? Is it Xiao Minjiu? The speed is faster than I imagined." As she spoke, she disappeared in place. Almost instantly, Ling Luo Peak Lord appeared in front of Donggong Minjiu's cave. Looking at the confined cave, Ling Luo's expression froze. Not Xiao Minjiu? She looked in the direction of Liu Yi's cave in disbelief. She rubbed her forehead. "I haven't woken up yet?" Peak Lord Ling Luo pinched her snow-white face hard, and her face turned red all of a sudden. She hissed and grinned, "How is it possible? That kid, you actually made a breakthrough. How long has it been?" Peak Lord Ling Luo disappeared instantly, and came outside Liu Yi's cave. Sensing the faint movements coming from the cave, Peak Master Ling Luo confirmed that it was Liu Yi who was breaking through. She was a little dazed. This kid was at the 10th level of Qi training more than 3 months ago, and it took a total of more than 3 months to cultivate to the peak of the 10th level of Qi training, plus breaking the restrictions of the heavens. Even Peak Lord Ling Luo was a little scared. This kid, is he so talented? Afterwards, Peak Master Ling Luo was overjoyed immediately, took out the magnolia wine and drank it happily. Not bad, not bad, I found a good disciple. Her body disappeared in place, returned to the room, and continued to sleep. The next day, the gloom in the sky dissipated, and nothing seemed to happen. In Liu Yi's cave, Liu Yi slowly opened his eyes, there were stars shining in his eyes, and there were wisps of white clouds flowing around his body. His temperament was ethereal, not like ordinary people. After breaking through the restriction of heavenly Dao, Liu Yi himself has changed a lot. Soon, Liu Yi's temperament dissipated, and he returned to his original state again. He stood up slowly, showing a smile. Breakthrough to the 11th level of Qi training. Liu Yi didn't try to test his current strength. He instinctively knew where his current limit was and how strong he was. He opened the door slowly, walked out, looked at the bright sunshine in the sky, and stretched lazily. After more than 3 months of retreat, it can be regarded as having achieved certain results. He left the cave and walked towards the top of the mountain. After breaking through to the 11th level of Qi training, he can become the direct disciple of Peak Lord Ling Luo and complete the task. As for the other 2 tasks, one is the task of breaking through to the 11th level of Qi training, which has been completed, and the other is the task of breaking through faster than the second senior sister. Liu Yi glanced at it and also completed it. It was very difficult to break through the restriction of the heavenly Dao. It took a week even with Liu Yi's foundation. He was not surprised by the result at all. Liu Yi soon came to the top of Ling Luo Peak, looked at the bamboo house that seemed to have never changed, and respectfully said, Peak Master, disciple Liu Yi, has broken through to the 11th level of Qi training. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the bamboo house opened, and the voice of Peak Master Ling Luo sounded, come in. Liu Yi was a little surprised, the Peak Master wasn't sleeping? Is the sun out in the west? Liu Yi complained in his heart and walked in. In the living room of the bamboo house, Ling Luo Peak Master was sitting on a reclining chair, slowly sipping wine, and the room was filled with the light aroma of wine. Liu Yi respectfully said, Peak Lord. Peak Master Ling Luo glanced at Liu Yi, nodded in satisfaction, and said with a smile, that's right, the breakthrough was very fast. Liu Yi smiled and said, thank you, Peak Master, for your compliment. Peak Lord Ling Luo sat up, looked at Liu Yi seriously, and said, since you have made a breakthrough, you can become my direct disciple. Let me ask you one last time, are you willing to become my disciple? Liu Yi said seriously, the disciple is willing. The Peak Master's reward is so delicious, can you not like it? Peak Master Ling Luo nodded in satisfaction, and said, in this case, from today on, you are my direct disciple. You are my second direct disciple after Ningxuang, and I will notify the whole sect. Liu Yi nodded, naturally he had no objection. From today on, you will call me Master. Disciple pays homage to Master. Peak Master Ling Luo nodded in satisfaction, looked at Liu Yi, and asked, since you are my direct disciple, then I will teach you your skills and techniques. You plan to continue to break through the restrictions of the heavens and break through to a higher level of Qi training realm. The disciple has such a plan. Of course, Liu Yi couldn't just stop at the 11th floor of Qi training, so he had to rush to the 13th floor, right? Peak Lord Ling Luo nodded slightly, no surprises, with your talent foundation, it should be like this, since this is the case, then at the level of Qi training, there is no skill or technique for a master to teach you. Have you ever thought about breaking through to foundation building? After reaching the realm, which path should you major in? After a monk reaches the foundation building level, he can practice in more directions. After all, the techniques and skills are different, with advantages and disadvantages. Generally, those who practice the most are sword cultivators, as well as monks of various elements, such as fire cultivators, water cultivators, and wood cultivators. There are also some relatively rare monks, such as boxing repair, body repair, formation repair, and even acacia. A person's energy is always limited, and it is impossible to practice all Taoism together. There are 3,000 ways, each of which can become an immortal. Almost all monks major in one way, and at most one or two kinds of way. Liu Yi's goal has always been clear, and that is sword repair. After all, Yu Jian is so handsome. And the sword cultivator's combat power is indeed very strong. However, before the awakening of the panel, Liu Yi planned to specialize in sword repair, but now that he has the panel, his speed of comprehension of skills is so fast that he is clearly only in the realm of Qi training, and he has even comprehended the artistic conception. Planted. He adjusted his direction slightly. His major is of course swordsmanship, but as long as there are suitable candidates for clearing the quests, other Taoisms can also be practiced. As long as it works for him. Sword repair? It's really suitable for you. Ling Luo Peak Master smiled slightly. You can comprehend 20% of the sword intent at the level of Qi training. With such a talent for swordsmanship, it would be a bit violent if you don't practice swordsmanship. As he said that, Ling Luo Peak Master said, let me know before building the foundation, don't rush to break through, I will find the foundation building heaven and earth treasures for you suitable for kendo. Hearing this, Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then he was a little moved. Although it seems easy for him to obtain foundation building treasures through missions, in fact, foundation building treasures are extremely rare. I didn't expect the master to find the foundation building treasures for him. It seems that the master really put him at ease. Liu Yi smiled slightly, thank you, master. Well, besides, your foundation building technique. I will also prepare it for my teacher when the time comes. Peak Master Ling Luo continued to speak. Liu Yi said gratefully, thank you, master. Peak Master Ling Luo took a sip of his wine and said indifferently, since he is my disciple, of course I have to take good care of it, and tell me in time if there is anything in the future. Liu Yi was moved in his heart, master seemed to be really good. As for cultivation resources, they remain the same and there is no limit. Do you need anything else? Liu Yi thought for a while, and smiled a little embarrassedly, I want to listen to master's lecture again. Peak Lord Ling Luo was a little satisfied, this kid really knew the benefits of her preaching. Peak Master Ling Luo smiled and said, of course it's no problem. Liu Yi was overjoyed, and announced the task in his heart again, and the task reward was still an epiphany. Liu Yi was very pleasantly surprised. Peak Lord Ling Luo preached for Liu Yi again until noon, then drank a mouthful of wine dryly, and asked, is there any gain? Liu Yi glanced at the completed tasks and nodded again and again, the harvest is great. Ling Luo Peak Master smiled with satisfaction, cultivate well. Liu Yi nodded, and then said with a smile, Master, can you give more lectures to the disciples in the future? The disciples want to listen to the teachings of the Master. The smile on Ling Luo Peak Master's face froze, speak more? How often? Liu Yi glanced at Peak Master Ling Luo's stiff expression, and asked tentatively, once a week? Ling Lufeng looked at Liu Yi expressionlessly, and Liu Yi seemed to feel the killing intent. Cold sweat came down his forehead, once a month? Ling Luo Peak Master's expression was tangled, and then he said helplessly, 1 month is 1 month, preaching is too tiring, you boy didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Liu Yi has black lines all over his head, Master is good at everything, but he is too lazy. But once a month is also good, which is equivalent to having an epiphany once a month. Isn't this invincible? Liu Yi was delighted in his heart, Master, the disciple is fine, so the disciple should go back to practice first? Ling Luo Peak Master was about to nod his head, but then he thought of something and said, wait a minute, Master's magnolia wine and magnolia cake are gone, go buy some for Master. During this period of time, Xiao Minjia was in seclusion, and no one ran errands for her. In the future, it seems that Liu Yi should run more errands. Liu Yi was overjoyed when he heard Peak Lord Ling Luo's words, and came to the mission again. He quickly smiled and said, "No problem, Master." As he said that, he said, "Master, if there is something that the disciple needs to do in the future, please just ask, and the disciple will definitely go all out." Peak Master Ling Luo glanced at the enthusiastic Liu Yi in surprise. He never thought that he would be so happy running errands. Thinking that there will be someone running errands in the future, Peak Master Ling Luo was also very happy. "Here you go." Afterwards, Liu Yi bid farewell to Peak Master Ling Luo and went to buy magnolia cakes and magnolia wine. The last time Liu Yi was tasked with purchasing magnolia cakes and magnolia wine, the rewards were spiritual food cooking and spiritual wine brewing skills, but this time, the rewards also surprised Liu Yi. The reward this time is to directly increase the level of Yunchen Lu by 1 level. For more than 3 months, Liu Yi did not let go of the promotion of Tiger Bone Spiritual Ginseng Soup and Yunchen Lu. The Tiger Bone Spiritual Ginseng Soup was upgraded to the limit by Liu Yi, and there was no progress. However, because of the brewing time required for Yunchen Lu, the improvement is extremely slow, and it is only just LV7 until now. With this reward, Liu Yi can directly upgrade Yunchen Lu to LV8, and his spiritual power will naturally increase faster. Liu Yi was naturally very happy. Liu Yi went to Magnolia Pavilion, bought magnolia cake and magnolia wine from the Lord of Magnolia Peak, and handed them back to the waiting master, completing the task easily. After that, Liu Yi couldn't wait to go back to his cave and began to count the harvest. Breaking through to the 11th level of Qi training this time, there are 3 tasks to complete, and the rewards of these 3 tasks are extremely generous. Task: Breakthrough to the 11th level of Qi training, completed. Breakthrough to the 11th level of Qi training faster than Donggong Minjiu, completed. Become a personal disciple of Ling Luo Peak Master, completed. Liu Yi received the rewards one by one. The first task, the reward for breaking through to the 11th level of Qi training, is a wisp of Dao Qi. It was a wisp of colorful gas, floating like smoke, but it condensed and did not disperse. After Liu Yi completed the task, he realized the usefulness of this Dao Qi. Dao Qi is also a treasure of heaven and earth used to build a foundation. However, compared with ordinary treasures of heaven, material, and earth, the aura of the Dao is much stronger. Using the spirit of the Dao to build the foundation, then the monks will be friendly to the Dao. Not only will the cultivation talent be greatly improved, but also any kind of Taoism practiced has a very good talent, which is even better than the talent of using spiritual liquid to build a foundation. Just after Liu Yi understood the usefulness of this Dao Qi, he was stunned. This level of treasures of heaven and earth, if released, would be enough to drive everyone crazy, even the masters of the realm of transforming gods and emptiness. I am afraid they would desperately fight for it. Liu Yi looked at the Dao Qi in front of him, and thought in his heart, with this thing, what spiritual liquid is needed? The spiritual fluids he has collected during the task now include thunder spiritual liquid, water spiritual liquid, fire spiritual liquid, wind spiritual liquid, and so on. It is obviously a very sad story that they are extremely precious treasures of heaven and earth, but in the end I can no longer use them. Liu Yi shook his head helplessly, too lazy to think about it. He carefully put away the Dao Qi. It was something related to his foundation. Liu Yi didn't dare to be careless. Liu Yi only checked the other rewards after collecting the Dao Qi. The task reward for breaking through to the 11th level of Qi training faster than Donggong Minjiu is the foundation building technique Thunder Shadow Step, the top quality magic weapon Ziyu Luokan, and 30 drops of 1000-year-old spiritual milk. Thunder Shadow Step is a technique of the Thunder system, which is suitable for Lei Xiu to practice, but Liu Yi has mastered 10% of the artistic conception of thunder, so he can naturally practice it. As a foundation building technique, the Thunder Shadow Step is naturally stronger than the Baiun Step. It moves like a thunderbolt. It is extremely fast. If it is cultivated to the depth, it can even condense the thunderbolt into an afterimage. This afterimage can still cause damage to a certain extent. If you are caught off guard, you may even give your opponent a surprise. Coincidentally, after more than 3 months of retreat, I have reached the limit level of the breath-holding technique, and now I can practice Jade Body Art, Wang Chen Art, and Yunchen Wine. Other than that, there is nothing else to practice. Now there is another technique that can be cultivated. Liu Yi plans to practice this next. In addition to Lei Yingbu, there are also the top-grade magic weapons Zil Luokan and 30 drops of Millennium Spiritual Milk. Needless to say, the 1000-year-old spiritual milk, the Zil Luokan is an extremely gorgeous purple long skirt. As a top-grade magic weapon, its defensibility is naturally not weak. The most important thing is that it can enhance the power of thunder magic and speed up Lei Xiu's cultivation speed. It can be imagined that with the preciousness of this magic weapon, the average Jindan Liziu would probably want it. It's a pity that it's a skirt, Liu Yi put it away regretfully. The final task, to become the direct disciple of Ling Luo Peak Master, is also an extremely generous reward, the middle-grade treasure Jade Spirit Robe, and 3 pieces of Dao Enlightenment Tea. Mid-range treasure. This is the first time that Liu Yi has seen a magic weapon of this level, and perhaps even nascent soul cultivators may not have such a magic weapon. The Jade Spirit Robe is a pure white robe, and Liu Yi is relieved that this style can be worn by male cultivators. If it was a female one, Liu Yi would have to vomit blood. As a middle-grade treasure, the Jade Spirit Robe can improve the communication between the wearer and the aura. Wearing this robe will greatly increase the speed of cultivation, even in battle. It can also have a faster recovery speed. Even with Liu Yi's current cultivation speed, after wearing it, it can increase by about 50%. One can imagine how exaggerated this promotion is. Not only that, the Jade Spirit Robe can also activate the Jade Spirit Formation, which can improve the quality of spiritual energy and the power of spells, and the increase is also huge. The point is, the appearance of this robe is also very high. Except that there are no defensive means, the Jade Spirit Robe can be called perfect. Liu Yi immediately changed into the magic robe, feeling very happy. Chapter 77 Changes in Mission Rewards. The final reward is 3 pieces of Enlightenment Tea. Unlike the number of epiphanies, although it is not as immediate as the effect of the number of epiphanies, the epiphany can only last for a short time, while the Enlightenment Tea can permanently improve the understanding, and the Enlightenment Tea can greatly improve the understanding throughout the day, but the improvement is not as great as epiphany. The short-term effect may not be as good as epiphany, but in the long run, Enlightenment Tea is obviously better. Liu Yi counted all the rewards and was satisfied. Because it was still noon, Liu Yi ate something and continued to practice. He directly used the number of epiphanies he obtained today to practice Thunder Shadow Step. Even though Thunder Shadow Step is a foundation-building technique, Liu Yi's aura, spiritual power, and other aspects have reached the level of foundation building. Coupled with the foundation of the artistic conception of thunder, after the end of the epiphany time, Liu Yi his Thunder Shadow Step directly reached the level of LV5, only 1 step away from the realm of Gaijin. Liu Yi tried to use Thunder Shadow Step and Baiun Step, and found that the extreme level Baiun Step was much stronger than the LV5 Thunder Shadow Step, and it consumed less aura. The ultimate level technique was too powerful, even surprised by going above and beyond the grade rules. Liu Yi intends to leave the Thunder Shadow Step unused until it is no more useful than the Baiun footwork. After that, Liu Yi started a peaceful life of cultivation again. After reaching the 11th level of Qi training, Liu Yi found that the aura required for the improvement had increased significantly. Even with the Jade Spirit Robe to increase the speed of cultivation, it was difficult to break through in a short time. Fortunately, Liu Yi has no shortage of time now, so he can practice slowly. 2 months later, Liu Yi was sitting cross-legged in the room practicing, when suddenly a thunderous sound woke him up, and at the same time, he felt that the sky became somewhat oppressive for no reason. Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled. This movement, Liu Yi is very clear, is the movement that breaks the restriction of heaven. My second senior sister has broken through to the 11th level of Qi training. No, logically speaking, now that Liu Yi has become a direct disciple before the second senior sister, should the second senior sister call him senior brother now? Thinking of this, Liu Yi had a strange expression on his face. The corner of his mouth raised, showing a smile, and disappeared in place. Now that the junior sister has made a breakthrough, as a senior brother, I have to congratulate her. As soon as Liu Yi approached Donggong Minjiahu's cave, he heard Donggong Minjiahu's triumphant and cheerful voice, "Ha ha ha ha, this lady is indeed a genius." In less than a year, she broke the limit bottleneck and achieved the 11th level of Qi training. Liu Yi walked over, and saw Donggong Minjiahu standing at the entrance of the cave with her hands on her hips. Li's eyes narrowed. Liu Yi greeted with a smile, "Second senior sister, have you left the customs?" Donggong Minjiahu was taken aback for a moment, then her pretty face flushed slightly, and she glanced at Liu Yi with a guilty conscience. "Junior brother? Why are you here? Did you hear what senior sister said just now?" Liu Yi nodded solemnly, "I heard." Donggong Minjiahu blushed, a little embarrassed, "I'm just a little happy." Afterwards, she smiled and puffed out her chest, and said, "My lady has made a breakthrough now, and she will soon become the Peak Master's direct disciple. Junior brother, from now on, senior sister, I will cover you." The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched, he put his hand to his lips, coughed dryly, and said seriously, "Senior sister, I have something nice to tell you." "What's the matter?" Seeing Liu Yi's serious expression, Donggong Minjiahu asked curiously. Liu Yi smiled and said, "Actually, junior brother, I also broke through to the 11th level of Qi training 3 months ago." Donggong Minjiahu? Countless question marks slowly appeared in her little head, and her expression froze. The air was silent for a while. Liu Yi and Donggong Minjiahu looked at each other, wide-eyed and small-eyed. The atmosphere was inexplicably awkward. Donggong Minjiahu opened her small mouth and looked at Liu Yi in disbelief. "Junior brother, you are lying to senior sister, right?" Liu Yi looked at Donggong Minjiahu with her small mouth open and a dull expression on her face, and said cheerfully, 2 months ago, the Peak Master announced it in the Inner Sect." Donggong Minjiahu's eyes turned red immediately, and she said extremely aggrieved, "How could this be? Miss Ben has worked hard in seclusion for more than half a year. Obviously it was me first. Obviously she is the senior sister. How come the moment the retreat is over, why does my junior brother become a personal disciple first? So, wouldn't I want to be called senior brother Liu Yi in the future? How can this be?" Donggong Minjiahu felt the danger of the world. Liu Yi looked at Donggong Minjiahu's cute little face and big watery eyes, and admitted that he was a little cute. "My second senior sister is really cute, especially the aggrieved look, which is even cuter." "Pooh! Liu Yi, what are you thinking? How can you have such an idea? Second senior sister is so kind to you, how can you see her wronged?" Liu Yi scolded himself severely in his heart, then he coughed dryly and said, "Sister, why don't you go see the Peak Master first? After that, junior brother has a surprise for you." Hearing this, Donggong Minjiahu looked at Liu Yi vigilantly, full of disbelief. Just now, the villain said he told her a good thing, but she turned into a junior sister out of nowhere, and now there is another surprise? Who knows what it is? However, Donggong Minjiahu still intends to follow Liu Yi's advice, go to see the Peak Master first, and become a direct disciple. She nodded, then go see the Peak Master first. With a hearty smile on Liu Yi's face, he said, "I'll go with you." So, the two went to the top of Ling Luo Peak together to meet the Lord of Ling Luo Peak. Like Liu Yi, after meeting Ling Luo Peak Master, Donggong Minjiahu naturally became the Peak Master's direct disciple, that is, the third direct disciple. After hearing that Liu Yi really became a direct disciple before her, Donggong Minjiao was very upset and not particularly happy. Afterwards, Ling Luo Peak Master naturally also asked about Donggong Minjiao's plans for the future, and also prepared for Donggong Minjiao to build a foundation for Donggong Minjiao. This is similar to Liu Yi. Liu Yi sighed in his heart, Master is indeed very kind to his direct disciples, and is very attentive. After Donggong Minjiao became a direct disciple, Liu Yi and Donggong Minjiao left the bamboo house. On the way down the mountain, Donggong Minjiao was not in high spirits, and her mouth was puffed out very unhappy. Seeing Donggong Minjiao's appearance, Liu Yi said with a cheerful smile, Congratulations, junior sister has also become master's personal disciple. When Donggong Minjiao heard this, she became even more unhappy, and glared at Liu Yi Yuan. Liu Yi smiled and said, Why isn't junior sister called senior brother? Seeing Liu Yi's happy face, Donggong Minjiao puffed her mouth out and was very angry. She was obviously a junior before, but now she has become arrogant. I thought junior brother Liu Yi was gentle and considerate before, She reluctantly said, Brother. Junior sister is so good. Liu Yi was immediately satisfied. In fact, Liu Yi didn't particularly care about his brothers and sisters, but seeing Donggong Minjiao's aggrieved look, he found it quite interesting. He smiled and said, Junior sister Minjiao, do you still remember what senior brother said before? I have a surprise for you? Donggong Minjiao looked at Liu Yi vigilantly, What surprise? Liu Yi smiled and said, Brother has a gift I want to give you, just to celebrate your breakthrough to the 11th level of Qi training. Donggong Minjiao was taken aback for a moment, and asked with some doubts, What gift? Liu Yi smiled and said, Follow me to the cave, and I'll show you a treasure. Donggong Minjiao looked at Liu Yi's mysterious look with some doubts, feeling a little curious in her heart. She followed Liu Yi to the cave, and Liu Yi closed the door of the cave. Seeing Liu Yi's mysterious look, Donggong Minjiao became even more curious, Junior brother Liu Yi, what kind of gift is it? Don't you want to call me brother? Donggong Minjiao. She said depressedly, Brother. Only then did Liu Yi nod in satisfaction, and with a smile, he took out the top-quality magic weapon Zero Luokan that was rewarded by the previous mission, and handed it to Donggong Minjiao. This top-quality magic weapon Zero Luokan is obtained from the previous mission of the sect. There is a good improvement, I don't need it, so I will give it to junior sister Minjiao. Donggong Minjiao widened her eyes when she heard the words, and looked at Liu Yi with a look of astonishment, the ultimate magic weapon. Junior brother, you want to give it to me? Liu Yi had no choice but to correct him, I want to call you brother. Donggong Minjiao. Now is the time to care about titles? This is the ultimate magic weapon. Donggong Minjiao naturally knew the preciousness of the top-grade magic weapon. Even if she became the direct disciple of the Peak Master, and her own family background was not bad, the most precious magic weapon in her body was just a top-grade magic weapon. Unexpectedly, Liu Yi gave her the best magic weapon without blinking an eye. And Donggong Minjiao looked at the gorgeous long dress, and couldn't help sighing in her heart, this dress is so beautiful. However, Donggong Minjiao still looked away with difficulty, shook her head, and said seriously, Master Liu, brother, the top-grade magic weapon is too precious, I can't take it. You can exchange it for the magic weapon you use, it will definitely someone replaced it. Liu Yi smiled and said, Senior brother is lucky. I have gained something from the mission of the sect before, and I also have a magic weapon suitable for myself. This purple jade skirt can be regarded as a gift from the senior brother to the junior sister. This magic weapon is only available to the junior sister. Your innate thunder spirit body is the most suitable, if you don't want it, it will be dusted like a pearl. During this period of time, Liu Yi learned a lot from Donggong Minjiao's quests, and Donggong Minjiao was really good to him. Liu Yi saw it, so he naturally cared about others as well. Seeing Liu Yi's firm look, Donggong Minjiao bit her lower lip, remembering that before Liu Yi prepared tiger bone ginseng soup and yunchen du for her every day, and also accompanied her in sparring. That was how she could lay a solid foundation so quickly and break through. Heavenly limit! Now he even gave her the best magic weapon. Donggong Minjiao was in a state of confusion for a while, and her mind was completely confused. She always felt that her face was a little hot, maybe it was too hot in the cave. Brother Liu is really, the room is not ventilated. Seeing Donggong Minjiao staying where she was, Liu Yi thought Donggong Minjiao was still struggling, and said with a smile, "Junior sister, take it." Donggong Minjiao regained her senses, hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take the purple jade skirt from Liu Yi's hand, and nodded slightly, "Thank you, senior brother Liu." Liu Yi smiled and nodded, "It's fine if you like it. From now on, we will be real senior brothers and sisters, and we have to support and help each other. By the way, the daily sparring cannot stop." When Donggong Minjiao heard this, her mood fluctuated slightly. "Senior brother Liu should be stronger now, why are you still competing with her? Is it to make her progress faster?" Donggong Minjiao nodded in a low voice, "Okay." When Liu Yi heard this, he felt happy immediately, and the artistic conception of thunder can be improved again, which is wonderful. He quickly announced the task of defeating Donggong Minjiao in his mind. Task: defeat Donggong Minjiao. Reward: the artistic conception of thunder is improved, and 2 drops of 1000-year-old spiritual milk. Whether to accept, yes/no. Seeing the mission reward, Liu Yi froze for a moment, feeling a little startled. Reward content has changed. The reward for defeating junior sister Minjiao before was only 5 drops of brightling milk and a ray of thunder. But now, it turned into 2 drops of 1000-year-old spiritual milk? You know, brightling milk and millennium spirit milk are completely different things. How could the reward increase so much? Liu Yi couldn't believe it, and then he thought of something. The difference between before and now is probably that junior sister Minjiao's cultivation level has been raised to the 11th level of Qi training. So, if the quest target becomes stronger, will the rewards increase? Liu Yi's thoughts circulated and he came up with many bold ideas. Originally, he was worried that if his strength improved too fast in the future, it would be more difficult to obtain other rewards. Now it seems that he may be able to help the quest target improve their cultivation strength, so that the rewards for clearing quests can also be improved. That's not bad. To be honest, Liu Yi now has a lot of resources that he doesn't need. For example, the Perfect Condensing Pill is a reward that can be collected from time to time, and the Brightling Milk can be obtained by Liu Yi once a month in the Trial Tower. Dozens of drops. I gave some to Lao Liu and my mother last time, and this time I have accumulated 200 or 300 drops. Liu Yi is now using the Millennium Spiritual Milk for cultivation. He has kept these resources in a corner and never used them. Not to mention the top-grade Qi Condensation Pills that Liu Yi went to the resource hall to get every month in order to deceive people, they were almost piled up into a hill. These resources can be used to give others to cultivate. Of course, the target must be someone who can reward him with quests, such as Junior Sister Minjiao. When Junior Sister Minjiao becomes stronger, he can get more rewards by completing tasks. Liu Yi felt that he had to do the next sect mission, only in this way could he have a reason to obtain these resources. Otherwise, it is not suitable to keep taking out the Perfect Condensing Pills and Brightling Milk for no reason. Liu Yi accepted the task and competed with Donggong Minjiao. Donggong Minjiao, who broke through to the 11th level of Qi training, has greatly improved in strength compared to before, but compared with Liu Yi, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. After all, Liu Yi's foundation is too solid, and his sword intent has increased to more than 20%, even if Donggong Minjiao is an innate thunder spirit body, he can't compete. In order not to let Donggong Minjiao lose confidence in her cultivation, Liu Yi fought with her for a while before defeating her. After the sparring, Donggong Minjiao sat with Liu Yi on the floor with sweat dripping from her forehead, panting heavily. She looked at Liu Yi and said with a smile, "Junior brother Liu Yi, your strength is getting stronger and stronger." Back then, Liu Yi's strength was obviously not as good as hers, but in just 1 year, he had grown to this level. This made Donggong Minjiao feel a little frustrated. She was born with a thunder spirit body. However, Donggong Minjiao was also a little shocked and admired when she thought that Liu Yi had raised her sword intent to more than 20%. Liu Yi said helplessly, "I want to call you brother." Donggong Minjiao rolled her eyes, and laughed straight, "Your brother who has been called you for a year, how can it be so easy to change back?" "You think so? Senior brother Liu Yi." "Liu Yi." The two chatted for a while and rested for a while before Donggong Minjiao said goodbye to Liu Yi, and the two went back to practice separately. Because Donggong Minjiao was out of customs, Liu Yi had the task of learning from each other every day, and the accumulation of 1,000-year-old spiritual milk also increased. Liu Yi could practice without any scruples, and the artistic conception of thunder also began to improve again. During this period, Liu Yi would go to Master's place every month, listen to Master's preaching, and gain the number of epiphanies. For the rest of the time, Liu Yi was practicing steadily, not only improving his cultivation, but also improving various spells and skills. Yunchen Luo has finally been upgraded to the limit level. The Yunchen Luo brood at the limit level is very effective in improving spiritual power. Liu Yi drank it continuously, and even felt that there was a faint sign of a hole between his brows. You know, this is a sign of spiritual transformation, which is not something he can achieve at this level. If it is spread, it will be shocking enough. In addition, Liu Yi has never let go of Lei Yingbu's training, and the number of epiphanies he has obtained is basically used in this. In the end, he cultivated Lei Yingbu to the limit level, and his power was extremely extraordinary. 4 months later, Liu Yi broke through the restriction of the 2nd level of heaven, and achieved the 12th level of Qi training. And the reward for breaking through to the 12th level of Qi training is naturally Dao Qi, but this time it is not only 1 strand, but 2 strands. Liu Yi put away all 3 strands of Dao Qi, and planned to use them all to build foundations. By that time, his foundation might be unmatched. After breaking through to the 12th level of Qi training, it was almost the end of the year. Liu Yi planned to take on a sect mission. When he came back, he took out treasures such as 100-year-old spirit milk for junior sister Minjiao to practice. In the past 4 months, due to resource constraints, Donggong Minjiao's progress in cultivation has not been very good. After Liu Yi broke through to the 12th level of Qi training, the task rewards for the sparring became less, and it became a drop of 1,000-year-old spiritual milk and the artistic conception of thunder. It was difficult for Liu Yi to accept this change. This time, because Liu Yi had to find an excuse to get a chance, he didn't invite Zhang Fan, Bai Yulong and others, not even Donggong Minjiao. He came to the affairs hall by himself and took a task. In order to have traces to follow, the mission Liu Yi accepted this time was to go to the area where opportunities are most likely to be found. Myriad Beast Mountains. It is an extremely wide mountain range, spanning the entire eastern region, and part of it is also in Qingzhou. There are also a small part of the outer mountain range in the territory of Bianzong, which is not a short distance away from Bianzong. There are a lot of powerful beasts inside, and there are also many treasures of heaven and earth. It is said that in the depths of the Beast Mountain range, there are powerful strange beasts left over from ancient times, as well as the remains of the strong. However, the core area of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range is a restricted zone. Mahayana monks once entered it but were unable to get out. Since then, no one has dared to go to the core of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range. Going there to do missions, it is not easy to meet fellow students, and then how to lie if you want to, isn't it easy? Liu Yi praised his wit. The task he accepted was to go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to find a precious spiritual grass called Sky Star Grass. Now that he has accepted the mission of the sect, Liu Yi will naturally not forget to issue the mission to himself. He said to himself, I want to find the star grass. Lines of text appeared on the panel. Seeing the mission reward, Liu Yi froze for a moment, feeling a little startled. Unexpectedly, the reward turned out to be this thing? Thanks for the reward of 5,000 points from the boss of Pepper World, thanks to the reward of 100 points from the boss of IEEE Access, thanks to the reward of 100 points from the boss of 08A, thanks to the reward of 100 points from the boss of Yuling Suan, and thanks to the boss of Electromagnetic Gun 100 reward points. Chapter 78 Golden Elixir Battle. Task: Finding Gastrodia, 0/1. Reward: Basic Alchemy, 50 drops of 1000-year-old spiritual milk. Whether to accept, yes/no. Liu Yi had a weird expression on his face. He had acquired a lot of skills through missions, such as spiritual food cooking, spiritual wine brewing, basic formations, and now a basic alchemy. If things go on like this, he won't become almighty by then, right? However, the tasks have been sent out, and they must be accepted. Liu Yi silently accepted the task and left the affairs hall. This time, Liu Yi didn't go to the Spirit Beast Hall, but went directly out of the sect. Unlike the last mission with Senior Brother Zhang Fan and Senior Brother Bai Yulong, he was more free to go out alone. He himself uses spells to travel, and his speed is much faster than riding a beast in the realm of Qi training. After leaving Bianzong for a certain distance, Liu Yi saw that there was no one around, and the aura flowed, and thunder appeared around him, which turned into a beam of thunder, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the sky as a thunder. The thunder shadow step in the extreme realm also has the ability to fly in the air, and its speed is even far faster than Baiun's footwork. After spending 2 days on the road, Liu Yi came to the edge of the Beast Mountain Range. On the edge of the Wanshao Mountain Range, there is a big city called Wanshao City. The big city is surrounded by a huge city wall to prevent the beast tide from the Wanshao Mountain Range from impacting and destroying the big city. The whole city is built on the mountain, and there are a large number of monks in it. After all, many casual cultivators have no resources, so they will enter the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to seek resources. It is said that 10,000 Beasts City was just an ordinary village. Later, more and more monks came to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to take risks, obtain natural materials and earth treasures, gradually build a market here, and then the market became bigger and bigger, forming the current Wanshao City. Beast City. Liu Yi was not wearing the costumes of the inner disciples of the Baiun sect, and the brilliance of the jade spirit robe on his body was restrained, making it impossible to see that it was a middle-grade treasure. Liu Yi entered the city of beasts like an ordinary casual cultivator. Hot big steamed stuffed buns. Filled with beast meat. It doesn't taste good and you don't need money. Candied haws, candied haws. Sweet candied haws. The city is extremely lively, and the sound of hawking along the street can be heard endlessly. Liu Yi wandered the streets in his spare time, bought some snacks, and walked around while eating. During this period of time, I have been practicing hard every day. When I go out, I simply go for a walk, experience the world of mortals, and relax. Because Gastrodia is a rare herb, Liu Yi held a little hope and went to various pharmacies in the city to ask, hoping to buy it directly. In the end, Liu Yi was disappointed. The Sky Star grass itself was rare and useful. It could be used to refine the Sky Star pill. Even if it appeared, it would be bought immediately. Liu Yi came out of the last pharmacy and planned to go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range by himself. At this moment, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance approached, and he asked in a low voice, "Little brother, do you want to buy Sky Star grass?" Liu Yi was taken aback, and glanced at him. He was a monk who practiced Qi at the 10th level. He nodded and asked, "Where are you?" The middle-aged man rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "I haven't, but I have seen it in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range." Hearing this, Luyi's eyes lit up slightly. "Really? Where is it?" The middle-aged man smiled and looked at Luyi. "I'll take you there, but little brother, I have to work hard, right?" Luyi didn't refute it. "It's normal for someone to provide you with a location and some travel expenses." He smiled and said, "No problem, how much do you want?" The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he stretched out 5 fingers, 50 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Luyi raised his eyebrows and glanced at the middle-aged man. "This price is a bit high, which is considered a lion's big mouth. 50 low-grade spirit stones are a lot of money for a monk in the realm of Qi training. However, to Luyi, this amount of money is of course nothing, and he doesn't care, anyway, he doesn't need low-grade spirit stones to practice." Luyi nodded, "No problem, as long as you can lead me to find the celestial star grass, 50 low-grade spirit stones will be 50 low-grade spirit stones." Seeing that Luyi didn't even make a counter-offer, the middle-aged man froze for a moment, gave Luyi a strange look, and then said, "Pay first." Luyi narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Do you think I'm easy to bully?" He revealed a powerful aura, and pressed towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man suddenly turned pale, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, and looked at Luyi in fear. Luyi smiled and said, "I'll give you half first, and I'll give you the other half if I find it." Luyi took out 25 low-grade spirit stones and threw them to the middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw the spirit stone, his fear disappeared, and he took it in surprise, and quickly thanked him, "Young master is so generous. I will definitely bring you the small one." Luyi nodded with a smile and said, "The matter is settled, I will not treat you badly." The middle-aged man nodded again and again, "My lord, shall we set off now? Let's go now." The middle-aged man hurriedly led Luyi out of the city of beasts. After leaving the city, the two moved towards the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The Wanshao mountain range is extremely huge, even if it is only a small section of the branch. Luyi looked around, and it was still a continuous mountain peak extending to the horizon. The middle-aged man's name is Lin Ting, and he is a bit talkative. He told Luyi some gossip about the vicinity of Wanshao city. A monk with good luck went into the mountain and collected extremely rare spiritual herbs. As a result, the monk disappeared the next day. I don't know where to go. There are also Jindan monks who went deep into the mountains, encountered powerful beasts, and finally escaped with injuries. The most popular gossip in Wanshao city during this time is that the Li family in Wanshao city found a place where nascent soul cultivators sit and transform. No, the Li family is gathering other families in Wanshao city, intending to break through the formation to get the treasure, and even summoned a lot of casual practitioners to help out. In 2 or 3 days, they may be leaving. Hearing this, Luyi was a little surprised. The cave of the great cultivator Yuanying? He was a little weird in his heart. Originally he was thinking of finding a reason to meet the senior monk's cave, and took out those treasures, but he didn't expect that he actually encountered a cave. However, there was no fluctuation in Luyi's heart. Even if there are some treasures in the cave of the nascent soul cultivator, he actually doesn't need it. After all, he has what he should have, and even if he doesn't have it, Master will find it for him when the time comes. Seeing that Luyi was just a little surprised, he didn't ask any more questions. Lin Ting was a little puzzled. "Young master, don't you want to go and see?" Luyi shook his head. The nascent soul cultivator who is proficient in formations may be very dangerous in the cave. Although the treasure is good, you must have your life to get it. He has also been practicing basic formations during this period of time, and he has cultivated several basic formations to level above LV8, and has a considerable understanding of formations. Although I don't know what formation the nascent soul cultivator knows, the formation that the nascent soul cultivator arranged should not be weak, and he may not be able to break it, so there is no need to take such a risk. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Lin Ting glanced at Liu Yi in surprise. A monk of this age generally thinks that he is a person favored by destiny. He said with a smile, "Young master's thinking is different from ordinary people, but the road to immortality is difficult and requires a lot of resources. When encountering this kind of opportunity, if you don't fight for it, you may miss a lot." Liu Yi glanced at Lin Ting and said with a smile, "Are you planning to go?" Lin Ting smiled helplessly, and said, "I'm already in my 50s. If I don't have a special opportunity, I'm afraid I won't have the opportunity to build a foundation in this life. Naturally, I plan to give it a go." Liu Yi nodded, and didn't say anything. Everyone has different opportunities. He and Lin Ting are neither close nor close, so there is no need to say anything. Lin Ting has lived in the Wanshao mountain range all year round. He knows the outer area of the Wanshao mountain range very well. He led Liu Yi around, and with Liu Yi's perception, he avoided many territories of the beasts who built the foundation. It took him a day to come to in front of the mountain. The high mountain is about 3 to 4 kilometers high, with jagged boulders and exceptional beauty. Lin Ting took a breath and said, "My lord, it's right here." He brought Liu Yi to a cliff, pointed to the top of the cliff, and soon saw a cluster of faint blue grass, and there were still dots of light shining on the grass. During the day, the light is relatively dim, but at night, the star grass shines like stars. Liu Yi glanced at Xiaoko, then at a huge cave next to him, and a powerful aura emanated from the cave. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, and glanced at Lin Ting. "You didn't say that there is a nest of the Foundation establishment beast beside the star grass." Lin Ting was not at all embarrassed, scratching his head and said, "My lord, you didn't even ask. I said I would bring you to find the star grass, but I have already done it." Liu Yi glanced at him, didn't say much, took out the remaining 25 low-grade spirit stones, and threw them to him. Lin Ting caught the lingxi excitedly, and said gratefully, "Thank you, my lord." Then he looked at Liu Yi, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Young master, that beast of a foundation establishment doesn't look easy to mess with, why don't you go back and find someone to help you? Or wait a little longer and see if anyone picks it up. Astral grass, you can just buy it again, my lord." Liu Yi shook his head with a calm face, "It's just a beast of a foundation building, there's no need to be so troublesome." He said to himself, "I want to gather star grass." Suddenly, a task appeared on the panel. Task: Gather star grass. Reward: Foundation Establishment Spirit Food Recipe, Charcoal Grilled Steak. Whether to accept, yes/no. Liu Yi was overjoyed. Sure enough, because there were base building monsters nearby, it was difficult to collect them, but the mission could be triggered instead. Liu Yi looked at the reward and felt a little happy. The spiritual food recipe in the foundation building realm is a good thing. He just doesn't have much to issue tasks to practice now. With this recipe, he can practice and practice. Liu Yi accepted the task casually, stepped forward and walked towards the cliff. Lin Ting was stunned when he heard Liu Yi's words, and then saw Liu Yi walking towards the cliff. He said in surprise, "My lord, there is no need to risk your life, right? Life is more important than anything." There was an extremely powerful aura circulating around Liu Yi, and strands of sword intent shot up into the sky. The terrifying aura made Lin Ting's voice stop abruptly, and he stayed where he was, with a horrified expression on his face. This? What kind of breath is this? This son looks so young, why is his breath so terrifying? Lin Ting couldn't believe it. At this moment, there was a neighing sound in the cave, and a black snake's head poked out from the huge cave. Behind the snake's head is the body of a giant snake as thick as a bucket. The yellow eyes of the Foundation Establishment serpent stared at Liu Yi firmly, neighing threateningly. It also obviously sensed Liu Yi's threat. Liu Yi's face remained unchanged, and the Qingling sword appeared in his hand, and he struck it casually. Laugh! A white sword light flashed across the snake's neck. The next moment, the snake's body froze, a bloody gap appeared on its head, and then the head slowly slid down, falling heavily from the cliff together with the corpse, blood flowing, almost forming a pool of blood. Liu Yi, who was on the 12th level of Qi training, already had enough basic strength to reach the foundation establishment level. Even if he only used the Baiun swordsmanship and a little sword intent at the Gaijin level, it was enough to easily kill the foundation establishment monks on the 5th and 6th levels. You know, Liu Yi has already reached the 19th level in the Bianzong Trial Tower. This is the result that Liu Yi still has many methods that he has not used. 20% of the sword intent is enough to make a qualitative change in Liu Yi's combat power, at least at a low level, he is basically invincible. Lin Ting looked at the corpse on the ground with a dull expression. The vicious snake in the foundation establishment realm was actually beheaded by a single sword? Cold sweat broke out from his back. He looked at Liu Yi, afraid that Liu Yi would kill him with a sword. Liu Yi didn't care about Lin Ting behind him. He took a step forward, and his whole body was like a white cloud, flying lightly into the sky. He easily came to the cliff and collected the star grass. The task is completed with ease. Liu Yi was in a happy mood, jumped off the cliff, and put away the giant snake's body. This is good food. After that, Liu Yi looked at Lin Ting in the distance. Lin Ting looked at Liu Yi with a look of fear at the moment, as if he was very scared. Seeing Liu Yi looking over, he swallowed, pulled the corners of his mouth, and said with a hard smile, "Young master, you are very powerful, really amazing. By the way, these spirit stones, after thinking about it, I should return them to young master better." Liu Yi glanced at the low-grade spirit stone that Lin Ting handed over, and smiled, "I'm not a devil, why are you so afraid of me? Since it's a normal transaction, what should be yours is yours." Although Lin Ting didn't explain that there were foundation building monsters beside the Sky Star grass, he did fulfill the content of the deal and led him to find the Sky Star grass. He didn't say anything more. Instead, he asked him to accept an extra task and obtained a recipe for foundation building spiritual food. Lin Ting looked at Liu Yi carefully, and seeing that Liu Yi seemed really not angry, he heaved a sigh of relief, and quickly said gratefully, "Young master is so generous." He was secretly guessing in his heart, which family's genius boy is this young master? Killing a foundation building beast in the realm of Qi training is like killing a chicken. Even if it is the Baiun sect, I am afraid that only the legendary fairy Lu Ningxuang has this kind of ability. Strength? Lin Ting didn't dare to ask any more questions, so he quickly said, "My lord, the star grass has been found, can we go back?" Liu Yi shook his head, "I still have to stay in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for a few more days, you should go back first." Since he wanted to find an excuse to get a chance, it was impossible to stay in the 10,000 Beast mountain range for a while, and it would be more reasonable to stay for a few more days. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Lin Ting didn't think much, and nodded repeatedly, "In that case, the little one will leave first." Lin Ting carefully looked at Liu Yi, and seeing that Liu Yi had no objection, he turned and left. After Lin Ting left, Liu Yi stepped out, stepped on the white clouds, and disappeared in place. He didn't use Thunder Shadow Step, which was too noisy and easily attracted beasts, but with Baiun Step, there was no sound. Afterwards, Liu Yi randomly found a high mountain and dug a hole in the cliff as a temporary cave for cultivation. He planned to stay in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for a few days, and then return to the sect. 4 days later, Liu Yi sat cross-legged in front of the cave, poking a piece of snow-white snake meat with a wooden stick in his hand, grilling it on the charcoal, sprinkling some seasonings from time to time, and the rich aroma spread over the surface, which made Liu Yi look forward to it. This is practicing char-grilled steaks. Charcoal grilled steak is a recipe that can improve the spiritual energy. After using it, the spiritual energy in the ingredients will be absorbed in a very gentle way. It can be used together with the cultivation pill to speed up the improvement of the spiritual energy. The ingredients needed for this recipe are not many, and they can be found in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. It didn't take long for Liu Yi to find a lot of ingredients, and he practiced several times a day. With the ultimate level of tiger bone spirit ginseng soup as the base, Liu Yi's spirit food cooking skills are not bad, and it is much easier to practice than before. At least it's passable in terms of taste. In just 4 days, Liu Yi has practiced this charcoal grilled steak to the level of LV3. After all, it is a cooking recipe in the foundation building realm, so it is still difficult. Just when Liu Yi was enjoying the roasting of the snake meat, suddenly there was a deafening roar in the distance. Liu Yi's complexion changed slightly, and he looked up to the direction of the sound. He saw a strong aura surging in the distance, the mountain collapsed, and the aura flowed, forming a strong wind, which spread in all directions, and the mountains, rocks, and trees were shattered in the strong wind. What a powerful breath! Liu Yi was a little shocked. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators did not have such destructive power. To be able to shatter mountain peaks, it must be the strength of golden core cultivators. Are there golden core cultivators fighting? What happened? Liu Yi looked at the direction where the spiritual light was flashing. With his eyesight, he could vaguely see several figures standing in the air, passing by each other from time to time. After that, Liu Yi felt a strong aura surge again, someone fell from the sky, and someone ran away. It seems that the winner has been decided. However, Liu Yi's complexion quickly darkened, because he found that there was a spiritual light flying towards him, and behind him, there was another bloody spiritual light chasing him. Fuck, grass! The people of Liu Yi are all stupid. Even if he roasts meat here, there will be a big boss of Jindan passing by. Why? Without further ado, Liu Yi quickly turned off the fire, then went down the mountain and into the forest. The breath containment technique of the extreme realm was running without revealing the slightest breath. He didn't really want to fight the golden core cultivator for no reason. Shhhhhh. 2 rainbow lights quickly crossed the sky, approaching where Liu Yi was, and Liu Yi could clearly see the appearance of the 2 of them. In front is a white-haired old man, his whole body is blood-stained and his face is pale. Behind him is a young man with a cold face. There is a sword mark on his chest and his face is indifferent. What worried Liu Yi was that the young man had a very strong smell of blood all over his body, which made Liu Yi extremely uncomfortable. It was exactly the same as the Blood Spirit Sect Disciple Liu Yi met before. Chapter 79 Sword Slashing Golden Elixir 200 Monthly Pass Plus Update. Liu Yi's face froze all of a sudden. He was really unlucky. Did he meet someone from the Blood Spirit Sect again? Last time, he was a cultivator at the peak of Foundation Establishment, but this time, luckily, he met a cultivator of Golden Core. This is still the territory of the Baiun sect, so why are disciples of the Blood Spirit sect coming here? Liu Yi frowned, thinking of the reminder from the elder of the affairs hall that recently there were more disciples of the Blood Spirit sect appearing in the territory of the Baiun sect. He did not expect that he would encounter them in 2 consecutive sect missions. As for the Golden Core old man who was hunted down by the Blood Spirit sect Golden Core, Liu Yi was not sure. It was probably a Golden Core cultivator from a cultivating family under the Baiun sect. When Liu Yi was observing the 2 Golden Core cultivators, the Blood Spirit sect Golden Core cultivator was about to catch up with the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man felt the aura coming from behind, his face was extremely ugly, and he roared angrily, "Blood Spirit cult evildoer, you dare to kill monks within the range of Baiun sect, aren't you afraid that Baiun sect will pursue it?" The Blood Spirit sect disciple in the back sneered, "You are all dead, how would the Baiun sect know?" "Old man, don't struggle, you won't be able to escape." While speaking, the cultivator of the blood spirit sect squeezed the sword formula in his hand, and 5 blood-colored long swords rushed out of his body, and the long swords turned into streamers, stabbing at the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man's spiritual energy circulated all over his body, and he sacrificed a white umbrella. The white umbrella was stretched open, like a shield, constantly resisting the bloody long sword. The roar was endless, and the aftermath of spiritual energy spread in the collision. Wherever they passed, the trees on the ground shook violently, as if they might be uprooted at any time. Kill! The disciple of the blood spirit sect shouted loudly. A bloody light rushed out, and landed heavily on the white umbrella. Puffed up, reached out and grabbed it, and a huge flaming hand grabbed the bloody light. The bloody light collided with the giant hand, making a violent roar. Under the roar, the flaming giant hand and the bloody light exploded at the same time, and the fire rain fell, igniting the woods, and the old man turned pale and flew backwards, with a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth again. At this moment, 5 blood-colored long swords came through the air again and shot at the old man. The old man's face changed, and he quickly avoided it, but was still pierced through his abdomen by a bloody long sword, blood staining the sky. There was a huge hole in the old man's abdomen, and the wriggling internal organs could even be seen. However, the vitality of the Jindan monk was extremely strong. Even so, the old man was still alive. After landing heavily, he coughed up blood again and again, looking at the blood spirit in the sky teaching disciples, eyes full of unwillingness. The disciple of the blood spirit sect raised the corner of his mouth, with a sneer, and slowly landed from the air. He looked down at the old man, and said with a sneer, "I told you, you can't escape. Ahem, Baiun sect will not let you go." The disciple of the blood spirit sect smiled indifferently. That will be in the future, and by then, you will already be a piece of blood essence. The blood essence of a Jindan monk, is a great tonic. The disciples of the blood spirit cult pinched the magic formula with their hands, intending to capture the old man alive. At this moment, an incomparably fierce sword intent soared into the sky from behind the disciple of the blood spirit sect. That terrifying aura also carried streaks of destructive thunder force, causing the hairs on the back of the disciple of the blood spirit sect to explode. He let out an angry roar, spiritual energy surged all over his body, and just when he was about to resist, a sword light had already crossed the neck of the disciple of the blood spirit cult. His eyes widened, filled with astonishment, blood spurted out, his vision twirled, seeing a young man standing behind him who looked a little immature, holding a long sword. His aura was clearly in the realm of Qi training. How is this possible? I am Jindan. The disciple of the blood spirit cult was full of unwillingness, and one last thought came to his mind, and he lost consciousness. Lui watched the corpse of the disciple of the blood spirit cult fall to the ground, and let out a slight breath. If these 2 golden core cultivators flew over him, Lui would not make a move. But Lui never expected that they would fall on the sidelines, so there was nothing they could do. Lui had cultivated the breath containment technique to the limit level, and he himself had broken the restrictions of the heavenly Dao, so he had extremely fine control over his breath, so he easily managed to hide from the perception of the Jindan cultivator, and killed him with a single blow from behind. Although it was a bit unfair to sneak attack from behind, Lui didn't feel ashamed at all, on the contrary, he was a little flattered. I didn't expect to kill a golden core cultivator so easily. He glanced at his mission panel. Task: kill the golden core cultivator of the blood spirit cult. Completed. Reward: Jindan Technique 7 Profound Sword Technique. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. That's right, before Lui started, he issued a mission for himself. Although it is a little risky, maybe there will be a big commotion, but the rewards are still quite good. Gold Pill Technique, or Sword Technique. Lui's current skill method is only Baiun Swordsmanship. Although the extreme level Baiun Swordsmanship is not weak, and can even be compared with the very powerful foundation building technique, Liu Yi naturally prefers stronger methods. However, the Golden Core technique should be very difficult to practice, and Liu Yi doesn't know how long it will take to practice this technique to a high level. Of course, he is not in a hurry, after all, he has plenty of time. Liu Yi did not receive the reward, but looked at the white-haired old man in front of him. At this moment, the white-haired old man was covering the huge wound on his abdomen with one hand, and looked at Liu Yi with a dull expression. His mind is a bit blank now. He thought he would die today, but he didn't expect that this disciple of the Blood Spirit sect who was in the Golden Core realm would die like this today. The one who killed him turned out to be a little monk in the realm of Qi training. If it weren't for the huge wound on his abdomen that was still extremely painful, and the blood from his body was constantly bleeding, the white-haired old man would even think that he hadn't woken up and was dreaming. Seeing Liu Yi looking over, the old man coughed up blood and said, "Li Donkey from the Li family, thank you for saving my life, little friend." Seeing that the old man was coughing up blood badly, Liu Yi's eyes lit up, and he had another bold idea. He said to himself in his heart, "I want to save this Golden Core cultivator." Task: Rescue Li Donglei. Reward: 10 drops of Wanyanling milk. Whether to accept, yes/no. Liu Yi was pleasantly surprised. Wanyan spiritual milk? This is the first time that Liu Yi has received such a training reward. The 1000-year spiritual milk is already extremely powerful, and the 10,000-year spiritual milk is probably even stronger. But before saving him, Liu Yi's aura flowed, and he performed Wang Chen technique again. Li Donglei felt a mental wave coming, his expression changed, and he was about to resist, but found that he couldn't resist this majestic mental power. He was dazed and passed out on the spot. Liu Yi glanced at the comatose Li Donglei, and exhaled slightly. Sure enough, his current mental power is strong enough, and he is close to transformation. He is stronger than the Jindan cultivator, and the Wang Chen technique has reached the limit level. Even a Golden Core cultivator, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist his Wang Chen technique. Of course, this is only relative to the average Golden Core cultivator, and I am afraid that those talented geniuses are not included in this list. After letting Li Donglei forget the dust, Liu Yi was relieved. He first picked up the space ring of the Golden Core cultivator of the Blood Spirit cult, and dealt with all the traces around it, then picked up Li Donglei, and led him out of this area. Liu Yi took Li Donglei to a hilltop and took a look at the wound on his abdomen. The bleeding had stopped at this moment, but it hadn't recovered yet. One can imagine the vitality of the Jindan cultivator. For Liu Yi, as long as Li Donglei is not eaten by the beast and brought back to a safe place, the rescue is considered successful. Of course, if there is a recovery pill, Li Donglei can recover faster. It's a pity that Liu Yi didn't have many recovery pills in his hands, and they were basically at the level of Qi training. If he didn't have any at the level of Jindan, he could only leave him there. It didn't take long for Li Donglei to wake up faintly. As a Jindan cultivator, he has strong mental power, and he recovered quickly. As soon as he woke up, Li Donglei was nervous and wanted to get up, but the wound in his abdomen was pulled and blood spurted out again. He immediately lay down on the ground. Where is this place? Liu Yi came over and said with a gentle smile, "Senior, I saw you lying unconscious on the ground just now, so I moved you to a safe place." Hearing this, Li Donglei was taken aback, his mind hurt, and he vaguely remembered that the disciple of the Blood Spirit sect was about to take him away, and a stunning sword light flashed by, and then he lost his mind under the impact of spiritual energy. Awareness. Li Donglei was stunned, and muttered to himself, "Which fellow Taoist saved me?" He quickly looked at Liu Yi and said, "Thank you for saving my life, little friend. Can you see there are other people there?" Liu Yi shook his head, "I didn't see it, there was only Senior lying there." "I'm the only one?" Li Donglei was taken aback for a moment, and then asked doubtfully, "Isn't there a headless corpse in a blood robe?" Liu Yi shook his head, "I didn't see it." Li Donglei was a little confused. Even the corpse of the disciple of the blood spirit cult disappeared? Could it be that he was taken away by that fellow deist? Li Donglei thought about it for a long time, and couldn't figure out why the fellow Taoist saved him and took away the body of the disciple of the blood spirit sect, but he didn't care about it, and quickly said, "Little friend, the old man is seriously injured. Healing, there is something I need to ask you to do." Lui was taken aback, and asked, "What's the matter?" "The nascent soul cultivator that my Li family obtained during this time is a trap. It is the cultivator of the blood spirit cult who released the news, intending to kill the cultivators of the 10,000 Beasts City. Go and inform the cultivators of the Baiyun sect of the 10,000 Beasts City." Hearing this, Lui was taken aback, somewhat astonished. He heard a few words from the conversation between the disciple of the blood spirit sect and Li Donglei before, and heard them say the word killing, but he didn't think about the place where the nascent soul cultivator died. Thinking about it this way, Lui thought that before Linting said that the Li family planned to bring meat to the cave, this old man was the golden core of the Li family? That makes sense. His face suddenly became serious, and things were a bit serious. According to Linting's meaning, the news of the nascent soul cultivators sitting and melting was spreading, and many people probably went there, and Lui also saw several golden core cultivators fighting there just now. From this point of view, those golden core cultivators were all murdered? Lui's face was serious, and he said, "Don't worry, Senior, I will notify you. Go. I can recover by myself." Li Donglei nodded. Lui nodded and stopped paying attention to Li Donglei. He glanced at Jin Dan's direction before, hesitating a little. "I don't know who are the disciples of the blood spirit sect who are staying there. If it's just Jindan, he will go all out and add all kinds of cards, so he may not have a chance to kill those disciples of the blood spirit sect. But if nascent soul appears, it will be really troublesome." After much deliberation, Lui decided to ask for help just to be on the safe side. Lui estimated that there would be quite generous rewards for releasing a mission to rescue the monks, but he didn't accept all missions. However, even so, it is not without tasks to take. Lui said to himself, "I want to inform Bai Yunzong about the conspiracy of the disciples of the blood spirit sect." Task: inform Bai Yunzong about the conspiracy of the disciples of the blood spirit sect. Reward: Foundation Establishment Pill Formula Blood Yuan Pill. Whether to accept, yes/no. Lui was overjoyed. It turned out to be the Blood Yuan Pill? This is an excellent body refining elixir for the foundation building realm, similar to Huang Mingdan's body refining effect for the Qi training realm. Lui is about to break through to the foundation establishment realm. It's really time for him to consider his next cultivation in the foundation establishment realm. There is no major problem in spiritual energy cultivation. His current tasks have begun to reward 10,000-year spiritual milk. Even if it is 1,000-year spiritual milk, it can satisfy his cultivation for the time being. Not to mention that Lui also obtained the spiritual food recipe for charcoal grilled steak before, which also increased the speed of cultivation. The problem lies in refining the body and refining the spirit. Lui has practiced the jade body art to the limit. His physical body is extremely powerful and terrifying. He has tried, even the Qingling sword, if he doesn't use his strength, it can't leave a scar on his body. Not only that, but his recovery ability has also become extremely terrifying. However, the Jade Body Ju is not only a body training method for Qi training, but also a foundation building. Lui will naturally have to practice another one, and then he will need resources for body training. Now this Blood Yuan Pill recipe is just right, I can just practice more, and I will be able to use it when the time comes. The rest is the issue of refining the gods. Although the spiritual wine Yunchen Lu in the realm of Qi training is still effective, the effect has begun to weaken. This is because Lui has cultivated Yunchen Lu to the limit level. When he builds his foundation, he may have to find other ways to improve his spiritual power. Liu Yi also kept this matter in mind, planning to think about it later. Now focus on the problem at hand. Liu Yi accepted the task, and white clouds flowed around him, disappearing in place. When he was a certain distance away from Li Donglei, Liu Yi switched to Thunder Shadow Step, his body turned into a streamer, and soon came to the edge of the Wanshao mountain range. Then Liu Yi used Baiun's footwork again, rushed out of the 10,000 Beast mountain range, and entered the 10,000 Beast city. As the territory of the Baiun sect, Wanshao city is the gateway to the Wanshao mountain range. It is of great importance. It has its own residence, and even elders stationed there for a long time. When Liu Yi came to the Baiun sect's residence, the two handyman disciples guarding the gate frowned when they saw Liu Yi, and stopped him. "Who are you?" "This is the Baiun sect's residence." Liu Yi took out the token of the inner sect. Liu Yi, a disciple of the inner sect of Baiun sect, has something important to report to the guarding elder. As soon as they saw the token of the inner sect, the expressions of the two handyman disciples changed, and they quickly moved out of the way respectfully. Liu Yi hurried in, only to see a person wearing the costume of an inner disciple coming out. When the man saw Liu Yi, he was stunned for a moment, and then showed a surprised smile. "Junior brother Liu. Didn't expect you to come here too?" Liu Yi was also taken aback. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. He was a little surprised and said, "Senior brother Moyu, why are you here?" This person is none other than Ling Luo Peak's golden elixir disciple Nangang Moyu. Liu Yi had been at Ling Luo Peak for a long time. Ling Luo Peak had very few disciples, and everyone had a good relationship, so Liu Yi naturally knew all of them. Nangang Moyu's talent is powerful, and sometimes he can even reach the top 10 in the Jindan trial list, which is better than senior brother Xie Tianming. Liu Yi's impression of him can be said to be very deep. But Liu Yi didn't expect to meet him here. Nangang Moyu hugged Liu Yi's shoulders with a smile, and said, "Of course it's a mission. The garrison mission in Wanshao City is a fat job. It's free on weekdays. You can practice it. The Beast Mountain Range beats the autumn wind, try your luck. Those guys in the door are fighting for their heads. Brother, I beat up several guys who robbed me to get this spot." Liu Yi was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the task of stationing in Wanshao City would be so good. "Let's go, brother, it's rare for you to come here once, and brother will take you to the City of Beasts." Nangang Moyu was very enthusiastic, and pulled Liu Yi to go out for a stroll. Liu Yi quickly said, "Brother, I have something urgent to inform the elders here." Hearing this, Nangang Moyu was taken aback, and looked at Liu Yi in astonishment. "What's the matter?" "Elder Yu is currently practicing, so it's the same with me. Senior brother can still decide on general matters." Liu Yi heard the words, and quickly said, "During this period of time, there has been news about the place where the nascent soul cultivator sits in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Does brother Mou know?" Nangang Moyu nodded. "Of course we know. Our Baiun sect did not participate. The Li family discovered the map. As the Li family is a subsidiary family of the Baiun sect, we will not rob them, and it is just a nascent soul cultivator. It's just a sitting place, it's nothing to Baianzong. Is there any problem?" Liu Yi's face was serious, and he said, "Junior brother practiced in the Wanshao mountain range before, and accidentally rescued the Jindan cultivator of the Li family. He said that this sitting place is a trap. It was the blood spirit sect who came here to kill the monks of the Wanshao city. Specially established." Hearing this, Nangang Moyu's expression suddenly changed. "Fuck! This is too big, junior brother Liu, you wait here." He quickly disappeared in place, and shouted, "Elder Yu! Hurry up and get out, something serious happened." Not long after, a grey-haired old man came out following Nangang Moyu. It was Elder Yu. Nangang Moyu introduced, "Junior brother, this is Elder Yu Lufei, the garrison elder here." Liu Yi felt a little strange. removing his surname, this elder could become the One Piece King. Yu Lufei looked at Liu Yi with a serious face. There is no need to introduce Liu Yi, I guess there is no one in the inner sect who doesn't know him. Boy Liu, is what you said true? Liu Yi nodded, of course it is true. Yu Lufei's face was cold. Bastard blood spirit sect, how dare you be so presumptuous? Where are they? In that direction, it's quite far from here. Liu Yi pointed to a direction, which was the direction where Liu Yi saw the battle before. Yu Lufei nodded, old man, go first, Mou, bring someone over later. While speaking, Yu Lufei's body disappeared like a bubble, only his voice was still echoing. Chapter 80 Taoism follows nature. After Liu Fei disappeared, Nangang Moyu looked at Liu Yi and said, Junior brother Liu Yi, I have important matters to attend to, so I'm sorry. I'm afraid there will be some turmoil in the Wanshao mountain range. Being weak, it's best not to get too close. Liu Yi nodded slightly, I see. Nangang Moyu then summoned the Jindan and Foundation establishment monks who were stationed in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and set off. In the small 10,000 Beasts mountain range, there are 5 golden cores stationed in the Baiyun sect, and dozens of Foundation establishment monks. A group of monks soared into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and moved towards the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. In the city of Beasts, the monks were shocked when they saw the change in the Baiyun sect's residence, and kept guessing why the Baiyun sect disciples made such a big move. After Nangang Moyu left, Liu Yi thought about it and entered the Wanshao mountain range again. He still has the task of rescuing Li Donglei. Now that the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is in turmoil, if a powerful monk discovers Li Donglei, it will always be in danger. 10 drops of Wanyan Lingrui is a lot, and Liu Yi can't afford it. He performed Baiyun footwork, moved silently among the mountains, and flew towards Li Donglei. Just when Liu Yi flew halfway, suddenly a dazzling light flickered in the sky. Bloody and blue light shrouded several distant mountain peaks, extremely dazzling. Liu Yi turned his head and saw that in the light, there were mountain peaks disintegrating continuously, and then there was a roar, the ground shook slightly, and a large number of ferocious beasts were fleeing in a hurry. Seeing this, Liu Yi was extremely horrified. This destructive power is too terrifying. If he didn't use the magic weapon for defense, Liu Yi had no confidence in surviving under such power. This is the battle of nascent soul cultivator. Sure enough, since the cultivators of the blood spirit sect dared to kill the cultivators so close to the city of beasts, there really were cultivators of the nascent soul. Fortunately, he was not impulsive before. Liu Yi is a little hard to understand. Are all the monks of the blood spirit sect crazy? Even monk Yuanying came to Bianzong's territory to kill monks, wouldn't he be afraid of causing a big war? Seeing the continuous roaring sound in the distance, the terrifying spiritual flow, and the distorted space, Liu Yi took a deep breath and continued to move towards Li Donglei's direction. The battle between the two nascent soul cultivators made a lot of noise, and the beasts began to flee. If any of the beasts ran to Li Donglei's side, it would be bad. Liu Yi was extremely fast, and it didn't take long to reach the mountain where Li Donglei was. He saw Li Donglei sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a light red flame shield, and he could tell that Li Donglei was safe and sound. Liu Yi breathed a sigh of relief and walked over. Li Donglei, who was recovering from his wounds, noticed the movement and opened his eyes suddenly. After seeing Liu Yi, his expression softened and he showed a surprised smile. Little friend, you came back so soon? There is a battle in the direction of the blood spirit sect. Fluctuation, it is the nascent soul cultivator who is fighting. Have you notified the Baiyun sect? Liu Yi nodded and said with a smile, well, Elder Yu of the Baiyun sect has already passed. Li Donglei was obviously relieved. Liu Yi glanced at him and saw that the wound on Li Donglei's abdomen had shrunk a little and had begun to scab. It is conceivable that he has quite a good healing medicine. At this moment, a roar sounded, and a tiger-shaped beast with blue scales rushed up the mountain. After seeing Liu Yi and Li Donglei, it rushed straight over. Li Donglei's expression changed. It's a green-scaled tiger with foundation-building skills. Little friend, come in. Before Li Donglei finished speaking, a sword light flashed past, and the body of the green-scaled tiger was split into two halves in the air, and the ground was splashed with blood. Li Donglei was stunned for a moment, and looked at Liu Yi with a strange expression. Little friend is so strong? Liu Yi smiled embarrassingly. Don't worry senior, ordinary foundation-building beasts can't hurt me. Li Donglei is a bit confused. This little friend is obviously only in the realm of Qi training, right? Why so fierce? Liu Yi was a little surprised in his heart. He made a big discovery. Before killing the green-scaled tiger, Liu Yi issued a mission in his mind. He found that killing a green-scaled tiger in the foundation-building state actually rewarded him with 10 drops of 1,000-year-old spiritual milk. What is the most indispensable thing in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range? It's a beast. Liu Yi's eyes sparkled, and he discovered a new way to obtain the Millennium Essence milk. But soon, Liu Yi calmed down and slowly erased this thought. Killing too much is easy to accumulate evil obstacles, and there will be karma. Liu Yi thinks that it is okay to supplement it occasionally. Killing for the sake of the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk is not the right way. Liu Yi said, Senior, I'm afraid you won't have much fighting power in a short time, right? The Battle of Nascent Soul Cultivator has caused changes in the surrounding beasts. Why don't we go back first? Li Donglei thought for a while, then nodded slightly. That's fine. Although Li Donglei is still injured, he already has basic mobility. He followed Liu Yi down the mountain and slowly moved towards Wanshao City. Along the way, Liu Yi took advantage of this opportunity to kill a lot of fierce foundation-building beasts that charged towards them, and gained a sum of 1,000-year-old spiritual milk. The battle between the two nascent soul cultivators lasted for about a quarter of an hour. The fighting ground cracked and the forest was shattered. Then, a stream of blood disappeared into the sky, and the sky calmed down. As the sky calmed down, the ferocious beasts gradually stopped escaping, and the entire mountain range seemed to have fallen into a kind of silence. Liu Yi and Li Donglei hadn't left the 10,000 Beasts mountain range yet, and turned to look in the direction of the previous battle. Li Donglei exhaled slightly, and said, It's over, it seems that the evil cultivator of the Blood Spirit sect has escaped. Liu Yi said with some regret, It's a pity I couldn't kill him. Li Donglei said with a smile, Most of the nascent soul cultivators are amazing talents, how can they be so easy to kill? Liu Yi nodded slightly. Those who can cultivate to the nascent soul basically have certain talents, and those who are not talented have been blocked by the previous realm. After that, the two continued on their way. When they hurried to the gate of the city, they found that many people were crowded at the gate of the city. Liu Yi saw Elder Yu and Nangang Moyu here. Besides the two, there were other Outer Sect disciples. There were many corpses on the ground, and there were many wounded. In addition, there were many people inside the city gate. Keep going here. Li Donglei whispered, It's the monk who entered the trap before. There are monks from my Li family. Liu Yi nodded, Senior, let's go and have a look. Li Donglei nodded and walked over. Noticing Liu Yi and Li Donglei approaching, Yu Lufei and Nangang Moyu both looked over. After seeing Liu Yi, Nangang Moyu's face changed slightly, and he hurried forward. His concern was beyond words. Junior brother, why didn't you listen to the persuasion and went into the mountains? Liu Yi said with a smile, I thought that Senior Li Donglei was still in the mountains, so I couldn't be relieved, so I went over to have a look. Senior brother, you also know my strength. As long as you don't touch the golden core, it's fine. Seeing the conversation between the two, Li Donglei looked at Liu Yi in a daze. Along the way, he never knew Liu Yi's identity, he only knew that Liu Yi was a very talented genius. Li Donglei even thought of marrying the most outstanding woman in the family to him, but unexpectedly, Liu Yi turned out to be a disciple of Bianzong. Li Donglei hurriedly cupped his hands to Yu Lufei and Nangong Moyu. I have met Elder Yu, I have met fellow Daoist Nangong. Little friend Liu Yi saved my life, I am very grateful. Yu Lufei glanced at Li Donglei. Boy, Liu is the direct disciple of Peak Master Ling Luo, if something happens, your Li family can't afford it. Hearing this, Li Donglei's pupils shrank slightly, and he glanced at Liu Yi in astonishment. It turns out that little friend Liu Yi is his direct disciple, no wonder he has such talent and strength. Liu Yi smiled helplessly. Senior, go and meet the family members first. Li Donglei nodded, bowed his hands to Liu Yi again, and walked towards the wounded. Yu Lufei glanced at Liu Yi helplessly. Boy Liu, you are too messy, how can the golden core of the Li family compare to your precious gold? Nangong Moyu on the side also nodded slightly. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, Liu Yi felt helpless. Of course he understood that they cared about him. But they didn't know that even if the nascent soul cultivator was present, Liu Yi would be sure to escape, so he had no choice but to respond to the words of the two, and changed the subject again. Elder Yu, what happened to the evil cultivator of the blood spirit sect? Hearing this, Elder Yu's face turned cold, and he said, the one who came was also a nascent soul, and he ran away with a few disciples. However, we still left a few. Nangong Moyu's face was also cold, and he said, the blood spirit sect has gone too far recently, and dared to openly kill the monks in our Baiun sect domain. If we don't fight back, what will the monks under the rule think of us? Elder Yu also had a solemn expression. Listening to the words of the two, Liu Yi felt a little heavy in his heart. Once this happened, there would be a battle between the two sects. Afterwards, Liu Yi followed Yu Lufei and Nangong Moyu towards the city. When passing by those corpses, Liu Yi glanced at them and paused for a moment. He saw Lin Ting's corpse. Beside his corpse was a young man kneeling and crying bitterly. For a while, Liu Yi felt a little complicated. A few days ago, Lin Ting took him to look for the star grass, but he didn't expect that he died in just a few days. The world of cultivating immortals is the same as the common world, it is also cruel, and death may occur at any time. Liu Yi's pause made Nangong Moyu look over curiously. Junior brother, what's wrong? Liu Yi shook his head and said with a smile, it's okay. He looked away and didn't look any further. After Liu Yi returned to the station, he stayed for 2 days to recuperate, and was taken around by Nangong Moyu for a while. During the period, Li Donglei also sent a treasure of heaven and earth, named Zijin, which can be used to refine treasures, even for Jindan monks. It is very precious, to thank Liu Yi for saving his life. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Afterwards, Liu Yi bid farewell to Nangong Moyu, went to Wanshao mountain range for another half a month, and then returned to Bianzong. Early the next morning, when Liu Yi was practicing, he heard a crisp and cheerful voice from outside the door, Senior brother, come out. Liu Yi opened his eyes, disappeared in place, and opened the gate of the cave. Outside the door, the bright moon in the East Palace stood gracefully, wearing the purple jade skirt presented by Liu Yi, pure and lovely, with skin as crystal clear as jade, so beautiful. Liu Yi smiled. Junior sister knows that senior brother is back so soon? Donggong Minjiao put her hands on her hips, and laughed straight, a little smugly. Brother, who made you so famous? It spread throughout the sect just after you came back. I heard about it when I went to buy magnolia wine and magnolia cake for master. As she said that, Donggong Minjiao began to vomit bitterness. Brother, why have you been out for so long? Now master's work of shopping and running errands falls on me again. The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched, because he was in the sect, and he usually did errands for the master. After all, there were rewards, so of course Liu Yi would not let others do it. Thanks. He went out for a month, but he didn't expect it to be Donggong Minjiao's turn. Senior sister Lu Ningshuang hasn't come back yet? Lu Yi laughed. According to Donggong Minjiu, senior sister Lu Ningshuang also had to run errands before. Donggong Minjiu shook her head. I'm still doing a mission outside, and the master didn't say what the mission is, really. Seeing Donggong Minjiu's resentful look, Lu Yi couldn't help but smiled, and said, I went to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, and something happened, but it's okay, and I also gained something. Lu Yi did not lie. Lu Yi counted his harvest last night, it was quite amazing. Basic alchemy, 10 drops of Wanyan spiritual milk, the foundation building recipe charcoal grilled meat steak, the foundation building recipe Shui Yuan pill, the golden alchemy method 7 profound swordsmanship, and more than 200 drops of the millennium spirit milk, the whole family belongings of a Jindan blood spirit sect disciple, Zijin. Such a harvest, even the Jindan cultivator would be envious for a long time when he saw it. Mountain of beasts? Donggong Minjiu thought of something, and said, some time ago, the blood spirit sect had nascent soul monks there to kill the monks in our Baiun sect's domain. Is that the case? Lu Yi nodded slightly, I was also there. Donggong Minjiu looked at Lu Yi, and was a little concerned, that's a nascent soul cultivator, brother, are you okay? Lu Yi spread his hands, do you think I seem to be in trouble? Seeing Lu Yi alive and kicking, Donggong Minjiu was relieved, she nodded slightly, and then said, brother, you don't know, the elders in the sect were very angry a few days ago, even the head teacher was very dissatisfied, and even released lots of quests about killing the monks of the blood spirit cult. Hearing this, Lu Yi sighed in his heart, sure enough, the blood spirit sect had made such a move on Bianzong's head, how could it be impossible for Bianzong to continue to bear it? He said, I'm afraid there will be some chaos in the Zong men's territory, so please don't go out in disorder, junior sister. Donggong Minjiu nodded. Then she looked at Lu Yi with some mystery, and said, brother, I heard that there is a reason why the monks of the blood spirit cult have been making troubles in our Baiun sect's range recently. Lu Yi was taken aback, and looked at Donggong Minjiu curiously, oh? What's the reason? To be honest, Lu Yi also felt that it was a little strange that so many monks from the blood spirit sect came to the Baiun sect domain, even the monks from Yuan Ying came. Donggong Minjiu opened the mouth and said, I heard that it is a god transformation patriarch of the blood spirit sect. It seems that his lifespan is approaching. This god transformation patriarch even hopes to hit the whole realm. The entire blood spirit sect is crazy, wanting to extend his life and keep collecting blood essence. Hearing this, Lu Yi was a little startled, and whispered to himself, so it's like this? He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, a cultivator in the realm of transforming gods, in order to prolong his life, in order to break through to the realm of the whole, unexpectedly collected blood essence so frantically, and he didn't know how many people would die. Although Lu Yi had heard various anecdotes about cultivating immortals long ago, he still couldn't help sighing that the world outside the sect was really cruel and dangerous. You have to be more careful when you go out in the future. Really? Now our sect wants to kill the monks of the blood spirit cult within the domain, and I'm afraid it also has the intention of preventing the ancestor of the blood spirit cult from breaking through. Donggong Minjiu crossed her arms and analyzed in a serious manner. Lu Yi looked at Donggong Minjiu's sound analysis, and couldn't help laughing, you little girl is only now practicing qi, why care about those important people? He couldn't help poking Donggong Minjiu's bright forehead. Donggong Minjiu covered her forehead, stared at Lu Yi in dissatisfaction and said, my lady will definitely become a fairy in the future, and the ancestors of the blood spirit sect will definitely be my enemy in the future. This lady is just getting to know her future opponent in advance. Lu Yi nodded seriously, so that's the case, as expected of a junior sister, amazing. Donggong Minjiu nodded in satisfaction. Lu Yi smiled and said, but I do have some training resources that are suitable for you. Donggong Minjiu was a little unconcerned, brother, Master, let us take cultivation resources at will, and I don't lack any. Liu Yi smiled, Perfect Qi Condensation Pill, 100-year spirit milk, are you not missing? Donggong Minjia froze, her eyes widened, and she looked at Liu Yi in astonishment, Perfect Qi Condensation Pill? Brightling milk. Liu Yi smiled and said, well, there is always something to be gained from going out. I don't need so much myself. I think you may be able to use it, junior sister. Judging by the appearance of junior sister, it seems that there is not much shortage. Donggong Minjia's pretty face flushed slightly, a little embarrassed. Who knew they were talking about perfect condensation pill and brightling milk? She must be lacking. Donggong Minjia looked at Liu Yi, these are all good things, brother, can't you use them yourself? Of course I still have it in my hand. Liu Yi smiled. After all, he used the 1,000-year spiritual milk, and now he has 10,000-year spiritual milk in his hands. Donggong Minjia pursed her lips slightly, her pretty face flushed slightly, senior brother is so kind, he thinks of me for everything. Her mood was inexplicably ups and downs, and then she said, thank you, brother. Liu Yi smiled and patted Donggong Minjia on the head, and said earnestly, then you have to practice hard, and you have to work hard if you have the resources. Liu Yi also hopes that Donggong Minjia can break through faster, so that his task rewards will be more by then. Donggong Minjia nodded vigorously, brother, don't worry, Minjia must practice hard. Liu Yi smiled in satisfaction, and gave Donggong Minjia some brightling milk and perfect qi condensation pill. After returning from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Liu Yi did not go out again. This year's sect mission is considered complete, Liu Yi has nothing else to do, he just needs to cultivate with peace of mind. 9 months later, Liu Yi successfully broke through to the 13th level of Qi training. This breakthrough rewarded a full 5 Dao Qi, plus the original, a total of 8. Liu Yi expected in his heart that when he built the foundation, he would absorb all the Qi of the 8 ways. I don't know how strong the foundation will be. Breaking through to the 13th level of Qi training, Liu Yi broke through the last restriction of the Dao of Heaven. He found that his perception was completely different from before. The perception of Dao law was clearer and it was easier to understand nature. This is not because Liu Yi's talent has improved, but because Liu Yi broke through the restrictions of the Dao of Heaven. It was like removing layers of barriers, and he could touch and perceive the true Dao more clearly. In fact, Liu Yi also had the same perception when breaking the first and second heaven restrictions, but it was not as clear as breaking the third heaven restrictions. This feeling is extremely wonderful, it is the mystery of nature, the mysterious magic of Taoism. Liu Yi even thinks that he is integrated with all things in the universe. Thank you Mr. Owl for the reward of 10,000 points, and thank you for the reward of 100 points from the boss of 08A. Chapter 81 The Limit of the 13th Level of Qi Training. Liu Yi was amazed in his heart, is this the benefit of breaking the restriction of heaven? My master also broke through the restriction of the 3rd level of heaven, so it is no wonder that he is known as the most amazing and brilliant person in the Baiyun sect. It's no wonder that senior sister Lu Ningxuang was able to rise in Qingzhou and become the top Tianjiao in the entire eastern region. You know, Qingzhou is not conspicuous in the entire eastern region. Breaking through the restrictions of the way of heaven and realizing that the way of Tao follows nature is truly powerful. With such a foundation, coupled with the spirit of Dao in his hands, Liu Yi can hardly imagine how solid his foundation will be after building his foundation, and the future must be bright. Liu Yi fell silent and continued to practice. 4 months later, while Liu Yi was practicing, he heard Zhang Fan's voice outside the door. Junior brother Liu Yi, are you there? Liu Yi was taken aback, a little surprised, he didn't expect senior brother Zhang Fan to come to him. When Liu Yi went out, he saw Zhang Fan and Bai Yulong standing outside the door together. The two of them had extraordinary auras, and there was even a faint aura of foundation establishment in their aura. Lu Yi was a little surprised, and then said with a smile, "Congratulations to the two senior brothers who broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm." Zhang Fan smiled helplessly, "There is no way to compare with junior brother Lu. I heard from Master that if junior brother Lu can become the direct disciple of Peak Master Ling Luo, he must have broken through the restrictions of the heavens and broke through the 11th level of Qi training. He is a true peerless genius. God transformation is like something in the bag, but I can't reach this level." Lu Yi didn't expect Zhang Fan to know the news, but he was not surprised. He just smiled and comforted him, "Brother Zhang Fan is working steadily and breaking through all the way, and he may not be able to become a cultivator who transforms into a god or even a stronger monk in the future." Zhang Fan nodded slightly, but did not refute. His master also said the same thing. In history, there are no monks who did not break the restrictions of the heavens, but turned against the trend and became immortals in the end. Bai Yulong Yuyuan glanced at Zhang Fan and said, "Junior brother Lu, listen to this bastard's nonsense. After breaking through the Foundation Establishment realm, this bastard actually awakened the Hushan water spirit body, and now he is the fragrant bun of Yushui Peak." He sighed faintly, "Only I am a rookie, an ordinary Foundation cultivator." Lu Yi looked at Zhang Fan in surprise. No wonder he always felt that Zhang Fan's aura was a bit unusual, and he turned into a spirit body? Although the acquired spirit body and the innate spirit body cannot be compared, in an area like Qingzhou, they are already extremely talented. He is indeed a person with Fan in his name. He smiled and said, "Congratulations to senior brother Zhang Fan. With senior brother Zhang Fan's talent, he will definitely be a hero in the future." Zhang Fan smiled, "Don't make fun of me, brother. I came to you this time to discuss something." Lu Yi was a little puzzled and asked, "What's the matter?" Bai Yulong folded his fan and said with a smile, "Junior brother Lu Yi must have heard about the Blood Spirit Sect, right? Is it because the disciples of the Blood Spirit Sect caused chaos in the Baiun Sect's domain?" As Donggong Minjiahu said, a month ago, the Zongmen had confirmed that there was an ancestor in the Blood Spirit Sect who was at the peak of becoming a god, and the entire Blood Spirit Sect frantically restrained blood essence for him to help him continue his life. There were complaints in the entire field of the Blood Spirit cult, and some monks of the Blood Spirit cult even voluntarily took on the big cause and effect, sacrificed a big city with blood, and condensed everyone in the city into blood essence. This also caused panic in the entire Blood Spirit Sect field, and most casual cultivators began to run to other fields. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand the affairs of the world of cultivating immortals, ignorant, and disaster may strike at any time. However, the Blood Spirit cult still had some scruples after all. After the blood sacrifice to a big city, they still gave up doing these unreasonable things in their own domain, and started to harm other domains instead. The Baiun Sect and the Blood Spirit Sect were originally feuds, and the territory of the Baiun Sect was naturally the first choice of the Blood Spirit Sect. Especially after the face was completely torn apart, more and more monks of the Blood Spirit cult invaded the territory of Baianzong. This also led to more and more conflicts between the White Cloud Sect and the Blood Spirit Sect. Zhang Fan nodded and said with a smile, "We have all broken through to the foundation building realm and need to practice. At the same time, after breaking through to the foundation building realm, we also need to obtain more resources to practice. We plan to take on some missions to hunt and kill the disciples of the Blood Spirit Sect." Bai Yulong's eyes sparkled, and he said, "Junior brother Lu, haven't you been to the affairs hall recently? You don't know that there are a lot of missions to kill the disciples of the Blood Spirit Sect, and each reward is very expensive. But it's a great opportunity to make a fortune." Lu Yi suddenly realized, no wonder the two came to him. Since the conflict between Baiun Sect and Blood Spirit Sect is getting bigger and bigger, the disciples will definitely participate. It is normal for the Baiun Sect to issue a large number of missions to hunt and kill the disciples of the Blood Spirit Sect. But Lu Yi shook his head slightly, and said with a smile, "Senior brothers, I'm sorry, the younger brothers are currently practicing hard, and I'm afraid they won't leave the sect in a short time. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Bai Yulong was taken aback for a moment, and said in surprise, Junior brother Liu, aren't you tempted? Liu Yi looked at Bai Yulong innocently, I am a direct disciple of Master, and there is no limit to my cultivation resources. Bai Yulong. Zhang Fan. The two looked at Liu Yi resentfully, and stopped talking. Liu Yi felt that they might be hit, and felt a little embarrassed. Then he said with a smile, now the outer door is probably very chaotic and dangerous. If the two senior brothers want to go out, there are some things here that can help the two senior brothers. As he said, Liu Yi took out 2 sets of blue robes and top-quality pills. This is a middle-grade magic weapon, the black silk robe, and these are the pills that my junior brother made in my spare time. There are medicinal pills for cultivation, and there are medicinal pills for healing, you should take them with you. These 2 middle-grade artifacts were rewarded by Liu Yi's mission when he broke through the trial tower every month and passed the 11th floor. The mission rewards are random, sometimes they reward pills, sometimes they reward elixirs, and sometimes they reward magic weapons. The magic weapon in Liu Yi's hands has been rewarded month by month, but unfortunately he can't use it himself. The ones on him are even better. He gave some of them to Lao Liu and his mother, but he still has some in his hand. And it was left idle. Zhang Fan and Bai Yulong have pretty good personalities, and Liu Yi made friends with them, so he naturally gave them a set. As for the elixir was rewarded when he broke into the trial tower and ran errands for the master. In addition to the basic alchemy he had obtained before, he took some materials from Elder Wang and refined it himself. Liu Yi discovered that after cultivating the elixir formula to level 7, there is a high probability of refining the perfect elixir, reaching the limit level, then the shot will be the perfect elixir, which is outrageous. Even with this alone, Liu Yi would not be short of cultivation resources. Of course, he himself is not short of cultivation resources, and he has always had the Millennium Spiritual Milk. Seeing the things Liu Yi handed over, Zhang Fan and Bai Yulong were stunned. The two of them never expected that Liu Yi would give them magic treasures and elixir, and the gifts were middle-grade magic weapons. You know, Lao Liu has been building a foundation for many years, and he only has one middle-grade magic weapon, and it is very precious. One can imagine how precious a middle-grade magic weapon is. Zhang Fan and Bai Yulong had just established their foundations. Even if they were inner disciples, they might have magical artifacts in their hands, but middle-grade magical artifacts were still extremely precious. The two were very moved. Junior brother, what are you doing? Zhang Fan stared at Liu Yi and said, you have helped us a lot. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to break through to the foundation establishment realm so smoothly. How could we need you? Of these things. Bai Yulong also nodded, indeed, junior brother, you take back the things. The two senior brothers have never done anything for you, so you deserve it. Liu Yi smiled, when I faced the disciple of the Blood Spirit sect who was at the peak of foundation establishment, when the two senior brothers asked me to go first, I treated the two senior brothers as friends. Since the two senior brothers are going to go out to experience, they will naturally make a move help each other. Don't worry, I have other magic weapons on me, so the two senior brothers don't have to worry about it. He is wearing a medium-grade treasure. If Zhang Fan and Bai Yulong knew about it, I don't know what their expressions would be. Of course, Liu Yi wouldn't say anything. Seeing Liu Yi's sincere and serious expression, Zhang Fan and Bai Yulong looked at each other. Then Zhang Fan took Liu Yi's things first, looked at Liu Yi seriously, and said, thank you, junior brother. Bai Yulong also took the things. The two kept Liu Yi's kindness in their hearts, thinking that as long as Liu Yi had something to do, they would do their best to help. This kind of kindness does not need to be said. Liu Yi smiled, it may be dangerous to go here, the two senior brothers must pay attention to safety. Zhang Fan and Bai Yulong nodded slightly, then smiled and said, "That barbarian Timan also broke through, we plan to call him. The three of us act together, it's not a big deal. You don't have to worry, junior brother." Hearing this, Lu Yi thought for a while, then took out a pair of gloves and some pills, "Give these to senior brother Timan." Zhang Fan? Bai Yulong? The two were full of question marks, and looked at Lu Yi with strange expressions. "Junior brother, how many magic weapons do you have?" Bai Yulong was dumbfounded. Lu Yi smiled shyly, "It's just a little bit, not much." Zhang Fan shook his head helplessly, "Junior brother, then you should practice hard, we will go first." The three said goodbye. Lu Yi glanced at the sky outside the sect, and rubbed his forehead. The conflict between the Baiyun sect and the Blood Spirit sect is getting more and more intense. Fortunately, there is a tall man standing up to it when the sky is falling. He's just a little buddy on the 13th level of Qi training, practicing and practicing. So, Lu Yi continued to practice. During the period, Lu Yi went to accept a mission from the sect at the end of the year. After leaving the sect, Lu Yi discovered that the atmosphere outside the sect was completely different from before, and there was a lot more murderous air. When Lu Yi passed through several cities, he could see many casual cultivators with serious expressions and hurrying. He also heard a lot of news. The conflict between the Blood Spirit sect and the Baiyun sect is in full swing, and even monks in the Golden Core realm have joined in. A large number of Golden Core disciples of the Blood Spirit sect fell in the territory of Baiyun sect, and some Golden Core disciples of Baiyun sect were trained to become blood essences. Fortunately, both sides still restrained, and the monks in the nascent soul realm and the transformation god realm did not make a move. With the destructive power of the nascent soul cultivator, a real fight would be like a natural disaster to mortals. The only time Yuanying made a move was when Elder Yu was slightly stronger than the Blood Spirit sect Yuanying in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and forced him away. Even without Yuanying and Huashan's actions, just the battle of monks below Jindan still led to many tragedies in the world. In such chaos, there are naturally talented monks emerging. Lu Yi even heard the names of the three brothers Zhang Fan, mainly Zhang Fan. After becoming the Hushan water spirit body, Zhang Fan's combat power was quite impressive. Together with Bai Yulong and Tai Man, the three of them killed many monks in the Foundation establishment realm. He even escaped from the pursuit of the monks on the 8th floor of the Foundation building. You must know that the three of them are only on the first floor of the Foundation building, which caused some commotion. Listening to Lu Yi, he found it interesting. Brother Zhang Fan was basically showing off his power, and the two brothers Bai Yulong and Tai Man were more like pendants, hugging their thighs. Lu Yi saw several deserted small villages along the way, and there was no one in them, and he didn't know whether he ran away or died. Lu Yi's heart was also filled with anger for a moment. The evil cultivator of the Blood Spirit sect is really inappropriate. It's a pity that even if he joins the battle, it won't change much. When the disciples of the Blood Spirit sect sacrifice the blood essence, they do it secretly. There are so many disciples who have come to the territory of Baiyunzong, how can it be so easy to find them all? Lu Yi is not a god either, he is just a little Qi cultivator. With Lu Yi's strength, it would be easy to kill the evil cultivator at the level of Qi training. Lu Yi conveniently killed all the evil cultivators of the Blood Spirit sect that he encountered along the way, including 2 evil cultivators in the Foundation establishment realm. Afterwards, Lu Yi returned to the sect and continued to practice. Time passed in a hurry, and more than half a year passed in a blink of an eye. In Lu Yi's cave, he slowly opened his eyes. Lu Yi's eyes flickered like stars, and their divine light flowed, as deep as a black hole. Gradually, the divine light in his eyes gradually disappeared. Lu Yi exhaled slightly, smiled, and said to himself, finally reached the peak of the 13th level of Qi training. It took Lu Yi nearly a year to practice the 13th level of Qi before accumulating to its peak. At this moment, Liu Yi could already clearly perceive the mysterious barrier intertwined with Tao and reason. This time, there were no two paths for Liu Yi to choose, and there was only one path to choose, and that was to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. However, Liu Yi did not directly start to break through. He had promised his master that when he wanted to make a breakthrough, he would first tell her that she would find Liu Yi the treasures of heaven and earth for foundation building. Although Liu Yi already has the best foundation building, heaven, material, and earth treasures, the aura of avenues. But it is impossible for him to tell the master directly that I have the spirit of the Great Way, so there is no need to find me the treasures of foundation building, heaven and earth, right? Liu Yi's body seemed to be weightless. He stood up lightly, took a step forward, and came directly to the door. Afterwards, Liu Yi opened the gate of the cave and stepped up to the top of Ling Luo Peak. In front of the bamboo house, Liu Yi bowed and said, "Master, disciple Liu Yi is asking to see you." After a few breaths, the door of the bamboo house opened silently, and Peak Master Ling Luo's voice sounded weak, "Come in." When Liu Yi walked in, he saw his master laying his head up on the recliner like a salted fish. She was wearing a loose white robe, her snow-white skin was exposed, and she didn't see Liu Yi as an outsider at all, completely different from when we first met. Liu Yi was a little helpless, and now he was used to his master acting like a salted fish. Every time Liu Yi came over, the master always looked like he was not awake. Liu Yi wondered whether his master needed to sleep or something. Ling Luo Peak Master saw Liu Yi coming in, scratched his head, and said dissatisfiedly, "Stinky boy, what do you want me to do? It's not time to preach yet? Excuse me for disturbing my dream, be careful and punish me for cleaning the bamboo house for me." Hearing this, Liu Yi immediately regained his energy, and said solemnly, "Master, please make sure you let the disciple clean the bamboo house for you." Liu Yi took advantage of the situation and said to himself, "I want to clean the bamboo house for master. Task: clean the bamboo house for master. Reward: Golden Elixir Secret Technique Transformation Technique. Whether to accept, yes/no." Liu Yi was overjoyed, the reward was good. It turned out to be a secret technique of the Jindan realm. Liu Yi accepted the task without saying a word. "Ling Luo Peak Master?" She raised her head blankly and looked at the excited Liu Yi, wondering if her disciple was seriously ill. Peak Master Ling Luo said angrily, "Tell me, why do you come to see me as a teacher?" Peak Master Ling Luo took out the magnolia wine and drank it happily. Liu Yi coughed dryly, and said with a smile, "This disciple has already reached the limit of the 13th level of Qi training, now let master know." Hearing this, Ling Lufeng spit out the wine from her mouth, she coughed again and again, sat up, her eyes that were originally hazy like smoke widened, and looked at Liu Yi in astonishment. The limit of the 13th level of Qi training. So fast! After breaking through the limit of the heavenly realm of Qi training, even Peak Lord Ling Luo can only feel that Liu Yi is still in the realm of Qi training, and cannot perceive the specific level. Unexpectedly, Liu Yi reached the limit of the 13th level of Qi training so quickly. This speed far exceeded her original speed. Liu Yi nodded slightly, yes. Peak Master Ling Luo stood up, walked around Liu Yi a few times, and put his face in front of Liu Yi, a light scent of wine spread over his face, making Liu Yi unable to move back. His head was full of black lines. "Master, what are you doing? You scared me." Ling Luo Peak Master looked puzzled, "It seems that you are no different? How could it be so fast?" "Liu Yi. What is so fast? It's not good for a man to be fast. Please add the words of cultivation speed." Liu Yi complained in his heart, and said helplessly, "Master, you said that I notified you when I reached the limit of the 13th level of Qi training." Ling Luo Peak Master heard the words, suddenly said, "It is indeed so." She was so surprised before that she forgot about it for a while. Liu Yi is full of black lines, and his master is really not very reliable. Peak Lord Ling Luo looked at Liu Yi, but he didn't see anything, and lay back on the couch like a salted fish. She opened the mouth and said, "You plan to practice kendo in the future, and I went out for my teacher some time ago, and found the treasures of heaven and earth for you to build the foundation of kendo." As she spoke, she spread her hand, and a sword-shaped grass appeared in her hand. The grass was green, but exuded an incomparably sharp edge, like a peerless sword. Liu Yi was a little surprised. Sword intent grass? This is an extremely rare treasure of heaven, material, and earth, which is almost as rare as various spiritual liquids. Such a treasure of heaven and earth, if used to build a foundation, is enough to forge an extremely powerful foundation of swordsmanship. He didn't expect his master to find this thing for him. Chapter 82, Peerless Immortal Assets Led Thunder Tribulation. As far as Liu Yi knew, there seemed to be no sword intent grass in Qingzhou. He asked curiously, "Master, where did you find this sword intent grass?" Peak Master Ling Luo lazily said, "I went to the Divine Sword Sect and asked them for it." Liu Yi was taken aback, and looked at Peak Master Ling Luo strangely, that Excalibur sect in Guangzhou, Eastern region. The Divine Sword Sect is different from the Baiyun sect. The Baiyun sect is considered a giant in Qingzhou, but in the entire eastern region, it can only be said to be ordinary. There are too many holy lands of sects that are stronger than the Baiyun sect. But the Excalibur sect is a holy land level existence in the entire eastern region, and many powerful sword cultivators in the eastern region come from there. Unexpectedly, Peak Master Ling Luo could obtain such a treasure from the Divine Sword Sect. Ling Luo Peak Master did not explain too much, and said, "It is the Divine Sword Sect. This sword will grass, coupled with the foundation of the 13th level of Qi training, is enough for you to forge the foundation of the Supreme Sword, and the foundation of your sword in the future. The way will be clear, take it." Liu Yi was a little moved, took the sword intent grass, and said earnestly, "Thank you, Master." Ling Luo Peak Master took a sip of his wine, smiled casually and said, "Since he is a disciple of the Master, of course the Master has to take good care of him. As for the exercises..." Ling Luo Peak Master hesitated for a moment, and said, "I have 2 sets of exercises that suit you, you choose." Liu Yi was taken aback, a little surprised, 2 sets? Ling Luo Peak Master nodded slightly. One set is the Bai Luo Sword Ju, which can be cultivated to the realm of the cave. It is the method of controlling the sect of the Bai Luo Sword Sect that has declined in Qingzhou, and it is not bad. The other set is for by chance. The teacher obtained from an ancient ruins a fairy scripture called the Immortal Sword Classic. Unfortunately, there is only a complete cultivation method up to the nascent soul realm, and the latter realms are all incomplete. In the end, the important thing is that the Immortal Sword Qi cultivated by the Immortal Sword Sutra is quite domineering. After the nascent soul, you may need to find an extremely powerful technique if you want to switch to cultivation. After the introduction, Peak Master Ling Luo looked at Liu Yi, "You have to walk the road of swordsmanship by yourself. What you can do as a teacher can only support you. How you choose is up to you." Hearing this, Liu Yi hesitated for a moment. According to the degree of strength, the Immortal Sword Sutra must be stronger. After all, it is the Immortal Sutra, but it can only be cultivated to the nascent soul realm. In the future, if you can't find a follow-up exercise, or can't find a similar level of exercise, it will be difficult to switch to practice. But the Bai Luo sword art is relatively smooth. Relatively speaking, Liu Yi can cultivate to the whole void state smoothly, and even if he wants to change his skills, it is relatively easy. Liu Yi struggled for a moment, and then thought that for the task he was accepting now, the most rewarding exercise was Senior Sister Lu Ningxuang's Hollow Void Realm exercise. Since he can receive this level of exercises at the level of Qi training, when he reaches the realm of Yuanying, he should also have the hope of receiving higher level exercises. What's more, Tianming continent still has the Immortal Sect and the Holy Land, which are sect forces that have produced immortals, and presumably also have the inheritance of the immortal scriptures. At that time, there is really no other way, but they can also be found. At least I have golden fingers. If I don't practice the strongest kung fu, it's a bit too vain. He finally made up his mind and said, Master, I choose the indestructible sword sutra. Peak Lord Ling Luo raised his eyebrows, and said with a light smile, I have a little ambition. If I can't find the follow-up exercises by then, I can help you think of a way as a teacher. Upon hearing this, Liu Yi nodded and said, Thank you, Master. Peak Master Ling Luo took out a dilapidated leather book, which looked as if it had been stored for endless years, and handed it to Liu Yi. This is the scripture of the Immortal Sword Sutra, you take it. Liu Yi took it and found that the leather book was extremely heavy, weighing 1,000 catties. Liu Yi was a little shocked. It was hard to imagine what kind of beast's skin it was made of. That is to say, his physical body is strong, and it is a bit difficult for ordinary monks in the realm of Qi training to even pick up this leather book. He opened it and looked, and found that the book was torn in many places, which seemed to be torn with a sharp sword intent. He didn't know how long it had passed, but strands of sword intent remained on it. That is to say, Liu Yi's sword intent is close to 30% now, so he was not injured. Only the first few pages are intact, which is probably the cultivation method of Yuan Ying before. Liu Yi put away the leather book, thinking to go back and read it again. Ling Luo Peak Master yawned, stretched, and said, Okay, let's go back to practice. Hearing this, Liu Yi quickly said, Master, this disciple is going to clean the bamboo house for you. Ling Luo Peak Master was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled with satisfaction, Not bad, not bad, I will be filial to my teacher. If that's the case, then let me clean it up for my teacher. Liu Yi cheerfully cleaned up. Although he had never done any cleaning work, he was a cultivator of immortals, so he knew the basic skills of dust removal. Soon, the whole bamboo house took on a brand new look. Liu Yi cleaned a few more rooms, leaving only the bedroom of Peak Lord Ling Luo that hadn't been cleaned. He glanced at Ling Luo Peak Master and asked, Master, do you want to clean your room? Ling Luo Peak Master was lying on the recliner drinking like a salted fish, with a satisfied face. She nodded and said casually, Clean it up. Liu Yi nodded, opened the room and walked in, then Liu Yi casually threw a few sets of bras on the bed. Liu Yi? He froze at the door, looking a little silly, is this something he can see? At this moment, Ling Luo Peak Lord seemed to think of something, his face changed, and he came behind Liu Yi the next moment, picked up the back of Liu Yi's neck, and then Liu Yi felt a rush of clouds and fog, and he was thrown out of the bamboo house. Ling Luo Peak Master's faint voice sounded, If you dare to speak out, I will kill you for my teacher. Feeling a ray of killing intent, Liu Yi suddenly looked innocent and coughed dryly, What did the master say? This disciple didn't see anything. The door of the bamboo house was closed, and there was no reply. Liu Yi took a look at the task and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the task was completed, otherwise it would be a waste of work. Back in the cave, Liu Yi received the reward, and then he showed a hint of surprise. The transformation technique is to change one's body shape through aura and control one's own flesh and blood, practice to the depths, and even achieve a large change, enough to turn a man into a woman and a woman into a man. But what makes Liu Yi feel a little pity is that there is no way to transform into another creature. Thinking about Monkey King's 72 transformations was a childhood dream. This transformation technique is a little bit less interesting. But even so, sometimes, the transformation technique can still play a big role. Liu Yi put the transformation technique into his future practice plan. But now, what Liu Yi has to do is to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Liu Yi said to himself, I want to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Task: Breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment realm. Rewards: Middle grade treasure Xianyang sword, low grade treasure ice silk boots, specified spell level +1, 3T pieces of enlightenment. Whether to receive, yes/no. Liu Yi looked at the mission and was pleasantly surprised, the rewards are really generous. Not to mention all of them are treasures, they can also improve the level of spells, and there are even 3 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves. Wonderful! Liu Yi suddenly became more motivated and began to break through the realm. He took the 1000-year spiritual milk, which was transformed into the purest spiritual energy under the action of the extreme level Baiun Qi Yin art. Spiritual energy surged, rushing towards the bottleneck of the foundation establishment realm. Boom! There was a roar, and the bottleneck intertwined with Dao and reason remained motionless, Dao patterns intertwined, flashing an incomparably mysterious light. Liu Yi looked at it, but couldn't understand it, only felt that there was an inexplicable mystery in it. He didn't care and continued to attack. After shocking again and again without stopping, the aura of the Millennium Essence Milk was exhausted, so Liu Yi continued to take it. As time went by, Liu Yi spent a full month, except for the occasional rest, all the rest of the time was used to wipe out the bottleneck. Another shock. Boom! Click! A slight crisp sound sounded, Liu Yi felt the flickering intertwined Dao patterns, and there was a spout of mystery. Liu Yi's spirit dissipated, as if merging with heaven and earth, and interweaving with all things. He realized the natural flow, the cycle of life and death, and was even about to immerse himself in it. At this moment, Liu Yi forcibly returned to his senses, a breakthrough was imminent, what he needed most now was to forge the strongest foundation. Without saying a word, Liu Yi directly took out a wisp of Dao Qi and swallowed the condensed Dao Qi. After the entrance of Dao Qi, it immediately turned into the most primitive energy in the world and merged into Liu Yi's body. It is a much higher level of energy than aura, thicker and simpler, as if it has always existed since the beginning of the world, and has been passed down to the present. As the aura of the great Dao melted into his body, Liu Yi's mind was filled with images of stars shattering, the birth and death of the universe, and then the reincarnation of all things being born and all beings dying. Liu Yi was immersed in the avenue, comprehending the first and most primitive rhythm of all things. The chaos is shattered, and the avenue is opened. The aura in his body circulated on its own and continued to hit the bottleneck. With the integration of Dao Qi, Liu Yi's aura seemed to undergo a qualitative change. Almost instantly, the intertwined Dao pattern was broken, and in an instant, Liu Yi's breath with a rapid increase, the liquefied aura in the body began to flow slowly, condensing towards the most central area. And the aura that was originally pure white began to slowly become gorgeous, with colorful luster flashing among the pure white. Liu Yi began to change from Qi training to foundation building. He hastily took out the Qi of the Dao again. One after another, the aura of the great Dao slowly merged into Liu Yi's body. In Liu Yi's consciousness, the voice of the great Dao was roaring, and his spiritual energy transformed into colorful luster at an extremely fast speed. 1, 2, 3. When the Qi of the 8 paths was completely absorbed by Liu Yi, the spiritual energy in Liu Yi's body condensed into a vortex, which rotated slowly and firmly, flashing colorful luster. And Liu Yi's temperament has also changed, it seems that he does not exist between the heaven and the earth, and seems to be completely integrated with the heaven and the earth, even a trace of colorful luster escapes, floating like a fairy. After a while, the colorful luster around Liu Yi's body slowly dissipated, and the aura vortex in his body also gradually returned to its original milky white color, as if the avenue returned to the truth and everything returned to the ordinary. Liu Yi thought for a while, then took out the sword intent grass and ate it. The strong sword intent spread along Liu Yi's body, and finally slowly merged into the aura vortex in his body. However, as soon as this strong sword intent entered the spiritual vortex in Liu Yi's body, there was no sound, and no waves could arise. Liu Yi's heart is calm, but it's no surprise that his foundation was formed with the Qi of the 8 paths. The sword intent grass and the Qi of the Dao are not at the same level at all, and naturally there are not too many fluctuations. Liu Yi slowly opened his eyes, exhaled slightly, and showed a smile. Breakthrough, and now he is already in the foundation establishment realm. At this moment, Liu Yi suddenly felt something, his face changed, his body disappeared in place, and he came outside the cave. He looked up at the sky, only to find that dark clouds gradually emerged in the sky, and majesty spread from the dark clouds, and there were wisps of purple thunder in them. Liu Yi's face froze all of a sudden. This couldn't be thunder tribulation, right? Generally speaking, before breaking through to the nascent soul realm, there will be no thunder calamity. What's the matter with this thunder calamity? Liu Yi could clearly feel that the target of this thunder calamity was him. He just broke through the realm of Qi training, and Lei Ji was born? This was completely unexpected to him, and Liu Yi felt his scalp tingling. The thunder clouds condensed, alarming the entire Ling Luo Peak and even the entire Baiyun sect. One by one, the strong men soared into the sky, and the elders of the Jindan and Yuanying realms stood in the air, looking up at the slowly gathering dark clouds, with ugly expressions on their faces. Which bastard broke through the inner door? Look in the direction, is it Ling Luo Peak? The old guys there are all nascent souls. Could it be that someone wants to break through to the realm of transforming gods? Or is there another genius disciple who wants to break through to nascent soul? No, this power is wrong. The thunder tribulation that broke through to the realm of transforming gods cannot have only this kind of power. It doesn't even look like the thunder tribulation that broke through to the realm of nascent soul. What's going on? All the elders were full of doubts and talked a lot, but they didn't dare to look closer. If thunder tribulation envelopes them, the power will increase greatly, and they will have to peel off their skin even if they don't die. The most speechless were Ling Lufeng's disciples and elders. Disciples and elders rushed out of the cave one after another, and when they saw the thunder disaster in the sky, they were numb. Fuck! Which bastard survived the tribulation on the peak? Is it Xie Tianming? Or Wang Jianyu? Which dog is it? Did you die? Damn, I vomited. Go! Stay away, don't be entangled by Lei Ji. Disciples one after another jumped into the air and left Ling Luo Peak, like avoiding snakes and scorpions. And all the elders were also at a loss, looked up at Lei Ji, and quickly left Ling Lufeng. Humph! Which disciple is so bold? After this breakthrough, we must clean up properly. Dong Wanglian's expression turned ugly. The medicine in this seat's medicine garden is about to mature, don't be destroyed by Tian Li. If it is destroyed, this seat must let that bastard accompany this seat 10 times. A strong man's face was ugly, full of worry. At the top of Ling Luo Peak, the sleeping Ling Luo Peak master was awakened by the aura of Lei Ji. She opened her eyes and went out of the bamboo house, annoyed, which bastard actually broke through in the peak. Disturbing people's dreams. You must be confined. At this moment, Ling Luo Peak master's complexion changed, and she realized something was wrong. With deep shock in her hazy eyes, she looked in the direction of Liu Yi's cave. It's that bastard? How is it possible? She took a step forward and came to Liu Yi's side in an instant, and saw Liu Yi with a stiff expression, looking up at the thunder disaster in the sky. Peak Master Ling Luo's face twitched. You bastard, what did you do? It actually caused a thunder calamity. Liu Yi looked innocent. Master, this disciple has just broken through to the foundation building state, and then somehow sensed the thunder calamity. What should I do? Liu Yiren was dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that he would experience the thunder calamity. He was not prepared at all. Ling Luo Peak Master was shocked, looked at Liu Yi's innocent appearance, took a deep breath, and whispered, "It is rumored that there were peerless immortals in ancient times who would even attract thunder disasters in the realm of Qi training." She muttered, and then slowly said, "You can go through the tribulation with peace of mind, and the rest will be blocked for you by the teacher." At this moment, a voice sounded, "Senior brother! Senior brother! Run quickly, I don't know which bastard caused thunder disaster in the peak. When I become stronger, I will beat him to death. Afterwards, the Eastern Palace Minjiao landed. Donggong Minjiao paused when she saw Liu Yi with a numb expression and Peak Master Ling Luo who was full of astonishment. She blinked her big watery eyes, looked at Liu Yi, then at Peak Lord Ling Luo, and finally looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. Her small face gradually became dull. This thunder calamity, it was you who led me here? Liu Yi nodded expressionlessly, yes. Donggong Minjiao laughed a little embarrassedly, senior brother is really amazing. Junior sister admires you so much. Liu Yi. Didn't this guy still say he was going to beat that guy up? Peak Lord Ling Luo looked at Liu Yi, and said, are you confident to overcome the tribulation? Liu Yi glanced at the sky and nodded slightly, yes. Peak Lord Ling Luo took out a formation disc and threw it to Liu Yi, use this in a critical moment, it can resist the nascent soul's attack, don't use it until the critical moment, the sky thunder is of great benefit to the growth of the monk, you can try to attract the thunder-quenched body. Liu Yi grinned, Shizun is worthy of being a Shizun, to others it can be called Tianli with a life-threatening sickle, but she actually said that it induces thunder to temper the body. He took the array, nodded and said, I understand. Ling Luo Peak Master picked up Donggong Minjiao's back collar expressionlessly, and lifted her up, let's go. Don't disturb your brother Du Ji. While speaking, Ling Luo Peak Master had disappeared in place, along with Donggong Minjiao. Outside Ling Luo Peak Master and Donggong Minjiao appeared, and the senior officials of Baiun sect flew over quickly. The leader is a handsome middle-aged man, he is Wu Qingfeng, the head teacher of Baiun sect. He looked at Peak Master Ling Luo, frowned and said, Junior sister Ling Luo, who is going through the tribulation in your peak? Zongmen rules. Ling Luofeng yawned, and said, this time it was an accident, and it was Liu Yi who crossed the tribulation. Hearing this, whether it was Wu Qingfeng or the other elders, even the disciples who were paying attention in the distance, were stunned. In the sky, the air was suddenly quiet, only the rumble of thunder in the dark clouds in the distance. The atmosphere was silent for a moment, and the corner of Wu Qingfeng's mouth twitched, a little afraid to say, is it Liu Yi who is crossing the catastrophe? Ling Luo Peak Master nodded, well, that kid just broke through to the Foundation establishment realm, which caused a thunder calamity. Hiss! There were gasps of air everywhere in the sky. Both the elders and the disciples in the distance looked at each other in blank dismay. The elders were shocked. How is it possible? Breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm, how could there be a thunder disaster? It's not impossible. It is rumored that in ancient times, there were peerless evildoers who broke through to the Foundation building realm, which would really cause a thunder disaster. Those kind of people are destined to become immortals. This. Could it be that Liu Yi can be compared with the peerless evildoers of ancient times? Could it be possible that he will become a fairy in the future? It has been nearly 1,000 years since we Tianming have no monks ascending. Many elders were shocked and a little excited. If Liu Yi really had such talent, he could even become the leader of the Baiun sect in the future, leading the rise of the Baiun sect and gaining a reputation throughout the eastern region. Thank you for the 1,500 points rewarded by the big fan of Xiao Mishu, 500 points for the reward by the big guy who dances with the maple, and 100 points for the reward by the big guy in 08A. Chapter 83. Ling Luo Peak Master lazily said, that kid's talent cannot be measured by common sense. He has already broken through the restrictions of the 3rd level of heaven and reached the 13th level of Qi training. There will be no heavenly catastrophe for this level of breakthrough. The only reason is it's just that this kid has a talent that we don't know about, but we haven't discovered it yet. Could it be that Liu Yi is actually some kind of fairy body? That's right, Liu Yi was mediocre before, but he only started to rise a few years ago, so he must have awakened. Anyway, it's normal for Liu Yi to have talents different from ordinary people. Liu Yi has improved too quickly since the Outer Sect competition. In their view, ordinary is the most abnormal. Liu Yi must have talents that they don't know about. Many elders were talking about it. Wu Qingfeng looked at Peak Master Ling Luo, and said, "Junior sister Ling Luo, Liu Yi is your disciple, how to discover his talent is up to you." The other elders, even the Peak Master, looked at Ling Luo Peak Master with envy. The two innate spirit bodies were accepted as apprentices by Ling Luo Peak Lord, and now Liu Yi, who has the appearance of the ancient arrogance, is also Ling Luo Peak Lord's apprentice. Why is Ling Luo Peak Lord so lucky? Master-student itself is a kind of cause and effect. If there is the name of master-student, then the disciple will have great achievements in the future, and the master will naturally gain something. This is also the reason why they envy Peak Lord Ling Luo the most. Especially Peak Master Yulan, who is also in the crowd at the moment, with a trace of sadness on her graceful and pretty face. She has not met a suitable disciple until now, and it is too difficult to find a disciple with outstanding talent. At this moment, a thunder sounded, and in the dark cloud, there was a purple thunder, like a sharp sword, piercing Ling Lufeng. Coming! Many elders and disciples cheered up one after another. Looking at Liu Yi, some were looking forward to it, some were envious, and some were full of excitement. Wu Qingfeng clenched his fists, and said slowly, "If Liu Yi succeeds in breaking through, then he will have the appearance of a fairy, and his future will be limitless. This is a rare opportunity for our Baiyun sect." Many elders and peak masters stared at Ling Lufeng, waiting for the final result. On Ling Luo Peak, Liu Yi was a little worried that Lei Ji would destroy his cave, so he deliberately came to a deserted wasteland to cross Ji. When the thunder fell, Liu Yi's heart was very peaceful. In fact, even if the master doesn't give him this array, he still has the confidence to resist the thunder. After all, he has so many magic weapons and treasures in his hand that he can't just look at them. With this formation plate that can resist the nascent soul's attack, there will be no problem. However, since the master said that he could try to temper the body with the thunder, he naturally had to give it a try. He looked up at the falling thunder, with the corners of his mouth raised, with a slight smile, the skin all over his body turned into jade, and he didn't activate the spiritual energy, completely exposing his body to the thunder. Boom! Heavenly thunder enveloped Liu Yi, arcs of lightning flashed on Liu Yi's jade-like body, and at the same time, violent power poured into Liu Yi's body. At this moment, the aura vortex in Liu Yi's body seemed to wake up, and wisps of colorful rays of light emerged, absorbing the violent power into his danshan and entering the aura vortex. In front of the spiritual vortex created by the Dao Qi, the violent power seemed to turn into a docile sheep, and instantly turned into a gentle and mellow primitive power, slowly spreading in Liu Yi's body. Liu Yi's jade body art has already been cultivated to the limit. His current physical body is extremely strong, but under the nourishment of that primitive power, he has started to improve again. On Liu Yi's jade-like body, there were lightning arcs dancing one after another, and finally formed purple lines on the surface of Liu Yi's body, just like thunder lines. When the texture was just formed, the aura in Liu Yi's body boiled, containing extremely terrifying power. At the same time, a flash of light flashed in Liu Yi's mind. He was bathed in the thunder, his consciousness merged with the thunder, and he felt the violent and destructive power is improving rapidly. The surface of Liu Yi's body was completely covered by thunder. As more and more thunder marks appeared on the surface of Liu Yi's body, all kinds of feelings came to Liu Yi's heart. The colorful glow of the spiritual vortex in his body seemed to contain endless Taoism, and the sound of the Tao sounded, and Liu Yi seemed to feel some kind of thunder mysterious, but it seems to be separated by a layer of fog. Liu Yi felt something, and used the opportunity he still had for an epiphany. Immediately, all kinds of truths and principles intertwined in Liu Yi's mind, and all kinds of feelings came to his heart. He gradually intertwined the extinction of Tian Li with the jade body art and the mystery of the artistic conception of thunder. On the surface of his body, the thunder patterns became more and more clear, the jade-like body shone with fluorescence, and lightning arcs emerged again. He was bathed in the sky thunder, his black hair danced, and there was a kind of primitive terrifying power emanating from his body, which made people feel ashamed. Palpitations. At this time, the first sky thunder dissipated, and the second sky thunder followed. Lui was bathed in the thunder, and his inner perception became deeper, and he gradually gained a little understanding. Jade cannot be cut into a weapon, and the power of thunder can also polish the body that is condensed with jade, and develop this jade-like body to a stronger potential again. This physical body will have the overall improvement of the jade body art, and at the same time, it can be as violent as thunder, bringing destruction to the enemy like a storm. Heavenly thunder and jade body art. Lui was bathed in the thunder, and realized a brand new body training method. With Lui's comprehension, the thunder patterns on the surface of his body gradually condensed from scattered, like lines of patterns, distributed on Lui's body, and a purple thunder mark appeared on his forehead, with an inexplicable majesty. With the formation of the Tianli jade body art, Lui's physical body is crazily improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tianli quenches his body, and under the transformation of the spiritual vortex of the Dao, there is almost no waste of power in it, and all of it is lost by Lui. It is used to temper one's own physical body. Outside Lingluo Peak, all the peak masters, elders, and inner disciples looked at Lui, who was bathed in thunder, with astonishment on their faces. Wu Qingfeng noticed the thunder streaks that gradually condensed on the surface of Lui's body, and he was a little surprised. Here, what is Lui doing? Elder Wang's eyes were almost popping out, and he exclaimed, "Sureness! This kid has enlightenment again. No, isn't this kid going through a catastrophe? Can he be enlightened even when he is struck by lightning? Is there any reason for this?" Dong Wanglian expressed his incomprehension, doubting life. Does he feel that he has cultivated the wrong immortal? Why is it completely different from Lui? It's not just an epiphany, this kid. He actually used the thunder to comprehend the artistic conception of thunder, and the artistic conception of thunder doesn't seem to be weak, and it's almost catching up with the sword intent, right? If old man Ming knows, he doesn't know what kind of expression will it be? Elder Xian's old face was shocked, because he was guarding the trial tower, so he didn't need to be like Elder Ming, and couldn't leave the library pavilion. At this moment, he also came over to join in the fun. Lui's artistic conception of thunder doesn't seem like he just comprehended it. When did he comprehend it? An elder's expression was numb. A cultivator in the realm of Qi training can comprehend the intent of the sword, but he also comprehended the artistic conception of thunder? Peak Master Ling Luo looked at Lui, then at Donggong Minjiu, raised his eyebrows. This brat competes with Xiao Minjiu every day, and I'm afraid he has learned something during this process. Donggong Minjiu? Her expression was blank. Hey? When the younger brother was sparring with me, he actually realized the artistic conception of thunder. Why, she can feel the sword intent every day, why can't she feel the sword intent? Is there something wrong? Wait, you see, something is wrong. Peak Lord Yulan saw Lui's gradually emerging strange fluctuations, his pupils shrank slightly, and a look of shock appeared on his graceful and beautiful face. All the disciples and elders of Jindan and Nascent Soul Realm felt it, and their faces changed. Even Peak Master Ling Luo was stunned, watching Lui whose body was gradually exuding primitive destructive power. He said, "This is terrible, this kid is actually comprehending the cultivation technique through the sudden enlightenment, the sky thunder and the artistic conception of thunder? Jade Body Ju. This little guy is practicing Jade Body Ju. I've heard old man Ming mention this before, but his Jade Body Ju has already been cultivated to such an extent. What kind of talent is this? No, the Jade Body art itself should not be so powerful. It is transformed into a new cultivation method under the influence of the sky thunder and the artistic conception of thunder. Numerous nascent soul and golden core cultivators were well informed and discussed a lot, and then they all understood what was going on, and looked at Liu Yi in disbelief. Wu Qingfeng was a little taken aback. Liu Yi unexpectedly learned a body training technique through thunder tribulation. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Looking at the level of the skill, I'm afraid it's not low, maybe it's at the level of Jindan. Peak Master Yulan said quietly, and glanced at Peak Master Ling Luo next to him, feeling a little jealous of Peak Master Ling Luo in his heart. Not only Peak Master Yulan, but other Peak Masters, even Wu Qingfeng, looked at Peak Master Ling Luo with jealousy. What kind of genius is this? The realm of Qi training has broken through to the realm of foundation establishment, and he has actually realized the exercises by himself. Elder Nascent Soul sighed. This son's talent even exceeds that girl Lu Ningxuang. Such a talent is really unheard of and unseen. No wonder being able to usher in a thunder calamity in the realm of Qi training, it really has the demeanor of the peerless arrogance of the ancient times. Wu Qingfeng looked deeply at Liu Yi, then turned his head to look at Peak Master Ling Luo, and said, "Junior sister Ling Luo, you can also see Liu Yi's talent. In the future, Liu Yi's cultivation resources will be supplied unlimitedly by me, Bianzong. If you need anything, just come to me." Peak Lord Ling Luo lazily said, "My direct disciple naturally has unlimited resources, so I'm afraid that if I want to train this brat, there are some things that the Biun sect doesn't have." Wu Qingfeng resolutely said, "If there is no one in Biun sect, I will find it for Liu Yi myself. I'd rather go out and walk around. I do have some stock in hand. If Liu Yi needs it, he can ask." All the elders of nascent soul, even the old guys in the realm of transforming gods, all spoke one after another. Peak Master Ling Luo glanced at the crowd, and said leisurely, "My disciples won't bother you, and what's more, you can get things that I can't even get?" Everyone fell silent all of a sudden. What Ling Luo Peak Master said is correct, her talent is amazing and her strength is unfathomable. If it's something that Ling Luo Peak Master doesn't have, they probably won't be able to get it. Seeing the elders scrambling to send resources to Liu Yi, all the disciples' eyes turned green with envy. It would be great if I had a talent like junior brother Liu. How dare you have such a daring dream? You also want to practice the Qi realm and comprehend the exercises? If I can comprehend the exercises of junior brother Liu in the nascent soul realm, I will be crazy. Don't think about it. Didn't you listen to what the elders said? Junior brother has already comprehended the artistic conception of thunder before. In the realm of Qi training, who can comprehend the artistic conception of sword and thunder? Let's not talk about artistic conception, okay, the realm of Qi training, who can cause thunder disaster? As soon as these words came out, many disciples fell silent. It's so sad. They can't even attract the basic thunder tribulation, so where is the follow-up? Xie Tianming looked at Liu Yi who was in the thunder, and sighed, "I am convinced of junior brother Lu's talent." He glanced at Wang Tianzun, who had a stiff expression beside him, and said with a smirk, "How is it? My junior brother is not bad, is he?" The corner of Wang Tianzun's mouth twitched violently, and he glanced at Xie Tianming. "I admit that junior brother Liu is indeed extremely talented, and I am far behind, but you, Xie Tianming, are you a fart? Are you as good as me? Hey, hurry up, the dignified Wang Tianzun can actually swear. You shut up." In the communication of everyone, the thunder disaster came to an end, the last thunder was absorbed by Liu Yi, the dark clouds in the sky became silent, and then slowly dissipated. The sky became clear again. Liu Yi was immersed in the artistic conception of Tian Li, suddenly lost the sense of thunder, froze for a moment, and opened his eyes. Then he saw that the dark clouds had dissipated, and Liu Yi's face collapsed. "Is this gone? This thunder calamity is not powerful enough. If he does it a few more times, his thunder conception will almost reach 40%, and he can continue to perfect and improve his heavenly thunder jade body art. Liu was a little unsure. At this moment, figures appeared beside Liu. Hearing Liu's words, everyone's faces became stiff. Others regard thunder calamity like a tiger, but this kid is addicted to being struck by thunder? Peak Master Ling Luo looked at Liu, who was surrounded by terrifying power, and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, he has good qualifications, and his vision as a teacher is indeed extraordinary. Wu Qingfeng came over, smiled and said, Liu, you are very good. As the head teacher of the Baiyun sect, Liu has lived in the Baiyun sect for so long, so he naturally knows him. He hastily cupped his hands and said, I've seen the head teacher. You don't need to be too polite. If you have any needs in the future, just mention it to the door. You just need to cultivate with peace of mind. Liu was stunned when he heard what they said. I should have been seen by them when I realized the exercises before. Liu smiled and said, Thank you, Master, I must practice hard. A group of elders also congratulated Liu for breaking through the foundation establishment realm. As for the disciples, they were squeezed outside and could only watch from a distance. Liu also responded with a smile. Until Ling Luo Peak Master used the reason that Liu had just made a breakthrough and needed to strengthen his cultivation base, he drove away all the elders and disciples, including the head teacher Wu Qingfeng. In the lively area, there were only Liu, Peak Master Ling Luo and Donggong Minjiao Master and Apprentice left. Master Ling Luo Peak yawned, patted Liu on the shoulder, and said, Yes, we have broken through to the foundation establishment stage, but the foundation establishment is just the beginning, and there is still a long way to go, so don't relax. Liu nodded seriously, I would like to follow Master's instruction. Ling Luo Peak Master stretched his waist, in that case, I will go back as a teacher. After tossing and tossing for so long, I am exhausted. Before she finished speaking, her body disappeared. Liu and Donggong Minjiao were left. Donggong Minjiao looked at Liu with stars shining in her eyes, Senior brother, you are too powerful. You actually comprehended the cultivation technique in the Thunder Calamity. She adores her senior brother a little bit, that's amazing. Liu smiled triumphantly, as the senior brother of Fairy in the future, he must also be a genius. He, what you said is great. This young lady will definitely be a fairy in the future. Donggong Minjiao was extremely proud. Then she looked at Liu and said expectantly, Brother, what is the body training method you have realized? Can you teach me? I want to learn too. Liu smiled, it's suitable for you to learn. After all, the Sky Thunder Jade Body Ju requires the power of thunder to cultivate, and can even use the power of thunder to accelerate the improvement speed of the Jade Body Ju. It can be said that the most suitable objects are those who are born with the spirit body of thunder and who understand the artistic conception of thunder. Liu thought it would be good to teach Donggong Minjiao. Thinking of this, Liu suddenly had another idea. He said to himself, I want my teacher sister to practice the heavenly thunder jade body art. Task: teach Donggong Minjiao to practice the heavenly thunder and jade body ju. Reward: the artistic conception of thunder is improved, and 5 drops of millennium spiritual milk. Whether to accept, yes/no. Really? And the rewards are pretty good too. Liu felt that he had discovered a new mission channel. He accepted the task and said with a smile, let's go to the cave, and the senior brother will teach you by hand. Donggong Minjiao nodded happily, good brother. It has to be said that Donggong Minjiao's talent is quite good, plus the innate thunder spirit body is indeed quite suitable for the heavenly thunder jade body art, and soon, Donggong Minjiao will gain something. However, when practicing, there will inevitably be some physical contact, and Donggong Minjiao quickly blushed and ran away. Liu was also very helpless. After all, he didn't write down the specific exercises, and some positions on the exercise route needed to be taught by hand to avoid accidents. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to record the exercises later. However, the task has been completed, and I will teach it frequently in the future, and in addition to discussing it, there will be rewards, which is also very good. Liu Yi was happy in his heart, and then he began to count the gains of this breakthrough. The main thing is the reward for breaking through the realm. There are 2 treasures, namely the low-grade treasure Ice Silk Boots and the middle-grade treasure Xuanyang Sword. The Ice Silk Boots are a pair of snow-white boots with strands of blue lines on them, which look extremely elegant and beautiful. Of course, beauty is not the point. As a low-grade treasure, it naturally has quite good functions. It can not only increase the speed, but also transform the aura into frosty air, forming ice fog. At critical moments, it is enough to affect the opponent's ability to move. As a middle-grade treasure, the Xuanyang sword is naturally extremely powerful, and it contains the power of Xuanyang, which greatly enhances the power of the spirit energy, which is much stronger than the Qingling sword given by the master. As for the others, they are also quite good treasures. Needless to say, the 3 tea leaves of enlightenment can be used by Liu Yi to improve his comprehension. Liu Yi's eyes lit up with the increase in the designated spell level. He has just broken through to the foundation building realm and plans to practice the Immortal Sword Sutra. Given the difficulty of the Immortal Sutra, the Immortal Sword Sutra is estimated to be extremely difficult to cultivate. With this designated upgrade, it can save him a lot of effort. Chapter 84, Indestructible Sword Seed. Liu Yi didn't have the opportunity to increase the level of the designated spell immediately, but planned to wait for the Immortal Sword Sutra to reach a certain bottleneck before using it, which might have a better effect. In addition to the task rewards for breaking through to the foundation building realm, Liu Yi's greatest achievement is the self-created body training method Heavenly Thunder and Jade Body Art. The Heavenly Thunder Jade Body Ju is based on the Jade Body Ju, tempering the body with the power of thunder. It is a body training method in the Golden Core realm. However, Liu Yi has a feeling that this is not the real limit of the Heavenly Thunder Jade Body technique. How can it be so simple to temper the body with the Heavenly Thunder? It's just that he doesn't have enough foundation now, he only has the foundation building realm, and he doesn't have enough experience to comprehend higher level exercises. Liu Yi is not in a hurry, he will continue to make breakthroughs in the future, and when he breaks through to the Golden Core realm and attracts the Thunder Tribulation again, he can also continue to strengthen the Heavenly Thunder Jade Body technique. In addition to improving one's own physical body, the Heavenly Thunder Jade Body Art also has a powerful explosive secret technique, entangled with thunder patterns, which is enough to exert a power far beyond one's own strength. This also makes Tianli Yushinju seem unusual. Of course, for Liu Yi, what is truly precious is the comprehension of this self-created exercise, which gave him great confidence. Even if he is only in the foundation building state now, the Dao method he mastered can still create the body training method of the Golden Core state, and the Dao is right in front of his eyes. With the power of Heavenly Thunder, Liu Yi directly cultivated the Heavenly Thunder Jade Body Art to level 3. At this moment, Liu Yi's physical body has become extremely powerful, even surpassing the original limit level of the Jade Body Art. This is not a small gain. After summarizing what he had learned, Liu Yi calmed down. As the master said, building the foundation is only the beginning of the road to immortality, and we must continue to work hard. I am still a newbie. He took out the leather book and began to read the Immortal Sword Sutra. This is the technique that he will practice for a long time to come. Liu Yi issued the task by himself, read the Undying Sword Sutra roughly, and gained a certain understanding of the Undying Sword Sutra in his heart. The Immortal Sword Sutra aims to condense an immortal sword seed in the Danshan, and use the sword seed to accumulate immortal sword energy. The sword energy cultivated is extremely tough and powerful, with unimaginable power. It's a pity that this skill can only reach the nascent soul realm. Liu Yi looked at the cultivation technique, and there were 7 color streamers faintly flowing in the vortex of Dao Linqi in his body. The sound of Dao reverberated in Liu Yi's mind. This surprised Liu Yi very much. As early as when he broke through the thunder tribulation, he found that something was wrong with the aura vortex in his body, and it seemed that it could improve his understanding of Taoism. In the sky thunder, Liu Yi was like this, so he quickly improved the artistic conception of thunder. Is this the effect of Dao Qi? Liu Yi thought that when he obtained the Qi of the Dao, the news about the Qi of the Dao would make people more intimate with the Dao and understand the Dao. He used all the energy of the 8 ways to build the foundation, and the effect is really good. Liu Yi was very happy. With such a Dao foundation, if his comprehension improved a bit, even the immortal scriptures would not be too difficult for him to comprehend. Thinking of this, Liu Yi took out another piece of enlightenment tea and made a pot of tea. Enlightenment tea leaves float in the center of the tea, and the mist that rises from the tea has a strong fragrance, as if there is a hint of Tao. Liu Yi took a sip, and suddenly felt that his mind was clear and his thoughts were flooding. While sipping tea, he read a book and began to study the Indestructible Sword Sutra carefully. A week later, Liu Yi sat cross-legged, a golden sword pattern appeared between his eyebrows, and his body released a sharp sword intent. In Liu Yi's body, above his aura vortex filled with colorful rays of light, a small golden sword fluttered slowly. It is the Immortal Sword species. After Liu Yi obtained the Immortal Sword Sutra, he studied it day and night, and finally gained something. Today, he condensed the Immortal Sword Seed, and completely introduced the Immortal Sword Sutra. You know, this is the Immortal Scripture, and it only took 7 days to get started, which is shocking enough. After condensing the Immortal Sword Seed, Liu Yi discovered that it was somewhat different from the Immortal Scripture. Logically speaking, condensing the Immortal Sword Seed could completely transform his spiritual energy into the Immortal Sword Qi, but the danshan in his body did not. The 7-colored vortex still exists, shining brightly, and the Immortal Sword species can only be suspended outside, and cannot even be integrated into it. This made Liu Yi look a little weird. It seems that the aura vortex, which is fused with the aura of the Dao, is much more powerful than the Immortal Sword. However, Liu Yi found that if he circulated his spiritual energy, he could still transform his own spiritual energy into Immortal Sword energy through the Immortal Sword Seed. The Immortal Sword Qi has powerful killing power and is extremely domineering. If it is combined with Kendo techniques, its power will be doubled. Liu Yi was extremely satisfied with this. After condensing the Indestructible Sword Seed, Liu Yi completely consolidated his realm. The spiritual vortex in his body was like a black hole, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy crazily. Otherwise, the Millennium Essence milk in his hand will be out of stock. But going on like this is not an option, and we have to find some new mission channels. In addition, let the junior sister improve her strength quickly, so that the task rewards can be more and better. If the junior sister is promoted to the foundation establishment level, the task reward must be 10,000 years of spiritual milk, right? It's a pity that Liu Yi often gives Donggong Minjiu resources, which have far exceeded what she used before, and she has just broken through to the 12th level of Qi training, and there is still a long way to go before foundation establishment. On this day, Liu Yi was practicing, when suddenly Donggong Minjiu came to the door, saying that master had something to do with them. Liu Yi was a little curious about what was going on, followed Donggong Minjiu to the top of Ling Luo Peak, and saw that the door of the bamboo house was open, and the master of Ling Luo Peak was still looking like a salted fish, lying on the recliner. To Liu Yi's surprise, Lu Ningxuang unexpectedly came back and was sitting on the side. Liu Yi was a little surprised and said, "Senior sister Lu Ningxuang, are you back?" When Lu Ningxuang saw Liu Yi, a slight smile appeared on her cold face, and she nodded, "Well, I just came back, junior brother Liu, congratulations on breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. I heard that you attracted thunder tribulation, it's really amazing." As soon as Lu Ningxuang returned to the sect, she heard the discussion about Liu Yi's breakthrough in the foundation building realm. Her junior brother, breaking through the foundation building realm unexpectedly caused a thunder calamity, and even created a kung fu technique of her own. This shocked Lu Ningxuang, even she was not so strong in the Qi training realm, and when she broke through to the foundation establishment realm, she did not cause thunder calamity. Liu Yi smiled embarrassingly, "Senior sister, I'm overwhelmed." Donggong Minjiu on the side patted Liu Yi's shoulder with a smile, "Brother, you are too modest, you are just talented." At this time, Ling Luo Peak Master yawned and said, "What do you have to say? I will talk about it later. I have something to say to you too as a teacher." Liu Yi and Donggong Minjiu looked at Peak Master Ling Luo with some curiosity. Peak Master Ling Luo said, "The Donglan ancient site, which is once in 100 years, is about to open in 1 year. Our Baiun sect has 20 places. Before the opening of the ancient site, the sect will have a small competition. Only those who pass the small compared to the foundation establishment disciples who can enter it. Liu Yi, you have already established the foundation, with your natural combat power, there is no problem, I just let you know, it is up to you whether you go or not." As for Xiao Minjiu, she looked at Donggong Minjiu, and said, "Your cultivation speed is much faster than before, and you have already cultivated the 12th level of Qi training. Within a year, you decide whether to hit the 13th level of Qi training or break through." Donggong Minjiu's face turned serious when she heard the words. She nodded and said, "I know, Master." When Liu Yi heard the words of Peak Master Ling Luo, he suddenly realized, is it time for the opening of the Donglan historic site? Liu Yi is in the Baiun sect, but he has heard of it several times. This is a well-known ancient relic in Qingzhou. It was a battleground between the human race and the monster race before I don't know how long ago. In the ancient times, when the great powers fought, the aura was turbulent, causing the space to crack, forming a small world of its own, and even the rules were different from Tianming continent, only monks under the foundation could enter it. There are a lot of precious herbs and treasures in the historic sites, such as the treasures of heaven and earth that cast the foundation, and even the treasures of heaven and earth that improve the grain of the golden elixir. Not only that, as the place where the human race and the monster race fought, there may be many magic weapon inheritances left by powerful monks, depending on whether you are lucky enough to find them. Once a powerful inheritance is found, it may not be impossible to soar into the sky. Every time it is opened, a large number of monks flock to it. Of course, the Donglan ancient site is located in the area where Baiun sect, Blood Spirit sect, Cold Winter Valley, Wanhua sect, and Sky Snake sect are located. It is jointly controlled by 5 sects. The most elite disciples in the house went in to collect the scrapes. Of course, the disciples also hope to enter it and obtain resources, which makes the competition very fierce. Thinking of this, Liu Yi felt a little hopeful in his heart. According to Liu Yi's experience, tasks like this can definitely be issued, and the rewards are quite expensive. Coincidentally, I don't have many resources in my hand now, and it is still enough for now, but when his cultivation base is higher and he starts to break the heavenly restriction of the foundation building realm, I am afraid it may not be enough. Yes, the foundation establishment realm is also limited by the 3 levels of heaven, and Liu Yi's goal is naturally to break through all 3 levels, which requires a lot of resources. Liu Yi said to himself, I want to participate in the foundation establishment competition. Task: participate in the foundation building competition, and get rewards according to the ranking. Whether to accept, yes/no. Liu Yi continued to think to himself, I want to enter the Donglan ancient site. Task: enter Donglan historic site. Reward: 30 drops of Wanyan essence milk. Whether to accept, yes/no. When Liu Yi saw the reward, his heart was moved immediately. After breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, Liu Yi's current cultivation resources were a bit stretched, and finally there was a new reward. Liu Yi decisively accepted the task. This is just entering the Donglan historic site, and there are such high rewards. If you randomly post a few tasks in the ancient site, isn't that a lot of rewards? Liu Yi was full of anticipation. He smiled and said, Master, I plan to go to Donglan ancient site. Peak Master Ling Luo nodded slightly. In this case, then you should prepare well. Before entering, you'd better improve your strength. There are many dangers in the ancient site. Even if you are talented, you still need to be cautious. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Liu Yi nodded seriously, I know Master. Peak Master Ling Luo nodded, and then asked, Recently, I have been practicing the Immortal Sword Sutra, is there anything that I don't understand? Although my teacher has not practiced the Immortal Sword Sutra, I should be able to give you some advice. Liu Yi said with a smile, the training is going well, and I just condensed the Immortal Sword. Ling Luo Peak Master. She froze, then waved her hand, let's go. Damn genius. Peak Master Ling Luo muttered inwardly, such a disciple lost all the fun of being a master. Liu Yi paused, thought for a while, and said, Master, is there anything I can help you with? Running errands to buy wine? Or cleaning the bamboo house? It's all here. If you don't do a few tasks, Liu Yi always feels that he has lost something. However, when Ling Luo Peak Master heard Liu Yi say to clean the bamboo house, he glanced at him quietly, waved his hand, and Liu Yi immediately flew out of the bamboo house. Practice hard. Both Donggong Minjiu and Lu Ningxuang looked at Peak Master Ling Luo with some doubts, not understanding why Peak Master Ling Luo lost his temper suddenly. Peak Master Ling Luo noticed the expressions of the two of them, and said slowly, you guys also go back and practice hard. Lu Ningxuang cupped her hands and said, disciple will leave. Donggong Minjiu also smiled and said, Master, this disciple is gone. When the two left the bamboo house, they saw Liu Yi coming out of the bamboo forest with a disheveled face. Liu Yi was annoyed secretly, forgot to clean the master's room last time. I can't mention cleaning the bamboo house next time, otherwise I might not be able to receive the task. Donggong Minjiu came over and asked with some doubts, Brother, what did you do to make Master angry? There was surprise on her small face, it's the first time I've seen Master angry. Even Lu Ningxuang on the side nodded slightly, and glanced at the closed door of the bamboo house, me too. Before Liu Yi could speak, he felt a faint coercion gathering on him. The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly, maybe it's because Master didn't rest. Let's go down quickly. Donggong Minjiu always felt that things were not that simple, she rolled her big eyes, looked at Liu Yi, and then stopped asking, then let's go. By the way, senior sister Ningxuang rarely comes back, let's go to the senior brother's place to gather together, how about a meal? Brother, do you think it's okay? Liu Yi glanced at Donggong Minjiu, saw that she couldn't help swallowing, and said speechlessly, do you want to eat spiritual food? Donggong Minjiu laughed. Lu Ningxuang was a little puzzled, spiritual food? What spiritual food? Liu Yi smiled, senior sister has been out to do missions for a while, and during this time, junior brother has learned some recipes for spiritual food and spiritual wine in his spare time. With a hint of surprise on Lu Ningxuang's cold face, she glanced at Liu Yi and said with a light smile, then can you taste it, senior sister? If senior sister is interested, of course. Great. Let's go. Let's have dinner together. Donggong Minjiu was the happiest and said with a cheerful smile. The three of Liu Yi came to Liu Yi's cave, and Liu Yi took out some spiritual food, including tiger bone ginseng soup, charcoal barbecue steak, and 2 kinds of spiritual food rewarded by Liu Yi's previous trial tower, which were crystal dumplings and polygonatum roast chicken. After using the crystal dumpling, one can improve one's aura within a short period of time, but as the aura in the spiritual food is exhausted, the cultivation will still return to its original state. The effect of this improvement is naturally not as good as the explosive type of pills, but the advantage is that the spiritual food is mild and has no side effects. Usual roast chicken is a relatively rare spiritual food that can detoxify. If you eat too much, it can even increase your resistance to toxins. It can be said to be quite precious. Both kinds of spiritual food are in the foundation building state, and they can also be eaten by Donggong Minjiu. As for the spirit wine, it is Yunchen Lu, he has not obtained any other spirit wine formula. The effect of Yunchen Lu on improving mental power was already very weak to him. His spiritual power has been stuck on the verge of transformation, and he is just a step away. Unfortunately, there are no other treasures that can help him transform. Liu Yi was a little helpless, but he was not in a hurry, there was plenty of time. Several kinds of spiritual food and spiritual wine were taken out, and the rich fragrance spread. Lu Ningshuang looked at Liu Yi with surprise on her pretty face. You cooked these, junior brother? Donggong Minjiu proudly put her hands on her hips. That's right, it was made by senior brother. Senior brother's craftsmanship is really good. Seeing her smug look, those who didn't know thought she did it. Liu Yi nodded and said with a smile, well, when you have time, you can practice this, senior sister, try it. Lu Ningshuang took a sip of the milky white tiger bone spirit ginseng soup with a spoon, feeling the slight warm current in her body, she exclaimed softly, it's such a powerful effect. You know, she is in the realm of Yuanying, and she can vaguely feel the effect of aura. This tiger bone ginseng soup is only in the realm of qi training, so one can imagine how strong the effect of this spiritual food is. Junior brother's talent is really amazing. Not only is his talent for cultivation strong, but he also has such a talent for spiritual food. Liu Yi smiled slightly, with senior sister's cultivation base, these spiritual foods are not very useful, they are just to satisfy the appetite, eat more if you like. Lu Ningshuang nodded lightly, yes. The three of them are all direct disciples of Peak Master Ling Luo, they can be said to be the closest brothers and sisters, chatting while eating. Donggong Minjiu was the weakest, and the aura contained in the spiritual food was a great tonic for her. After she didn't eat much, her pretty face flushed and her whole body was sweating, feeling a little too much. So Donggong Minjiu rushed into Liu Yi's training room and started refining. But Liu Yi and Lu Ningshuang continued to eat. With a wave of Liu Yi's hand, the jug on the table floated up automatically, filling Lu Ningshuang with Yunchen Du. Lu Ningshuang drank it and sighed, brother, this Yunchen Lu is really good. If senior sister has this Yunchen Lu in the qi training realm, she should be able to break through to the foundation building realm earlier. Xiao Minjiu has good luck. Liu Yi smiled, senior sister, I am honored. If you are lucky enough to encounter a high-level spiritual food formula in the future, then junior brother will make some spiritual food suitable for you. Lu Ningshuang glanced at Liu Yi, then pursed her lips and smiled, then senior sister will thank junior brother first. Liu Yi filled Lu Ningshuang with wine again, and said, by the way, what task did senior sister do this time, and it took so long? Lu Ningshuang said indifferently, a nascent soul snake monster is making trouble in the territory of Outer Sect. That snake monster is very alert. I chased him for a long time, and almost escaped from the eastern region before I killed him. Liu Yi. Good guy, that snake demon is also quite miserable. The eastern territory is so big, and the distance from the Outer Sect's domain to the border is more than tens of thousands of miles, yet it was hunted down so far. However, the relationship between the monster race and the human race is not that good at all. There have been many wars in history. The snake monster is in the territory of the human race. If it is not good, it dares to make trouble. It is really not afraid of death. Thanks to the book friend 201903252111127766 for the 300-point reward, thanks to the HLDWMYC boss for the 100-point reward, thanks to the 100-point reward for crossing the hills but found no one waiting for the boss, and thanks to the Dark Trophy boss for the 100-point reward, thanks to the 100-point reward from the 08A boss, and thanks to the 100-point reward from the Kinjian Book Crazy boss. Chapter 85 The Artistic Conception of Water. Lu Yi chuckled lightly, "Senior sister is exceptionally strong, let's respect senior sister." The two chatted while drinking, and they didn't end the dinner until Donggong Minjiahe finished refining the medicine. After that, the three went back separately, and Lu Yi continued to practice. In the following time, Lu Yi practiced steadily. It is worth mentioning that because Lu Yi's talent was too strong, the sect made a special case for him, so that Lu Yi didn't even need to do sect missions, and he could practice with peace of mind. In fact, all the elders and teachers of Baiun sect didn't even want Lu Yi to go out too much. After all, the Blood Spirit sect and the Baiun sect are still at war, and the disciples of the Blood Spirit sect and the Baiun sect are still fighting every day in the Baiun sect, which is very chaotic. Lu Yi's talent is so powerful, if he encounters danger when he goes out, then Bianzong will suffer a lot. For Lu Yi, this is naturally a good thing. He doesn't have to do Zongmen missions, so he can save a lot of worry. Breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm with the 13th level of Qi training, and building the foundation with Dao Qi, Lu Yi's foundation is extremely solid, and his cultivation speed is extremely fast in the Foundation Establishment realm. In addition, they all used the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk to practice, and the exercises were still the fairy scriptures. In just 1 month, Lu Yi broke through to the 2nd floor of the foundation. After another 2 months, Lu Yi broke through to the 3rd floor of the foundation building. A year later, Lu Yi's cultivation directly reached the level of the 5th floor of the foundation, which is simply unimaginable for other monks. For ordinary foundation building monks, it is already worth being happy to break through a small realm in 10 years. Even genius monks cannot have such a terrifying speed of cultivation. On this day, in Lu Yi's cave, Lu Yi sat cross-legged, wisps of rich aura circulated around his body, and streams of transparent sword aura hovered around him. After a while, the sword energy dissipated and the spiritual energy gradually calmed down. Lu Yi opened his eyes. He exhaled slightly, got up, stretched his waist, and showed a smile. It's finally time. Today is the day of the Foundation Establishment Ziobi, and the Foundation Establishment cultivators who entered the Donglan historic site were selected. Lu Yi has no psychological pressure. During this year, Lu Yi has gained a lot. In addition to reaching the 5th level of foundation building, other aspects have also made great progress. He practiced the Qi training chapter of the Immortal Sword Sutra, rehardened the foundation of Biunyan Kaiju practice, and practiced the foundation establishment chapter. The number of epiphanies he obtained from the master every month was basically used on this. The foundation building chapter has been upgraded to the level of LV6, which is the realm of returning to the true. You know, this is the immortal scripture. In just 1 year, the foundation establishment chapter has been cultivated to the state of returning to the true state. This speed can be said to be rare in the world. The cultivation efficiency of the foundation building chapter of the Immortal Sword Sutra in the realm of Gijin is extremely high, which is also one of the important reasons why Lu Yi was able to break through the realm within a year and reach the 5th level of foundation building. Not only the speed of cultivation, but also the immortal sword Qi condensed from the Immortal Sword Sutra in the realm of returning to the true realm is also extremely terrifying and powerful, far exceeding the original limit of the Biunyan Qi art. In addition, Lu Yi has already practiced Kixuan swordsmanship, the golden alchemy method, to level 8. Lu Yi has not tried how powerful it is, but I am afraid it will not be weak. Lu Yi also focuses on the cultivation of Jindan's secret art transformation technique, but because the difficulty is not low, he has not used the number of times of epiphany, so far he has only cultivated to level 6. Lu Yi is also practicing Tian Li Jade Body Ju every day. Lu Yi's body training resources are not as good as Qi training. Although the speed of Blood Yuan Dan is not too fast, it is acceptable, and now it has also reached the LV5 level. In addition, Liu Yi also practiced several foundation building skills and spells. Because of Liu Yi's extraordinary talent, Bai Yunzong even opened the library pavilion for Liu Yi unconditionally. As long as it is the skills and spells that Liu Yi needs to practice, he can use them at any time. It can be said that Liu Yi's strength has reached a certain level at this moment. If he goes all out, he doesn't even know how strong he will be. Liu Yi walked out of the cave, and saw a ray of sword light flashing past, falling outside the cave. It was Lu Ningxuang. Lu Ningxuang was dressed in white and had a cool pretty face. After seeing Liu Yi, a faint smile appeared on her face. "Junior brother, are you ready?" Liu Yi nodded slightly, yes. During this year, Lu Ningxuang did not go out much, and did not retreat for too long, and there were many opportunities for communication between the two. Coupled with the presence of Donggong Minjiu, a lively pistachio, the three of them would have dinner together from time to time, and the relationship was much closer than before. "With your strength, there is no problem." Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly. While the two were talking, Donggong Minjiu also ran over, and she said with a smile, "Senior brother, let's work harder today." Donggong Minjiu finally decided not to break through the foundation building, but to continue to polish the foundation and break through to the 13th level of Qi training. This is something that is really related to future achievements and cannot be ignored. If it was before, Donggong Minjiu might be satisfied to reach the 12th level of Qi training, but now, with a lot of Bale Yingling milk given by Liu Yi, plus various spiritual food resources that she often eats, her conditions are even better than before. With such resources, plus her own amazing talent, it would be a pity not to hit the 13th level of Qi training. Without breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, Donggong Minjiu would naturally not participate in the foundation establishment competition. She and Lu Ningxuang both went to accompany Liu Yi to participate in the competition. "Little Minjiu is here, since that's the case, let's go." Lu Ningxuang took out her own white jade boat, and the three of them stepped on the white jade boat, turned into a streamer, and flew towards the small central city. The place to build the foundation is on the square in the trial tower area. As soon as the three of Liu Yi arrived, they saw a large number of disciples either standing on the square or floating in the air. Some of these disciples are in the foundation building state, some are in the golden core or even the nascent soul state. After all, the Donglan historic site is opened only once in 100 years, so many monks are willing to come and see the excitement of such a small competition of foundation establishment. Even, Liu Yi saw quite a few elders standing in the sky, as if they were here to watch the excitement. At this moment, there are more arenas in the square around the trial tower, which are used by the foundation establishment Ziobi. Seeing the three of Liu Yi approaching, all the monks looked over one after another, no matter if they were inner disciples or elders. After Liu Yi caused thunder tribulation in the realm of Qi training, it can be said that he is more famous than senior sister Lu Ningxuang. In the entire inner sect, there is almost no one who does not know him. All the monks discussed in low voices. "It's junior brother Liu, junior brother Liu is here. Of course he will come." The historic site of Donglan opens once every 100 years, and there are opportunities everywhere. With junior brother Lu's talent, if he enters it, he will definitely become stronger in the future. It opens once in 100 years, and unexpectedly, it was bumped into by junior brother Liu. Junior brother Liu is really lucky. A genius who can cause thunder calamity at the level of Qi training, how could his luck be so bad? No one would guess whether Liu Yi could pass the selection and enter the Donglan historic site. This is not unexpected at all. After all, Liu Yi has already rushed to the 23rd floor in the trial tower, which means that Liu Yi can kill the monks on the 3rd floor of the Golden Core. It has always been ranked first in the foundation building trial list, and it has hardly wavered. With such strength, who would doubt it? Lu Ningxuang looked at Liu Yi, smiled lightly and said, "Junior brother, go down, we'll watch here." Liu Yi nodded. Yujian landed and came to the square. There are quite a few foundation building monks here, and they are all monks participating in the foundation building competition. Because there are quite a few monks in the foundation building realm of the inner sect, in order to save time, the sect decided that only 1,000 foundation building monks on the trial list can participate in the small competition. This is a threshold. As soon as Liu Yi landed, the foundation establishment cultivators greeted him with smiles. "Junior brother Liu, you're here. I hope I won't meet junior brother Liu later, otherwise it will be miserable." Liu Yi responded with a smile one by one. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded, "Junior brother Liu." Liu Yi turned his head and saw Zhang Fan approaching. Beside Zhang Fan, there were a few monks from the foundation establishment realm following him. Liu Yi smiled and said, "Brother Zhang Fan, long time no see." Zhang Fan looked at Liu Yi and sighed, "It's been a while since I saw you. During this period of time, I have been doing tasks outside to cultivate resources, and I have been busy." Liu Yi smiled. Senior brother Zhang Fan's achievements are still obvious, and the foundation has already been built on the 3rd floor. The last time Liu Yi and Zhang Fan met was more than half a year ago. At that time, Liu Yi had already made a breakthrough. Zhang Fan, Bai Yulong and Tai Man returned to the sect to recuperate and got together with Liu Yi. At that time, Zhang Fan had only built the 2nd floor of the foundation, and in the past half a year, he had raised another floor, which can be regarded as a pretty good cultivation speed. Liu Yi couldn't help sighing. It was indeed the acquired water spirit body, although it was not as good as the innate spirit body, it was still much faster than ordinary monks. Liu Yi remembered that it took Zhang Fan only 2 years to break through to the foundation establishment realm, and it took more than 2 years to break through to the 3rd level of foundation establishment, which is equivalent to breaking through a small realm in a year, which is quite good. What surprised Liu Yi the most was that senior brother Zhang Fan actually entered the top 1,000 in the trial list by virtue of his cultivation of the 3rd level of foundation building, which shows that senior brother Zhang Fan's combat power is extremely strong, far exceeding his own strength. It is conceivable that Zhang Fan himself should have some cards in his hole. The disciples beside you are also disciples of Yushui Peak, Zhang Fan's senior brothers and sisters. Seeing Zhang Fan and Liu Yi's close relationship, they all looked at Zhang Fan in astonishment. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fan and this rumored Liu Yi, who has the appearance of a fairy, has such a good relationship. For a moment, a group of monks looked at Zhang Fan, their eyes flickering. To be able to make friends with Liu Yi, junior brother Zhang is probably extremely talented. Several people made up their minds to make good friends with Zhang Fan in the future. Liu Yi and Zhang Fan chatted about things outside the sect, including Bai Yulong and Timan. After all, Bai Yulong and Timan's talents are not as good as Zhang Fan's. In 2 years, even if they ran around, went through life and death, and obtained a lot of resources, they only broke through to the 2nd floor of the foundation building. Pretty good. But compared with the old disciples, the gap is still very obvious. In terms of combat power, the two of them couldn't compare with Zhang Fan. They didn't make it to the top 1,000 in the trial list, and naturally they didn't have the chance to enter the Donglan historic site. Regarding this, Zhang Fan felt a little regretful. This time I entered the Donglan historic site, if I encounter treasures suitable for Bai Yulong and Timan, it can improve their strength. Liu Yi laughed and said, "Senior brother Zhang Fan has such a heart, I think senior brother Bai Yulong and senior brother Timan will be very moved." While the two were talking and laughing, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Wu Qingfeng. Wu Qingfeng's face was serious and majestic, completely different from the gentleness he had when he first met Liu Yi. He glanced at the foundation establishment cultivator below, and said calmly, "I think you all know what the purpose of this little competition is. It is a great opportunity for a foundation building cultivator, but the opportunity also requires strength to win. If you do not have the strength, even if you enter the ancient site, you will lose your life in vain. Therefore, if you want to enter the ancient site, you must use your strength." Wu Qingfeng said some words of encouragement, and then indicated that the competition had begun. The foundation building small competition is actually similar to Liu Yi's previous big competition in the Outer Sect. The top 1,000 disciples compete in pairs, and the opponents are determined by lottery, which is entirely dependent on luck. Liu Yi's luck was not particularly good. In the first match, he met a brother named Li Feng who was a 9th-floor foundation builder. Li Feng was handsome and had a gentle smile on his face, but when he got into the ring and saw Liu Yi walking up, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Liu Yi saw Li Feng's look of lovelessness, and laughed dryly. "Senior brother Li Feng, please advise." Li Feng twitched the corners of his mouth, his expression was uglier than crying, and said, "Young brother, you are too polite. Senior brother thinks that his strength is far inferior to his, so I admit defeat." Whether it was the disciples below or the monks watching the show in the sky, there were no surprises. Wu Qingfeng and several elders looked at Li Feng who had left the ring, and they were also communicating. "This Li Feng is out of luck. It's really a pity. He is enough to be ranked in the top 10 among my foundation building disciples in Chilia Peak. I didn't expect to meet Liu Yi in the first round. Luck is also a part of strength. The Donglan historic site is not only about chance. If you are not lucky, you may die soon after entering." Wu Qingfeng said indifferently. "That's what the teacher said. Luck is indeed important." Xiaobi proceeded very quickly, and after a few rounds, the top 100 rankings were selected. Every time Liu Yi met an opponent, when he saw that the opponent turned out to be him, his face would collapse. No way, the strength Liu Yi showed in the trial tower was completely invincible in their view. Naturally, one by one, all directly admit defeat. In this regard, Liu Yi was not surprised at all. To him, participating in the competition was just a formality. To Liu Yi's surprise, senior brother Zhang Fan successfully entered the top 100. The disciples in the top 100 are basically at the 8th or higher level of foundation building, and Zhang Fan, who is at the 3rd level of foundation building, is particularly conspicuous. Of course, Liu Yi was not counted. Liu Yi watched Zhang Fan's competition, and found that he had learned a very good golden alchemy technique, which was so powerful that it moved like a stormy sea, pushing his opponent out of the game. Liu Yi sighed in his heart, as expected of the acquired water spirit physique, its strength is indeed good. At this moment, Liu Yi suddenly thought of something. He said to himself, "I want to defeat senior brother Zhang Fan." Task: defeat Zhang Fan. Reward: the mood of a wisp of water, 1 drop of Wanyan spiritual milk. Whether to accept, yes/no. Liu Yi's eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. It had been a while since he had discussed with senior brother Zhang Fan, and he hadn't even released the mission. After all, the reward for defeating senior brother Zhang Fan was too low, so Liu Yi simply didn't bother to release the mission. Unexpectedly, brother Zhang Fan, after awakening Tian Shui spirit body and breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, would get a good reward again? Wonderful! Every time a drop of Wanyan Lingrui is better than the reward of my junior sister. Not only that, but there is also the reward of the artistic conception of water. If he comprehended the artistic conception of water, Liu Yi could have mastered 3 artistic concepts. It seems that there is time to have a good discussion with senior brother Zhang Fan. By the way, I still have a drop of spiritual liquid in my hand. I won't need it anyway. Why don't I give it to senior brother Zhang Fan when I come out of the Donglan ancient site later? At that time, senior brother Zhang Fan will be stronger, and he will be able to get better rewards for his sparring tasks. Zhang Fan defeated his opponent, got off the ring, and returned to Liu Yi. Seeing that Liu Yi was looking at him, he froze for a moment, somewhat puzzled. "Junior brother Liu, What's wrong? Liu Yi smiled, it's just that I haven't seen senior brother Zhang Fan for a while, but I'm really surprised that his strength has improved so much. Zhang Fan smiled casually, brother's words are a bit of a joke. Compared with my brother, my progress is not worth mentioning. Liu Yi smiled, that can't be said like that. Everyone has their own strengths. Senior brother Zhang Fan's skills are impressive. If we have free time, we can learn from each other. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, if so, that's of course the best. In fact, he naturally also wanted to compete with Liu Yi. After all, Liu Yi's talent and strength are there, and it is quite helpful for him to compete. But before, his strength was comparable to that of Liu Yi, and he couldn't brazenly propose to compete with Liu Yi. Unexpectedly, now that Liu Yi proposed it himself, Zhang Fan naturally had no reason to refuse. Zhang Fan couldn't help sighing, junior brother Liu is really kind, is he trying to help me improve my strength? Zhang Fan was moved in his heart, junior brother Liu was really kind to him like a mountain. The big competition continued, and after the top 100, the competition became more intense. Even monks on the 8th or 9th floor of the foundation building have more than enough heart but not enough strength. However, for the opportunity of the Donglan ancient site, even if they knew they were invincible, they had to fight, and the battle became more intense. Although Zhang Fan had cultivated a golden elixir technique to a very advanced level, danger began to appear everywhere. Just when Liu Yi was thinking about whether to help him, Zhang Fan actually took out an extremely powerful magic weapon. It was a small white bottle that looked a bit worn out. A lot of mysterious water escaped from the bottle. Under Zhang Fan's control, he can attack and defend, quite powerful. Even a monk at the peak of foundation establishment couldn't break through Sun Shui's defense. This has aroused a lot of attention. Liu Yi glanced over, and with his almost metamorphosed spiritual perception, he could feel the powerful power contained in this vial, which might be enough to threaten low-level Jindan monks. This is a top-grade magic weapon, even close to the power of a low-grade treasure. Liu Yi felt weird, this should be brother Zhang Fan's chance. As expected of a person with Fan in his name, he is indeed lucky. This magic weapon looks a little damaged, if it is repaired, it may be stronger. Although Zhang Fan's cultivation level is not enough, and it is a bit difficult to use this magic weapon, but Zhang Fan really broke into the top 20. In the end, the top 20 were settled, and Liu Yi and Zhang Fan were all among them. Other than that, there were 5 brothers and sisters who were at the peak of foundation establishment, and the others were all at the 9th level of foundation establishment. From participating in the small contest to the end, Liu Yi has never made a move. He wondered if he came to watch the show, so he was a little helpless. After the competition ended, Wu Qingfeng landed on the ring, glanced at Liu Yi's 20 people, and said calmly, "You are the 20 people who entered the Donglan historic site. Go back and prepare for your departure in a week." Chapter 86 The Sound of Fighting Before Endless Years. Afterwards, Wu Qingfeng announced that the contest was over, and everyone left. Liu Yi, Lu Ningxuang, and Donggong Minjiao left and returned to Lingluo Peak. The next 7 days were spent in peace, and soon it was time to assemble. Liu Yi left the cave that morning and went to the meeting point. It was at the top of Baiun Peak, and it was also the location of the main hall of Baiun sect. As soon as Liu Yi got to the top of Baiun Peak, he saw many people there, including Zhang Fan and a group of brothers and sisters who were going to enter the Donglan ancient site. Besides them, Liu Yi actually saw Lu Ningxuang, who was standing with several elders with powerful and deep aura. Liu Yi walked over and said in surprise, "Senior sister, why are you here?" When Lu Ningxuang saw Liu Yi, her cold face softened slightly, and she said with a smile, "The disciples who went to the Donglan ancient site this time are the backbone of the Baiun sect in the future, not to mention you are here and need someone to protect you. Me and a few the elders will accompany you." Liu Yi glanced at the elders beside him. The elders looked gentle and nodded slightly to Lu Yi. These elders are all at the nascent soul realm, and there is an old woman among them, which Lu Yi has never seen before. Her aura is so deep that Lu Yi can't even sense her cultivation. She is probably the same as Elder Xian and Elder Ming. The strong man, the realm of transforming gods. The old woman stepped forward, looked at Lu Yi, and nodded with a smile. Son, you are Lu Yi, right? Sure enough, you are a talented person, handsome, really good. Lu Ningxuang on the side introduced, junior brother, this is Elder Izumo, one of the true superpowers in the Baiun sect, a person who ruled Qingzhou thousands of years ago. This time she will lead the team. Lu Yi hurriedly said respectfully, I have met Elder Izumo. The old woman smiled and looked very kind, just like the old woman next door. How long ago was that? Now that you young people have such talents, I am only happy. I don't have many years to live. Future Baiun Zone K still depends on you. After several people said this, it didn't take long for everyone to arrive before Elder Izumo said, let's go. The nascent soul elder next to him nodded, and with a wave of his sleeve, a gorgeous wooden boat appeared. The wooden boat was engraved with mysterious formation patterns, and it gradually grew in size, and soon turned into a huge ship, hundreds of meters long, floating in the sky above Baiun Peak with streamers of flashing light. It is a magic weapon for flying. Lu Yi was a little surprised. Such a huge flying magic weapon is probably not at the level of magic weapon, or even not necessarily a treasure. It may be a good thing at the level of spiritual weapon, right? Lu Yi was a little surprised that Bianzong had such a magic weapon. Get on the boat, the journey is long, let's go as soon as possible. Elder Izumo spoke, and everyone boarded the boat naturally. After boarding the boat, Lu Yi stood on the deck and saw the engraved patterns on the wooden boat light up little by little. The wooden boat was covered by a translucent light shield, and then it turned into a streamer and disappeared in place. Lu Yi stood on the deck, looking down at the mountains and rivers that were quickly left behind. The speed of this boat is so fast, much faster than him running Thunder Shadow Step at full power. Having said that, Lu Yi remembered that he still had a flying magic weapon, and it was the best flying magic weapon. It's a pity that he hasn't used it now. After all, Feng Zhihu is a bit high profile, and he usually doesn't go out, so he doesn't need it at all. When Lu Yi sighed in his heart, Lu Ningxuang came to Lu Yi's side and stood side by side with her. Lu Yi glanced at her, and Lu Ningxuang's side face was as white as jade, shining with crystal light, which was beautiful and picturesque. Lu Ningxuang glanced at him, and said with a light smile, Junior brother, the ancient site of Donglan is not within the territory of Baiun sect, the distance is very far away, even if it takes half a month to take the ancient Ningguang ship, it's not good to stand here, go and rest, I'll show you a room. Lu Yi nodded, and then the two went to the cabin. Lu Yi found that the ancient light condensing ship was extremely huge, not to mention that there were only 30 people here. Even if it was twice as large, it would still be able to accommodate them. Each person was assigned a room. There is even a spirit gathering array in this room, so you can practice with peace of mind. What a luxury! Lu Yi sighed a little. In the next few days, Lu Yi practiced quietly every day, drinking and chatting with his senior sister from time to time, and occasionally discussing with senior brother Zhang Fan. The deck of the Ningguang ancient ship was extremely strong, and Lu Yi suspected that even with all his strength, it would be difficult to destroy it, so it would be no problem at all to use it for sparring. After sparring with senior brother Zhang Fan, Lu Yi understood the artistic conception of water, and even accumulated nearly 100 drops of Wanyan spiritual milk. The Wanyan Lingrui in his hand has also accumulated hundreds of thousands of years. Most of them are rewarded after the trial tower exceeds 20 floors, and some are rewarded for breaking through the foundation building realm and doing tasks a year ago. Lu Yi didn't use these 10,000-year spiritual milk. He can still practice with the 1,000-year-old spiritual milk. Anyway, now there are more channels to obtain the Millennium Essence Milk. Because Liu Yi and Zhang Fan competed, several other brothers and sisters who were in the foundation building realm also joined in. Liu Yi issued tasks one by one. Among them, the 5 brothers and sisters who were at the peak of foundation building might be regarded as outstanding talents, and the rewards were actually the same. Millennium Spiritual Milk. As for the others, the rewards are the Perfect Qi Gathering Pills. The Qi Gathering Pill is an elixir for cultivation in the foundation establishment realm. The Perfect Qi Gathering Pill might be extremely precious in the eyes of others, but in Liu Yi's opinion, he would not even use it for cultivation. However, Liu Yi did not refuse anyone who came, and learned from each other, and gained a lot. These Perfect Qi Gathering Pills can be used together with the Millennium Essence Milk for Lao Liu and his mother. Or when the time comes, these Perfect Qi Gathering Pills can be given to senior brother Zhang Fan, senior brother Bai Yulong, and the others can also use them. The Ningguang ancient ship left the territory of Bianzong after a few days, and then traveled all the way, passing through areas, and finally came to a barren scorched earth. This piece of scorched earth was extremely silent, and there was still a trace of blood and evil spirit left. Liu Yi's spirit was in a trance for a while, as if he heard the sound of fighting from an unknown time ago. Liu Yi's spirit was shaken, and he quickly came back to his senses, looking at the scorched earth below in some astonishment. This place is kind of wicked. He turned his head and saw some foundation establishment cultivators beside him, all in a daze at the moment, even Zhang Fan. As for those nascent soul cultivators, Elder Izumo and senior sister Lu Ningxuang, they are fine. Seeing that Liu Yi came back to his senses so quickly, several nascent soul elders were surprised. Elder Izumo nodded in satisfaction, and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad, you have broken free from the blood demon illusion so quickly, Liu Yi. Your mental power is also quite strong." Lu Ningxuang had a calm face, and said, "Junior brother is a 13-level Qi training foundation, and his mental strength is far beyond the same level. The 13th level of Qi training is indeed an extremely powerful foundation. Haha, I'm making a fuss over a molehill. Nephew Liu Yi is the genius who caused the foundation building thunder calamity." Several elders sighed one after another, and then one of them said, "Okay, let's wake up the others." An elder opened his mouth and shouted, "Wake up!" Immediately, the spirits of the foundation establishment disciples were revived, and they came back to their senses. Their complexions changed, and they looked down palely, with a trace of horror. Zhang Fan frowned, with a look of shock on his face. What was that illusion just now? An elder Yuanying said, "This place is the place where the monster race and the human race fought in ancient times. It is so powerful that it is stained with blood. Even after countless years, there is still endless killing spirit remaining in this scorched earth. The cultivation base is not high, and the spirit is not high. People who are not strong can easily be affected by this killing spirit, fall into illusions, and enter the Donglan ancient site. They will also have this kind of killing spirit, and even some areas are stronger than here. If the spirit is not firm enough, don't go to those places. If you get lost in the illusion, you won't be able to get out." Hearing this, many disciples were terrified. "So, the Donglan historic site is just ahead?" Liu Yi looked ahead. Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly, pointed to a barren hill in the distance, and said, "The entrance to the historic site is over there." Liu Yi looked over, then opened his eyes slightly, and saw that there seemed to be someone else there. In addition to the monks floating in the air, there is also a blue iceberg floating in the air. "Hey, it seems that the people from Cold Winter Valley have arrived. It's rare that they came early this time." An elder Yuanying looked over, and after seeing the iceberg, he showed a smile. "Let's go too." Elder Izumo ordered, and the ancient boat flew in that direction. As he got closer, Liu Yi could see more clearly. That iceberg was very huge, and there were monks sitting cross-legged on it. They seemed to be unafraid. Even though there were many monks communicating with each other, it didn't affect them. They were all cultivating with their eyes closed. Liu Yi glanced at the strange iceberg. The iceberg exuded a strong cold air, which seemed to be a powerful magic weapon that had been sacrificed. As for the cultivators outside the iceberg, Liu Yi took a look and thought they should be casual cultivators. Every time the Donglan historic site is opened, there will always be casual cultivators coming to join in the fun. Some want to fish in troubled waters and enter the historic site to obtain resources. Of course, some people just regard it as a grand event and come to watch the excitement. Seeing the Ningguang ancient ship approaching slowly, those casual cultivators all watched over. It's the ancient light condensing ship of the Baiyun sect, and they're here too. This time, I don't know how strong the people from the Baiyun sect are. I heard that there is an innate ice spirit body like Lu Ningxuang from the Winter Valley. It has been hidden in the snow for 20 years. It is already at the peak of foundation building. I'm afraid he won't show up yet. Innate ice spirit body? There is such a talent in Winter Valley? At the peak of foundation establishment at the age of 20, although it is not as good as Lu Ningxuang, it is not far behind. I am afraid that no one of the 5 sect disciples of this generation can stop it. That's not necessarily the case. The parent and son of the leader of the Blood Spirit sect were born with the Blood Spirit orb, and he has been trained since childhood. It is said that he is now at the peak of foundation establishment. If it weren't for the opening of the Donglan ancient site, he might already be in the Golden Core realm. I am afraid that it is stronger than the innate ice spirit body of the Winter Valley. I know the young master of the Blood Spirit sect. I heard that he is extremely bloodthirsty, and he is not afraid of retribution. Shen Yan, you want to die, but we don't want to die yet. Many casual cultivators moved away from the person who spoke before, and the person who spoke seemed to understand that he was talking too much, so he remained silent. Sky Snake Sect, Wanhua Valley, and Baiyun Sect, do you know if there are any outstanding figures in this generation? Hey, I don't know about other sects. I am a casual cultivator from the Baiyun territory. This time, the Baiyun sect must be the strongest sect. Hearing this, everyone looked surprised and looked at the speaking casual cultivator. Brother, what you said is a bit too arbitrary, right? That is, which of the 5 sects is not a major sect in Qingzhou, and there are so many talents, it may not be possible to stabilize the other sects. What do you know? Do you know that the generation of Bianzong has a genius who surpasses Lu Ningxuang? As soon as these words came out, many casual cultivators froze, and everyone looked at the cultivator in astonishment. The pride of heaven surpassing Lu Ningxuang. Fairy Lu Ningxuang is one of the top 3 existences in the eastern region's Tianjiao list. No one in the younger generation in the entire Qingzhou can hold their heads up. The Baiyun sect actually has a Tianjiao who surpasses such a person. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Seeing everyone's disbelief, the casual cultivator sneered, and said, Tianjiao broke through from the realm of Qi training to the realm of foundation building last year, but it triggered Lei Ji. Who of you has seen Lei Ji in the Qi training realm? As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent, and then there was an uproar. The realm of Qi training has attracted thunder calamity. How is it possible? What kind of aptitude do you have to be able to attract thunder in the realm of Qi training? That casual cultivator sneered, if it wasn't for the fact that there was too much movement during the tribulation in the sect that day, no one would have known about it. The aptitude of Tianjiao might be comparable to that of ancient Tianjiao. Hiss. If it's true, then if this Tianjiao doesn't fall, wouldn't he be expected to become a fairy in the future? The Baiyun sect has made a lot of money. Wait, you said he only broke through to the foundation establishment realm last year? How strong can he be in that year? It may not be comparable to other Tianjiao who have reached the peak of foundation establishment, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone came back to their senses. This statement is reasonable. No matter how strong the talent is, if it is not transformed into strength, it will be nothing. It's only been a year since he broke through the establishment of the foundation. Does he dare to come to the Donglan ancient site? We all know about this. I don't believe other sects don't know that there is such a monster in the Baiun sect. If he really dares to come to the Donglan ancient site, I'm afraid other sects will. The genius of the sect will not let go of the opportunity to kill him. That's true. Such a talented evildoer shouldn't come out of the mountains so soon. When he comes out after his cultivation is successful, who can beat him? I'm afraid it will cause shock in the entire eastern region. While everyone was discussing, a group of Winter Valley cultivators on the iceberg also seemed to have sensed it, and opened their eyes to look at the approaching ancient boat. Sitting on the top of the iceberg was a white-haired old man, with a ripple in his cold eyes. His body floated up into the air, and flew towards the ancient ship of Ningguang. Ha ha ha, comrades of the Baiun sect, I didn't expect you to come so early. Which fellow Daoist is leading the team this time? Please come out and meet. Elder Izumo soared into the sky, and a gentle voice sounded, Daoist Dongyu, long time no see, don't come here without any problems. When Dongyu saw Elder Izumo, he smiled and said, so it's fellow Daoist Izumo. He looked at Elder Yun's old face, and he could still vaguely see the former beauty. He sighed, and said with a little sigh, it's been a long time since we saw each other, we are all old. Izumo smiled gently, if you don't become a fairy, you will always have birth, old age, sickness, and death. Once you come to the world of mortals, you just walk through it freely. It's not like that ice demon who is so sentimental. Dongyu laughed when he heard the words, even the former Izumo fairy can see it so well, why can't the old man hate it? As he said that, his eyes swept across the ancient ship, and finally landed on Luyi. A stream of light flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, I heard that your Baiun sect has produced a fairy seed, how dare you bring it here? Aren't you afraid of dying at the Donglan historic site? Elder Izumo looked at Dongyu and said with a smile, since he is a fairy species, the little Donglan historic site naturally poses no threat to him. Then, what about the Tianjiao disciples from other sects? Dongyu took a deep look at Luyi, and slowly withdrew his gaze. Elder Izumo's eyes turned cold, and he said, if you have the ability, you can try it. Dongyu smiled, and said, Winter Valley and Baiun sect have no grievances and no enmity, and they will definitely not attack your fairy species, but the Sky Snake sect and Blood Spirit sect may not. Humph, those little guys from their sect want to attack Luyi? Elder Izumo sneered. Luyi is the direct disciple of Peak Lord Ling Luo, whose strength is unfathomable. If it is not sure that Luyi is not in great danger to enter the Donglan historic site, how could he be allowed to enter? At this moment, a cold voice sounded, Izumo, I haven't seen you for more than 200 years. My cultivation has not improved much, but my tone is getting louder. Many monks turned their heads, and saw an ancient ship slowly approaching from the sky surrounded by blood mist. Even though there is still a distance, many monks can still feel the strong smell of blood. It's the ancient ship of the Blood Spirit cult. People from the Blood Spirit sect are here, there is a good show to watch. I heard that recently, an elder of the Blood Spirit sect, who is about to have his life expectancy, sent monks to the Baiun territory to condense blood essence. There was a lot of commotion. The enmity between the two sects can be resolved. Hey, what you said, it seems that there is no such thing, the two sects have no enmity. Back then, the leader of the Blood Spirit sect died in the hands of Baiun sect. I don't know if they will fight now? The casual cultivators not far away spoke one after another, looking at the ancient ship of the Blood Spirit cult approaching. Elder Izumo's expression was no longer gentle, he looked very coldly at the ancient Blood Spirit cult ship approaching, sneered, and said disdainfully, I don't know who it is, it turned out to be Swallow, and it seems that your injury is almost healed after the first battle. Gone? A ray of blood flew out from the ancient ship and came not far from Elder Izumo. It was an old man in a blood robe with blood-red hair, as if stained red by blood. He looked at Izumo, a gleam of blood flashed in his dark red eyes. He sneered and then turned his head to look at the ancient boat. After seeing Lui, he did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. He grinned and said, I originally thought that the bastard from the Baiun sect would not dare to come out, but I didn't expect that he would actually dare to come out. Now that he has come, then don't go back. Elder Izumo's whole body locked onto Swallow to prevent it from suddenly bursting out. He said calmly, your disciples from the Blood Spirit sect can come, but my disciples from the Baiun sect can't come? Sensing Elder Izumo's aura, Swallow smiled coldly, but did not make a move. I hope he will enter the ancient site. Lui on the ancient ship naturally felt Swallow's killing intent. He was very upset, and muttered, the old guy's eyes are disgusting, he is so old, and he still wants to do something to me? Shameless! Lu Ningxuang on the side had a pretty face with a cold face, looked at Swallow, and said calmly, Elder Izumo is with us, outside of the ancient monuments, no one can do anything to you. At this moment, Lui suddenly frowned, aware of the undisguised malice coming from the ancient ship of the blood spirit cult. He turned his head and looked over, and saw a handsome young man with a bloodstain on his forehead looking at him. Seeing Lui looking over, the young man grinned unscrupulously, pointed at Lui, stretched out his hand and slowly stroked his neck. Thank you for the reward of 1,500 points from the boss of Red Cat. Thank you to the boss of Haoshan Sun and Moon for the reward of 1,500 points. Thank you for the reward of 1,500 in the passing years, and thank you for the reward of 100 points from the boss of 08A. Chapter 87 Incomparably Rich Task Rewards in the Historic Site. Seeing the provocation of the blood-stained youth, Lui raised his eyebrows. Who is this person? A stable young man at the peak of Foundation establishment on the side looked at the flamboyant young man solemnly, and said, he is the son of the blood spirit leader, called Shui Tianhen. I heard that he is accompanied by the blood spirit bead, and he is extremely talented. He has been building foundations. The peak has polished the foundation, and the strength may be very strong. This young man's name is Yu Ling, and he is the second place in this small competition. His strength is very strong. He has reached the 22nd level in the trial list, which means that he has the strength to defeat the first level Jindan monks. A handsome woman next to her frowned, looked at Shui Tianhen, and said, this person seems to be eyeing you, junior brother Lu. He entered the Donglan ancient site, and he might attack you. Junior brother Lu, you have to be careful. This woman is the third in Ziobi, and her strength is not much worse than Yu Ling's. Her name is Lin Xiao Xiao. Lui chuckled, so that's it, the son of the blood spirit sect master, no wonder he is so arrogant. I will pay attention to it, thank you senior sister Lin for reminding me. He thought of the evil deeds that the disciples of the blood spirit sect had done in the White Cloud sect before, the desolate villages, the poor people who wandered around, narrowed their eyes slightly, and swept past the ancient boat of the blood spirit sect. When Shui Tianhen showed killing intent towards him, the other disciples of the blood spirit sect also looked at him with cold eyes. Lui said to himself, I want to kill the disciples of the blood spirit sect who entered the ancient site of Donglan. Task. Kill the disciples of the blood spirit cult who entered the Donglan ancient ruins, and the task rewards are determined according to the number of kills. Whether to accept, yes/no. Lui silently chose yes, and he also smiled at Shui Tianhen. On the ancient ship of the blood spirit sect in the distance, Shui Tian hated to see Lui dare to smile at him, grinned, showing his snow-white teeth, it's really something that is not afraid of death. A charming woman beside him chuckled lightly, Brother Tianhen, why should you be angry with someone who is destined to die? That is, even if the realm of Qi training attracts thunder calamity, so what, it's just a year of breaking through the foundation establishment. If you don't stay in the sect to practice honestly, if you dare to run out, you will have your own way to death. On the side, an old elder of the blood spirit sect looked deeply at Liu Yi, and slowly said, "This kid is extremely talented, if he grows up, he will be the enemy of our blood spirit sect. Lin Guji, the first task is to kill him, for this reason, even if he loses some chances, he will not hesitate. If anyone can kill this son, there will be a lot of rewards in the church." The eyes of all the Foundation establishment disciples of the blood spirit sect were eager to try, yes. When the two sides were at war, there was a hissing sound that resounded through the world, and a powerful aura was unscrupulously released. Everyone turned their heads and looked over, even Liu Yi was no exception. In that direction, a black snake with a length of hundreds of meters and a pair of pitch-black wings flew quickly from a distance. There were some monks standing behind the giant snake, each of these monks had a gloomy expression, and they seemed not to be provoked. "It's the black jade snake, people from the heavenly snake sect are also here." As expected of the heavenly snake sect, looking at the aura of the black jade and strange snake, it is full of nascent soul realm, yet it was tamed by the heavenly snake sect and used as a mount. Does the heavenly snake sect have powerful disciples? Can it compete with the blood spirit sect, White Cloud sect, and Winter Valley? Well, the heavenly snake sect has always kept a low profile, but their strength is not weak. I'm afraid the disciples of this generation are not too bad. Maybe there are such geniuses. When everyone was communicating, another glow emerged, and when everyone looked over, they saw a gorgeous flower boat approaching from the sky and approaching at an extremely fast speed. It's the Wanhua sect. Many monks' eyes glowed, looking at the direction of the flower boat, full of anticipation. The Wanhua sect is the only sect in Qingzhou that only has female cultivators. There are many beauties in it, and many male cultivators are proud to have disciples of the Wanhua sect as Taoist companions. Soon, the flower boat of the Wanhua sect approached, and there were beautiful and moving female cultivators standing on it. The leading female cultivator gave a green dress, and she was even more beautiful in appearance and had a very deep breath. On the Ningguang ancient boat, everyone was also paying attention to the flower boat. Yu Ling looked at the beautiful woman, and said, "The woman in the green skirt is Yun Xi, who is said to be a spirit body of thousands of flowers, and her strength is extremely extraordinary." A Foundation establishment disciple next to him smiled and said, "Not to mention whether you are strong or not, this Yun Xi is indeed extremely beautiful." Many disciples smiled knowingly. Even Liu Yi thought that Yun Xi was good-looking, but his heart was not disturbed. After all, senior sister Lu Ningxuang and senior sister Donggong Minjia beside him are both considered to be beautiful, and his aesthetics have been raised very high by the two of them. No matter how beautiful Yun Xi looks, he will not fluctuate in any way. However, even he can sense that Yun Xi is not weak, and there is a very powerful force in his body. After the arrival of the Wanhua sect and the Heavenly Snake sect, the elders on the different snake and the flower boat rose into the air and flew towards the direction of the three elder Izumo. The two of them are also the monks who lead the team this time, and they are extremely powerful. It turned out to be fellow Daoist Du Qin and fellow Daoist Miyu. Dong Yu greeted with a light smile. Du Qin is the Huashan of Wanhua sect and also an old woman. And Miyu is the god transformation of the Sky Snake sect, a skinny old man. So far, all 5 sects have arrived. Not long after, Liu Yi keenly felt that the murderous aura on the scorched earth seemed to become more intense, and the bloody aura surged, which made people feel a sense of tyranny in their hearts. This is the evil spirit of blood affecting the soul. Liu Yi's mental power circulated, and he quickly suppressed this feeling. He looked at the hill not far away in surprise. On that hill, the thick blood evil spirit formed a cloud of blood mist. "What is that?" many disciples exclaimed. An elder next to him explained, "The time is coming. Every time the killing spirit is strongest, it is when the space barrier of the Donglan historic site is the weakest. You can open the door." As soon as the elder finished speaking, the 5 powerhouses who were standing in the center rose into the air at the same time, and arrived in front of the blood mist. Miyu shouted in a low voice, "Shoot together and open the door to the ancient monument." "Do it!" Spiritual currents circulated all over the body of the 5 cultivators, and the terrifying aura was so terrifying that the surrounding space trembled slightly. The aura of killing was stirred by the aura of the God-transforming powerhouse, and the whole scorched earth seemed to come alive. Ancient phantoms that have traveled through endless years appeared everywhere on the scorched earth. Those figures were stalwart, there were human races, there were monster races, and the shouts of killing shook the sky, endlessly. It seemed that through endless years, the killing intent was transmitted to this time and space, which is shocking. Looking at the ancient phantoms appearing everywhere, Lui couldn't help but widen his eyes, a little surprised. This movement was too exaggerated. The killing intent has been lurking in the scorched earth for so many years, yet it can still be activated. How strong were the mighty monks who fought on this battlefield back then? Lui couldn't imagine. The group of God-turning powerhouses had expected it a long time ago. They used powerful spells one after another, gathered together, and crashed into the blood mist. Boom! The blood mist roared, the space distorted, and gradually formed a huge hole. The hole was pitch black, and the scene inside could not be seen, which made people a little scared. Seeing the opening of the hole, the eyes of the group of rogue cultivators sparkled, and a few rogue cultivators turned into streamers and flew towards the entrance of the hole. At this moment, under the extremely powerful coercion, the coercion of spiritual power directly crushed those few Foundation establishment loose cultivators into a blood mist. The casual cultivators who were about to move suddenly stopped in their tracks. Miyu said coldly, "This is the ancient site discovered by the 5 sects. The disciples of the 5 sects enter it first, and the rest of the places are for you. If the disciples of the 5 sects don't enter now, when will they wait?" On the ancient boat, Zhang Fan looked at Lui and said with a light smile, "Junior brother, let's go in." Lui nodded slightly, and the 20 Baiun sect disciples Yujian turned into a stream of light and flew towards the pitch-black space. Not only Baiun sect, Cold Winter Valley, Heavenly Snake sect, 10,000 Flowers Valley, but also the disciples of Blood Spirit sect also walked with their swords and flew towards the entrance of the ancient site. Soon, Lui and his party fell into it. When Lui entered the entrance, he felt that the sky was spinning, the space was upside down, the surrounding was silent and pitch black, and the monks who came in with him seemed to have disappeared, leaving only darkness and void around. After a while, his eyes lit up, he had sight again, and he felt his feet on the ground. Lui looked around and found that he was in a forest surrounded by extremely tall old trees with old bark and a lot of moss clinging to them. Lui raised his head, and through the gaps in the old trees, he saw that the sky was dark red, with no sun or moon, just like the color soaked in blood. Into the monument. Lui's heart settled down. According to Lui's understanding, the sky of Donglan ancient site is like this, as if soaked in blood. There is no sun, moon, and stars, only eternal dark red. This small world is essentially a piece of space debris, and naturally there are no stars. Lui glanced at the panel by the way, seeing that the task of entering the Donglan historic site had been completed, he no longer had any doubts. The corner of his mouth raised, and he got 30 drops of Wanyan Lingrui with ease. Next, just walk around and try your luck. In fact, Lui didn't have much expectations for chances. He just wanted to try his luck to see if he could release some missions. When the time came, the mission rewards would be better than the chances obtained in the miracles. Of course, in the process, he had to find the disciples of the Blood Spirit cult. Lui did not forget that he still had the task of killing the disciples of the Blood Spirit cult. Just when Lui was thinking, suddenly there was a violent growl from behind. He turned his head and saw a black armored beast about the size of an elephant slowly approaching. Its dark red eyes looked at Lui with strong killing intent. The strange beasts in the Donglan ancient ruins have been baptized by the killing spirit all year round, and they are extremely aggressive. Liu Yi's face was very calm. It was just a strange beast with an 8th level foundation, and its strength was not strong. He said to himself, I want to kill this strange beast. Task: kill the foundation building 8th layer alien beast. Reward: 8 drops of beast blood essence, 8 drops of 10,000 years spirit milk. Whether to accept, yes/no. When Liu Yi saw the mission, he froze for a moment, a little shocked. This reward is too generous, right? You know, Liu Yi also killed the Foundation Establishment beast in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range before, but the reward was only the Millennium Essence milk. But now? He actually rewarded Wanyan Ling Rui. And there are 8 drops in full. Even, in addition to the Wanyan spiritual milk, the blood essence of wild beasts is also rewarded. The wild beast is an extremely powerful beast. Generally, the blood essence of a wild beast is a natural treasure for body training, and it is most suitable for body training. If you know how to make alchemy, you can smelt the essence and blood of wild beasts into elixir, and the effect will be even higher. Liu Yi happened to be able to use the blood primitive pill, and if he added the blood essence of the wild beast, it would be enough to make the blood primordial pill extremely powerful. Liu Yi was thinking that his body training resources were a little short, but he didn't expect that they would be delivered directly to his door now. Liu Yi was ecstatic in his heart, and quickly accepted the task. It was the right time to come to the Donglan historic site this time, and the rewards are too generous. When Liu Yi accepted the task, the strange beast had already let out a low growl. Its whole body was filled with aura, and with bloody aura, it rushed towards Liu Yi with a turbulent aura. Liu Yi was a little surprised. Although the cultivation base of this strange beast was the 8th level of foundation building, looking at its power, even a monk at the peak of foundation building might not be able to resist it. It seems that the strange beasts in the Donglan ancient ruins have been honed by the evil spirit of blood all year round. Although they have become extremely bloodthirsty and delirious, their combat power has also become quite good. Of course, it is completely meaningless to face Liu Yi with the peak strength of foundation establishment. Liu Yi didn't even draw out the long sword, he just touched it casually, and a golden sword light flashed away, instantly piercing through the eyebrows of the strange beast, erasing its vitality. Liu Yi glanced at the corpse of the alien beast, thought for a while, and put the corpse away. Maybe the meat is of good quality and can be used to make charcoal barbecue steaks or something. If it doesn't taste good, just throw it away. It can't be wasted directly. Afterwards, Liu Yi soared into the sky and flew out of the ancient forest, intending to check his current position. According to the information Liu Yi obtained before, when entering the Donglan ancient site, the space fluctuates, and the location of each monk is random, but they are all on the periphery of the Donglan ancient site. The inner space of the Donglan historic site is extremely chaotic and impenetrable. As for going out, it will have to wait 10 days later. A space door will open in a special place in the northern part of the outer periphery, and then the 5 god transformation powerhouses will extradite them. It's still early to go out. Liu Yi plans to look around. Liu Yi came to the sky and found that his current location was a huge forest. The forest spread far away, and further away was a wasteland. This is the outer area. If you look deep into the Donglan ancient ruins, you can see that the blood mist is getting thicker and thicker. The deepest blood mist is almost substantive, making it impossible to see the scene inside clearly. Such a strong blood evil spirit, one can imagine how terrifying it is. It was the core area of the war between the human race and the monster race back then, and it should also be the burial place of those powerful people. Even after so many years, the bloody aura still hasn't dissipated, and there may be unimaginable danger inside. According to the explorations of the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators who have entered the Donglan ancient site over the years, the outer area is the safest, and the further you go in, the more dangerous it is. None of the monks who entered the depths of the Donglan ancient site came out alive, and there were many of them who were astonishingly talented. This also made many disciples stay away from the core area. Of course Liu Yi would not commit suicide. Although he is not weak and confident in himself, he doesn't feel that he is really invincible. If there is any danger inside, it will be troublesome. He has no shortage of resources, so there is no need to do such risky things, just wander around the periphery safely. Liu Yi made up his mind and planned to move to the wasteland. Generally speaking, the wasteland area is the area left by the Great War, and he might be able to pick up the treasures left by those monks countless years ago. Just when Liu Yi was making a decision, a shrill bird chirped, and when Liu Yi turned his head, he saw a giant bird covered with golden feathers flying across the sky and flying towards the depths of the Donglan ancient site. From a very long distance, Liu Yi could still feel the powerful aura of the giant bird, the peak of Jindan. Liu Yi exhaled slightly, and slowly landed from the air. Outside, only foundation building cultivators can come in, but it doesn't apply to the native creatures of the Donglan ancient ruins. Many powerhouses suspect that there are extremely powerful alien beasts in the core area of the Donglan ancient ruins. Liu Yi shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, the periphery is relatively safe. There were strands of white clouds flowing around Liu Yi, and he ran towards the wasteland. After Liu Yi broke through to the Foundation establishment realm, his speed was even faster. In just a moment, he moved tens of kilometers. At this moment, Liu Yi heard a roar from a distance, and felt a powerful wave of aura. It is the monks who are fighting. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows and moved towards the direction of the battle. Not long after, Liu Yi approached the battle area. He saw that there were 6 monks chasing and killing 2 monks. And those 2 monks, Liu Yi knew, were the senior fellow Bianzong who was with him, one was Yu Jing and the other was Wang Chuanlu. At this moment, the 2 of them were covered in blood, their breathing was weak, and the situation did not look very good. The 6 monks behind him made Liu Yi a little surprised. Liu Yi's mental power was strong, and his memory was naturally not bad. He had already memorized all the monks who had entered the Donglan ancient site from each of the other 4 sects. Of these 6 monks, 4 are disciples of the Heavenly Snake sect, and 2 are disciples of the Blood Spirit sect. How could the disciples of these 2 sects act together? Liu Yi frowned, feeling a little unreasonable. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Liu Yi took a step forward, disappeared in place in an instant, and appeared in front of everyone. The disciples of the Baiun sect who were running away were stunned when they saw Liu Yi, and then the short-haired young man on the left, Yu, changed his expression and hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Liu, hurry up! The Heavenly Snake sect and the Blood Spirit sect have joined forces, and they plan to join forces in Liu Yi. The Donglan historic site killed you, and they are now looking for you around the periphery." Hearing this, Liu Yi raised his eyebrows. When the 6 monks at the back saw Liu Yi, they were stunned for a moment, and then they showed ecstasy. "Liu Yi! I didn't expect to find him so soon. It doesn't take much effort to get here. Meeting him this time is really a great achievement. Notify the others." One of the disciples of the Heavenly Snake sect took out a black worm, which was as long as a finger, wriggling in his hand. He opened his mouth to swallow the worm, his face turned pale, and after a while, he showed a smile. "I have already notified, there is a brother coming this way, let's stop him first, don't let him run away." Seeing a group of monks surrounding Liu Yi, the 2 senior brothers beside him looked anxious. "Brother, why don't you leave? Let's go, junior brother, if you don't leave, they are all here." The bastard of the Heavenly Snake sect specially brought a mother-child sound transmission cup in order to surround and kill you. Liu Yi saw that the 2 senior brothers were seriously injured, but they still looked anxious, and his heart warmed up. The senior brothers from the same school are still very good. He chuckled lightly, "Brother, don't worry, there's nothing wrong." He originally thought that it would be troublesome to find the disciples of the Blood Spirit sect, but now it seemed that he didn't need to trouble him to find them, it was easier to go fishing here. Chapter 88, Gathering from All Parties. The disciples of the Heavenly Snake Sect and the Blood Spirit Sect on the side had some scruples about Luyi's strength, so they didn't step forward, but just surrounded Luyi. After all, Luyi is said to be the arrogance of the Qi cultivation realm that inspired Lei Ji. Even if he only broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm for a year, he should not be underestimated. They don't think that people like themselves can win for sure. As long as they delay the time and wait for the strong inside the door to arrive, the overall situation will be settled. Hearing Luyi's confident words, the disciples of the Blood Spirit Sect sneered, "Luyi, you are a genius who has not grown up, but you are an ordinary person. When my brother Tianhen from the Blood Spirit Sect arrives, it will be your death." A disciple of the Heavenly Snake Sect next to him, "Hey, senior brother Qin Luo in my sect has been trained by the Supreme Elder since he was born, and his strength is extremely powerful. I hope your attitude can be maintained after my senior brother arrives." The clamor of the two disciples made the two disciples of Bai Yunzong more and more uneasy. Luyi ignored it. Seeing that the two senior brothers were seriously injured, he took out 2 bottles of pills and handed them to the 2 senior brothers. "Don't worry, 2 senior brothers. It's fine. This is Biodan, which can heal the injuries." Using Luyi took out 2 bottles of pills and handed them to the 2 senior brothers. Biodan is a healing elixir in the foundation building realm. Luyi obtained the elixir from the trial tower before, and he has already practiced to the limit level. Considering that he already had several kinds of alchemy with extreme elixirs, it would not take too much time to practice a foundation building elixir. After all, alchemy is not difficult to practice as long as one understands it, and it can be understood by analogy. Seeing the elixir that Luyi handed over, the 2 senior brothers were slightly taken aback. Seeing Luyi's calm expression, they hesitated for a while, and took it anyway. "Junior brother Lu, although you are extremely powerful, the Blood Spirit Sect and the Heavenly Snake Sect also have arrogance. If they surround and kill you together, you will be in danger. Why don't you evacuate first?" Wang Chuanlu couldn't help but said. Yu actually nodded again and again. They all knew that Luyi was extremely powerful. He had already reached the 23rd floor of the trial tower, but the Blood Spirit Sect and the Heavenly Snake Sect also had geniuses. The time for Luyi to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm was after all still too short. Yu actually opened the jade bottle, intending to heal his injuries first, so as not to delay his escape later. At this moment, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out, shaking his spirits. Yu Jing stared wide-eyed, with a look of astonishment on his face. "This elixir, the best?" "No, the best medicine doesn't have such a strong medicinal effect, this is the perfect quality Biodan." Wang Chuanlu, who was still planning to persuade Luyi, looked confused. "Perfect white jade pill." The 2 senior brothers were a little dumbfounded. "Is the perfect elixir something they can eat? If you sell it, how much top-quality pill can you exchange for?" Even the 6 disciples of the Blood Spirit Sect and the Heavenly Snake Sect who surrounded them looked greedy. They never expected that what Luyi casually took out would be the perfect pill. The perfect white jade pill, for the Foundation Establishment cultivator, can be said to be an extra life. This Luyi actually sent it out like this? Luyi smiled, "I got it by chance, I don't need it much, so the 2 senior brothers can use it." The 2 senior brothers were very moved. "I have long heard that junior brother Lu is righteous and generous to others. Seeing him today is really admirable," Yu Jing said. Wang Chuanlu took a deep look at Luyi, and took the pill in one gulp. "Don't worry, brother will definitely stand by your side. You are the most talented disciple of Baiun Sect and the future of Baiun Sect. You must not have any accidents here." Yu actually took the pill in one go. As soon as they took the elixir, the 2 of them felt a warm current surging in their bodies, the severe pain on their bodies became lighter at an extremely fast speed, and the wounds were scabbed visible to the naked eye. They were all shocked. This was the first time they had used the perfect pill, and they had never expected that it would be so powerful. Not to mention them, those 6 Foundation establishment disciples even had green eyes. Damn it, the perfect elixir. It's a waste to be eaten by 2 mortals. A disciple of the Heavenly Snake Sect said bitterly. Another Sky Snake Sect disciple's eyes flickered, looking at Liu Yi, his eyes were full of greed. This kid just took out the perfect medicine, how many good things does he have in his hand? As soon as these words came out, the 6 monks all breathed heavily and looked at Liu Yi with extreme longing. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, and said with a light smile, "Aren't you going to wait for the Zongmen senior brother to come over? Do you want to go directly? Do you want to try it?" Seeing Liu Yi's confident look, several disciples looked at each other, feeling a little guilty, and communicated with each other through voice transmission. "It seems that he has something to rely on. Does he have a whole card? He is not afraid of us, it seems that his strength is very unusual. After all, it is a fairy seed with extraordinary strength. Should we wait any longer? Wait? What are you waiting for? The thing he took out is the perfect elixir, there must be something better, think about the treasures on him. Don't you want it?" But the eyes of many disciples flickered, and the greed in their eyes was even worse. "Try it. There are so many of us, are we still afraid of him? It's done. Even if it's a fairy seed, he's only broken through the Foundation establishment realm for a year, can he still turn the world upside down? Kill Liu Yi and divide the treasures on him equally. And it's a great contribution. Fuck it. Fight it." A look of eagerness appeared in the eyes of all the disciples. Then a disciple of the Heavenly Snake Sect rushed towards Liu Yi first, and shouted, "Kill!" He held a long knife in his hand, and when he swung the long knife, there were wisps of blue mist, which was a bit fishy and sweet, and highly poisonous. However, Liu Yi ate usual roasted chicken every day, and his anti-drug ability was already quite strong. This kind of poison was of no use to him. This disciple of the Heavenly Snake Sect stepped forward, and other disciples also stepped forward one after another. "Junior brother Liu, we are here to help you." Seeing that the 6 monks had already made a move, the 2 senior brothers of Bai Yunzong got up one after another and wanted to make a move before they could continue to heal their wounds. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Liu Yi's expression remained calm, without any change. He casually placed his hand on the shoulders of the 2 Bai Yunzong senior brothers, and pushed them back. "You 2 senior brothers should take a good rest." Liu Yi casually tapped his hand, a golden sword energy flashed past, and the fastest disciple of the Heavenly Snake Sect was pierced between the eyebrows, with a look of astonishment in his eyes, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Liu Yi was expressionless, pointing his fingers together, shooting out streaks of golden sword energy, killing several disciples of the Heavenly Snake Sect and Blood Spirit Sect almost instantly, leaving only the Heavenly Snake Sect who ate the mother-child sound transmission cup just now disciple. That day, when the disciples of the Snake Sect saw other disciples from the same sect and the Blood Spirit Sect being beheaded in an instant, their eyes widened with horror. He yelled, turned around and wanted to run. As soon as Liu Yi grabbed it, the monk felt an irresistible force detain him and flew towards Liu Yi. Soon, the disciples of the Heavenly Snake Sect came to Liu Yi. Liu Yi looked at the monk helplessly. "You said that you are really serious, how good it is to wait here, you have to court death." The cultivator's face was pale, and he looked at Liu Yi in horror, as if he was looking at a monster, and was speechless. "You." Liu Yi had a gentle smile on his face. "Now, report your location and let Qin Luo from your Heavenly Snake Sect and Xue Tianhen from the Blood Spirit Sect come over." Liu Yi just released another mission to kill the disciples of the Heavenly Snake Sect. "Just kidding, if you dare to kill him, he is not the kind of person who won't fight back." The monk was terrified, he was frightened by Liu Yi's strength, and nodded repeatedly. Behind Liu Yi, the two senior brothers looked at each other with worried expressions when they saw that Liu Yi had to wait for the disciples of the Heavenly Snake Sect and the Blood Spirit Sect to come over. Junior brother Liu, do you really want to wait for them all to come? Yujing asked worriedly. That's right, junior brother, although Qin Luo's name is unknown, he must have been extremely gifted for being hidden by the Heavenly Snake Sect for many years, and that Xue Tianhen has a notorious reputation and is extremely powerful. It is even rumored that he has already killed Jindan cultivators on the 5th floor. Wang Chuanlu also spoke. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, a little surprised, that Xue Tianhen was able to kill a monk at the 5th level of Golden Core. From this point of view, he may also be a genius who has broken through the limitations of the heavens, and his strength is indeed quite extraordinary. However, he was only a little surprised. He chuckled lightly and said, "You two brothers don't have to worry, you can rest at ease and recover from your injuries." Wang Chuanlu and Yujing looked at each other with wry smiles. How can they rest at ease? While Liu Yi was waiting quietly, the monks scattered in various areas around the Donglan ancient site immediately discovered the change of the Blood Spirit Sect and the Heavenly Snake Sect. In a wilderness, a young man with short white hair, a handsome face, and a thin figure was confronting a beast with a tiger's lower body and a snake's head on its head. The aura of the strange beast was so powerful that it even reached the realm of Jindan, which was extremely terrifying. The handsome young man held his slender white palm in the air with a blank expression on his face, and a huge icy palm emerged from the air, instantly enveloping the strange beast. The alien beast roared, with blood flowing all over its body, with great momentum, rushing from left to right, trying to break through the blockade of the ice palm, but the ice palm seemed to block the space, pressing on every step. The space of the alien beast was getting smaller and smaller, and was finally completely pinched by the ice palm. Ka ka ka! The palm of the ice continued to shrink, and traces of blood flowed out from the gap. Finally, the palm of the ice burst, and the beasts inside had turned into blood clots, exuding extreme coldness. The delicate boy's expression didn't change at all. He strolled over and picked a deep black flower guarded by the strange beast. At this moment, a young man quickly approached and landed in front of the handsome boy. "Senior brother Han Yu, it seems that something important has happened." Han Yu turned around, looked at the young man, and said expressionlessly, "What's the matter?" The young man said, "The Heavenly Snake Sect and the Blood Spirit Sect have united to hunt down the immortal species of the Baiun Sect. The immortal species seems to have been discovered, and the disciples of the Heavenly Snake Sect and the Blood Spirit Sect are rushing there." Hearing this, Han Yu's calm face finally showed a wave of fluctuation, the immortal species of the Baiun section. As early as a few months ago, he had heard that the Baiun Sect had produced an immortal seed, which caused thunder calamity as soon as he broke through to the realm of Qi training, and the immortal talent was peerless. Even the elders of the Winter Valley lamented that the Baiun Sect would be prosperous seeing Wanzai. This made Han Yu also want to see what kind of means that fairy species has. Han Yu thought for a moment, then asked, "Where are they?" "The disciples of the Heavenly Snake Sect and the Blood Spirit Sect are all rushing to the Dark Moon Forest, they must be there. Go and have a look." And in another valley of flowers, Yun Xi strolled in it with a bright smile on his face. "Is it here?" Yun Xi asked the flowers beside him. The flowers sway, as if psychic. Yun Xi smiled and walked forward. Not long after, she came to a pool of water. There was a snow-white lotus in the pool, emitting bursts of strange noises. "It's really lucky. Such a big white jade lotus must be hundreds of years old, right?" At this moment, a huge ape covered with red fur descended from the sky, roaring at Yun Xi. Yun Xi smiled and said, "Little monkey, can you give me this white jade lotus?" The giant ape roared and rushed towards Yun Xi, showing that he refused. Yun Xi still had a smile on his face. Flowers swayed around, wisps of fragrance wafted away, and then the giant ape's body went limp, fell to the ground, and slowly fell into a deep sleep. Yun Xi chuckled, "It's not easy to grow up so big, so I won't kill you." She moved lightly with lotus steps, came to the white jade lotus, stroked the lotus lightly, and said with a light smile, "Oh dear, I'll just take the lotus seeds, it won't hurt." That Bai Yulian seemed to be psychic, and she took the initiative to spit out the lotus seeds one by one, and fell into Yungzi's hands. Yun Xi put away the lotus seeds, smiled slightly, touched her bare hand, an array of green light merged into the white jade lotus. "This is a thank you gift." Bai Yulian absorbed the green streamer, and immediately flashed brilliantly, shaking the rhizome again and again. Yun Xi smiled and waved to Bai Yulian, "Goodbye." Yun Xi took a step, turned and left. As soon as she walked out of the Valley of Flowers, 2 10,000 flower sect disciples landed on the ground, and one of the disciples quickly said, "Senior Sister Yun Xi, something important has happened. The Heavenly Snake Sect and the Blood Spirit Sect have joined forces to kill the immortal species of the White Cloud Sect." Yun Xi blinked, a little curious. "Immortal? I heard from my mother-in-law that he seems to be very powerful. Will he really become a fairy in the future?" A disciple of Wanhua sect curled his lips, a little unconcerned. "There are many people with good talents, how many people can really become immortals? But no matter what, the talent of that fairy must be excellent, otherwise it wouldn't cause a thunder calamity." Another disciple of the Wanhua sect said. Yun Xi narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Then let's go and have a look." "Senior Sister Yun Xi, are you going to take a look at that fairy?" Yun Xi smiled and said, "No, I'm going to kill Shui Tianhen. Didn't he kill our Wanhua sect sister last time?" After speaking, Yun Xi took a step, and it seemed as if the sky was at a distance. He appeared in the extreme distance in an instant, and disappeared after a few consecutive steps. The 2 Wanhua sect disciples just came back to their senses, and their expressions changed. "Too bad, I haven't told Senior Sister Yungzi the location yet. Senior Sister Yun Xi is still so reckless. Hurry up and catch up. Can you still catch up? Stop talking nonsense, chase after me first." In the dark moon forest, Lu Yi was sitting at the side with a relaxed expression. There was a fire in front of him, and a piece of golden meat was roasting on it, exuding a strong fragrance. Yu Jing and Wang Chuanlu were sitting cross-legged on the side, healing their injuries, but their throats could be seen rolling, as if they were swallowing saliva. On the other side, the disciples of the snake sect were restrained that day, and they looked at Lu Yi numbly, with a trace of residual fear on their faces. However, when he saw the golden barbecue, he couldn't help swallowing. It's really not his fault, it's just that the barbecue is so delicious. The disciples of the Heavenly Snake Sect were very speechless. Why does this kind of fairy have such good skills in cooking spiritual food? This barbecue looks like spiritual food, and it is the best among them, otherwise how could there be such a strange smell? Lu Yi flipped through the barbecue again, casually blended wisps of aura into it, activated the aura hidden in the flesh, and sprinkled some homemade seasonings. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "It's almost ready to eat." Yu Jing and Wang Chuanlu opened their eyes at the same time, looking at the barbecue. Seeing the appearance of the two, Lu Yi chuckled and said, "How are the 2 senior brothers recovering from their injuries?" Yu actually said gratefully, "Thanks to my junior brother's perfect white jade pill, I have almost recovered." Wang Chuanlu on the side said solemnly, "It's just a little weak, maybe it needs to be supplemented with nutrition." Lu Yi smiled and said, "The 2 senior brothers also eat some barbecue." "Thank you, junior brother." The 2 of them waited for these words, and hurriedly waited for Lu Yi to divide the barbecue. Lu Yi shared a portion for the 2 of them. Yu actually took a bite, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Lu Yi in surprise. "Junior brother Lu, I didn't expect you to be able to cook such spiritual food, not to mention your ingenuity." Lu Yi smiled, "Practice in your spare time." The 2 looked at each other silently, and looked at each other, and both saw the same sadness in each other's eyes. It's really maddening that people are better than others. It doesn't matter if your cultivation talent is better than yourself. The spiritual food that you practice casually has such an effect, so who can explain it? The two looked at each other silently, concentrating on cooking. Liu Yi glanced at the two of them, smiled, and then turned to look at the forest on the right. There are extremely subtle fluctuations there. If Liu Yi's own mental power is not strong enough, he may not be able to detect it. They wandered in the distance and didn't come over, but they exuded a trace of hostility towards Liu Yi. It should be a disciple of the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect, but they thought they were not strong enough, so they waited in place. Liu Yi glanced at the disciple of the Heavenly Snake sect who was lying on the ground with a numb face, with the corners of his mouth raised, showing a smile that was not a smile. Information, it must have been passed on by this guy. However, Liu Yi didn't care, as long as he didn't scare away that Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo. Liu Yi thought for a while, Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo are both arrogants, and he must have great confidence in himself. It would be very difficult to scare them away, unless Liu Yi showed absolute strength. And to deal with the other disciples of the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect, they don't need absolute strength. Thinking of this, Liu Yi didn't worry anymore, just wait for the big fish to take the bait with peace of mind. At this moment, there was a breath approaching quickly. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, and looked at it with some surprise. It was a somewhat familiar breath. Soon, Zhang Fan's face was serious, and he flew over from a distance. Liu Yi was a little surprised. "Brother Zhang Fan, why are you here? Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss." Chapter 89. Seeing that Liu Yi was fine, Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "I saw several teams of Heavenly Snake Sect and Blood Spirit Sect disciples working together in the same direction. I thought there was something wrong with them, so I captured one of the Heavenly Snake Sect's disciples alive. Disciple, after the torture, I found out that they planned to surround and kill you, junior brother Liu, so I rushed over to help you." Seeing that Zhang Fan's breath had not calmed down, Liu Yi smiled slightly, feeling a little warm in his heart. I have to say that Zhang Fan hurried over to explain that he was right in helping him before. Liu Yi chuckled and said, "Senior brother Zhang Fan, there's no need to worry, why don't you sit down and have something to eat together?" When Yujing and Wang Chuanlu saw Zhang Fan approaching, their eyes lit up. Yujing hurriedly said, "Junior brother Zhang Fan, you are here. You have a good relationship with junior brother Liu, please persuade him, we still have time to leave now. After all, junior brother has only a short training time, and you can wait until you grow up, and then kill blood go to the Ling Jiao and the Heavenly Snake Sect. There is no need to show off for a while." Wang Chuanlu on the side also nodded again and again, "Yes, junior brother Zhang Fan, you can persuade junior brother Liu, but the two of us can't persuade him. Xue Tianhen and Qin Shishi are very powerful, so they are not easy to provoke." Hearing this, Zhang Fan stared at Liu Yi, and seeing Liu Yi's expression was indifferent, he also smiled, and sat down beside Liu Yi. "Since junior brother Liu intends to stay, then senior brother will risk his life to accompany you. Is there any wine? If there is only barbecue, it is inevitable it's kinda dry." Liu Yi smiled, and took out Yunchen Lu, "There is good wine, drink it as you like." Seeing Liu Yi take out Yunchen Lu, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up, and he licked his lips. "Yunchen Lu, the last time I drank it was half a year ago, and finally I can taste it again." "Yu Jing." Wang Chuanlu. Seeing Zhang Fan looking at Yunchen Lu with sparkling eyes, the two felt a little numb. The two looked at each other, both feeling physically and mentally exhausted. "Junior brother Zhang Fan, what are you doing?" "That's right, junior brother Zhang Fan, how can you mess around with junior brother Liu?" Liu Yi looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "If the two senior brothers are worried, you might as well leave first, you won't be able to leave at that time. Hearing this, Yu Jing and Wang Chuanlu straightened their faces. Yu Jing said, "Junior brother will belittle both of us by saying that." "That's right, if it wasn't for the help of the junior brother, we would have been besieged and killed by them, not to mention the junior brother took the perfect white jade pill to heal the wounds of both of us." "Go?" Zhang Fan glanced at the two of them, his eyes softened slightly, he took the jug from Lu Yi's hand, and said with a light smile, "Since you stay here, then drink well, junior brother Lu's Yunchen Lu is the best in the world, the two of you brother will definitely like it very much." As he spoke, he took out 4 wine glasses, filled them with wine, waved his hand, and the 3 wine glasses floated out and landed in front of Lu Yi, Yu Jing, and Wang Chuanlu. Yu Jing and Wang Chuanlu took the wine glass. Wang Chuanlu looked disapproving. "I believe it is good wine, but brother, I have practiced Taoism for decades at least, and I have drunk a lot of wine. It is the best in the world, and it is a bit too much." With that said, he took a sip. Yunchen was revealed into his throat, and Wang Chuanlu suddenly felt a ray of cool air rising slowly, condensing between his brows, and he felt that his spiritual power had become extremely active, and there was a slight increase in it. This made Wang Chuanlu's eyes widen, and he froze in place with a shocked expression. Yu, who was on the side, saw Wang Chuanlu's strange expression, and his face was strange. "I said, Brother Wang, your expression is a bit exaggerated, and your acting is too exaggerated." He also took a sip as he spoke, and when he felt the change, Yu actually widened his eyes and exclaimed, "This wine can actually improve mental strength. You must know that even in the realm of foundation establishment, pills and exercises that can improve spiritual power are extremely precious treasures. And this wine, obviously the fluctuation of spiritual energy is only for the realm of Qi training, it can actually improve the spiritual power." Whether it was Yu Jing or Wang Chuanlu, it was unbelievable, as if in a dream. Seeing the shock of the two, Zhang Fan thought of the shock when he drank Yunchen Lu for the first time, drank the wine in his glass, and smiled. "Senior brothers, are you exaggerating? This wine can it be called a masterpiece in the world?" Wang Chuanlu and Yu unexpectedly came back to their senses and took a deep breath. They looked at Zhang Fan and then at Lu Yi. "Junior brother Zhang is indeed right. Good wine, really good wine." Yu Jing's eyes sparkled, looking at Lu Yi full of anticipation. "Junior Lu, where did you buy this wine? Senior brother is going to buy some too. This is a wine that can improve mental strength. It is of great benefit to oneself, and Yu Jing naturally does not want to let it go." Lu Yi on the side smiled, "It's not very precious. I brewed it in my spare time. It's just that brewing is time-consuming and labor-intensive. If seniors need it, I can give the 2 seniors a bottle." Since the 2 senior brothers are willing to stay, in the eyes of the 2 of them, they are probably planning to work hard, and Lu Yi will naturally not be stingy. "Brother, you brewed it yourself." "You. Junior brother, it's alright if you have such a skill as a spirit cook, but you can still brew such fine wine." Both of them were shocked. Lu Yi chuckled and nodded, "I was lucky before. I got the wine recipe, so I tried to brew it. I didn't expect it to work." Both Yu Jing and Wang Chuanlu were speechless. They again feel the great difference between people. The 3 of them ate meat while drinking, and there was more and more smell in the distance. Zhang Fan and the others didn't feel it, but Lu Yi did. But he was calm and even wanted to laugh. It's best to come here when all the people are together, and he can solve it all at once. A few people drank and ate meat, but the disciples of the Heavenly Snake sect and the Blood Spirit sect in the distance had ugly faces. "Damn it! They're taking it easy. Humph! I don't know when I'm about to die. I really think that I'm invincible if I attract thunder in the realm of Qi training. When Brother Tianhen arrives, turn this bastard into a blood puppet, and let him be tortured forever." "How long will Senior Brother Tianhen and Senior Brother Qin arrive? Hurry up! The historic site in Donglan is not small, and the two senior brothers rushed here at full speed when they received the news. This is an excellent opportunity. If we can kill Lu Yi here, Bai Yunzong must feel very distressed, ha ha ha. A group of Heavenly Snake Sect and Blood Spirit Sect disciples communicated through sound transmission. In another area not far away, Han Yu and the three Cold Winter Valley disciples also looked at Lu Yi and the others who were happily eating and drinking in the distance, with different expressions. A beautiful female cultivator from the Winter Valley gave a disdainful smile. This Lu Yi is really not as famous as meeting him. What time is he still eating and drinking here? In front of a strong enemy, even if you are confident, you should adjust your state at this time. A young man on the side also nodded slightly, frowned and said, if you underestimate the enemy, it is the easiest to capsize. Immortals are also human, if they die young, then nothing will be lost. Another disciple looked at Han Yu with a calm face, and asked, Senior brother, what do you think? Han Yu looked deeply at Lu Yi in the distance, and shook his head slightly. I can't see through his cultivation. He should have cultivated a very powerful secret technique of holding back breath, but, since he is a fairy, he is very talented, he won't be a fool, he has absolute confidence. Hearing this, the expressions of the other three changed slightly. Senior brother thinks that Lu Yi has absolute confidence to deal with Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo with 1 against 2? How is it possible? Xue Tianhen and senior brother Han Yu have fought once, and they are evenly matched. No matter how strong Lu Yi is, can he still be stronger than you, senior brother Han Yu? That is, even if he is extremely talented, it only takes a year to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Even if it is a fairy seed, it needs time to grow up, right? Han Yu listened to the three people's words, his face was calm, he just shook his head. I can't see through him, maybe, he has a whole card. The three disciples fell silent. Not far away, Yun Xi and two Wanhua sect disciples were moving. A Wanhua sect disciple complained, Senior sister Yun Xi, you don't know the way, so can't you slow down? We have been chasing you for a long time. Another disciple nodded again and again, that's right. Yun Xi smiled embarrassedly, hey, didn't I go back to find you guys? Don't be angry, two senior sisters, next time senior sisters will definitely not leave you, eh? It smells so good. Her face changed slightly, she took a step forward, and moved towards the distance. Senior sister Yun Xi. The two Wanhua sect disciples were stupefied. Just said you won't leave us. The two quickly followed. But this time, the two saw Yun Xi not long after walking, but when they saw Yun Xi's location, their faces changed. Yun Xi was standing in front of Lu Yi at the moment, looking at the wine in Lu Yi's hand. She smiled and said, I really want to drink this wine, can you sell me some? I'll give you money. The two Wanhua sect disciples covered their faces with despairing expressions. Here we go again. Senior sister Yungzi always does her own thing, but that's Lu Yi. Isn't this going to confront Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo immediately? The two looked at each other and hurried over. Lu Yi and the others were eating, but suddenly Lu Yi's eyes flashed, and he glanced in front of him in surprise. Then, Lu Yi saw a green figure suddenly appearing, it was Yun Xi. Lu Yi was calm, but the others were not. Yun Xi appeared suddenly, without any warning at all, startled several people, and several people got up one after another, looking at Yun Xi in shock. You unexpectedly stared at Yun Xi. Yun Xi of Wanhua sect? Wang Chuanlu whispered, what a quick escape technique, when did she appear? Zhang Fan glanced at Yun Xi, then at Lu Yi, frowning slightly, junior brother Lu? What should I do? Seeing that several people were nervous, Yun Xi said with a smile on his face, I don't mean any harm, so don't be nervous. Then she looked at the Yunchen Lu in Lu Yi's hand, smiled sweetly, and said, I really want to drink this wine, can you sell me some? I'll give you money. Everyone's face became stiff all of a sudden, a little weird. Liu Yi was also a little weird. He looked at Yun Xi and said speechlessly, "Fellow Daoist Yun Xi, don't you know me?" Yun Xi smiled and said, "Of course I do, Liu Yi, the immortal seed of the Baiun sect. My mother-in-law said you are very powerful." Liu Yi smiled and said, "I'm waiting for Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo to fight to the death with them, and you come to me to buy wine, isn't that good?" Yun Xi was stunned, and looked at Liu Yi, "Does your fight to the death have anything to do with my buying wine? I just want to drink some of this wine. I think this wine is very powerful." Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, a little surprised, this woman has a strong spiritual sense. But, what is her brain circuit? She was about to fight, and she came over to buy wine, did she treat her place as a hotel? Liu Yi was speechless, and said with a smile, "Sorry, this wine is not for sale, Fairy Yungzi, please go back." Yun Xi frowned upon hearing this, a little disappointed, "Not for sale?" Then she looked at Zhang Fan and the others beside her, "Then why can they drink?" Wang Chuanlu on the side said speechlessly, "We are Brother Lu's fellow disciples, and we are about to have a bloody battle." He felt sad and angry, this might be the last meal, why can't they drink it? Yun Xi looked at Liu Yi, who smiled and said, "They are my brothers, and they are willing to stay and help me fight." Yun Xi was silent for a while, then smiled and said, "I can't join the Baiun sect, or my mother-in-law will be angry. However, I can recognize you as my junior, and I will stay to help you fight. Will you give me wine?" Liu Yi? Zhang Fan? The others looked at Yun Xi with weird expressions, their minds full of question marks. They looked at each other, and at the same time, an idea came to mind, this woman, what's going on? A little sick? At this moment, two Wanhua sect disciples rushed over. They just heard Yun Xi's last words, their faces froze, and they almost fell to the ground. "Senior Sister Yungzi. What are you talking about?" "That's right, Senior Sister Yungzi. Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo are important figures of the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect. You represent our Wanhua sect. If you stay, it will be of great significance. Senior Sister Yungzi, let's go." A Wanhua sect disciple pulled Yun Xi like a tiger and wanted to leave. A disciple of the Wanhua sect next to him was full of apology, and smiled slightly at Liu Yi, "Young Master Liu, Senior Sister Yun Xi is pure-hearted, don't take what she said seriously, our Wanhua sect will not be an enemy of the Baiun sect, but we don't want to involved in this dispute." Yun Xi was dragged away by the disciples of Wanhua sect, she said dissatisfiedly, "I stayed to deal with Xue Tianhen, I planned to kill him." The disciples of the Wanhua sect were the first two, and one of them said, "Senior Sister Yun Xi. So many people are watching here. That is the young master of the Blood Spirit sect. If you kill him, the Blood Spirit sect and the Wanhua sect there must be a battle." Yun Xi frowned and wanted to speak, but it was another disciple who said, "If Senior Sister Yun Xi is like you, the headmaster will be angry." Hearing this, Yun Xi's face froze. Although he was still a little bit unwilling, he didn't say any more. Liu Yi looked at Yun Xi's back, thought for a while, and said with a smile, "Daoist Yun Xi, wait a minute." Hearing this, Yun Xi turned his head and looked at Liu Yi, while the other two Wanhua sect disciples looked at Liu Yi warily. "Master Liu, our Wanhua sect doesn't want to interfere in this matter. Master Liu, you probably don't intend to force us to stay, do you?" Seeing the vigilance of the two Wanhua sect disciples, Liu Yi couldn't help laughing, and said, "The two fellow Taoists have misunderstood." Liu Yi took out a jug of wine, threw it to Yun Xi, and said with a light smile, "Fellow Daoist Yun Xi is straightforward by nature, so if you donate wine today, it's like making a friend." Liu Yi said to himself, "I want to defeat Yun Xi. Task: defeat Yungzi." Reward, 30 drops of Wanyan essence milk, a ray of natural artistic conception. Whether to accept, yes/no. Sure enough, Yun Xi is a spirit body of thousands of flowers, with extremely outstanding talent and high cultivation level, and the rewards for the sparring tasks are extremely high. There are a total of 30 drops of 10,000 years of spiritual milk. You know, in the trial tower, even if he breaks through the 30th floor and defeats the monks on the 10th floor of the Golden Core, he will only get 10 drops of 10,000 years of spiritual milk. Not only that, but also a more precious natural artistic conception. Although there is no intersection with Yungzi now, but if you make friends, you can always have a reason to talk to her in the future. To him, a pot of Yunchen Lu is nothing, but making friends is a big profit. Yun Xi took Yunchen Lu, looked down at the wine, then at Lu Yi, and smiled, "Thank you, I think you are a good person, let's be friends from now on." Lu Yi? These words always sound weird. However, Lu Yi's goal was achieved. He smiled slightly, looked at the two Wanhua sect disciples beside him, and said, "Two fairies, take your senior sister away." The Wanhua sect disciples were relieved to see that Lu Yi did not make things difficult for them. One of them smiled at Lu Yi and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your understanding." She and another disciple looked at each other, and they dragged Yun Xi out. They didn't stop until they were quite a distance away from Lu Yi. One of them breathed a little, and said, "It's a good thing Mr. Lu is broad-minded and didn't make things difficult for us, otherwise, we would have gotten into trouble this time." Another Wanhua sect disciple also nodded, and then looked at Yungzi, a little helplessly said, "Senior sister, can we have a little thought in the future? What is the situation now, and who is Mr. Lu? At such a sensitive period, you can't help but think about it. Move up." Yun Xi took out Yunchen Du, smiled and said, "But, I have a feeling for this wine, it's really good." As she spoke, she opened the lid of the altar, took out the jade wine cup, and poured 3 cups. "Let's try it." The two Wanhua sect disciples were a little surprised, "Do we have them too?" Yun Xi nodded and said with a smile, "Of course, this wine will be good for you." The two disciples understood Yun Xi's temperament, looked at each other, and nodded. After the 3 drank the wine, the two disciples were startled and their eyes widened. This wine can actually improve mental power. Spiritual wine in the Qi training state can actually improve spiritual power? This, I am afraid it is extremely precious. The two looked at each other in disbelief. Such precious wine, did Mr. Lu give it to senior sister Yun Xi? Yun Xi also drank the wine, she said with a smile, "Sure enough, my feeling is right, this wine is very precious. Lu Dao is a very good friend, and he is willing to give me a jar." The two glanced at Lu Yi who was far away, feeling a little ashamed in their hearts. "Master Lu is willing to give away such a precious wine, but we didn't express it at all. This time, Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo teamed up, and I don't know if Mr. Lu will be spared." The two lamented, but they didn't dare to join such a dispute privately. This matter was too big and could easily lead to sect wars. Even, the two of them glanced at Yun Xi with some concern. Based on their understanding of Yun Xi, if Lu Yi was really in danger, Yun Xi would probably help. Yun Xi noticed the eyes of the two, glanced at Lu Yi's direction, and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry, fellow Daoist Lu Yi is extremely strong, Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo may not be his opponents." Hearing this, the two Wanhua sect disciples were taken aback, and looked at Yun Xi in astonishment. "Senior sister Yun Xi, you mean, Mr. Lu's current strength has reached the level of Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo? Is this so possible? Didn't Mr. Lu only break through to the Foundation establishment realm for a year?" Neither of them believed it. Yun Xi also looked in Lu Yi's direction, with a rare serious look on his face. "I'm not sure, but my feeling tells me that he is very strong, and I am not his opponent." Hiss! The two Outer Sect disciples gasped, a little unbelievable. Yun Xi's heart is like a child's, and his spiritual perception is extremely accurate, and it is almost impossible to make mistakes. If Yun Xi said so, there is a high probability that it is true. This shocked the two of them even more. Have a look. The three of them were a little curious, looking at Liu Yi and the others who sat down to drink and eat meat again. The atmosphere is getting more and more depressing, like the calm before the storm. Liu Yi is the immortal seed of the Baiyun sect, which means a lot to the Baiyun sect, while Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo are also the peerless talents of the Blood Spirit sect and the Snake sect. The three-way battle is no longer about the outcome between the three, has been related to three sects. If something happened to Liu Yi, Bai Yunzong would be furious, and if something happened to Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo, I am afraid that Blood Spirit sect and Tian Snake School would not let it go. Liu Yi, who was in the center of this storm, didn't have any consciousness at the moment. You unexpectedly said sourly, "Junior brother Liu is really generous, he is a disciple of Outer Sect, you are willing to send Tan Yunchen out." Wang Chuanlo had a knowing smile on his face. I can understand that fellow Daoist Yun Xi is indeed a stunning fairy, and what junior brother Liu did is also human nature. Liu Yi was helpless. My senior sister Lu Ningxuang and my junior sister Minjiu are equally beautiful, so what? I just think that fellow Taoist Yun Xi has an interesting temper. Hey, we understand. The two senior brothers Yujing and Wang Chuanlo laughed, and even Zhang Fan smiled knowingly, and raised his glass to Liu Yi. Junior brother Liu is extremely talented, I think fellow Daoist Yun Xi will also favor you. Liu Yi. He was helpless, how would they know how rich the rewards of Yungzi's sparring mission were? Just as the few people were chatting and laughing, an incomparably domineering aura emerged, followed by a sneer, "Laugh, eat, this is your last meal." The faces of Zhang Fan and others changed slightly, and they all looked in the direction of the domineering aura. A dark golden streamer flashed past and landed on the ground. The ground exploded, forming a deep pit. A figure floated out. It was a young man wearing a dark gold spirit armor with a wild expression. This young man has an incomparably strong blood energy all over his body, and his aura is extremely powerful and frightening. Qin Luo. Wang Chuanlo took a deep breath and said slowly. This person is none other than Qin Luo of the Heavenly Snake Sect. Chapter 90 Crushing the Two Great Talents. After Qin Luo appeared, there was a strange movement in the distance. Whether it was Han Yu or Yun Xi, they cheered up and looked at this side seriously. And the disciples of the Heavenly Snake Sect and the Blood Spirit Sect who had been hiding in the dark flew towards this side one after another, and landed behind Qin Luo. There are as many as 20 people. 5 cases entered the Donglan ancient site, each with 20 quotas. The Blood Spirit Sect and the Heavenly Snake Sect have a total of 40 people. Half of them have come here. In addition, Liu Yi killed 5 people before, and the remaining there are only a very small number of disciples in the two sects. After falling behind Qin Luo, all the disciples of the Heavenly Snake Sect and the Blood Spirit Sect felt that they could do it, and clamored. Liu Yi. You are so arrogant. Knowing that senior brother Qin and senior brother Tianhen are going to take your life, but you don't stay away, you still dare to stay here to drink and eat meat. You really don't even know how to write death. So what about the immortal species? Aren't you going to die in the hands of our senior brother Qin? Liu Yi, stop struggling, senior brother Qin will give you a good time. Qin Luo glanced at the barbecue in Liu Yi's hand and the wine on the side, his face was gloomy, looked at Liu Yi, and smiled coldly. It seems that you don't take brother Xue and me seriously. Liu Yi smiled slightly. That's not true, it's just that I'm bored waiting, and I just want to do something. Boring? Qin Luo was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. There was a dark golden light flowing around him, a pair of dark eyes turned into dark yellow vertical pupils, lines appeared on his face, like dragon scales. The aura around him was even more frightening, even condensed a strong wind, and the branches of the surrounding ancient trees were shaking. Everyone present felt as if their hearts were being suppressed by a big rock, indescribably oppressed. The expression of the cultivator in the Winter Valley in the distance changed, and he said in shock, "This is the Heavenly Snake 9 transformation technique of the Heavenly Snake sect? It is said that every time one transforms, the body and spiritual energy will undergo drastic changes, which will greatly improve one's strength. After the transformation, he can even transform into a dragon, and the Heavenly Snake sect only has incomplete skills. How far has Qin Luo cultivated? How can it be so terrifying? Such strength! I'm afraid it can be compared to the Golden Core cultivator. Is this still a Foundation Establishment cultivator? It's too powerful!" Another Winter Valley cultivator exclaimed. Hanyu looked at Qin Luo in the distance, and there was a fighting spirit in his eyes. The skin around his body was like ice crystals, exuding extreme chill. He was slightly surprised, and said softly, "It can awaken my innate ice spirit body instinct." This Qin Luo probably has an extremely powerful physique, otherwise it would be impossible to cultivate the incomplete 9 transformations of the Heavenly Snake to this level in the Foundation Establishment realm. He is a very strong opponent. Han Yu looked deeply at Qin Luo, then turned to look at Lu Yi, curious in her heart, and whispered to herself, "Xian Zhong, what would you do in the face of such an opponent?" In another place, the pretty faces of the 2 Outer Sect disciples were slightly pale. Looking at the black-haired Qin Luo dancing in the distance, like a demon, there was a trace of shock in their bright eyes. So strong! This Qin Luo is too strong. Can Mr. Lu be his opponent? He won't die here, right? Yun Xi looked at Qin Luo, and said seriously, "It's really strong, not much worse than me." As she said that, she looked at Lu Yi, and seeing Lu Yi's expressionless face, she confirmed even more, Qin Luo should not be the opponent of fellow Taoist Lu Yi. Really? The 2 Outer Sect disciples looked at Lu Yi in surprise. You two just look at it. The 3 of Zhang Fan felt Qin Luo's breath, and their faces were slightly pale. Yu Jing had a bitter face. "Junior brother Lu, can you do it?" Wang Chuanlu said seriously, "Why don't we run now? I just don't know if we can run away." Zhang Fan had already silently taken out the old white bottle, looking at Qin Luo with a tense expression. With a calm expression, Lu Yi said softly, "Don't worry, the 3 brothers." He looked at Qin Luo, smiled lightly, and said, "Where's Shui Tianhen? Why haven't you come yet? If you are alone, it's a little less." Qin Luo narrowed his eyes, with a stern look in his eyes, and sneered, "I hope your strength is as powerful as your mouth." While speaking, Qin Luo stomped on the ground with a bang, cracks appeared on the ground, and the blood in his body surged out billowing wolf smoke, and rushed towards Lu Yi with a fierce momentum like a ferocious beast. Lu Yi smiled slightly, "Physical training? Just right, I will also try my body training method." While speaking, there were strands of thunder flashing all over Lu Yi's body, and mysterious thunder patterns appeared on his skin. Heaven Thunder Jade Body Art. Lu Yi also stepped on the ground and rushed towards Qin Luo. Qi and blood surged around the 2 of them, even distorting the surrounding space, releasing primitive and terrifying power. Qin Luo clenched his fist in one hand, and the edge of the fist flashed with a dark gold streamer, and he punched Lu Yi. The strength of that fist stirred up a terrible storm, and the fist was as dazzling as the sun. Lu Yi reached out and grabbed Qin Luo's fist. Boom! The fists and palms collided, and the circular air wave spread in all directions. The bark of the surrounding ancient trees cracked, the branches shook, and the leaves fell rustlingly. The ground where the 2 of them stepped was sunken, forming a pit with a radius of several meters. Qin Luo's fist was firmly blocked by Lu Yi. After one blow, Lu Yi leaned forward, and his left knee slammed into Qin Luo's chest like a warhammer, overflowing with terrifying energy, surrounded by white mist. Qin Luo swung his fist and slapped Lu Yi's knee. With his strength, his body soared into the air, and his right leg lashed towards Liu Yi's head like a whip, making a piercing sonic boom. Liu Yi reached out to block Qin Luo's right leg, his fingers were like hooks in the sky, he held Qin Luo's ankle, and threw Qin Luo to the ground with a burst of force. Qin Luo's pupils contracted, and when he was close to the ground, he slapped the ground with both hands, the ground roared and sank, and cracks appeared, and his other foot kicked towards Liu Yi's chest. Liu Yi stretched out his hand to resist, and with a bang, his body backed away, releasing Qin Luo's ankle. Qin Luo took the opportunity to turn over and land not far away. The confrontation between the two was so fast that they didn't even take a breath. Many disciples in the Foundation establishment realm couldn't even see the movements of the two of them clearly. They could only see their figures flickering. At the moment of collision, the two of them separated at the same time and retreated again and again. There are deep pits, and there are cracks outside the pits, which have been devastated. Only a few disciples who were at the peak of foundation building and not weak in talent, as well as Han Yu and Yun Xi could see clearly. This. Liu Yi has just broken through to the Foundation establishment realm for a year, and he was able to draw with senior brother Qin. Senior brother Qin is practicing the 9 transformations of the heavenly snake. Rumor has it that if it is complete, this technique is close to the immortal scriptures, and it can develop a shocking physique. Why does this Liu Yi have such a terrifying physique? The monks in the Winter Valley couldn't believe it. They stared blankly at Liu Yi and Qin Luo, who had a tie. They didn't expect Liu Yi to be so powerful. What kind of body training method is he practicing? Thunder is wrapped around his body, and there are thunder patterns all over his body. He has never seen this kind of exercise. A Winter Valley disciple was puzzled. Han Yu looked deeply at Liu Yi, and slowly said, I heard that Liu Yi had an epiphany when he was crossing the thunder calamity. He combined the artistic conception of thunder, the power of sky thunder, and a body training technique he practiced into one to create a practice. It must be this body training technique. These words silenced the other cold Winter Valley disciples, and they looked at each other in blank dismay. Liu Yi actually created his own exercises. His physique can even be compared with Qin Luo, who has practiced the 9 transformations of the heavenly snake. How powerful is this technique? He can create such a technique just by practicing Qi. It's no wonder that it caused thunder calamity. Such a terrifying talent is simply a monster. It is hard for them to imagine how powerful such a talent is. Even Han Yu has to admit that Liu Yi's talent is indeed extremely strong. Yun Xi and the others on the other side were also amazed at Liu Yi's physical strength. At this moment, Qin Luo was the most shocked in his heart. He looked deeply at Liu Yi with disbelief in his eyes. Only he knew how strong his physical body was. He was actually blocked by Liu Yi at this moment, feeling Liu Yi's destructive primitive power. He was deeply touched now. Afterwards, Qin Luo's eyes showed a cold murderous intent. No wonder the elders say they can't keep you. You have such strength just after breaking through to Foundation establishment. Keeping you will be a disaster sooner or later. Today, I will kill you. Liu Yi chuckled, I'm afraid you can't do it alone. He was actually a little surprised in his heart. He knew the strength of his physical body best. Although he had cultivated the Heavenly Thunder and Jade body art at the LV5 level, although it was relatively weak among all his methods, it was not something that ordinary Jindan cultivators could do. Resisted, this Qin Luo relied on his cultivation in the Foundation building realm to resist his attack. It has to be said that he still has some strength. It's a pity that the blood hate has not arrived yet, otherwise there is no need to play with him. Liu Yi could only be patient and wait a little longer. Humph! Can you will find out later. While speaking, Qin Luo let out a low cry, and behind him, the phantom of a giant sky-swallowing python emerged. The giant python raised its head and neighed, and then sank into Qin Luo's body. Qin Luo's aura increased a lot again, and even the ground where he was standing couldn't bear such a force, and tiny cracks appeared one after another. It's the Heavenly Snake Transformation secret technique. The explosive secret technique contained in the Heavenly Snake's 9 changes. I didn't expect Senior Brother Qin to use this method. Then Liu Yi is really good. However, that's the end of it. Brother Qin, who has used the Heavenly Snake Transformation, is powerful enough to kill a powerful Jindan 5th level monk. Amid the exclamation of everyone, Qin Luo rushed towards Liu Yi again. As a physical cultivator, the power of close combat is the most powerful. If a physical cultivator is close to him, ordinary monks can only be beaten. Liu Yi felt Qin Luo's burst of power, raised his eyebrows, and also showed a smile. The thunder patterns all over his body shone, his aura also became stronger, and he went to meet him. Boom! The fists of the two collided, the ground was torn apart, the ancient trees were broken, and the entire space was distorted, as if the ancient ruins were wailing. Boom boom boom! Amidst the roar, the two of them turned into 2 beams of light, which flashed alternately in an area of hundreds of meters. Every time they intersected, there was a terrible roar. The circular air waves wave after wave without stopping at all, and deep pits suddenly appeared on the ground. Ordinary monks could hardly see the figures of the two of them clearly, but under the terrifying air wave, they also retreated one after another. A foundation building 8th floor disciple of the Blood Spirit sect retreated a bit slowly, and was swept away by a wave of air, and immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist. When the others saw this, their scalps became numb, they broke out in cold sweat, and retreated even faster. Not only them, Zhang Fan and the other 3 also retreated again and again, not daring to stay where they were. Wang Chuanlu watched Liu Yi's fist land on an ancient tree, which was hundreds of meters high and several meters tall, and the ancient tree was directly broken into sawdust. He couldn't help swallowing. Junior brother, this is too fierce, right? Junior brother Liu probably didn't use his full strength when he was testing the pagoda. Yu Jing said, however, if junior brother Liu used his full strength, wouldn't he be able to obtain more resources? Zhang Fan at the side glanced at Yu Jing quietly, and said, Junior brother Liu is the direct disciple of Peak Lord Ling Luo, so he can get all kinds of resources, and he doesn't lack these. Yu Jing and Wang Chuanlu were silent, feeling that their hearts had been stabbed severely. The battle between the two turned the hundreds of meters nearby into ruins. Trees were smashed one by one, and pits appeared on the ground. Storms gathered in them, cutting the air like sharp knives, which was extremely terrifying. No one dared to step into it. The battle between the two lasted for a while, and at this moment, a loud and unscrupulous laugh sounded. Ha 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 ha, Qin Luo, this is your strength? You can't even take down a junior who has broken through to the foundation establishment stage for a year? In vain you are called the genius of the Heavenly Snake sect who has never been seen in 1,000 years. As soon as these words came out, the disciples of the Heavenly Snake sect in the distance looked over with anger. After seeing the person who came, the faces of many disciples changed slightly, and the person who came was blood and hate. Xue Tianhen still held 3 heads in his hands, and the eyes of those 3 heads were wide open, full of fear and unwillingness. Boom! A roar sounded, Qin Luo and Liu Yi collided once, and the two retreated at the same time. Qin Luo's face was ugly, he took a cold look at Xue Tianhen, and said, this person is extremely powerful, and you can't do much better if you make a move. Xue Tianhen grinned, and said with disdain, the trash will only make excuses. Qin Luo's spiritual energy circulated all over his body, and he said coldly, blood heaven hate, do you want to die? Xue Tianhen laughed, it's just a joke, brother Qin, don't take it seriously. He looked at Liu Yi in the distance, grinned at Liu Yi, shook his head in his hand, and threw it at Liu Yi, a meeting gift for you. I met him on the road and killed him. Liu Yi noticed the head that Xue Tianhen was holding in his hand when Xue Tianhen came over. These 3 were Bianzong seniors who came here with Liu Yi. Liu Yi had competed with them before, and one of them was still ranked no. Second Yuling. Seeing Xue Tianhen throwing the 3 heads over, Lu Yi stretched out his hand, a ray of soft aura supported the heads of the 3, and gently placed the heads of the 3 on the ground. Zhang Fan and the others behind Lu Yi rushed up, and after seeing the 3 heads, Yu Jing's eyes were slightly red. Brother Fang. One of them was his friend. Wang Chuanlu and Zhang Fan also had cold faces, staring at Xue Tianhen. Xue Tianhen had an unscrupulous smile on his face, unmoved by the murderous intent of the 3 of them. He stretched out his hand to Lu Yi and scratched his neck, and said with a smile, "It will be your turn soon." A female cultivator from the Winter Valley in the distance frowned slightly, looked at Xue Tianhen, and said, "Xue Tianhen is bloodthirsty and arrogant, and he is not afraid of causing great karma?" Han Yu's face was calm, and he said indifferently, "The core of the blood spirit sect's exercises is to devour essence and blood, which will inevitably affect the practitioner's xingxing. Most of the disciples of the blood spirit sect are bloodthirsty and bloodthirsty. This kind of practice is simply evil." Yun Xi on the other side looked at Xue Tianhen, with anger in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, "I want to kill him. He killed several senior sisters of our Wanhua sect last time." 2 Wanhua sect disciples hurriedly grabbed Yun Xi, "Senior sister Yun Xi. Don't, you can't go there now." Lu Yi squatted down, looked at the 3 heads, closed the eyes of the 3, and sighed softly, "3 senior brothers, wait for the next senior brother to send this guy down to accompany you." Hearing Lu Yi's words, Xue Tianhen laughed wildly, "It's up to you? Hey, can you stop joking? I have a very low point of laughter." Lu Yi ignored Xue Tianhen, looked at Zhang Fan and the other 3, and said softly, "3 senior brothers, please put away the heads of these 3 senior brothers." Yu actually nodded and put away the heads of the 3 of them. Then they glanced at Lu Yi. Seeing Lu Yi's cold eyes, the 3 of them felt a little chill for no reason. They quickly backed away and moved towards the distance. They felt in their hearts that Lu Yi might be a little angry. Lu Yi turned around and looked at Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo. Xue Tianhen smiled wildly, and said, "The farewell time is over? Are you ready to die?" With a calm face, Lu Yi said, "I've been waiting for you all to arrive, and finally I can send you on your way." Hearing this, Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo's expressions were cold. "Court death. You don't know how to live or die, I will refine you into a blood puppet." The aura of the 2 of them was circulating, and they were about to rush towards Lu Yi. At this moment, streaks of golden sword light suddenly condensed around Lu Yi's body. The sword light soared into the sky. The sword light streaked across the air and slashed at the 2 of them. Wherever it passed, the space was distorted. The faces of the 2 of them changed drastically, and they roared angrily. Qin Luo's spiritual armor flickered with a dark golden streamer, blocking his body. And a blood-colored spirit bead appeared on Xue Tianhen's head, spilling out streaks of blood-colored light, turning into a blood-colored barrier, resisting in front of him. However, it was useless. The golden sword light was extremely sharp, and it contained nearly half of Lu Yi's sword intent and the immortal sword energy of the Gaijin realm, which could be called destructive. Almost instantly, 3 sword chi streaked across the dark gold mask, the mask shattered, and the sword light streaked across Qin Luo's spirit armor, chopping him into pieces. There were 4 more sword lights piercing the blood barrier, piercing Xue Tianhen's body, and the sword energy burst out, twisting him into a blood mist. The disciples of the Heavenly Snake sect and the Blood Spirit sect in the distance stared wide-eyed, their faces full of horror. "Senior Brother Qin! Impossible! Brother Tianhen!" Then everyone came back to their senses, turned around and wanted to run away, but the next moment, golden sword lights streaked across, killing all the disciples of the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect. The atmosphere in the entire forest fell into silence. Whether it was Zhang Fan and the others in the distance, or the people in Winter Valley further away, or Wanhuazong and the others, they all stared at Lui with wide eyes and expressions of astonishment. Thank you for the 500 points rewarded by His Highness Tianyi, the guard, and the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 91 Tens of thousands of drops of 10,000 years essence milk. The atmosphere fell silent for a while, and a female cultivator from the Winter Valley said with a trembling voice, "How is this possible? Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo are so strong, why can't they even block a move?" Another monk said, "Didn't Lu and Lui just break through to the Foundation establishment realm for a year? This strength is terrifying." Han Yu's face was stiff and pale, and she stared at Lui. The other disciples noticed the abnormality, and turned to look at Han Yu, feeling a little worried. "Brother Han Yu?" Han Yu came back to her senses and said, "I'm fine." But other disciples noticed that Han Yu's fingers trembled slightly. They looked at each other without daring to say anything. On the other side, the three of Yun Xi were also shocked. The two Wanhuazong monks were dumbfounded. "Lu, Mr. Lu is so strong. Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo are not weaker than senior sister Yun Xi, and they couldn't even block a move." The two were shocked. Yun Xi on the side looked directly at Lui. "My feeling is indeed right, he is so strong, I was a little scared." A Wanhua sect monk stuck out his tongue. "Fortunately, there was no conflict with Mr. Lu just now, otherwise, it would have ended badly." Another monk nodded again and again. After Lui killed the disciples of the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect, he stepped forward to pick up their space rings. At this moment, a blood-colored bead suddenly rose into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the distance. Lui squinted his eyes, his body turned into a thunderbolt, and disappeared in place, immediately blocking the bloody spirit bead. He reached out, sealed off the surrounding space, and took the bloody spirit orb into his hand. The Xuelingzhou kept struggling, and Lui saw the soul of Xue Tianhen in it. At this moment, his face was full of fear and some madness. Lui raised his eyebrows, raised the corners of his mouth, and showed a smile. "It's kind of interesting. After building the foundation, it is possible to retain the soul after the destruction of the body? Is it because of the accompanying blood spirit orb?" The blood spirit pearl vibrated more intensely, the fear on Xue Tianhen's face deepened, and he shouted, "Let go of me, I am the young master of the blood spirit sect. If you kill me, there will be a big battle between the blood spirit sect and the Baiyun sect." Hearing this, Lui chuckled and said, "Aren't the blood spirit sect and the Baiyun sect already fighting? Besides, you already planned to kill me, and you want me to let you go?" Lui's spiritual energy surged, an array of immortal sword energy was injected into the blood spirit bead, instantly strangling Xue Tianhen's soul. Lui looked at the dim blood spirit bead, thinking that this companion spirit treasure is quite interesting, and see if there is a way to protect his soul like this blood hatred. This will be considered later. Lui put away the blood spirit beads, and then went to pick up the space rings of the disciples of the Heavenly Snake sect and the Blood Spirit sect. The dark gold spirit armor on Qin Luo's body was actually a good magic weapon, but it was a pity that he chopped it into pieces. Lui used the Kixuan swordsmanship of Gijin Realm, coupled with Gijin Realm's Immortal Sword Sutra and 50% of the sword intent, the power was even stronger than he thought. Lui hadn't used such a powerful force for a long time, and he was a little unsure. Looking at the broken dark gold spirit armor, Lui sighed softly, "It's a pity. However, this material can be recycled, picked up and sold, and you can get some money, or have the opportunity to repair it with other natural treasures, maybe it can be repaired." Lui still picked up the spirit armor. At this time, the three of Zhang Fan came over. They looked at the corpse on the ground with a dazed expression, and they still haven't recovered. Zhang Fan looked at Lui with an extremely complicated expression, and smiled wryly, "Junior brother Lu, your strength." He shook his head, "I thought that I had already improved very quickly, and maybe I could get closer to you. I didn't expect that your progress far exceeded that of senior brother." Yu Jing and Wang Chuanlu next to each other had more complicated expressions. Wang Chuan said expressionlessly, I finally know why junior brother Lu is not panicking at all. With such strength, I wouldn't panic if it were me. Yu, who was on the side, glanced at him. This guy didn't react like this before. Lu Yi chuckled lightly, 3 brothers, the matter is settled. Yu Jing sighed softly, and said, it's a pity for brother Feng and the 3 of you. Hearing this, Lu Yi was also slightly silent. He said, it's a pity that Xue Tianhen's body was broken, otherwise it could be used to pay homage to the 3 senior brothers. Yu Jing smiled and said, the road to immortality is full of dangers. The fate of the 3 brothers is not good. They must be very pleased that you can avenge them. Lu Yi nodded slightly, and said no more, feeling a little heavy in his heart. Ordinary people are always envious of immortal cultivators, who can fly into the sky and escape from the earth, and live forever. How do they know that immortal cultivators are also in various dangers? Maybe one day was fine, but the next day there was an unwarranted disaster. If you don't have enough strength, you still can't be free after all. Lu Yi sighed in his heart, and he was even more determined to practice hard. Only with strong strength can he protect himself and the people he wants to protect. At this time, several streamers of light approached quickly. Lu Yi turned his head and saw Han Yu flying over with a few disciples from the Winter Valley, and on the other side, Yun Xi also flew over with 2 disciples from the Wanhua sect. Lu Yi's face was calm. He had noticed the existence of Han Yu and the others before. After all, most of them practiced ice attribute magic arts. Their aura was different from that of the Heavenly Snake sect and the Blood Spirit sect. Still noticeable the difference. They landed on the ground and looked at Lu Yi with shock that hadn't dissipated in their eyes. Han Yu, who looked like a beautiful white-haired boy, glanced at the dead body on the ground, looked deeply at Lu Yi, and said, Friend Lu Daoist is amazing, the elders of my sect are right, the Baiyun sect will prosper under your hands. Yun Xi's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Lu Yi, you are really amazing. Lu Yi smiled lightly, the 2 fellow Taoists are overrated. Han Yu shook her head, however, you killed Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo, and the efforts of the 2 sects for more than 20 years were ruined at once. I am afraid it will have an impact on the Baiyun sect. Lu Yi nodded slightly, and then said helplessly, they want to kill me, so I can only fight back, just kill me. Han Yu didn't say much. After Lu Yi killed Qin Luo and Xue Tianhen, the 5 sects in Qingzhou might be in turmoil. In particular, there has been friction between the Blood Spirit sect and the Baiyun sect recently, and with this incident, I am afraid that the 2 sides will have a full-scale war. Han Yu chuckled lightly and said, your fellow Daoist Lu has a free-spirited and righteous personality, and is worth making friends with. It's a pity that I can't represent Cold Winter Valley, otherwise I would be willing to help you. Fellow Daoist Han Yu has this heart, Lu Yi is very happy. Yun Xi next to him said with a serious face, after I go back, I will tell my mother-in-law that our Wanhua sect will help you fight the Blood Spirit sect. The expressions of the 2 Wanhua sect disciples on the side changed slightly, and they quickly pulled Yungzi gently. My senior sister started talking nonsense again. Lu Yi didn't care, and just expressed his gratitude to Yun Xi. He chuckled lightly and said, the 2 fellow Taoists are quite capable. If we have spare time, we can discuss the Dao together. Lu Yi announced the task of defeating Han Yu in his heart, and found that Han Yu's task rewards are also quite generous. 20 drops of Wanyan Lingrui, and a wisp of ice. I have to say that as a proud man, the mission rewards are good. Lu Yi is naturally willing to make friends with Han Yu, and after a few more exchanges, his artistic conception of ice will take off. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Han Yu and Yun Xi nodded in response. Boom! Just when several people were communicating, there was a deafening roar. The terrifying breath spread, and Lu Yi couldn't help but change his face slightly, feeling a little dull in his chest. The expressions of the others changed drastically, and their faces turned pale. What's going on? Zhang Fan was shocked, and looked in the direction of the voice. It's the central area of the historic site. A look of shock appeared on Han Yu's originally calm face. Liu Yi and the others rose into the air and floated in the air. The sight that caught their eyes made their expressions froze. The core area of Donglan ancient site, which was originally covered with thick blood mist, shone with terrible blood light, and the blood mist rolled, as if there were evildoers stirring up trouble in it. An incomparably powerful aura rose slowly from the bloody light, as if a terrifying monster was waking up. Perhaps it was because of the mutation in the core area. One by one ferocious beasts with a terrifying aura rushed out from the inner circle roaring, as if they were avoiding something. Liu Yi saw the giant golden bird that he had encountered when he first entered the ancient site. The giant bird screamed shrilly, escaped from the inner circle, and was swallowed by an extremely huge strange beast. And the ferocious beasts outside were even more violent, as if they had encountered something terrible and were extremely disturbed. What is that? Everyone was shocked. Boom! There was another roar, heavier than before. Someone grunted and turned pale. Liu Yi also felt his whole body was cold, and his blood tended to stagnate, as if he had encountered a top predator. It's over. The monument riot. Many disciples were pale and terrified. I've heard for a long time that there are powerful beasts inside. There are so many powerful alien beasts, even those in the nascent soul realm. There may not be more powerful alien beasts. What should we do if these alien beasts come out? Zhang Fan and the three all looked at Liu Yi at this moment. Junior brother Liu, what shall we do? Yun Xi, Han Yu and others also looked at Liu Yi. Liu Yi's expression was a little stiff. He has never encountered such a situation, how did he know what to do? Liu Yi expressed his distress. How come others have not encountered such a situation when they entered the historic site before? What a pity! Liu Yi said, the alien beasts in the inner circle have rushed out, and the outer circle is no longer safe. Let's go to the escaped place in the north first. After 10 days, we can go out. Everyone looked at each other, and then nodded slightly. At this time, Yun Xi was a little worried, then what about the other junior sisters? Everyone fell silent. They don't have the mother-child sound transmission cup of the Heavenly Snake Sect, and they can't even use the sound transmission jade in the ancient site. The reason why they are here is entirely because they encountered the changes of the Blood Spirit Sect and the disciples of the Heavenly Snake Sect, and followed them. The other disciples didn't come over, either they avoided them, or they didn't come across them at all. Now that there is no means of contact, they cannot contact other people at all. Han Yu said, if they have some brains, they will go there, and they may meet them on the way. We can't find them, so we can only go there first. Liu Yi said, fellow Daoist Han Yu is right, it would be best if you can meet him, but if you don't. Everyone was silent, and then a group of people returned to the forest, turned into a streamer, and moved towards the north. They dare not fly in the sky. There are too many powerful beasts in the sky. If they attract their attention, even Liu Yi will feel that it will be a little dangerous, let alone other people. Ah! Not long after the flight, there was a roar, and a giant wolf beast covered in black leather rushed towards the crowd. A golden sword light flashed past, and the strange beast was pierced through the head on the spot, and fell to the ground. Liu Yi stood at the forefront of the team, opening the way for everyone. As time went by, the beasts he encountered became stronger and stronger, and he even encountered strange beasts in the Golden Core realm. Everyone looked at Liu Yi's back and felt grateful. Liu Yi blocked most of the beasts by himself, and he killed all the powerful beasts immediately. Even Han Yu couldn't help being moved. He looked at Liu Yi and said, fellow Liu Yi, your aura must have been consumed a lot. Do you need to rest? I can open the way. Yun Xi also nodded, me too, Fellow Daoist Liu Yi, our strength is not weak, there is no need to be like this. Liu Yi smiled slightly, my Kung Fu has been cultivated to the state of returning to the true state, it is extremely mysterious, and the spiritual energy recovers quickly, so don't worry. Just kidding, these kills are rewards, how could Liu Yi give up? In just such a period of time, Liu Yi has obtained more than 300 drops of beast essence blood, and nearly 1,000 drops of Wanyan spiritual milk. This is Wanyan Ling Rui. Nearly 1,000 drops. It was enough to make the cultivator of transformation god jealous. Liu Yi was happy in his heart, his expression was very firm, and he would not give up the position of opening the way no matter what. Seeing this, Han Yu and the others were even more moved. Soon, everyone rushed out of the forest and came to the wilderness. There are areas of the wilderness that are dark red, as if drenched in blood from ages past. There are also some broken weapons left in some areas. These are left over from the battlefields of those years. Perhaps there are some ancient soldiers with auras, and some people have even seen the space rings left by the ancient strong men, soaring to the sky. It's a pity that they can't stop and search now. After arriving in the wilderness, the field of vision was wide open, and everyone glanced at the depths of the ancient ruins. Then I saw a strange black shadow dancing between the blood mist, exuding unknown magic. When Liu Yi saw the black shadow, he couldn't help getting goosebumps on his back, and his fine hair exploded. Outside the blood mist, a large number of ferocious beasts were running out, almost forming a beast tide, which made everyone change color. Don't be engulfed by this tide of ferocious beasts, or life and death will be unpredictable. At this moment, everyone felt a wave of spiritual energy coming from a distance. When they turned their heads, they saw a dozen or so people gathering together and moving towards the distance. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. It's someone else. Everyone's faces brightened. Liu Yi immediately said, rush over. A ray of sharp light flashed in his eyes, and the immortal sword energy shot out again and again, beheading all the strange beasts blocking the way, unrivaled. In just a moment, Liu Yi carved out a path to join those monks. Those monks included disciples of Baiun Sect, Cold Winter Valley and Wanhua Sect. After seeing Liu Yi, Han Yu, and Yun Xi, they all looked happy. Junior brother Liu! Lin Xiaoxiao shouted from the crowd. Liu Yi saw 4 Baiun Sect disciples gathered together at the moment, all of them were covered in blood, and he didn't know if it was the blood of the alien beast or his own blood. Liu Yi nodded and said, everyone gather together, let's get out of here. Lin Xiaoxiao and others merged into the crowd, and then Liu Yi broke out again, forcibly cutting a way through the group of alien beasts full of golden cores and foundations. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxiao and other monks who just came over were all dumbfounded, and their eyeballs almost popped out. Liu Yi showed too much strength. But now the situation was bad, no one thought about it, everyone protected themselves, followed Liu Yi's footsteps, and rushed out of the herd. After that, they rescued a few more monks, rushed across the wilderness, and passed through the swamp. After half a day, they came to a barren mountain area. Everyone was exhausted, and their spiritual energy was consumed enormously. Only Liu Yi still had a lot of strength left. The immortal scripture of returning to the true realm can keep the aura emerging, and his aura vortex, which uses the aura of the Dao to build the foundation, will hardly be exhausted as long as the battle is not too fierce. Although such a battle was fierce, it was not unacceptable to Liu Yi. Boom! There was another bang, and everyone's faces turned pale. A monk who was almost completely lifeless coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground shaking. It's almost over. Everyone turned pale. Even Han Yu and Yun Xi were gasping for breath, consuming a lot of spiritual energy. At this moment, in the depths of the blood mist, the demonic figure suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. With the disappearance of the demonic figure, the powerful aura in the depths also slowly dissipated. As the breath dissipated, all the strange beasts gradually calmed down, and they were no longer as crazy as before. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Liu Yi and the others came to a narrow valley and finally got a chance to breathe. Everyone sat on the ground, panting again and again, with horror in their eyes. I thought I would die here today. I didn't expect to survive. What's in that blood mist? I've never heard of that thing before. Everyone was talking about it, but no one knew why there was such a change in the depths of the blood mist. Everyone rested for a while, and the breath began to calm down. Han Yu came to Liu Yi, clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, fellow Daoist Liu, if it wasn't for you, we might have died here today." Yun Xi also smiled at Kyungzi, "Thanks to fellow Taoist Liu Yi, you are so powerful, you can kill so many strange beasts." When the others came back to their senses, they were also grateful to Liu Yi. Fellow Daoist Liu is too powerful. This strength, even at the peak of Jindan, is probably no more than that. As expected of the fairy seed in the legend. All the disciples were grateful and shocked. You know, it only took 1 year for Liu Yi to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Even the disciples of the Baiyun sect were no exception. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Liu Yi, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and said with a smile, "Thank you, junior brother Liu, I can't repay you for saving my life, if you need anything, just tell me." Liu Yi smiled helplessly, "Senior sister, you are too polite." He responded to everyone with a smile, and he was really pleasantly surprised. Fighting all the way, Liu Yi killed an unknown number of strange beasts, and obtained tens of thousands of drops of Wanyan spiritual milk. There are so many Wanyan Lingrui, which is enough for Liu Yi to practice for a long time, and maybe he can directly cultivate to the Golden Core realm. In a short time, there should be no need to worry about resource issues. Liu Yi felt that it was really worthwhile to come to Donglan Historic Site this time. Although there are some twists and turns, it is still within the acceptable range. At this moment, a monk exclaimed, "Look at the sky." Everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Then everyone's faces changed. In the originally clean air, traces of light red mist slowly spread. Chapter 92 Surprised by the monster race. How is this going? There was an uproar and discussions. This mist is somewhat similar to the mist that appears from time to time on the scorched earth at the outer door. Is there any danger? Han Yu and Yun Xi also had vigilant expressions, vaguely worried. Yun Xi looked at Liu Yi, "Fellow Daoist Liu Yi, there is an unknown change in the Donglan ancient site, what should we do?" Others also looked over. Liu Yi's strength was astonishing and he saved them all. At this moment, he almost became the backbone of everyone. Faced with everyone's gaze, Liu Yi was also very speechless. It was also the first time he came in, and it was also the first time he experienced this kind of thing. Where does he know? However, no matter what, he has to go out, and if he wants to go out, he must go to the place of escape. Liu Yi thought for a while, and said, "No matter what, if we want to go out, we have to go to the place of escape. First investigate whether the blood mist is dangerous. After we recover, we can continue to the north." Everyone looked at each other and nodded. That's the only way to go. Fellow Daoist Liu is right. Anyway, if we want to go out, we must go to the place of escape. Han Yu nodded slightly, in this case, let's recover first, there may be an unknown danger when a red mist appears suddenly. Everyone heard the words, stopped thinking about it, and began to recover. Liu Yi sat cross-legged, looked at the sky, did not recover deeply, his aura had been recovering automatically, and was almost fully recovered. He was a little worried that another unknown danger would appear in the red mist. Liu Yi glanced at the crowd, because he saved many people one after another, and now there are about 50 monks here. In addition to the disciples of the 3 major sects, there are also a few casual cultivators. Loose cultivators can only come in after the disciples of the 5 sects have entered, and Liu Yi is not surprised to see a few. However, the monks in the Donglan ancient ruins are probably only these. The beast tied before was too terrifying, and even had a faint aura of nascent soul. Lui led the crowd and forcibly fought a way out, only to avoid the position of the nascent soul and the beasts, which also killed many Jindan beasts. Others don't have Lui's strength. Facing the mighty alien beast, I'm afraid it will be swallowed up. Lui sighed again in his heart, it's really unlucky, but luckily my strength is not bad. At this moment, Lui suddenly paused, glanced at the more than 50 monks here, and had a bold idea in his heart. He said to himself, I want to save these people from the Donglan historic site. Task: rescue the monks from the Donglan historic site. The reward depends on the number of people saved. Whether to accept, yes/no. Lui was overjoyed. This can also trigger the mission? Not bad. Lui suddenly had motivation in his heart. With the deaths of Shui Tianhen and Qin Luo, the disciples of the Heavenly Snake sect and the Blood Spirit sect should be almost dead. As long as they go out, the 2 missions released before should be settled. How many rewards will there be? Lui suddenly had another thought, and said to himself, I want to leave the Donglan ancient site. Task: leaving the Donglan historic site. Reward: Jindan Realm Spirit Wine Recipe Jasper Wine. Whether to accept, yes/no. Sure enough. Lui was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect that I would have 2 missions once I left the ancient site. Wonderful. And the mission reward is still the spirit wine formula. So far Lui only has 1 spirit wine formula, Yunchen Lu, and finally there is a second one. This is the spirit wine formula of the Jindan realm, which is just suitable for him to use now. Lui was satisfied and accepted the task happily. At this moment, Lui's spirit was suddenly in a trance. He seems to have traveled through endless years and came to the ancient era, surrounded by continuous mountains, and densely packed human monks stood in the sky. On the other side, a large number of monster monks vacated. Kill. The leading human monk was surrounded by a strong halo, as if a banished fairy had descended. He led a group of monks and charged towards the monster monks. And there was a soft but icy voice from the monks of the monster tribe. The leader was a figure shrouded in sunlight, making it difficult to see his figure, and his aura was no worse than that of a monk who looked like a banished immortal. Kill. The monks on both sides charged towards each other. The sound of fighting was endless, magic weapons filled the sky, spiritual energy surged, and the sky was stained red with blood. The soaring fighting and killing intent made Lui's heart boil, as if there was a killing intent above him, wanting to tear the world apart. At this moment, the vortex of 7-color spiritual energy in Lui's danshan turned slightly, and a Taoist voice emerged. His spirit was shaken, and he suddenly became clear. He opened his eyes, but he felt the breath around him explode. When he looked at it, he found that the eyes of the monks who were recovering were red, as if they had fallen into an illusion, and the aura was circulating all over their bodies, wanting to attack. Lui's expression changed. Blood Fiend Illusion? This is the Blood Fiend illusion encountered on the scorched earth outside the historic site. And the Blood Fiend illusion here is far more powerful than outside. These monks were all addicted to the illusion, even Hanyu and Yun Xi couldn't escape. However, Hanyu's skin is like ice jade, exuding an extreme chill, and around Yungzi, there are hundreds of flowers blooming, exuding a fragrance. Both of them are subconsciously resisting the illusion, which is much better than others. Of the rest, only Zhang Fan was also resisting. Wisps of mist circulated around him, and an old white bottle flew out of his body, wrapping Zhang Fan in layers of mysterious water. Lui glanced at Zhang Fan in surprise. As expected of senior brother Zhang Fan, other monks who were at the peak of Foundation establishment were about to completely fall into a fantasy. Go to Hanyu and Yungzi. Lui took a deep breath, and mental power surged between his brows, and he opened his mouth and shouted, "Wake up!" Lui's voice was like an evening drum and morning bell, and his spiritual power combined with his spiritual power shook the spirits of other disciples. Suddenly, all the monks were shocked and showed signs of awakening. Yun Xi was the first to wake up. She opened her pure eyes and looked around vigilantly. After seeing Lu Yi, she breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Deist Lu Yi, you woke me up. Hey? You saved me again." Lu Yi smiled and said, "It's a little effort, fellow Deist Yungzi, don't worry about it, and even without me, you probably wouldn't be addicted to it." Yun Xi shook his head, and said seriously, "My mother-in-law always taught me that I should repay my kindness." Seeing Yun Xi's serious look, Lu Yi smiled helplessly, "Fellow Taoist Yun Xi, don't worry too much." Yun Xi still shook her head. She thought for a while, and said, "People often say that you should give your life to save your life, or else, I will be your Taoist partner? Although there is no relationship between us, I think you are very good." Lu Yi? His expression is stiff, is there such a good thing? Ahem. At this moment, a cough sounded. Lu Yi turned his head and saw that Han Yu had woken up. His delicate and feminine face was as calm as ever. "Did I wake up too early?" Lu Yi shook his head seriously, "No, you woke up just in time." Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to respond to Yun Xi's words. This woman's brain circuit is a bit out of line. Han Yu laughed lightly, and looked at Lu Yi, "I'm a man, so I won't promise you with my body. This life-saving grace, if you need something in the future, just come to me." Lu Yi. The topic of body promises is hard to pass, right? Lu Yi smiled helplessly, "Fellow Deist Han Yu, you're being polite, it's just a little effort." Han Yu calmly shook her head and didn't continue to say more. Not long after, Zhang Fan woke up, which made Yun Xi and Han Yu look at him in surprise. Both of them were very surprised that a monk who built the third floor of the foundation could wake up so quickly. Zhang Fan put away the white bottle, exhaled, looked at Lu Yi, and said with a smile, "Junior brother Lu, thanks to you." Lu Yi smiled, "Brother Zhang, you don't have to be polite." Zhang Fan nodded and said no more. Lu Yi gave him too much help, this time is not bad. Following that, the monks woke up one by one, and their faces were full of fear. That was the blood fiend illusion just now? It's such a real illusion, I feel like I have become one of those monks. Thanks to fellow Deist Lu Yi, otherwise we might be trapped in the illusion and die in it. All the monks expressed their gratitude to Lu Yi. After a long time, all the monks woke up, and Lu Yi was relieved. He has accepted the mission now, it is best not to die, and take all these people out, so that he will get the most rewards. It didn't take long for everyone's aura to recover almost. Lu Yi stood up and said, "It's almost time to rest, let's go on." Han Yu and Yun Xi got up, and everyone else got up as well. The crowd left the valley and continued to move towards the north where they left. After leaving the valley, Lu Yi noticed that the surrounding area was shrouded in reddish mist, and the visual range became much smaller. And this light red mist also contains the killing intent passed down from the ancient times, and it will lead people into the illusion of blood demon from time to time, which is very dangerous. Fortunately, the spiritual vortex of Dao in Lu Yi's body is extremely powerful. Every time he enters the illusion, he wakes up on the spot, and then wakes up the others, so that everyone is not addicted to it. Even so, everyone is still prone to mental fatigue. But fortunately, with the disappearance of the terrifying aura in the core area, the strange beasts are no longer rioting, and the number of fierce beasts around is much less than before. During the operation of Lu Yi and others, the number of fierce beasts they encountered was not as large as before many. This is relatively safe for everyone. However, for Lu Yi, it wasn't good news. There were fewer beasts, so his mission rewards would be less. Fortunately, he has already collected a lot of Wanyan spiritual milk, which is enough for him to practice for a long time. Moving in the red mist, even Liu Yi is prone to mental exhaustion. The distance he can walk in a day is not long, so he needs to find a place to rest. It took 3 full days before they arrived at the north of the Donglan historic site. Came to a desolate scorched earth area. The bloody aura in this area is stronger than other areas. Although it is not as good as the core area, it is still very terrifying. After entering this area, even Liu Yi had to be careful, because he felt the powerful aura of many Jindan beasts, and even faintly felt the aura of nascent soul beasts in the distance. Everyone is holding their breath and moving forward. It's really unlucky. In the past, at most, there were only lower-level alien beasts in the Jindan realm. Yet, I didn't expect that even nascent soul beasts would appear in the peripheral area now. Many people complained in low voices, their expressions were quite tired. Hurrying for several days in a row, coupled with entering the illusion from time to time, and experiencing the fighting in the ancient times, made their spirits very exhausted. I don't know what happened to the core. I'm afraid something big has happened to the Donglan ancient ruins. Yeah, this time something like this happened, and I don't know if the Donglan historic site will be able to enter in the future. Everyone looked worried. Some people were even a little worried about whether they would be able to escape from the Donglan historic site. After another 2 days, they walked all the way in a detour, and finally approached the place of escape. At this moment, Liu Yi, who was leading the way at the front, suddenly felt a powerful aura not far ahead, approaching here. This breath is not like a monk's breath, but has a strange evil spirit. Han Yu, Yun Xi, and the others were naturally also aware of it. Everyone's face changed slightly. This aura, is it a monster aura? Why is there a monster here? As everyone's expressions changed, 3 figures stepped out of the red mist. One of the figures was a strong man about 2 meters tall with a pair of horns, one was a slender woman with a pair of grey-white wings on her back, and fine fluff on her face, and the last figure had a tiger's head. Monster race. Liu Yi's face changed slightly, and he was a little surprised. Before he came in, he had learned a lot about the Donglan ancient ruins, but he never knew that there were monster races in the Donglan ancient ruins. Not only him, Han Yu, Yun Xi and others also changed their expressions. How is it possible? How could there be a monster race in the Donglan ancient ruins? When they were surprised, the 3 monster races were also surprised, as if they didn't expect to see them. The tiger demon in the lead frowned, the previous beast horde failed to kill them? How could there be so many people left behind? How is it possible? Maybe it was where they hid before, and they escaped a catastrophe, right? The luck of these human races is good. The bull demon coldly swept a few people and said with a sneer. The bird demon covered his mouth, let out a crisp laugh, and said, so what? It's not too late to kill them now. His Highness is about to succeed, so let's celebrate His Highness. Hearing this, the other 2 monster clans also nodded, with cruel smiles on their faces. A violent monster aura shot up into the sky, and the red mist surged in the monster aura. Golden Core Demon. Everyone's expressions changed again. These 3 monster races are all in the Golden Core realm. Liu Yi's expression was calm. He looked at the 3 monster clans and asked, you also came in from the outside world? The bird demon glanced over and said with a smile, you handsome little brother, we did come in from the outside world. How is it possible? The entrance of the Donglan ancient site has been under the control of our 5 sects. How could you possibly enter? And you are already in the Golden Core realm, why can you enter? A Cold Winter Valley disciple couldn't believe it. Hey, we naturally have our secret method, if we want to come in, we can come in too. The bull demon sneered. Liu Yi thought of something, his face changed slightly, and he said, who are your highnesses? Could it be related to the changes in the core of the Donglan ancient site? Others also thought of the conversation between the 3 big monsters before, and their expressions changed one after another, looking at the 3 monster clans. Hehe, the human race boy, you are quite clever. The remains of the nine-tailed demon emperor of my demon clan are buried here. Your Highness has the talent of the demon emperor, so naturally he wants to inherit the power of the nine-tailed demon emperor. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. The remains of the demon emperor. Here is the big shot of the nine-tailed demon fox. It's over. Many monks were pale. Even Liu Yi's face changed slightly. The status of the nine-tailed demon fox in the demon clan is like the holy land of the immortal sect of the human race, and it is an extremely powerful force of the demon clan. The person in the Donglan ancient ruins turned out to be the descendant of the nine-tailed demon fox, and also possessed the talent of the demon emperor. The talent might be extremely terrifying, even Liu Yi did not dare to take it lightly. From the movements in the core area before, it can be seen that that guy is probably extremely powerful. Liu Yi never expected that the demon clan who fought against the human race in ancient times turned out to be the demon emperor of the nine-tailed demon fox. In Liu Yi's mind, he recalled the Miaoman figure shrouded in Xiaoguang in the previous environment. The big monster is probably the nine-tailed demon emperor, right? Seeing the change in the expressions of Liu Yi and the others, the three golden core monsters all sneered and approached the crowd, intending to catch Liu Yi and the others all at once. Liu Yi looked at the three big monsters, took a deep breath, and said to himself, I want to kill the three monsters in front of me. Task: kill 3 golden core monsters. Reward: 1 colorful flower of spiritual nourishment. Whether to accept, yes/no. When Liu Yi saw the reward, he was overjoyed. It turned out to be the flower of nourishing the spirit, which is an extremely rare treasure of genius, which can nourish the spirit. If the Yangshen Hua survives for 100 years, it can reach 3 colors, and for 500 years it can reach 5 colors. If it wants to reach the level of 7 colors, it must exist for at least 1,000 years. The medicinal properties contained in it are enough to make Liu Yi's spiritual power undergo a qualitative transformation. This reward is great. Liu Yi quickly accepted the task, then looked at the 3 big monsters, and said with a light smile, since that's the case, I can't let you run away, so as not to go back and find more monsters. These words made the 3 demons startled, and then they all laughed. Want to kill us? It depends on you. It's just a group of foundation-building monks. Kill them. The 3 big monsters were full of evil spirits, and they used their methods one after another. The tiger demon roared, and opened its mouth to spit out a big bell. The big bell turned upside down, sealing off the space and sealing everyone in it, preventing Liu Yi and others from retreating. The bull demon released wild power all over his body, his blood was like a dragon, he strode forward, and rushed towards the crowd. And the harpy took out grey and white feathers, and the feathers were refined by her like gold and iron, shining with faint light. With a wave of her hand, grey and white feathers pierced the air and shot towards them. The 3 big monsters are all golden core powerhouses, and their strength is extremely powerful. Once they made a move, the powerful aura made many monks turn pale and it was difficult to resist. Liu Yi's expression was extremely calm. He took a step forward, his white clothes fluttering, golden sword lights emerged all over his body, and the immortal sword intent escaped. The sword light turned into golden light as if there was life, and shot at the 3 big monsters. The terrifying sword intent made the faces of the 3 big monsters change suddenly. Thanks for the exclamation point. 1,500 points from the boss, 1,500 points from the fallen magician, 500 points from Beiwu Nidao, 100 points from IEEE Access, and 100 points from Fan Nanchuan 100 points, thank you 08A boss for the 100 points. Chapter 93 The Prestige of the Treasure. The sword light slashed across the grey and white feathers, and instantly chopped the grey and white feathers into fine powder, making the bird demon's face turn pale, and he spit out a mouthful of blood, his body turned into white light, and he retreated again and again. The next moment, Jian Guang slashed past her original position, and the space was distorted accordingly. In another place, Jian Guang slashed at the bull demon with yellow light flashing all over his body. The bull demon roared angrily, with his breath billowing like wolf smoke, and swung his fist at Jian Guang. Boom! Cracks appeared on his fist and arm under the light of the sword, and the sturdy body more than 2 meters high flew upside down, and blood spilled all over the ground. The rest of the sword light fell on the big clock above his head, and the sound of dang dang was endless. The big clock vibrated, and there were tiny cracks. Overflows in pores. The 3 golden core monsters stared at Lu Yi, who was surrounded by golden sword lights, with a handsome appearance, like a sword fairy descending from the earth, and was completely shocked. This sword intent actually contains a trace of immortality. How can a human monk in the foundation building realm master such a terrifying sword intent? This sword intent is already close to 50% right. The 3 great golden elixir monsters were all horrified. As followers of the demon emperor's descendants, they are naturally considered geniuses among monks of the same level. Their strength cannot be calculated according to their own realm, and they are enough to fight against the high-level Jindan powerhouses. Even so, the 3 golden core demons joined forces, and it was difficult to resist the sword of the foundation-building human race. The 3 big monsters looked at each other, and there was hostility in their eyes. The bull demon let out a low cry, the energy and blood flowed, the yellow light surged, and the bones creaked. He reattached the severed arm that had been broken by the indestructible sword energy, and the flesh and blood also recovered. He took a breath, and said sharply, "This person must be a monster of the human race, don't stay." The tiger demon took a deep breath, opened its tiger eyes, and stared at Lu Yi firmly. It's just that the establishment of the foundation has such strength. If it grows up, it will definitely become the enemy of His Highness. Kill him and clear the way for His Highness. The bird demon's face was no longer smiling as before, and she looked at Lu Yi with a very serious expression. Her whole body exuded a sharp aura like gold and iron, and white rays of light emerged from her body, which was extremely terrifying. Kill! She shot first, her body disappeared in place, turned into a ray of white light, and rushed towards Lu Yi. That speed far exceeds that of Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo before, it is an extreme speed. Lu Yi's expression remained unchanged, he took a step forward, his body rose into the air, the golden sword light clanged, the Qixuan swordsmanship was in motion, the colorful spiritual energy in Lu Yi's body swirled, and the terrifying immortal sword energy gushed out continuously. Jian Guang kept up with the bird demon's speed, and slashed towards her like a heavenly sword falling. The bird spirit was blocked, and with a snarl, 3 black bird feathers appeared in his hand, and the bird feathers shot out, colliding with the sword light. Clang clang clang! The black bird's feathers were blown away, the harpy dodged quickly, and the golden sword light streaked across her surroundings. Even though she dodged the sword light, she was still pierced by the sword energy around her powerful demon body, dripping with blood. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, felt the indestructible sword energy penetrating her body, her eyes were horrified, and she backed away again and again. But the golden sword light chased after her courageously, turned and continued to cut towards her. At this moment, a loud roar sounded, and the bull demon finally arrived, and a dark yellow stick appeared in his hand, with an aura as thick as the earth on the stick. He roared again and again, brandished his stick, and hit the immortal sword Qi, and the continuous sound of gold and iron mingling sounded, and the immortal sword Qi was knocked away. But every time it collided, the majestic body of the bull demon retreated a certain distance, his arms trembled, his muscles were shattered, and blood was dripping. Even with his terrifying body, it is still difficult to resist in the face of such power. And the tiger demon also exerted strength at this time, he let out a low growl, and the big clock slowly shrank, no longer caring about other people, but covering Lu Yi alone. From tiger demon's point of view, everyone else is inferior to this human monk in the foundation establishment realm. Even if you let other people run away, you must kill that human monk. The big clock flashed with bronze brilliance, like a black hole, with incomparably powerful devouring power, trying to swallow Liu Yi in and refine it. However, Liu Yi was unmoved. Thunder patterns appeared all over his body, and thunderbolts with destructive power wrapped around his body. When the devouring force touched the thunderbolts, they dissipated immediately. Liu Yi stood in the air as if he was invincible, without the slightest disturbance. The artistic conception of thunder. Also close to 50%. What kind of monster is this? The faces of the three demons changed drastically again, and they looked at Liu Yi in disbelief. Originally, the three great demons thought that Liu Yi was an unworldly sword cultivator genius who spent his whole life refining his own sword intent, so that he could master the appalling 50% sword intent in the Foundation establishment realm. But what do they see now? In addition to 50% sword intent, this human cultivator actually has 50% thunder intent? This person is as talented as His Highness. With such a talent, he will definitely step on the immortal path in the future. Your Highness is in big trouble. We can't keep him, even if we die, we have to kill him. The three big demons exclaimed, their killing intent almost condensed into substance, even with the courage to die together. Even if they were hostile, Liu Yi couldn't help admiring that these three big monsters were loyal to protect the Lord. Unfortunately, I met him. There were streaks of thunder in Liu Yi's eyes, and a golden sword mark appeared between his eyebrows. This is the performance of the Immortal Sword Sutra being operated to the extreme, so that the Immortal Sword Seal can be condensed. Liu Yi used all his strength to run the Immortal Sword Sutra of Gaijin realm, and a more terrifying aura emerged. On his golden sword light, streaks of thunder began to appear. At the same time, thunder patterns appeared all over his body. The thunder patterns were brilliant, flashing purple light, surpassing the vision when he fought Qin Luo back then. Liu Yi's body was entwined with thunder, and he rushed towards the bird monster, even slightly surpassing the bird monster's speed. The bird monster's pupils contracted, and the injuries on his body hadn't recovered, so he quickly backed away. This road is blocked. Human monster, come and fight Niu yet. The cow demon shouted and stood in front of the bird demon. Liu Yi smiled slightly, my sword will play with you. While speaking, the indestructible sword intent entwined with destroyer thunder slashed towards the bull demon. Feeling the aura far surpassing before, the bull demon couldn't help but shrink his pupils, as if he was facing a big enemy. He was instantly entangled by the sword energy. Liu Yi ignored the cow demon and continued to rush towards the bird demon. At this time, the tiger demon roared loudly, and the big bell fell heavily, like a mountain collapsed, suppressing Liu Yi. Liu Yi turned his head and landed a punch on the clock wall, making a dent on the clock wall. When the sound of the bell resounded throughout the world, causing the Foundation establishment cultivators behind Liu Yi to cover their ears with pain on their faces. Just this sound wave, not many Foundation cultivators can resist it, only a few monks such as Yun Xi and Han Yu have not had much influence. Even so, their faces changed drastically. Han Yu shouted in a low voice, quick back! It's dangerous here! With a wave of his plain hand, Yun Xi surrounded the crowd with flowers, leading them back quickly. The big clock was knocked into the sky by Liu Yi's punch, and the tiger demon who was connected with the big clock vomited blood on the spot. His expression was horrified. How is this possible? My clock is a monk who has suppressed the 8th layer of Jindan. Liu Yi took a step forward, turned into a thunderbolt, and caught up with the bird demon. His expression was calm, and a long sword emerged in his hand. There was a strong power of the scorching sun flowing on the long sword, and the golden light was dazzling, as if the sun was held in Liu Yi's hand. Liu Yi's spiritual energy surged, and he slashed out with a sword. A golden red sword light hundreds of meters long streaked across the sky. The heat wave almost evaporated the surrounding air, and the red mist retreated under such power. The sword light passed across the bird demon, and the bird demon didn't even have time to scream, and was directly vaporized. You sparrow! Seeing this, the cow demon and tiger demon turned pale with fright, their faces full of horror. Walk! They looked at Liu Yi, their faces changed, and then they turned around and wanted to run. They turned into streamers and fled towards the depths of the ancient ruins in the distance. Can't escape. Liu Yi's speed was stronger than that of the bird monster, not to mention that the two golden core monsters did not rely on speed. Liu Yi turned into a thunderbolt and quickly caught up with the two big monsters. The Xianyang sword in his hand carried a scorching sun-like aura, and the power of the indestructible sword intent he slashed out was greatly enhanced. A sword light hundreds of meters long enveloped the two big monsters. The tiger demon roared angrily, turned around and knocked out the big bell, which turned into a height of more than 10 meters, facing the sword energy like a mountain. Boom! Under the roar, the big clock was cut into cracks by the sword light, and flew out spinning. The tiger demon coughed up blood again and again, but didn't dare to stop for a moment, and continued to run away. With a blank expression on his face, Liu Yi slashed out two sword lights again, engulfing the bull demon and the tiger demon in an instant, directly gasifying the two big monsters. Liu Yi exhaled slightly, glanced at the Xianyang sword in his hand, and couldn't help sighing in his heart, it is indeed a middle-grade offensive weapon, and its power is too great. Even the golden core monster will be directly vaporized when it comes across it. However, the consumption is also extremely huge, even for Liu Yi, it feels a little difficult to use this treasure. Moreover, wherever Jian Guang passed, everything was vaporized, not even the interspatial ring was left behind, so there was basically nothing to gain. Liu Yi couldn't help sighing, if it wasn't for worrying that the battle here would drag on for too long and the movement would be too loud, which would attract the attention of other monsters, Liu Yi wouldn't even want to use this treasure. Liu Yi put away the Xianyang sword, and then put away the big clock left by the tiger demon. This big clock may be a top-grade magic weapon close to a treasure, and the material is not bad. Facing a sword light like Liu Yi, it couldn't be chopped into pieces. Although it has been destroyed, Xiu Yuxiu might be able to repair it. This is the only harvest this time. Of course, tasks don't count. Liu Yi turned his head and looked at Han Yu and the others. At this moment, everyone looked at Liu Yi in shock, but hadn't reacted yet. You know, these are 3 golden core monsters. They were beheaded one by Liu Yi. Liu Yi flew over and said with a light smile, "It's over, let's go, if another big monster comes over, it will be troublesome." Everyone just woke up like a dream, and they followed Liu Yi and flew into the distance. Among them, everyone looked at Liu Yi one after another, with shock in their eyes. A wry smile appeared on Han Yu's cold face, and he said, "Your Daoist Lu's strength is beyond common sense. I thought I'd seen his strength before, but I didn't expect fellow Daoist Liu to give me such a big surprise." Yun Xi's beautiful eyes also flickered, looking at Liu Yi, those 3 big monsters, each of which is far stronger than Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo, faced fellow Daoist Liu Yi, and were completely suppressed. Fellow Daoist Liu Yi is really amazing. Liu Yi smiled slightly, "Even if it is me, it will take a lot of effort to deal with them, so don't brag about the 2 fellow Taoists." Yun Xi asked curiously, "Fellow Daoist Liu Yi, the magic weapon you took out earlier, is like the scorching sun, so it's probably not an ordinary magic weapon?" The expressions of the 2 Outer Sect disciples on the side changed slightly, and they quickly tugged on the corner of Yungzi's clothes. One of them smiled embarrassedly at Liu Yi, "Fellow Daoist Liu, don't take offense, my senior sister is just purely curious and has no other meaning. After all, it's a bit sensitive to ask a monk about his magic weapon." Liu Yi smiled nonchalantly, "It's okay, I picked this up from an ancient battlefield when I first came in. I'm lucky, it should be a treasure." Hiss! Hearing this, the eyes of many monks turned green. It turned out to be a treasure. Treasure, that's a magic weapon that nascent soul cultivators may not have. Many monks shook. Yun Xi looked at Liu Yi enviously. Fellow Daoist Liu Yi, your luck is really good. I only picked a few plants of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which is still a bit worse than your harvest. The Outer Sect Disciple couldn't help covering his face. Liu Yi also took a weird look at Yun Xi, and he blew himself up like this. Liu Yi just took out the Xianyang sword and used it. He had to find a reason, otherwise he wouldn't say it. Han Yu couldn't help but sigh. Fellow Daoist Liu Yi is someone with great luck. The words are also full of envy. Liu Yi smiled modestly. No, I am a person with golden fingers. To be honest, according to the rewards given by the panel tasks, even those with great luck may not be able to compare. There are too many tasks. Everyone was worried that the Yaezu would find their tracks, and the speed was extremely fast. It didn't take long before they rushed a long distance and continued to go deep into the barren mountains. It wasn't until a long time later that they were completely away from the battle area, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They cautiously continued to move towards the escaped place. Soon, they came to the mountain not far from the place where they left. The place of detachment is located deep in the barren mountain. It is a huge valley, and the valley is covered with blue stones, forming a square. There are stone pillars standing around the square, with intricate and mysterious patterns engraved on them. Liu Yi and the others were a little worried that the monster clan was ambushing them, so they didn't go directly there. Liu Yi, Han Yu, and Yun Xi went to investigate in various directions, and after confirming that there were no monsters, everyone dared to go there. When he came to the place of escape, Liu Yi looked at the mysterious lines on the stone pillars, and his heart was a little shaken. These are formation patterns, and they are complex formation patterns. After all, he has practiced the basic formation technique, and he still has some understanding of the formation pattern, but even he can't understand the function of the formation pattern, he only thinks it is extremely profound and mysterious. If Liu Yi observes and comprehends carefully, he may even feel a little dizzy. After all, it's too mysterious, and it's not something that he can touch at this level. Liu Yi was a little puzzled. He didn't know why this stone pillar appeared here, so he didn't know what this place of separation was used for. He reached out and knocked on the stone pillar, which was still as hard as iron. You know, this is left from the battle between the human race and the monster race in ancient times, and it has not been damaged until now. It is unbelievable how hard this stone pillar is. Liu Yi kept all these patterns in his heart, and planned to wait for his attainment in the formation to be higher in the future, and then understand what the formation is for. After arriving at the place of escape, everyone was slightly relieved. As long as we wait here for 3 days, we can go out. Someone said in surprise. Unfortunately, there are countless opportunities at the Donglan ancient site, but we encountered this kind of thing when we came in. We hardly have time to look for opportunities. Yu Jing had a bitter face. The others were also silent, with bad expressions on their faces. Hey, for this opportunity, I have suppressed my cultivation for 3 years. A disciple of Winter Valley who was at the peak of Foundation establishment looked depressed. This damn place! If I had known there would be such a change, I definitely wouldn't have come. A monk said angrily. At this time, someone's eyes lit up, and he said, since there are still 3 days left, why don't we go look around and see if there is any chance? As soon as these words came out, many people were moved. At this moment, Liu Yi said, the blood fiend illusion, can you escape? This. Everyone was full of bitterness. If Liu Yi hadn't awakened them every time in the blood fiend illusion, they would have been trapped to death in the environment. Han Yu looked at Liu Yi and said, fellow Daoist Liu, there are still 3 days left, what do you think we should do? Stay here? Liu Yi hesitated, and said, although the beasts in the red mist are no longer irritable, there are still monsters there after all. If they are discovered by the monsters, it will be dangerous. We'd better find a place to hide for a while. Dodge, quietly wait for the reception of the strong outside. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and felt that there was some truth. Afterwards, a group of people left the place of escape. After all, it was too conspicuous. They found a cave near the place of escape and settled down, quietly waiting for the passage of time. When the time came to the next day, there was another change in the depths of the monument. The loud bang thump sounded again, like a powerful heart beating, with the demonic aura soaring to the sky, as if a certain peerless demon emperor woke up from a deep sleep. According to what Lui learned from the mouths of the three big monsters, this movement was probably brought about by the descendants of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan who were accepting the inheritance of the ancient Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor. With such a huge commotion, one can imagine how terrifying the strength of the descendant of the Demon Emperor will be after accepting the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. Lui flew to the sky to observe secretly. In the core area, there are shadows dancing in the red mist, like the tail of a nine-tailed demon fox. The strange beasts in the ancient site also moved again. Lui and the others guarded the cave. This time it was not as dangerous as last time, but Lui shot and killed a few strange beasts that got lost and rushed into their hiding place. This movement lasted until the next day. For Lui and others, it was the day when the exit of the historic site was opened that they completely calmed down. As time continued to pass, Lui and the others nervously looked at the escaped place, not daring to blink for fear of missing the exit. At this moment, there was a spatial fluctuation in the central area of the escaped place. Everyone smiled. Coming! It's the Supreme Elders who started to guide us. We can go out now. Everyone left the hiding place and flew towards the area where the space fluctuated. However, at this moment, a chuckle sounded. I finally found you. Chapter 94 Bridal Chamber Wedding Night 400 Monthly Pass Plus Update. Hearing the voice, everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they looked in the direction of the voice. On the cliff, stood four figures. The leader's body was shrouded in the sun, through which, one could vaguely see the Meoman's delicate body and arms as white as jade, but it was difficult to see her face clearly. Among the three people beside this woman, there are two beautiful women and one handsome young man. The breath of the three of them was extremely strong and deep, even stronger than the three big monsters that Lui had killed before. The woman in the center shrouded in the glow is even more terrifying, her aura is as unfathomable as an abyss, even Lui feels a little invincible. Golden pills, all of them are golden pills. Lui was a little puzzled, why the monster race of Jindan realm could enter this ancient site, and what secret method did they master. But now is not the time to be confused, these four monster races are obviously not ordinary people. Especially the graceful figure in the center, Lui still remembers that in the illusion of Blood Demon, the leader of the monster clan is the Banshee shrouded in the rays of light. Nine-Tails Demon Emperor. This demon clan is probably the descendant of the nine-tailed demon fox clan, the descendant of the demon emperor. She has already obtained the inheritance of the nine-tailed demon emperor, so she came here? The expressions of the other monks changed when they saw the demon girl. The glow was too conspicuous, and everyone guessed in their hearts. Han Yu's face was cold, and she said via voice transmission, "Friend Lu, the situation is not very good. This witch may be the descendant of the Nine-Tails Demon clan." Yun Xi also came over via voice transmission, "Fellow Daoist Lui, what should we do?" Zhang Fan, Lin Xiao and others also sent voice transmissions one after another, asking Lui what to do. Lui glanced at the dark exit slowly emerging not far away, counting the time in his mind. Then send a voice transmission to other people and ask them to wait. He looked at the figure shrouded in sunlight, and smiled lightly, "Who are you?" There is a bright and expressive eye looking at Lui in the glow, the black and white eyes are naturally charming, just through these eyes, everyone can imagine what kind of stunner the figure in the glow is. She spoke softly, her voice contained a strange Taoism, which made people involuntarily indulge. "UK and the others, you killed them, right? I can feel the powerful power hidden in your body." There was a trace of surprise in her charming eyes. It's hard to imagine that there are such arrogants like you in the human race. She had just accepted the inheritance, and at the moment she was in the realm of harmony with the Tao, and she keenly felt the terrifying power in Liu Yi's body, which was completely different from his cultivation. Liu Yi smiled and said, "You mean those 3 monsters? I did kill them, what do you want? Of course I'll kill you." The handsome young man sneered, strands of golden light flashed all over his body, and there was an incomparably sharp breath escaping, as if everything was indestructible. With that said, he was about to step forward. At this time, the figure in the glow stretched out his hand to signal, and the young man stopped immediately and retreated very respectfully. The figure in Ziyuan sized up Liu Yi, smiled lightly and said, "It would be a pity if a genius like you dies here, why don't you follow me and join the Yaezu?" The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched. The relationship between the human race and the monster race was not very good. The 2 sides would fight from time to time. As a human race, Liu Yi asked him to join the monster race? Isn't this really rape? Liu Yi said with a smile, "This fellow Taoist loves you, I think it's better to stay in the human race." The woman in the glow chuckled, and said, "It's okay, if you capture you and bring you back to my 9-tailed clan, you will always change your mind." Hearing this, Liu Yi's scalp felt numb, and it immediately turned into a bolt of thunder, disappeared in place, and appeared in the sky. Where Liu Yi was before, rays of light emerged, imprisoning the space in it. If Liu Yi had stayed there before, he would have been caught now. Seeing Liu Yi's speed so fast, the 2 women next to the Demon Emperor's successor widened their eyes slightly, showing a hint of surprise. This, Foundation Establishment Cultivator, unexpectedly has such a fast speed? No wonder the young master recruited him. The handsome young man's eyes flickered, and he was also a little surprised. He snorted coldly, and looked at Liu Yi with still very cold eyes. The descendant of the Demon Emperor smiled softly, as if a feather had scratched the bottom of Liu Yi's heart. "Little brother, what are you hiding? Can my 9-tailed fox clan humiliate you?" Liu Yi smiled slightly, "The 9-tailed fox clan is indeed extraordinary, but I don't want to leave the human clan." "Hehe, it's up to you." Xiaoguang's figure seemed to teleport, and came to Liu Yi's side, and a snow-white jade hand pressed towards Liu Yi's shoulder. Liu Yi's scalp was numb, his body suddenly turned into lightning, he disappeared in place, and fled to the distance at a faster speed than before. Even the descendant of the Demon Emperor was a little surprised. "I still underestimate you." She glanced over, landed on Yun Xi and the others below, and chuckled lightly, "The 3 of you guard the exit, don't let them go, I'll go after him." "Yes, young master." A beautiful woman nodded with a smile. The descendant of the Demon Emperor disappeared immediately. The remaining 3 monster races looked at Yun Xi and the others below with calm expressions. But the expressions of Zhang Fan and others were not calm. "Junior brother Liu." Zhang Fan looked worried, looking in the direction Liu Yi left. "What should we do? What should we do?" A cultivator from the Winter Valley looked pale and looked at the 3 demon clans vigilantly. Hanyu looked in the direction of Liu Yi who was going away, and said via voice transmission, "Fellow Daoist Liu Yi told us to wait, we will wait, he must have a backup." "But, that's the descendant of the Demon Emperor. Fellow Daoist Liu Yi may not be able to protect himself. How can we save us?" The faces of the people were pale, and they felt a little desperate in the face of the 3 big monsters who were watching them. Yun Xi on the side said via voice transmission, "Stop making noise. I believe in fellow Taoist Liu Yi, I think he will be fine." The witch said that she wanted to bring fellow Daoist Liu Yi back to the Yaezu. She must have valued fellow Daoist Liu Yi's talent. "He is definitely fine, but we are useless to these monsters. We are the ones who have trouble." Many monks were full of bitterness. In the distance, Liu Yi's body turned into thunder, like a ray of purple light, passing through the red mist and running towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. After leaving the crowd, Liu Yi no longer hid, and directly used the thunder shadow step of the extreme state. In fact, Liu Yi couldn't hide anymore, the speed of the demon girl was too fast, even now, she could still keep up with his speed. Behind him, the demon emperor's descendant's soft voice was full of surprise. I still underestimated you. I didn't expect that your speed has reached such a level, even ordinary monks at the peak of Jindan may not be able to catch up with you. Liu Yi turned his head and glanced at Xiaoguang who was following closely behind him, and said, Fellow deist, you are also a golden core cultivator, why don't you step back? Stop chasing me? He, it's a pity, I'm not an ordinary golden core cultivator. While speaking, the glow suddenly burst into radiance, and her snow-white hand grabbed Liu Yi's void, and the next moment Liu Yi's surrounding space seemed to be bound. Liu Yi's speed dropped suddenly. A sharp look flashed in Liu Yi's eyes, Xianyang's sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out like the sun. The sword energy containing thunder and immortal sword intent crossed the air, and slashed towards Xiaoguang behind him. Boom! The roar sounded, the air exploded, and the space was distorted. The terrifying power was like an oven, touching the mountain below, and the mountain gasified silently. After Liu Yi broke the constraints of space, wisps of ice mist emerged under his feet, and his speed skyrocketed. After Liu Yi fully activated the low-grade treasure ice silk boots, it was enough to greatly increase Liu Yi's speed. Sword intent and thunder art concept? Both are 50%? Little brother, it seems that your talent is better than I imagined, and I want you even more. A somewhat surprised voice came from behind the demon emperor's successor. Liu Yi's head was full of black lines, and he turned his head to look, but found that even with such an increase in speed, the demon girl was still following behind Liu Yi, but her breath was much higher than before. He shouted, Friend deist, there is no result between humans and demons. You should give up, even if you get my people, you won't get my heart. I prefer my human monk. There was a moment of silence behind him, and then the coquettish chuckle sounded, He, with your talent, there is almost no one in the whole Tianming. Like me, you are the top. If you join my nine-tailed fox clan, maybe I will marry you? Really? But I'm the only seedling of the Liu family, so I can't get married, or you can marry into my family. He, it's not impossible, you stop, let's discuss marriage? The voice of the witch came from behind. Liu Yi's head is full of black lines, this vixen, it's no wonder if you believe her. As soon as he stopped, he would definitely be caught by this vixen. He laughed loudly and said, There is no need to discuss it, how about we go straight to the wedding night in the bridal chamber today? The figure in the glow behind him froze for a moment, and then he said, He, okay, if that's the case, then you stop, we're going to bridal chamber now? The figure in the glow seemed to use a strange supernatural power, and the voice of the voice contained a charming meaning, which made Liu Yi feel in a trance and fell into a hallucination. In the illusion, a beautiful woman with black hair over her hips, soft and pure looks, slender body and a well-shaped figure smiled at him sweetly. She was wearing a sexy long dress and her eyes were shy, as if waiting for him to approach. At this moment, the whirlpool of colorful spiritual energy in Liu Yi's danshan shook, and Liu Yi immediately escaped from the illusion. He felt a lot of breath approaching behind him, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Fuck it, you vixen! Liu Yi's spiritual energy circulated wildly, and his speed was increased to the extreme, so he was not caught up. Fellow deist, it's not the behavior of a gentleman to attack you like this. He, I'm a woman, not a gentleman. Besides, I'm not called Daiyu, you can call me King Kaiuhua. Little brother, what's your name? So it's fellow deist King Kaiu, Bai Yulong is here. Liu Yi opened his mouth and said. King Kaiuhua behind him was silent again for a moment, and then said quietly, Just now, little brother, you said that you belong to the Lu family? Lu Yi was taken aback, but he didn't pay attention. He said, well, actually my name is Lu Yulong. King Kaiuhua was silent for another moment, and then slowly said, little brother of the Lu family, if you don't stop, I will be angry. You don't want to see me angry, do you? Lu Yi felt the rays of light surging behind him, and an extremely violent aura emerged, but it was a little unstable. Lu Yi froze for a moment, raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. For a genius of King Kaiuhua's level, logically, it shouldn't be impossible to control his own strength. Then Lu Yi thought that the vixen seemed to have some scruples. He clearly felt that the vixen's body contained an extremely terrifying power, but he used it very little at the moment. Is it because the inheritance has just been obtained, and some are not stable? So until now, he didn't even dare to use his full strength? Lu Yi vaguely guessed, and said with a smile, fellow Daoist King Kaiu, you just obtained the inheritance of the Demon Emperor, so it's not good to use power like this? Hearing this, the glow around King Kaiuhua's body shook slightly. Lu Yi was overjoyed, he guessed right. However, King Kaiuhua's next voice made Lu Yi stiffen a bit, he, thank you little brother from the Lu family for your concern. Although it affects a little bit, it's worth it for you. No, I don't think I'm worth it. He was speechless, he was just an ordinary little human cultivator, how could he let the descendants of the nine-tailed demon fox clan risk the danger of the demon emperor's inheritance to catch him? Whether it's worth it or not, little brother, it doesn't matter what you say, but I do. At this moment, Lu Yi estimated the distance, chuckled lightly, and said, fellow Daoist King Kaiu, you should stop using it. Let's meet again. I have to go back and find my senior sisters. While speaking, Lu Yi took out a talisman, and the aura flowed, and the talisman instantly turned into a powerful force, covering Lu Yi, and disappeared with Lu Yi the next moment. This is the 1000-mile talisman given to Lu Yi by the master when he first became a registered disciple of the master. That is a talisman of the space system, it is very precious, and it is a good thing to save life. Lu Yi never had a chance to use it, but he didn't expect to use it here. Seeing Lu Yi disappear, King Kaiuhua behind him shook his body, and said angrily, bastard. She naturally understood that she was cheated. The next moment, regardless of the backlash, King Kaiuhua erupted with even stronger power, turned into a rainbow light, and flew towards the place of escape. At the moment of separation, the exit has been formed, and it is a black hole, similar to the entrance. When the exit was formed, the handsome young man stood in front of the exit, looking at Yun Xi and the others with a sneer. The other two female fox demons stood on the other side, completely cutting off their way. Seeing the slowly flowing exit, everyone's heart was half cold. If they don't leave within a certain time, the exit will be closed, and they will be trapped here, and they won't be able to get out completely. How to do? I can't help it. The monster clan is at the Golden Core realm, and its strength may be stronger than the three big monsters before. How can we get there? I don't know how fellow Daoist Lu Yi is doing. Sigh. Fellow Daoist Lu Yi can't protect himself. At this moment, the space fluctuated, and Lu Yi suddenly appeared. After seeing Lu Yi, no matter it was the three big monsters, or Yun Xi and the others were all stunned, and the atmosphere was silent for a moment. Lu Yi shouted in a low voice, get ready to go. The Xianyang sword emerged in his hand, and a terrifying aura gushed out like a scorching sun, entwined with an extremely powerful sword intent and the artistic conception of thunder. As soon as Lu Yi made a move, he almost played all his cards. He directly slashed at the handsome young man blocking the exit. The golden-red sword light streaked across the air and slashed at the young man. The young man's pupils contracted, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He gave a low shout, and turned his hand to reveal a battle spear carved with dragons. He threw the battle spear, and the battle spear turned into a blue flood dragon, roaring towards the golden sword light. Boom! The roar sounded, followed by the wailing of the flood dragon, and the blue flood dragon dissipated on the spot, turning into a battle gun again, but the battle gun became much dimmer. The young man's face turned pale, and he spit out blood from his mouth. As soon as Liu Yi stretched out his hand, he immediately put away the battle gun, took a step forward, turned into lightning, and rushed towards the handsome young man in an instant. Seeing this, the handsome young man yelled and burst out with strength, and hurriedly dodged. Walk! Liu Yi nervously looked towards the direction of King Kaiuhua. He could feel a terrifying aura approaching quickly. This terrifying aura made Liu Yi couldn't help but sweat from his back. The vixen was probably angry, and sure enough, the angry look was a bit scary. If you don't leave now, it's really over. Hearing Liu Yi's words, a group of monks woke up like a dream, showing ecstasy. They immediately turned into beams of sword light and flew towards the exit. Don't even think about leaving. The handsome young man was defeated so quickly, the two fox demons only came back to their senses at this moment. Terrible cyan streamers surged around them, and they wanted to step forward to resist. Liu Yi slashed a few times with his backhand, and the sword light, which contained 50% of the sword intent and the artistic conception of thunder, immediately forced the two fox demons back. The monk's speed was naturally not slow, and soon, everyone rushed into the exit. Liu Yi glanced at Xiaoguang approaching in the distance, heaved a sigh of relief, and laughed loudly. Deist King Kaiu, my words are still valid, you are welcome to marry into my Liu family. After finishing speaking, Liu Yi didn't stop, turned around and ran away from the entrance. After a few breaths after Liu Yi entered the exit, the glow landed, and the ground cracked, forming a huge deep pit. King Kaiuhua stood in the middle of the deep pit, and the rays of light around her body fluctuated violently, showing that her heart was very restless. She looked at the two fox demons who were in a panic and the handsome young man who was seriously injured, then looked deeply at the exit, and said with a voice of gnashing her teeth, "Boy Liu, good, good. When I completely absorb and digest the inheritance, I will definitely come to Qingzhou personally, and take you back to my King Kaiu clan land." Outside the ancient ruins of Donglan, Elder Izumo and other 5 elders in the realm of transforming gods are watching the exit of the dark space closely, and their hearts are not at peace. Xueluo sneered, turned his head to look at Elder Izumo, and said, "Presumably, the immortal seed of your Baiun sect can't come out." Izumo glanced at him, "Perhaps, it's your young master who can't get out." "Ha ha ha, Izumo, you don't know yet, right? Our Heavenly Snake sect and the Blood Spirit sect joined forces, and we also brought the precious mother-child sound transmission cup of the Heavenly Snake sect to surround and kill your immortal species in the Donglan ancient site. I don't believe it. He won't die like this." Miyu sneered again and again. Hearing this, Elder Izumo's face changed slightly, and then he said in a cold voice, "How can Liu Yi be defeated by you clowns? Humph! I hope you can still be so stubborn later." Dong Yu and Du Qin on the side didn't speak, and looked like they were watching a show while eating melons. A group of casual cultivators in the distance were also looking forward to the exit of the space. After hearing Miyu's words, they were all very curious whether the immortal species of the Baiun sect could come back alive from the Donglan ancient site. At this moment, the space exit fluctuated, and a sword light rushed out. Everyone's eyes lit up. Out. Chapter 95, Yun Xi and number 039, S repayment. The first one to rush out was a disciple of Baiun sect, and after that, one after another disciples rushed out. There are those from the Baiun sect, those from the Cold Winter Valley, those from the Wanhua sect, and those from the Loose Cultivator. However, only the disciples of the Heavenly Snake sect and the Blood Spirit sect were not seen. This made Miyu and Xueluo couldn't help frowning. All the disciples who rushed out were grateful for the rest of their lives. After rushing out, they immediately looked towards the exit. Soon, Yun Xi and Han Yu also rushed out, their faces were a little pale, and they also looked towards the exit. After a few more breaths, Liu Yi walked out from the exit. All the disciples present breathed a sigh of relief, and then cheered. Fellow Daoist Liu Yi has come out. Great! Thanks to fellow Daoist Liu Yi, otherwise we wouldn't be able to get out. The mountain of cheers made everyone a little confused, looking at them blankly, not understanding what happened. The casual cultivator in the distance looked bewildered. What's going on? Isn't Liu Yi the immortal seed of the Baiyun sect? Why are everyone so happy after he came out? I don't know. It doesn't matter if the disciples of the White Cloud sect are happy, why are the disciples of the Wanhua sect and Winter Valley also like this? There are also those casual cultivators. Bewitched? By the way, why haven't I seen the disciples of the Heavenly Snake sect and the Blood Spirit sect? Everyone whispered in disgust. Seeing Liu Yi coming out, Elder Izumo breathed a sigh of relief, showed a smile, glanced at Miyu and Shueluo with cold faces beside him, and sneered, "It seems that the disciples under your sect have taken the immortal seed of my Baiyun sect." Method. Miyu and Shueluo's expressions darkened, and they didn't reply, but still looked at the exit. Elder Izumo sneered, faced Liu Yi, and said with a smile, "Good boy, just come out, just come out. Nothing happened, right?" Liu Yi smiled slightly, there were some disturbances, but it finally came out. Lin Xiaoxiao on the side said, "Elder Izumo, there has been a change in the ancient ruins of Donglan. Thanks to junior brother Liu, we were able to escape, otherwise we might all die inside." Changes? Elder Izumo was taken aback, frowned, and looked at them seriously. What mutation? For the 5 sects, the Donglan historic site is an important site for cultivating Tianjiao. There are many geniuses and treasures in it, which are obtained by the 5 sects' disciples, making them stronger. If an accident happened to the Donglan ancient site, it would be a huge loss to Wuzong. We saw the Yaezu in the Donglan ancient ruins. He is the descendant of the Demon Emperor, the descendant of the 9-tailed Demon Fox clan, who obtained the inheritance of the ancient Demon Emperor in the ancient site. The alien beasts rioted in the historic site. If it wasn't for junior brother Liu, we would have died long ago." Each and every one of the Baiyun sect disciples opened their mouths, telling what happened in the ruins. This made Elder Izumo's face change again and again, which was very ugly. The descendants of the 9-tailed Demon Fox clan in the Northern Territory actually entered the Donglan ancient site? This ancient site turned out to be the legendary battlefield where the 9-tailed Demon Emperor used to be. Elder Izumo never expected that the 5 sects of historical sites that have been passed down for thousands of years would have such a background. The strength of the 9-tailed Demon Fox clan is extremely strong, equivalent to the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect of the human race, which is far from being comparable to the 5 sects. If there are strong demon foxes who come to Qingzhou, it will probably cause big waves. Fortunately, this is the territory of the human race. Even though the 9-tailed Demon Fox clan is very powerful, they dare not make trouble in the human race's territory openly. The disciples of other sects also reported the situation to the elders of their own sects. Dong Yu and Du Qin's expressions also changed again and again, and their expressions were a little dignified. What they were most worried about was whether the 5 sects would still be able to enter the Donglan historic site and gain a chance after this sudden change. If it is impossible to enter, the loss is extremely huge. In addition, what shocked them was that Liu Yi killed Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo, 2 Qingzhou talents, with his own strength, and crushed them effortlessly. Even, according to their description, Liu Yi led them through the tide of alien beasts alone, which made everyone survive. Both Hanyu and Yongzi think that they are far inferior to Liu Yi. This shocked the hearts of the 2 cultivators. As the supreme elders of the sect, they naturally understand the innate strength of their sect's Tianjiao, and they are very likely to break through to the realm of transforming gods in the future, and even the realm of Dongxue may not be hopeless. Even so, they thought it was far inferior to Liu Yi. Immortal species is worthy of being an immortal species. Du Qin glanced at Liu Yi's direction and sighed. At this moment, two terrifying auras rose up and pressed towards Liu Yi. Little bastard, what a ruthless method, you dare to kill me, the young master of the blood spirit sect. Being so vicious at such a young age, killing my two disciples of Tianjiao, you will pay for your life today. Shueluo and Miyu had undisguised killing intent in their eyes, they stared at Liu Yi with cold anger on their faces. You know, Xue Tianhen and Qin Luo are two geniuses who are rarely seen in hundreds of years, and a lot of time and energy have been invested in them. Now that the two are dead, all the investments of the two schools are in vain. The most important thing is that the genius who entered the ancient site this time is the foundation-building genius in the sect. The backbone of the future sect will all be buried in the Donglan ancient site today. The loss is large enough to make the two sects vomit blood. Humph! Two old things, people who are thousands of years old, actually want to attack a child? Treat me as if I don't exist? Elder Izumo stood in front of Liu Yi with a cold face, blocking the coercion. Izumo! How dare you stop me today? Today, Liu Yi must be killed. The spiritual energy of the two cultivators who transformed themselves into spirits was rolling all over their bodies, and the powerful coercion made the faces of the weak cultivators around them turn pale, and they retreated one after another, their faces full of horror. A strong man in the realm of transforming gods is too powerful. Liu Yi was blocked by Elder Izumo's coercion, and he didn't feel the slightest. He looked at the two cultivators and said with a light smile, since they want to besiege and kill me, they should be prepared to be counter-killed. Are they only allowed to kill and others are not allowed to kill them? The two god transformation cultivators looked serious and stepped forward with breath rolling, really planning to start a war. Elder Izumo frowned slightly, his whole body was flowing, and he looked at the two solemnly, one against two, even she felt a little dangerous. At this time, streamers of light flew over from the distant Ningguang ancient ship, and landed beside Elder Izumo. It was Lu Ningxuang and a group of elders. Lu Ningxuang's pretty face was cold, and she stood beside Liu Yi, looking at the two cultivators who had transformed themselves into spirits. The air seemed to be colder as the aura flowed. She didn't look at Liu Yi, but said calmly, with senior sister around, no one can hurt you. Liu Yi felt warm in his heart, and smiled slightly, thank you, senior sister. The other elders also stood in front of Liu Yi, glaring at Miyu and Shueluo. Old Ghost Miyu, your heavenly snake sect made the first move, but martial nephew Liu just counterattacked, you want to do it. Shueluo, you want to cause two all-out wars. Don't forget, Liu Yi's master is Ling Luo Peak Master. Hearing the name of Ling Luo Peak Master, the faces of the two cultivators who transformed into spirits froze slightly, and then turned cold again. No matter what, we will kill Liu Yi today. And the elders of the Heavenly Snake Sect and the Blood Spirit Sect in the distance also came to Miyu and Shueluo one after another, their aura surged, and they looked coldly at the people of the Baiyun sect. At this moment, in the Wanhuazong area in the distance, Yongzi suddenly had strands of flowers flowing around her body, turning into streamers, came to Liu Yi, and said, fellow Daoist Liu Yi, you have saved me several times before, this time I will save you. Help you too. Liu Yi was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect that Yun Xi would come to help him in such a situation. Du Qin, who was watching a play and was going to wait for both of the three cases to lose, was stunned. She looked at Yun Xi in the distance, and her mind was full of question marks, Yun Xi. Her complexion changed, and she quickly shouted, Yun Xi. Come back quickly. Yun Xi glanced at Du Qin and shook her head, I won't go back, I want to help Liu Yi. Sensing the hostility from the Blood Spirit Sect and the Heavenly Snake Sect, Du Qin frowned and reached out to explore. The terrifying force directly detained Yun Xi and pulled her back. Yun Xi frowned, her aura surged, and she wanted to struggle, but she had only built a foundation after all, and facing the cultivator of Huashan, she was naturally like a mayfly shaking a tree. Soon, he was detained by Du Qin's side. Du Qin frowned and reprimanded, "Yun Xi, don't mess around. This matter is important, if you get involved, it will only harm Wan Huazong." Yun Xi's spiritual energy surged, looked at Du Qin, and said, "But Lu Yi has saved me several times." Du Qin was silent for a moment, and said, "It's not too late to repay your kindness in the future." Yun Xi frowned, fell silent for a moment, and then the spiritual energy in his body calmed down. Seeing this, Du Qin breathed a sigh of relief. She naturally knew Yun Xi's temperament, and was deeply afraid that Yun Xi would be stubborn. If so, it would be difficult for her. At this moment, she noticed the special aura surging in Yun Xi's body, her face changed drastically, and she quickly said, "Yun Xi, what are you doing?" A green light full of vitality emerged around Yun Xi, and flowers flowed around her like a fairy among flowers. She looked at Du Qin with a calm expression and said, "Lu Yi has saved me several times. Today is the time to repay my kindness. If the Supreme Elder doesn't, if it is allowed, then Yun Xi can only repay his favor by giving him his 10,000 flowers spirit body." Hearing this, Du Qin's face suddenly became stiff. "What are you talking about?" Yun Xi looked at Du Qin calmly. The force of nature around her was even more terrifying, with wisps of fragrance dispersing, making everyone look sideways. The casual cultivators around were so amazed that they couldn't believe it. "This is the 10,000 flowers spirit body. Fairy Yun Xi is the most gifted person of the younger generation of the 10,000 flowers sect. She plans to give the essence of the 10,000 flowers spirit body to Lu Yi? If so, won't she die? What kind of virtue and ability is Lu Yi? Let Fairy Yun Xi make such a sacrifice?" Even Lu Yi's face changed slightly, a little shocked. Before, he felt that Yun Xi's brain circuit seemed to be a little different from ordinary people, and he couldn't speak well enough, but he didn't expect that at this time, he would be willing to do such a thing for him. Wan Hua's spiritual body essence is equivalent to Yun Xi's whole body. If she loses it, she may die directly. Seeing Yun Xi like this, the expressions of the Wan Hua sect disciples on the side changed. They glanced at each other, and then looked at Du Qin one by one, and said in succession, "Please help fellow Daoist Lu Yi. Fellow Daoist Lu Yi saved us several times in the Donglan ancient ruins. If we don't help him, we will feel uneasy, and our thoughts will not be clear. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to make progress in the future." Seeing that even these disciples were like this, Du Qin's expression changed again and again. What concerned her the most was naturally Yun Xi. Seeing that the greenery around Yun Xi was getting thicker and thicker, she said in a low voice, "Enough. I'll help him." Hearing this, Yun Xi was overjoyed, and then the greenness all over her body slowly subsided. Even so, Yun Xi's face was slightly pale, which seemed to hurt the root. Seeing Yun Xi's pale face, Du Qin sighed lightly, "Yun Xi, why are you doing this?" The breath in Yun Xi's body was a little weak, and he said, "Grandma said, there is a kindness to be repaid." Du Qin took a deep breath and smiled wryly, "But this is too big." She didn't think about it anymore, and took a step forward, standing with Elder Izumo, blocking in front of Lu Yi. Seeing this, Miyu and Shueluo's expressions changed. Du Qin, do you really want to be an enemy of the Heavenly Snake sect and the Blood Spirit sect? You have to think about whether the Wan Hua sect is willing to join this war. Du Qin took a deep breath, looked at the two of them coldly, and said, "Stop talking nonsense, today Lu Yi is guaranteed by my Wan Hua sect." You. Seeing that Du Qin was so determined, Miyu and Shueluo's expressions fluctuated. If it was only the Baiyun sect, the two of them would have a good chance of winning, but with the Wan Hua sect, it would be difficult for them to be strong. At the same time, on the other side of the iceberg in the cold winter valley, Han Yu looked at Dong Yu beside him. Dong Yu noticed Han Yu's gaze, his face froze, and black lines covered his head. Han Yu, you don't plan to help that Liu Yi, do you? Helping him won't do us Winter Valley any good. Han Yu looked at Dong Yu calmly, and said, Elder Dong Yu, you don't want me to send out the essence of the innate ice spirit body like fellow Daoist Yongzi? Dong Yu? Seeing this, the cold Winter Valley disciples on the side also opened their mouths. I beg Elder Dong Yu to act. Fellow Daoist Liu Yi is a man of righteousness. He has saved me many times. If I don't repay this kindness, I will feel uneasy. Dao heart is not stable. The faces of Dong Yu and the elders beside him were all dark, and they took a faint look at Liu Yi. An elder said angrily, what kind of magic does that little bastard have? What kind of medicine did he give the disciples? Han Yu said calmly, I just want to repay the favor. Seeing that Han Yu was extremely determined, Dong Yu sighed, that's all. He also disappeared in place, and came to Elder Izumo and Du Qin. Seeing Dong Yu also coming, Elder Izumo was stunned, his face was extremely strange. What charm does his own fairy species have, so that both sects are willing to help him? Dong Yu and Du Qin looked at each other, and they both saw helplessness in each other's eyes. And the expressions of Mi Yu and Shui Luo were not good looking. Seeing that Lian Dongyu was also standing in front of Liu Yi, the faces of the two strong men from the two sects changed, and their brows frowned. Dongyu, do you want to join in too? Mi Yu took a deep look at Dongyu. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Dongyu smiled helplessly, no way, who asked Liu Yi to save our innate ice spirit body in Winter Valley? This kindness is not small, and we have to pay it back. Hearing this, the expressions of Mi Yu and Shui Luo immediately darkened. A sneer appeared on Elder Izumo's face. Mi Yu, Shui Luo, how about it? Are you going to attack my Baiun sect today? Mi Yu and Shui Luo glanced at the three of Chuyu in front of them, their eyes flickering. Then Shui Luo glanced at Liu Yi coldly, with cold killing intent, little bastard. I will spare your life today, and soon, you will regret what you have done. Liu Yi smiled lightly at Shui Luo, but didn't care at all. Mi Yu and Shui Luo snorted angrily. Walk. The two left with a group of elders with ugly faces. Seeing the black jade snake and the ancient ship of the blood spirit sect leaving, Elder Izumo was slightly relieved. She cupped her hands towards Dongyu and Du Qin, and said with a smile, thank you two friends for your help. Dongyu smiled helplessly, Izumo, you are being polite. Du Qin on the side glared at Liu Yi angrily, and said, you don't need to thank me, thank Yongzi if you want to. Liu Yi didn't care about Du Qin's annoyance. He bowed his hands to the two spirit transformation experts and said with a chuckle, thank you two seniors for your action. Humph. Little guy, take care of yourself. If you encounter such a danger next time, I won't save you. Du Qin was very upset. Liu Yi smiled and nodded, thank you senior for reminding me, I will definitely pay attention next time. Izumo said, okay, since this matter is over, let's go back. Dongyu also nodded with a serious expression, there has been a change in the Donglan ancient site. This is not a small matter. After returning, we have to make a careful calculation. When Du Qin heard the words, he also nodded slightly. Dongyu and Du Qin each returned to their own flying weapons. Elder Izumo also said to Liu Yi and the others, let's go too. Liu Yi nodded, and then he thought of something, and smiled at the flying artifacts of Wan Huizong and Cold Winter Valley, fellow Daoist Yongzi, fellow Daoist Han Yu, and fellow Daoists from the two sects, thank you for your help. Let's come to Baianzong to play, let's have a good time and chat about the Dao. Liu Yi hasn't forgotten the generous rewards for the training missions of Yongzi and Han Yu, so he must invite them. Come and visit fellow Daoist Liu Yi when you have time. Yun Xi's voice sounded out of breath. Okay. It was Han Yu's voice. Afterwards, Liu Yi followed Elder Izumo, senior sister Lu Ningxuang, and a group of Outer Sect disciples back to the ancient Ningguang ship. Elder Izumo ordered people to set off, and everyone left. Among the disciples of the three sects, only casual cultivators were still discussing what happened before in amazement. No one expected that the successors of Wanhuazong and Cold Winter Valley would be willing to make such a sacrifice for Liu Yi. Then what is the charm of Liu Yi? Many people were curious. Only a few casual cultivators who came back alive from the Donglan ancient monument told what happened in the ancient site before, and everyone was amazed. As expected of a fairy species, can escape the pursuit of the heirs of the nine-tailed demon fox family? It's really shocking. Pierce through the tide of beasts with one's own power, and kill the golden core beast like killing a chicken? Is this really a foundation cultivator? It's really unimaginable. Liu Yi has only built the foundation for 1 year. The most important thing is that Liu Yi has great benevolence and righteousness. He is willing to use himself as a bait to lure away the descendants of the nine-tailed demon emperor. Indeed, this son of Liu Yi is admirable. No wonder the arrogance of Winter Valley and Wanhua sect bow down for him. However, the Nine-Tails Demon Emperor is the legendary Supreme Demon Emperor. His strength is extremely powerful. He has already reached the realm of transcending tribulation and becoming a fairy. Who would have thought that he would die in the Donglan ancient ruins? The inheritance of the Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor has reappeared, and the northern territory will be in chaos. On the Ningguang ancient ship, Elder Izumo was worried that the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect would not let it go, and might intercept and kill them on the way, so he specially ordered a detour to avoid some roads. Liu Yi returned to his room, and with him was senior sister Lu Ningxuang. Lu Ningxuang looked at Liu Yi, with a trace of surprise in her cold eyes, and said, "I didn't expect you, junior brother, to have such a great charm that the fairies of Wanhua sect and the Tianjiao of Hanyu Valley are willing to make such sacrifices for you." Liu Yi smiled slightly, and said, "Senior sister, I just helped them. They regard me as a friend." Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly, and stopped talking about this. "Donglan historic site has changed, you must be tired these days, take a good rest, I won't bother you." Liu Yi nodded. Lu Ningxuang turned and left. After Liu Yi closed the door, when he returned to the bed, his eyes were shining brightly, and he rubbed his little hands excitedly, looking forward to it. Finally came out of the Donglan historic site, and it was harvest time. Liu Yi looked at his mission panel. Thanks for the 200 points rewarded by the boss of 08A. Chapter 96, Immortal Blood. Task. Kill the disciples of the Blood Spirit cult, completed. Kill the disciples of the Heavenly Snake sect, completed. Rescue the monks from the Donglan historic site, completed. Leaving Donglan historic site, completed. Kill 3 golden core monsters, completed. Get rid of the pursuit of King Kaiuhua, completed. There are 6 missions. The last task was released by Liu Yi himself when he was hunted down by King Kaiuhua. Because King Kaiuhua is powerful, the reward for this task is also extremely generous. Task. Get rid of the pursuit of King Kaiuhua, completed. Reward, Talisman 3 Suns True Fire Talisman. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. With the completion of the reward, Liu Yi can check the information of 3 Suns True Fire Talisman. Using this talisman, you can release the powerful Sanyang True Fire, which is powerful enough to burn the cultivator of Huashan to ashes. Even for the cultivator of Dongxiu, a moment of carelessness is enough to kill. With this talisman, it is equivalent to having a big killer in his hand. Even if he is facing a monk in the realm of the whole, Liu Yi will not be helpless. Liu Yi happily received the reward, and carefully put away the talisman. He found that the talisman was really useful. This time in the ancient site of Donglan, if it weren't for the 1000-mile talisman given by the master, the situation would have been more complicated than before, and it would have been even more difficult to get out. Now, the Sanyang True Fire Talisman gave Lui the illusion of holding a nuclear bomb. It would be great if I could cultivate the formation to a deeper level and refine extremely powerful talismans. At the same time, Lui also recalled the patterns engraved on the stone pillars he saw in the Donglan ancient ruins, and was also curious about what those patterns were. It's a pity that although he has mastered a lot of basic formations now, he has not obtained higher level formations. Perhaps, after returning to the Zongmen, he can go to the Kangshu Pavilion to see if there are any powerful formation books that can let him learn it. With Lui's current status in the sect, it shouldn't be a problem if he wants to read books on the dot matrix method. Lui took this matter to heart and planned to talk about it after returning to the sect. Lui continued to check the rewards. Task: kill the disciples of the Blood Spirit sect who entered the Donglan ancient ruins. Completed. Reward: Secret Technique Burning Blood Technique, 3000-year-old blood ginseng from Tianke Dai Bao. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Blood burning technique is a self-destructive secret technique, which can increase one's own strength by burning one's own blood essence. There is no upper limit, as much as one's own blood essence can be burned, one can increase one's strength. Moreover, the stronger one's own strength, the stronger the increase. There is no upper limit. As a secret technique, it can be said to be very powerful and terrifying. However, essence blood is an extremely precious existence for monks. Losing essence blood can hurt the vitality at least, and slow down the cultivation speed, weaken the talent, and even cause the cultivation base to regress. If one's own essence and blood are exhausted, death is not far away. Unless it is a last resort, it is better not to use this kind of secret technique. Lui shook his head slightly. Practice can be cultivated, but it does not affect his own cultivation. After all, it is a good choice to have one more whole card. But soon, Lui was pleasantly surprised. The rewarded 1000-year-old blood ginseng is an extremely precious treasure. Its function is exactly to make up for the lost blood essence, and it can even replace the blood essence to perform the blood burning technique. With these 3000-year-old blood ginseng, Lui can use the blood burning secret technique a few times. Lui happily put away his things and continued to look at other mission rewards. Task: kill the disciple of the Heavenly Snake sect who entered the Donglan historic site. Completed. Reward: 1 drop of true dragon blood. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. After Lui saw the reward, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he froze. True dragon blood? What is a real dragon? An adult is a fairy. This is an extremely powerful existence. This means that this is a drop of fairy blood. This reward. Lui was overjoyed. With this drop of real dragon blood, Lui's physical body would transform at an extremely fast speed, far exceeding the current level. Lui received the reward and put the real dragon's blood in the space ring. With a sweep of his mental power, he saw a drop of blood about the size of a baby's fist in a crystal bottle. The blood is golden, and it seems to contain stormy waves inside, with an extremely terrifying aura. Just the sweep of mental power made Lui feel cold and stiff all over his body. What a terrible breath! Just a drop of ordinary blood made Lui feel irresistible. Is this the power of a real dragon? Just ordinary blood contains such terrifying power. After Lui absorbed the Dao Qi, his spiritual sense was extremely strong. He could feel that even with his current physical strength, if he wanted to absorb this drop of real dragon blood, his life would be in danger. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the idea of absorbing it, and planned to try it again when his strength was stronger and his heavenly thunder jade body art had been cultivated to the limit level. With a happy mood, Lui continued to check the rewards. Task: rescue the monks to leave the Donglan historic site. Completed. Rewards: specified spell level +2, Thunder Spirit Liquid *1, Earth Spirit Liquid *1, the artistic conception of 20% wind. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Liu Yi looked at the reward with complicated emotions. How should I say it? This reward is already extremely rich. Among other things, the increase in the skill level is the most affordable reward, not to mention the one-time increase of 2 levels, or the increase in the designated level of the spell. As long as Liu Yi is upgraded to the Immortal Sword Sutra, he can break through the Immortal Sword Sutra to level 6, and reach level 8. Then his cultivation speed and Immortal Sword Qi will be greatly improved. Although the Thunder Spiritual Liquid and Earth Spiritual Liquid are of no use to Liu Yi, they are extremely powerful treasures, even if they are not used for foundation building but for cultivation. Not to mention that there is still 20% of the artistic conception of wind. This reward is naturally extremely generous. However, after Liu Yi saw the real dragon's blood, he felt a little less interesting. Liu Yi sighed in his heart. Once the sea was too difficult for water. He received the reward before looking at others. Task: leaving Donglan Historic Site, completed. Reward: Jindan Realm Spirit Wine Recipe Jasper Wine. Whether to receive the task, yes/no. This reward is the worst reward I have seen today, Liu Yi complained in his heart, and then looked at the function of Jasper Wine. Then, Liu Yi's eyes lit up. This Jasper Wine is actually a spirit wine that enhances spiritual power, yes. Although Liu Yi now has a 7-colored spiritual flower, after all, there is only one plant of this thing, and it will be gone when it is used up, and it will not be sustainable in the future. With this Jasper Wine, Liu Yi can continue to improve his spiritual power. Although it was the worst reward today, Liu Yi still showed a satisfied smile. The last task is to kill 3 Jindan demon clans, and the reward is the 7-colored spiritual flower. This is one of the worst rewards that Liu Yi has encountered today. Compared with the blood-burning secret technique that is strong when it is strong, the real dragon blood and the artistic conception of 20% wind, it must be a little bit less interesting, but it is not bad. After Liu Yi counted and placed all the rewards, he let out a satisfied breath and lay down on the bed happily. It was still a bit of hard work in the Donglan Historic Site, so he planned to take a rest. Moreover, Liu Yi is not at ease now that he has not returned to the sect. What if the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect block people on the road? However, the facts proved that Elder Izumo was very cautious. After making a large circle at the speed of the ancient ship, when he was approaching the sect, he used the sound transmission jade to ask the strong inside the sect to pick him up. When Liu Yi saw Peak Master Ling Luo appearing on the ancient ship, he was completely relieved. Although her master is not very reliable, judging from various rumors, her strength is really strong. And Liu Yi himself has a strong spiritual sense, and now he has a vague perception of the strength of the cultivator of Huashan, but facing his master is still like facing a bottomless abyss, and he will never know where her bottom is. Liu Yi sometimes even suspects that his master may have reached the realm of the whole, because he is too salty, so he doesn't show it. The disciple has seen the master. Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang came to Ling Luo Peak Lord and greeted them respectfully. Ling Luo Peak Master's jet black hair still had a few strands of frizzy hairs, but he was in good spirits, not as sleepy as he was in the bamboo hut. After seeing Liu Yi, she showed a smile, patted Liu Yi on the shoulder, and said, "Not bad, I heard that you killed all the younger generations of the Heavenly Snake sect and the Blood Spirit sect?" Liu Yi's head was full of black lines, and he seriously retorted, "Master, this is a legitimate defense. After all, they were the ones who wanted to kill me first." People who don't know, when they hear their master's words, they think they are a big devil who kills without blinking an eye. It's pretty much the same anyway. Peak Master Ling Luo yawned, somewhat disapprovingly. Liu Yi felt helpless, who made his master so unreliable. On the side, Elder Izumo was talking to head teacher Wu Qingfeng about what happened at the Donglan ancient site this time. Wu Qingfeng frowned, with a serious expression on his face. He said coldly, "Humph. The Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect are deceiving people too much. They actually plan to kill Liu Yi. This is an opportunity to kill my Baiun sect's prosperity. In Wu Qingfeng's view, Liu Yi's talent is so amazing, he has the appearance of an ancient monster, and he has a great possibility of becoming a fairy in the future. If Liu Yi becomes an immortal, their Baiun sect will become the holy land of the Immortal Sect. How many sects dream of that? As long as Liu Yi survives, the Baiun sect will flourish for countless years. You know, the longest one in the Xianzong Holy Land where immortals have been born in Tianming can be traced back hundreds of thousands of years ago. If the Baiun sect could flourish for hundreds of thousands of years, what kind of wonderful scene would that be? Wu Qingfeng has been dreaming about it recently. But someone wants to break his dream. Wu Qingfeng was extremely angry. The Blood Spirit sect has been causing chaos in our Baiun sect's territory during this period, and now they want to attack our Baiun sect's fairy seeds. We must let them know how powerful they are. I will go there myself. While speaking, Wu Qingfeng disappeared in place. Seeing Wu Qingfeng disappearing, Liu Yi was a little worried. Could this boss be planning to join the Blood Spirit cult alone? Liu Yi glanced at Shizun, who seemed to be a little sleepy, and said helplessly, "Master, if the teacher goes out alone, nothing will happen, right?" Peak Master Ling Luo waved his hands, and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't die." Liu Yi? It's good if you don't die, right? He was speechless. After Wu Qingfeng left, Ning Guangguquan returned to Bianzong peacefully. Liu Yi bid farewell to Zhang Fan and others, and returned to Ling Luo Peak with his master and senior sister. Liu Yi also returned to his cave, and after leaving for a while, some dust had accumulated in the cave, so Liu Yi used the dust removal technique to clean the cave before entering the training room and began to practice. Liu Yi took out the 7-colored spiritual flower, intending to improve his spiritual power first. After all, my mental strength has been stuck on the verge of transformation, and I haven't made a breakthrough for so long. With this colorful flower of spiritual cultivation, I can finally break through. 7-color Yang Shen flower is a palm-sized small flower with 7 colors and a faint fragrance. Liu Yi didn't dare to eat the whole flower at once. After all, it was an extremely high-grade natural material and earthly treasure, and the power contained in it was very powerful. Liu Yi was afraid that he would be strangled to death. He took out a petal and put it in his mouth, and the petal immediately melted into Liu Yi's mind as a ray of cool air. Boom! The area between Liu Yi's brows swelled faintly, as if there was a mist churning, and a world opened up. He felt that his spiritual power was increasing rapidly, just like a wave hitting a rock, always hitting a certain limit. After taking one piece, Liu Yi felt that his spiritual power had reached its peak, so he used one piece again without hesitation. The cool air reappeared, and Liu Yi felt like a bolt of lightning had struck between his brows. The brows were opened, and drops of golden liquid slowly condensed. That is the transformation of spiritual power, condensed into a liquid, and it is an extremely powerful power of primordial spirit. Liu Yi felt that his brain was clear. Although he didn't see the back of his head, he clearly outlined the scene behind in his mind. His mental power diffused, covering the entire cave with ease, and every move in the cave seemed to be under his control, as if in his domain. Liu Yi knew that his mental power could continue to spread, and he hadn't reached the limit. However, there were so many strong people in Ling Luo Peak, and it was hard for Liu Yi to make too much noise. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. After the transformation of mental power, Liu Yi's grasp of himself became stronger. He could clearly perceive his internal vision, even his own bones and muscles, and his grasp of himself reached an extremely powerful state. It's no wonder that the combat power of a strong person in the realm of transforming gods will become very terrifying. With this level of spiritual power, every trace of power can be used to the extreme. Liu Yi couldn't help sighing in his heart, although his aura cultivation base hadn't improved, but just the effect brought about by the transformation of spiritual power was enough to increase Liu Yi's combat power by a large margin. He didn't stop, and continued to use the 7-color cultivation flower, perhaps because his physical body was extremely powerful, and he used the qi of the great Dao to build the foundation, which was different from ordinary people. He took the petals little by little, and absorbed half of the 7-color mental cultivation flower before he felt the limit. But at this time, Liu Yi's spiritual power in the center of his eyebrows increased many times, forming a golden lake in the center of his eyebrows, which contained vast and terrifying spiritual power. After breaking through his spiritual power, Liu Yi used the reward of the specified spell level +2 to upgrade his Immortal Sword Sutra to LV8. The Immortal Sword Sutra of level 8, the immortal sword species condensed in the body, is intertwined with the immortal Dao pattern, which is an extremely mysterious pattern. Even Liu Yi himself cannot fully comprehend it, only vaguely touch the meaning of it. The indestructible sword species born with Dao patterns is still not as good as the aura vortex created by Liu Yi himself with the aura of the avenue, and it still floats on the aura vortex. However, the 7-color light in the aura vortex faintly shone on the immortal sword pattern, making the immortal Dao pattern on it appear more mysterious and profound. Liu Yi felt that if he could fully comprehend this pattern, his strength might reach an unimaginable level. After that, Liu Yi tried to practice with the Immortal Sword Sutra, and a drop of 1,000-year-old spiritual milk could only last for an hour before it was completely absorbed. Liu Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Such efficiency is worthy of being a LV8 level fairy scripture. Even ordinary fairy scriptures will not have such terrible efficiency in the realm of returning to the true, but beyond the LV6 level, it is already a kind of sublimation, and at the LV8 level, it is no longer as simple as the normal fairy scriptures. If it were before, with such a spiritual energy absorption efficiency, Liu Yi's spiritual milk would not be enough for him. Fortunately, Liu Yi went to the Donglan historic site and gained a lot. There are more than 10,000 drops of Wanyan Lingrui alone, which is close to 20,000 drops. This is enough for Liu Yi to practice for a long time. Liu Yi began to seal the 1,000-year spiritual milk and use the 10,000-year spiritual milk to practice. In this way, Liu Yi had a lot of resources, so he didn't go out anymore. Except for the trial tower once a month, he basically didn't go anywhere, he just practiced in the cave. Every day, he practiced spells during the day and Kung Fu at night. In his spare time, he went to Zhangshi Pavilion a few times to listen to Elder Ming's explanation of the way of swordsmanship. Of course, Liu Yi did not let go of his spiritual food cooking and spiritual wine brewing skills. The materials needed for jasper wine are all materials of Jindan realm, and there are still many in Lingluo Peak, so Liu Yi naturally took some without hesitation. Every time he went to fetch resources, Liu Yi would give Elder Wang 1 or 2 jars of wine, which made Elder Wang so happy that he could hardly find the north. Sometimes when Liu Yi went to pick up the materials a few days later, Elder Wang would personally help him deliver the materials to the gate of the cave. As a spirit wine in the Jindan state, jasper wine is relatively difficult to brew. It took Liu Yi a year to raise jasper wine to LV5 level. However, he is already very satisfied. This is him, who can issue tasks and get rewards for completing tasks. It may take 100 years for ordinary monks to upgrade jasper wine to this level. Level 5 jasper wine is already quite precious, and it is very helpful for the improvement of mental power. Even for Liu Yi's mental power that has already transformed, drinking a few bowls a day will have a pretty good effect. In addition to spirit wine brewing and spirit food cooking, Liu Yi also practiced alchemy in his spare time. He obtained a lot of beast essence and blood in the Donglan ancient site, all of which were used by Liu Yi as the main material to refine the blood essence pill. Later, Liu Yi found that the formula of the blood yuan pill could not fully exert the effect of the blood essence of the wild beast. He also deliberately used the number of epiphanies, coupled with his own perception of alchemy for so long, changed the formula. Using the essence and blood of wild beasts as the main material, plus changing the formula of the pill, Lui refined the Wild Blood Pill. The Mangsu pill has a very obvious effect on body refining. Although it is a pill in the foundation building realm, its effect is close to that of a golden pill. That is to say, Lui usually made alchemy in the cave by himself. If he did alchemy in Danfan, it would be enough to make the alchemists in Danfan feel their scalps go numb. Generally, which pill formula is not developed by the master of pills, which takes a lot of effort, and takes dozens or even hundreds of years to research. Lui only refined it in his spare time, and within a year, he completed the improvement of the formula, and even raised the efficacy of the foundation building elixir to that of a golden elixir. For others, this is unimaginable. With the brutal blood pill, Lui's body refining speed was greatly accelerated, and Lui finally raised the Sky Thunder Jade body art to the limit level. After the body training method was upgraded to the limit level, and his own cultivation had reached the peak of foundation building, Lui took out the drop of real dragon blood, and he finally felt that he could absorb the real dragon blood. Chapter 97 The gun almost went off. The cave training room. Lui took out the drop of real dragon blood. The golden blood contained extremely rich vitality, and the power inside was extremely violent. Lui opened his mouth to suck the blood into his mouth. Suddenly, a force that boiled like magma exploded from Lui's body. Boom! Lui let out a muffled snort, traces of blood spilled from his pores, his black hair danced wildly, and the terrifying life force vibrated crazily. There was no aura fluctuation, but the qi and blood in Lui's body turned into a heat wave, which raised the temperature of the training room a lot. The whole training room was like an oven, and the air was slightly distorted. Lui only felt a terrible force rampaging in his body, and his whole body was aching. With a calm expression on his face, Lui ran the Heavenly Thunder Jade body art with all his strength, and began to absorb the dragon's blood in his refining body. As the dragon's blood was absorbed, Lui's body seemed to be tempered again. It was flawless and spotless, exuding spiritual light and surging with pure power. At the same time, a wild temperament emerged from Lui's body, bringing with the majesty of a real dragon. At this moment, the vortex of seven-color spiritual energy in Lui's body suddenly vibrated slightly, the sound of Dao emerged, and a real dragon's roar exploded in Lui's ears. Lui's mind was boiling with mental energy, and he suddenly felt a golden dragon roaring in the endless void. The surrounding void was shattered, and the stars were dim. This dragon seemed to be the only one in the world. The scales on the giant dragon's body are engraved with natural lines, like natural lines of Tao, intertwined with Tao and reason, which is extremely mysterious. Lui just glanced at it, and felt that his brain was in a trance and his headache was about to split. Like a giant dragon of a fairy, even if it just exists, its mystery is enough to make a mortal be greatly affected. The Tao and reason on the scales, mortals just look at it, maybe it is enough to be addicted, sinking to the end of life. At this moment, the sound of Taoism in Lui's heart became louder and louder. Lui only felt that Taoism emerged in his mind. He vaguely, like instinct, seemed to understand the meaning of the lines on the scales. It's just that it seems that there is an endless fog, so that Lui can't see the essence clearly. Lui decisively used the number of epiphanies he had just obtained from Master's preaching mission this month. His mind was clear, his brain was running rapidly, and combined with Dao Yin, he was like a born son of Dao, who had an inexplicable affinity for Dao. Lui looked at the giant dragon roaring in the void again, and looked at the lines intertwined with Tao and reason. He had a vague feeling in his heart and was addicted to it. That is the truth expressed by the most primitive physical strength. Every drop of blood, every scale, and every muscle seems to tell the strength of life itself. Lui combined this original power with himself, and began to continue to improve his own Tian Li body training art. Thunder patterns emerged all over his body, and the rest of the skin was like white jade, exquisite and translucent, flawless and unstained. At this moment, a faint golden light glowed on the white jade-like skin, and there were faintly strange lines flickering on it, and the lines seemed to be intertwined with terrifying power. A phantom of a golden dragon appeared above Liu Yi's head, raising his head and roaring. "Hold head high!" The roar of the dragon resounded through Ling Luo Peak, and it also resounded through the entire inner gate. A trace of dragon power loomed, causing the monks in the sect to open their eyes suddenly, with a look of shock in their eyes. Many monks who were retreating rushed out of their caves and came to the sky. "What's the situation? How do I feel that I heard the sound of a dragon? Is it my illusion? I seem to feel a strange coercion, could it be the legendary dragon might?" Even Elder Ming, who was in Zangshu Pavilion, couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. The other supreme elders and peak masters of the transformation god realm also jumped into the air one after another, looking at Ling Lufeng in astonishment. "It's the direction of Ling Luo Peak. It's Ling Luo Peak Lord who obtained the treasure with the blood of the dragon?" Everyone was in doubt. On the top of Ling Luo Peak, the sleeping Ling Luo Peak Master was also awakened by a dragon roar. She opened her eyes suddenly, with a look of astonishment on her expression. "This aura, a real dragon? No, it's a little weak, and it contains the blood of an alien beast that is rich in real dragon blood?" Her body disappeared in place, following her breath, she quickly found the source. Standing outside Liu Yi's cave mansion, Ling Luo Peak Master had a stiff expression, scratched his head speechlessly, and said to himself, "It seems that this kid has gained a lot in the Donglan ancient site. The sensed little guy has great luck." At this moment, a sword light flashed past, it was Lu Ningxuang, and she also followed her breath and came here. After meeting Ling Luo Peak Master, Lu Ningxuang saluted, "Master." She looked towards the cave, and her cold eyes contained a look of surprise. Did the younger brother make the movement? Peak Lord Ling Luo nodded slightly. This kid should have obtained some kind of blood essence of an alien animal containing the blood of a real dragon from the Donglan ancient site, but he is so bold that he dared to devour blood essence of this level at this level of cultivation. Lu Ningxuang's eyes flashed, she looked in the direction of the cave, and exclaimed, "Young brother should be confident. After absorbing this kind of blood essence, my younger brother's strength will be even stronger." Peak Master Ling Luo nodded slightly, looked at Lu Ningxuang, and said with a smirk, "You have to work hard to cultivate, otherwise, maybe it won't be long before you will be surpassed by your junior brother." Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly, "Yes." The phantom of the giant dragon quickly restrained, turned into a golden light, and entered Liu Yi's body. Long Wei dissipated, Liu Yi slowly opened his eyes flashed with golden streamers, carrying unimaginable majesty. The golden light disappeared quickly, and Liu Yi's eyes returned to darkness, and he was very pleasantly surprised. It is indeed the blood of a real dragon. Even if it was just ordinary blood, it still gave him a radical change. Liu Yi only felt that his physical strength was much stronger than before, and one punch could even punch a big hole in the sky. Of course, this is just an illusion of soaring strength. In addition, what is more important is that, relying on the imprint of the real dragon that has not been completely wiped out in this drop of real dragon blood, coupled with his own epiphany and the foundation of the Great Way, he has not yet broken through to the Golden Core realm, and he has once again transformed himself. The Tian Liu body formula is perfected, causing it to transform. The current Sky Thunder Jade body art contains the mysteries of heaven and earth that Liu Yi has comprehended from the scales of the real dragon, which can temper himself to be as powerful as the body of a real dragon. Although what Liu Yi comprehended from the scales was only a scale and a half claw, but that was the mystery contained in the immortal life, even a scale and a half claw were already very powerful. The Heavenly Thunder and True Dragon Ju is a body training method that is enough to cultivate to the realm of transforming gods. If he cultivated to the limit, Liu Yi's physical body will have both the strength of a real dragon and the destructive characteristics of a Sky Thunder, which is extremely terrifying. At that point, he might be able to kill a powerful monk in the realm of transforming gods with his body. After absorbing the blood of the real dragon, Liu Yi continued to consolidate his understanding. 2 days later, Lui heard a crisp voice from outside the cave, Senior brother, Senior brother. Your lovely junior sister is here to find you. Lui opened his eyes and couldn't help showing a smile. He disappeared in place, came to the entrance of the cave, and opened it. So Lui saw Donggong Minjiu and Lu Ningxuang standing outside the door. Seeing Lui open the door, Donggong Minjiu rushed to Lui, her black eyes widened, she looked at Lui in surprise. Lui only felt a ray of fragrance spread over his face, and a strange feeling emerged in his heart. Lui always felt that today's Donggong Minjiu was more moving than before, and he couldn't help but think about it. Lui froze for a moment, feeling a little weird. This reaction. I didn't have it before. Then Lui suddenly thought of something, the dragon's nature is obscene, the real dragon's blood is still extremely powerful for him now, he has absorbed the real dragon's blood, but he has not completely strengthened himself. Is it affected by the real dragon's characteristics? Lui felt a bit of a toothache, and suppressed his emotions, planning to give priority to absorbing and digesting the blood of the real dragon in the future, which would not have a good effect. He grinned and said with a smile, Junior sister, why are you looking at me like that? During this year, with the support of Lui, Donggong Minjiu finally broke through to the 13th level of Qi training a few months ago, and maybe after a while, she will be able to break through to the foundation building level. Donggong Minjiu said in amazement, Brother, Long Wei appeared 2 days ago. I heard from Master and Senior Sister that it was caused by you absorbing dragon's blood? Lui was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Yes, it is indeed me. Donggong Minjiu was shocked and said, Master said that after absorbing the dragon's blood, your strength will be greatly improved. Then aren't you much stronger now than before? Lui smiled slightly, there is indeed some progress. Donggong Minjiu covered her head, with a headache on her face, I was thinking that I finally broke through to the 13th level of Qi training and could catch up with you, but in the end, brother, you have improved again. You will have no friends like this. Lu Ningxuang at the side smiled lightly, Congratulations, junior brother, for being promoted again. Lui smiled, Thank you, senior sister. In this year, Lui's cultivation has also improved a lot. His Kung Fu has reached the LV8 level, and he has been using Wanyan Lingrui all the time. In just 1 year, his cultivation has risen to Foundation Establishment 9. The first floor is not far from the 10th floor of the Foundation building. You must know that the further you go to a large realm, the slower your cultivation speed will be. It is already extremely terrifying that Lui can still improve so much in a year. He chuckled and said, During this period of hard work every day, senior sister and junior sister just came, and I have made some progress. How about having a dinner to celebrate? Donggong Minjiu seemed to have guessed it a long time ago. When she heard Lui's words, she immediately jumped up with a smile, Okay. Miss, I want to eat more barbecue today, so that I can quickly break through to the foundation building realm. Lu Ningxuang naturally had no objection, and said with a light smile, It's a good thing to be able to drink the jasper wine from junior brother. The three sat down in the hall, and Lui took out some food and wine, chatting while eating. The main topic of conversation was the perception of cultivation, and when discussing the Dao with each other, it was basically Lui and Lu Ningxuang who were talking, and Donggong Minjiu was listening. After all, Donggong Minjiu's cultivation base is not as good as the two of them. In terms of talent, after Lui absorbed the aura of the Dao, he often used the number of epiphanies. Even Lu Ningxuang was shocked by his understanding of the Dao, and he was also very involved in discussing the Dao. The three discussed for several hours before talking about what happened recently. Lu Ningxuang took a sip of the jasper wine and sighed softly, Since we came back from the Donglan ancient site, the leader of the blood spirit sect was very angry when he heard about the death of his parents and children. The elders attacked my Biun sect's residence, and an elder Yuanying died. Hearing this, Liu Yi frowned slightly, and his face was cold. Even the elder Yuanying is gone. The Blood Spirit sect is really crazy. Our Baiun sect is no weaker than the Blood Spirit sect. If we start a war like this, the Blood Spirit sect will not be afraid of losing both sides. Donggong Minjaihu's pretty face was slightly rosy. She drank a lot of Yunchen Lu, and she was a little drunk. Leaning crookedly on Liu Yi's arm, she murmured, "The Blood Spirit sect is always crazy, and they can do this kind of thing." Lu Ningshuang also nodded slightly. At this point, there is no way to ease up. The head teacher made continuous shots some time ago and killed 2 of their Huashan Taisheng in the territory of the Blood Spirit sect. Now, according to the news from the head teacher, he is being hunted down by the leader of the Blood Spirit sect and several elders. Liu Yi thought of the teacher's angry look when he first came back, and his heart warmed. Unexpectedly, the head teacher actually vented his anger, and if he didn't make a move, he killed 2 elders directly. One must know that cultivators in the Transformation God realm are considered rare powerhouses in the entire eastern region, and 2 of them died in a row. Domineering. Liu Yi sighed in his heart, and then when he thought that his head teacher was being hunted down, Liu Yi also felt a little worried. Is the head teacher going to be okay? Lu Ningshuang said with a slight smile, "It's okay, the master said that the best way to train a teacher is to escape for one's life." Liu Yi. Hearing this, Liu Yi was not too worried. Generally, monks who mastered the method of escape must be difficult to kill. Liu Yi smiled slightly, "That's good. However, the head teacher has no way to return to the sect now. He has involved a lot of energy of the Blood Spirit sect in the territory of the Blood Spirit sect. If he comes back, with the temperament of a monk of the Blood Spirit sect, he may attack aggressively. There are guards inside the sect. The Zhongzhen method is fine, but I'm afraid there will be people dying outside." Lu Ningshuang said. Hearing this, Liu Yi couldn't help sighing in his heart. The head teacher really worked hard. Donggong Minjaiu on the side has already started to play drunk, rubbing her small face against Liu Yi's sleeve, and said in a daze, "I heard in Fangxi yesterday that there seems to be a change in the Heavenly Snake sect, and it may be necessary to cooperate with the Blood Spirit sect. Let's attack us together." After all, the Tianjiao of their sect was also beheaded by senior brother. Hearing this, Liu Yi frowned slightly. The territory of the Heavenly Snake sect is not close to the Baiun sect, and there is a Wanhua sect between them. How did they come here? Lu Ningshuang glanced at Donggong Minjaiu, who was rubbing against Liu Yi like a kitten, took a sip of her wine, and said calmly, "I have also heard that the Heavenly Snake sect and the Blood Spirit sect are connected by territory, and the 2 sects are united. The Heavenly Snake sect disciples may enter the territory of my Baiun sect from the territory of the Blood Spirit sect." When Liu Yi heard this, his heart sank slightly. What is the sect going to do? One must know that the strength of the Baiun sect and the Blood Spirit sect is about the same. If the Heavenly Snake sect is added, the Baiun sect may not be able to bear the 2 fighting one. Lu Ningshuang opened the mouth and said, "The idea in the sect is that they can join forces, and we can also join forces. There are already elders who have gone to the Wanhua sect and the Winter Valley, intending to persuade the 2 sects to unite against the enemy. Will the 2 of them agree?" Liu Yi was a little worried. At this time, Liu Yi suddenly felt Donggong Minjaiu reaching out to hug his arm, and Liu Yi's arm felt a vast softness, his body shook, and his whole body was a little numb. Knock. He is now under the influence of dragon's blood. What the hell is testing him, a gentleman? Liu Yi felt a little numb, and sat there, not daring to move for a while. Having said that, junior sister has grown up for several years. Has she become so predictable? Liu Yi glanced at Donggong Minjaiu's drunk appearance, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. For some reason, since recently, this guy wanted to lean on him every time he was drunk. Liu Yi once wondered if his junior sister fell in love with him, but the mission was not completed, and Liu Yi was a little confused about the situation. I don't know if there is a problem with my little junior sister, or there is a problem with my task panel. Liu Yi had a headache for this. At this moment, Lu Ningxuang's cold voice sounded, "Little Minjiu, go and refine the spirit wine in your body first, what's the point of being crazy with wine?" Donggong Minjiu murmured unconsciously, and then twisted her body. Liu Yi's body tensed up. Lu Ningxuang took a sip of the wine, her pretty face was cold, wisps of spiritual energy flowed, a piece of ice suddenly appeared behind Donggong Minjiu's neck, the ice fell from the sky, and slipped into the back of Donggong Minjiu's collar. Liu Yi could clearly feel Donggong Minjiu's body trembling, and even the touch of his arms became even more wonderful. Liu Yi. There was cold sweat on his forehead, he was a little silly, what kind of torture is this? At this moment, Donggong Minjiu exclaimed and jumped up, looking at Lu Ningxuang with a trace of doubt in her big hazy eyes, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly, "Let you sober up and refine the spirit wine first, so as not to waste the kindness of the younger brother." "Oh!" Donggong Minjiu snorted and went to Liu Yi's training room in a daze. After Donggong Minjiu left, Liu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart relaxed. He almost lost control of the changes in his body just now. Lu Ningxuang, who was at the side, saw something wrong with Liu Yi's expression, and said with some concern, "Junior brother, your face doesn't seem very good looking, what's the problem?" Liu Yi laughed dryly and shook his head, "It's okay, the gun almost went off." Lu Ningxuang raised her eyebrows, a little confused, "The gun almost went off? What's the meaning?" Liu Yi used his spiritual energy to press his gun secretly, and said with a smile, "It's just that I just thought that the sex crisis was caused by me killing those two Tianjiao, and I felt a little guilty." Lu Ningxuang shook her head slightly, "Junior brother, you can't say that, you are the fairy seed of my Baiun sect, and my Baiun sect will naturally protect you before you grow up. What's more, they were the ones who planned to kill you first. What about them?" When Liu Yi heard this, his heart warmed up, "Thank you, senior sister, for your explanation. I understand. I would like to offer you a toast." Liu Yi controlled the aura and filled Lu Ningxuang with wine. Lu Ningxuang drank the wine and said with a slight smile, "Besides, the fairies of the Wanhua sect are willing to destroy their spirit bodies for you. The chances of the Wanhua sect joining forces with us are still very high." Hearing this, Liu Yi coughed again, and said solemnly, "Fellow Daoist Yongzi repays his kindness, I admire it very much. Of course, fellow Daoist Hanyu also does the same. I admire it too." Lu Ningxuang chuckled. The two chatted about some topics, and after a while, Donggong Minjiu came out of the training room. Perhaps because of her higher cultivation base, Donggong Minjiu has been refining spiritual food and wine faster and faster recently, and Liu Yi and senior sister Lu Ningxuang spend less time alone. After Donggong Minjiu came out, Lu Ningxuang said goodbye to Liu Yi and left Liu Yi's cave with Donggong Minjiu. Another month later, Liu Yi was practicing in the cave, when suddenly he heard a familiar voice from outside the cave, "Daoist Liu Yi, Yongzi is here, please come out and see." Thanks to the book friend 2018052109264515 for the 1500 points rewarded by the boss, thank you for the 500 points rewarded by the boss of Coke Chicken Wings, thank you for the 100 points for the reward when you crossed the hills but found no one waiting for the boss, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss 08A point. Chapter 98 Donggong Minjiu Who Protects Food. Yongzi? Liu Yi was stunned when he heard the voice, with a puzzled expression on his face. Yun Xi is the treasure of Wanhua sect, how could he come to Baiun sect? Then Liu Yi thought about the chat with his senior sister before. When Yun Xi came, the supreme elder of the Wanhua sect might also follow. Could it be that the union of the two sects has come to fruition? Liu Yi was overjoyed and showed a smile. He came to the entrance of the cave, opened the gate of the cave, and saw Yun Xi in a green skirt standing at the entrance, looking at the surrounding environment with a relaxed expression. Seeing Lui open the door, Yun Xi looked over, with a smile on his face. Deist Lui, long time no see, how have you been? Lui smiled, everything is fine, fellow Deist Yungzi is visiting, and we are far away from welcoming you, let's talk about it first. Yun Xi nodded and followed Lui into the cave. The two sat down. Lui smiled lightly and said, want to drink? I have good wine here. Yun Xi's eyes lit up, the wine that was given to me at the Donglan ancient site last time? I want to drink it. Lui smiled mysteriously, it's not that wine, it's better than that wine. Hearing this, Yun Xi's eyes sparkled, revealing a trace of curiosity, better than that wine? I'm curious. Lui smiled and took out the jasper wine. As soon as he opened it, Yun Xi exclaimed, I have a feeling, this is much better than the wine I gave you last time. Lui smiled and praised, fellow Deist Yungzi's spiritual sense is amazing. He poured a glass for Yun Xi, and Yun Xi took a sip, felt the change in his mental power, and immediately widened his eyes, a little surprised. This wine also improves mental power, and the effect is better than that of the last wine. So much? Lui smiled, took a sip of the wine, and said, this is the spiritual spirit wine of the Golden Core realm that I got by chance. It is naturally incomparable with the one I gave you last time. Yun Xi exclaimed, Daiyu Lui is really lucky. Yun Xi still remembers that Lui picked up the treasure at the Donglan ancient site back then. Lui looked at Yun Xi, took out 2 jars of wine, handed them to Yun Xi, and said with a smile, since we are friends, you can drink the 2 jars of jasper wine. Yun Xi's eyes lit up, and he was not polite, and said with a smile, okay. It's great to have a friend like you, fellow Deist Lui. Lui already understood Yun Xi's temperament, but he didn't care about her words. He smiled and said, I haven't officially thanked you for asking Elder Du Qin to help me outside the Donglan historic site. Is it okay now? Is there any damage? Yun Xi smiled and said, although it was a little affected at the time, my mother-in-law used some treasures to help me recover. Seeing Yun Xi's indifferent look, Lui felt a little warm in his heart. It has to be said that Yun Xi has a heart like a child, with clear grievances, and is indeed worth making friends with. He no longer asked about this matter, but asked a question he was curious about, how did fellow Deist Yungzi come to Bianzong? Yun Xi took a sip of wine silently, a blush appeared on her snow-white cheeks, and said, I came with Elder Du Qin. I heard that the Heavenly Snake Sect and the Blood Spirit Sect are united. The Supreme Elder of the White Cloud Sect went to our Wanhua Sect. Our Wanhua Sect planned to come to Biun Sect to discuss the issue of alliance after discussion. Hearing this, Lui breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, Wanhua Sect really wants to unite with Biun Sect? Yun Xi nodded slightly, well, we are discussing it now, so it should be possible. My coming represents the wishes of the Wanhua Sect. Hearing this, Lui smiled and said, you must have been persuaded by fellow Deist Yungzi? To Lui's surprise, Yun Xi shook his head slightly, looked at Lui and said, my mother-in-law heard about the Donglan ancient ruins, and said that fellow Deist Lui is an unrivaled arrogance and may become a peerless figure in the future. Well, it's about time. Lui couldn't help but laugh. Most people would not say such words, and Yun Xi was the only one who spoke bluntly. He smiled and said, your mother-in-law seems to have a high status in the Wanhua Sect? Of course, mother-in-law is the head teacher of the Wanhua Sect. Lui suddenly realized, no wonder. However, the head teacher of the Wanhua Sect has a good vision, and he knows that he is talented. As long as he uses the mission panel normally, needless to say, becoming an immortal should be fine. He said with a smile, fellow Deist Yungzi, please thank the Wanhua Sect head teacher on my behalf. Yun Xi nodded slightly, yes. After that, the two chatted a lot. According to Yun Xi, the joint matter of Wanhua sect and Baiun sect is not a trivial matter, and they may discuss it for a while. During this time, she will probably live here. For Lu Yi, this is something to be happy about. After all, Yun Xi's sparring rewards are not bad. At this time, Lu Yi discovered a problem. He was a little surprised and said, "Fellow Daoist Yungzi, have you broken through to Jindan?" Yun Xi nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Well, in fact, I was able to break through 3 years ago. It was only because of the Donglan historic site that I kept suppressing my cultivation. Now that the Donglan historic site is over, I will also break through." He said with a smile, "In that case, fellow Taoist Yun Xi, would you like to compete with me and try your hand?" Lu Yi said to himself, "I want to defeat Yun Xi. Task: defeat Yungzi. Reward: 1 drop of Centennial Essence, improving the natural artistic conception. Whether to accept, yes/no." Lu Yi saw the mission rewards on the panel, his eyes sparkled, and he was a little surprised. Sure enough, after Yun Xi broke through to the Golden Core realm, his strength was much stronger than before, and the rewards for the sparring tasks were also more generous. Spiritual marrow, that is a precious thing that can only be born in the blessed land with extremely rich spiritual energy. Even if it exists in spiritual milk that has existed for tens of thousands of years, it may not be born with spiritual marrow. It is conceivable how precious this spirit marrow is. Although there is only 1 drop of this spirit marrow, it is worth even more than hundreds of thousands of drops of 10,000 years spirit milk. As for the natural artistic conception, it has not changed much from before. Yun Xi tilted his head when he heard Lu Yi's words, and looked at Lu Yi's expression with some doubts. "I always feel that fellow Taoist Lu Yi is looking forward to discussing with me." Lu Yi was taken aback. He didn't expect Yun Xi's intuition to be so strong. He chuckled and said, "I really look forward to it. Fellow Daoist Yun Xi is not weak. I'm afraid I will gain something from competing with fellow Daoist Yun Xi." Yun Xi said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Lu Yi is strong. Even just a year ago, your strength surpassed mine now. I gain the most from competing with you. Do you want me to give you some compensation?" Lu Yi chuckled lightly and said, "Don't say that, fellow Daoist Yungzi, we are friends, and friends directly discuss each other, how can we ask for compensation?" Lu Yi felt that if he really got the compensation, his conscience would hurt. After all, the rewards for this mission are already generous enough. Seeing what Lu Yi said, Yun Xi immediately showed a happy smile. "Well, we are friends, and I also want to discuss with you. In that case, without further ado, let's go outside." Expectantly, Lu Yi brought Yungzi to the wasteland where he often sparred with Donggong Minjiu. The two stood facing each other. Lu Yi thought for a while, stretched out his hand and tapped lightly. Array patterns emerged from Lu Yi's hand, and landed on the surrounding corners, and then a transparent mask appeared, covering them inside. Yun Xi's eyes widened, with a look of astonishment on his face. "This is the means of forming formations in the void?" It is a means that can only be mastered if one has comprehended the way of forming formations to a very profound level. Fellow Daoist Lu Yi, you are actually proficient in forming formations? Lu Yi smiled slightly. "I was a little curious when I saw the formations engraved on the stone pillars of the Land of Detachment in the Donglan ancient site. I learned the formations after I came back. I didn't expect that I was quite talented in that area." During this period of time, Lu Yi did not drop the formation, and still practiced frequently. It's a pity that even though he has read most of the formation books of Bianzong now, he still feels that the formations on the stone pillars of the Donglan ancient site are profound and inexplicable. Yun Xi was silent for a while. She looked at Lu Yi quietly, and said, "Fellow Daoist Lu Yi, you can easily unbalance my Dao heart by talking like this." Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, and then chuckled lightly, fellow Daoist Yungzi has a firm heart, so it shouldn't be like this. To be honest, with Yungzi's personality, Dao Xin probably wouldn't be weak. Liu Yi felt that only his own senior sister Lu Ningxuang's Dao Xin could compare with her. Yun Xi smiled, let's begin. Spiritual energy circulated around her, and flowers grew slowly on the barren ground around her, and a rich fragrance escaped. As soon as Liu Yi smelled the fragrance, he felt dizzy. His face was calm, and as soon as the domineering immortal sword energy in his body turned, he eliminated the strange feelings and regained his clarity of mind. With the point of Liu Yi's finger, a golden sword light descended like a heavenly sword, across the sky, and shot towards Yun Xi. Behind Yun Xi, a big tree broke through the ground. The trunk of the tree was like an old dragon, intertwined, and went up to Jian Guang. Boom! The sword light streaked across the tree trunk, and the sawdust flew, and after a distance, it became much dimmer. However, there was an indestructible intent in the sword energy. Even if it became dim, it still carried a fierce aura, which made Yun Xi's face change slightly, and he increased the output of spiritual energy again, and then completely annihilated the golden sword energy. Liu Yi smiled slightly, and shot out a golden sword energy again. Yun Xi opened her mouth, and a colorful flower flew out of her ruddy mouth. The flowers looked beautiful, but they were extremely sharp. When they collided with the golden sword energy, they made a sound of gold and iron. After a moment of stalemate, Hua Hua shattered the golden sword energy and shot towards Liu Yi. With a calm expression, Liu Yi once again shot out a golden sword light, facing the colorful flowers. Clang clang clang! Amidst the sound of gold and iron, the light of the 7 colored flowers dimmed a lot, and they were blown away. Yun Xi snorted, his breath fluctuated, and he became weaker. With a wave of her hand, she took back the colorful flowers, the spiritual energy spread, and with a light drink, all the flowers on the ground rose into the air and floated towards Liu Yi. Thousands of flowers and thousands of leaves are dancing, very beautiful, but it contains a breath of incomparable sharpness, with a murderous intent in the beauty. This is an extremely powerful technique. If it is replaced by an ordinary golden core cultivator, it may be difficult to resist even the 6th or 7th level of golden core. But Liu Yi's face was always calm, he swiped casually, and a golden sword screen blocked in front of Liu Yi. Thousands of flowers and leaves fell on the sword curtain, and the sword curtain shook, but it was not broken. The sword curtain condensed with the immortal sword energy is naturally not so easy to break. When thousands of flowers and leaves disappeared, Liu Yi tapped his fingers, and golden sword lights shot out. Yun Xi's face changed slightly, and his slender hands were connected in a seal. Behind her, a phantom of a blue lotus appeared. The lotus swayed and shot out streaks of blue light. The dense blue light collided with the golden sword light, and the roar was endless. The fierce sword energy shot out in all directions and landed on the ground. However, there was a white light emerging from the ground, which blocked the sword energy and did not cause much damage. Otherwise, just a single wave of sword energy would be enough to cause huge damage. Liu Yi's formation technique is already quite strong, and this level of destructive power can still be easily blocked. After a while, the green lotus phantom dimmed, Yun Xi's aura became much weaker, and his face was slightly pale. It can be seen that although the power of this technique is very powerful, it also consumes a lot. For Liu Yi, the immortal sword qi was just a random blow, but for Yun Xi, he had to use such a technique to resist, so it was naturally difficult to deal with. After a while, Yun Xi's spiritual energy was almost consumed, and the phantom behind her shattered. Yun Xi said helplessly, "Friend Liu Yi is amazingly powerful, I lost." Liu Yi smiled slightly, "Fellow Daoist Yun Xi's strength has been greatly improved compared to before, which is a good thing." Yun Xi smiled, looked at Liu Yi with beautiful eyes, and said, "Fellow Daoist Liu Yi is really a good person." This time, you are giving me advice. I have just practiced this Qinglian secret technique for a short time, and I have already reached a bottleneck. I used it with all my strength today, and the pressure that fellow Daoist Luyi brought to me gave me some inspiration. Luyi heard this and said with a smile, it is naturally the best if you can gain some enlightenment during the sparring. Yun Xi smiled slightly, also very happy. I also want to thank fellow Daoist Luyi. I also want to thank fellow Daoist Yungzi, after all, I have gained a lot. Luyi glanced at the completed task and said with a smile. At this moment, there was an exclamation not far away, brother. Luyi was taken aback, looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Donggong Minjiu standing there. Donggong Minjiu widened her eyes, looked at Luyi, then at Yun Xi, then ran up to Luyi, stared at Yun Xi, brother, who is this woman? Is she hooking you up? Luyi? When he heard this, his head was full of black lines. What is hooking up? Yun Xi was also taken aback when she heard this, and she explained seriously, I didn't hook up with fellow Daoist Luyi. Luyi couldn't help knocking on Donggong Minjiu's forehead. Donggong Minjiu immediately covered her head, and turned to look at Luyi aggrievedly, why did you hit me? Luyi, you have changed. This is obviously the secret of our previous discussion base, now you brought another woman. Hit me now. Luyi was numb, and he said helplessly, her name is Yungzi, she is a disciple of Wanhua sect, and she came to Baiun sect to discuss alliances, and she and I are friends, what does it matter after we discuss? Besides, you have to call me senior brother? Forgot? Luyi couldn't help knocking again. What's the situation with my junior sister? With this attitude, those who didn't know thought that he was caught as a mistress, and he almost felt guilty when he was looked at by Donggong Minjiu's aggrieved eyes. Hearing Luyi's words, Donggong Minjiu was stunned, looked at Yun Xi, and said, so you are fellow Taoist Yun Xi. I heard from senior brother that I am the most beloved junior sister. My name is Donggong Minjiu, and I am Xian Tian Lei. Spirit body. Seeing Donggong Minjiu introduce herself, Yun Xi also introduced herself seriously, my name is Yun Xi, and I am a friend of fellow Taoist Luyi, and I am the spirit body of Wanhua. I know, I just want to say that my talent is no worse than yours. Donggong Minjiu put her hands on her hips and looked at Yun Xi. Luyi glanced at Donggong Minjiu with some doubts. This guy usually has a good relationship with others, but why did he see that Yun Xi looked like a cat whose fur had exploded? Yun Xi also tilted her head slightly, looking at Donggong Minjiu in doubt, does your talent have anything to do with me? Why don't you seem to like me? Donggong Minjiu's expression froze, what? She opened her mouth, a little hard to understand why this person would directly say that you don't seem to like me. This made Donggong Minjiu at a loss as to how to pick it up. Luyi on the side said helplessly, don't blame Daoist Yungzi, my junior sister may be a little skeptical because I saw you for the first time. Hearing this, Yun Xi suddenly said, just like Xiao Huang. Donggong Minjiu was taken aback, and asked curiously, who is Xiao Huang? Yun Xi smiled and said, it's a puppy I raised. Donggong Minjiu jumped up immediately, you are the puppy. I'm a human, not a puppy. Then you still say I'm like a puppy. Because it's really similar. Are you trying to fight? You are too weak, not my opponent, I will not fight you. You. Seeing the distraught Donggong Minjiu and the serious-looking Yun Xi, Luyi covered his forehead, feeling a little headache. What happened to these two people? He coughed dryly and said with a smile, junior sister, fellow Daoist Yungzi, go back to the cave to rest first, by the way, why are you here, junior sister? Donggong Minjiu glared at Yun Xi indignantly, and then said, I came to look for you, senior brother. I didn't see you in the cave, and I heard there was movement here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect you to be with other people. The woman who loves me and me. Lu Yi? He knocked Donggong Minjiu on the head again. What is King Wo? Can you use words? We are discussing. Yun Xi on the side looked at Donggong Minjiu in surprise. You don't seem to be very old, yet you know what King Wo is? Donggong Minjiu? Her face was flushed, her delicate body trembled with anger, and she was speechless. The corner of Lu Yi's mouth twitched, and he quickly comforted him, go back and eat some barbecue. By the way, you are about to build a foundation. Brother, I still have the 5 drops of Thunder Spirit liquid that I got before, and I will give it to you. This Thunder Spirit liquid was obtained by Lu Yi through various missions. He didn't need it for himself. He gave it to Donggong Minjiu to build a foundation, which was just right for her to build a powerful Thunder Dao foundation. Hearing this, Donggong Minjiu's eyes lit up, she glanced at Yun Xi proudly, then hugged Lu Yi's arm, and said softly, "Thank you, brother, the best." Yun Xi beside him also nodded seriously, fellow Daoist Lu Yi is indeed very good. Donggong Minjiu was startled, and glared at Yun Xi, that has nothing to do with you. He is my senior brother. Lu Yi glanced at Donggong Minjiu, who was protecting the food, and then at the unfinished tasks, feeling a little confused. Having said that, normally speaking, isn't it true that Donggong Minjiu has a crush on him in this state? Lu Yi was a little confused. Or, is affection and love different? Or are there other conditions not met? Lu Yi found that the task of making others fall in love with him seemed a bit of a pitfall. It would be nice to have more detailed instructions, or just show the progress. Anyway, Lu Yi finally coaxed Donggong Minjiu well, took the 2 back to the cave, and ate some spiritual wine and food before sending them away. After sending the 2 of them away, Lu Yi immediately felt that his ears were clean. For some reason, Lu Yi wondered if the 2 of them were naturally repulsive and always quarreling together. It would be better to say that Donggong Minjiu always likes to quarrel with Yun Xi, but Yun Xi's temperament is straightforward and open, saying what she has to say, but Donggong Minjiu's chest heaves and falls often angry. Lu Yi thought it was a bit funny, isn't this a typical crap and noisy? Early the next morning, while Lu Yi was practicing, a familiar voice sounded again. Fellow Daoist Lu Yi, Hanyu asks to see you. Lu Yi opened his eyes, pleasantly surprised, unexpectedly, even Hanyu came. This means that Winter Valley is also willing to unite with Bianzong? Besides, Hanyu is here, so if you earn the task reward yourself, isn't there another one? I just don't know if Hanyu has broken through to the Golden Core realm? Lu Yi quickly greeted him. Chapter 99, Building the 11th Floor of the Foundation. Outside the cave, Lu Yi saw Hanyu, and to his surprise, Zhang Fan, Bai Yulong, and Timan were also there. Fellow Daoist Hanyu is here, welcome. Why are the 3 brothers together with fellow Daoist Hanyu? Zhang Fan smiled, and said, I ran into him on the road, and saw that fellow Daoist Hanyu wanted to see you, so I brought him here. Lu Yi suddenly said, in that case, let's all come in. The 4 of them followed Lu Yi into the cave, and Lu Yi naturally entertained them with wine and spiritual food. After the exchange, Lu Yi understood that Hanyu really came here with the Supreme Elder from the Cold Winter Valley. Different from the head teacher of Wanhua sect, Cold Winter Valley is not very willing to join forces. On the contrary, Hanyu kept persuading him, coupled with hearing that Wanhua sect also intends to join forces with Baiun sect, this made Cold Winter Valley change his mind. Lu Yi raised his wine glass to Hanyu, smiled lightly and said, Thank you, fellow Daoist Hanyu for your persuasion, I would like to toast you. Hanyu smiled, fellow Daoist Lu Yi, you are being polite, you have saved me so many times in the Donglan ancient site, so what's the point of such a trivial matter? Afterwards, the few people talked about the recent battle situation in the territory of Bianzong. Unlike Lu Yi, Zhang Fan, Bai Yulong, and Timan often accept missions. Bai Yulong's eyes lit up, and he said, "The rewards for killing the disciples of the Blood Spirit sect are too generous, can you believe it, junior brother Lu? Killing a disciple of the Blood Spirit sect on the first floor of the Foundation establishment will give you 2 bottles of high-grade Qi gathering pills." This was completely unimaginable before. Lu Yi was also very surprised when he heard Bai Yulong's words. Although for Lu Yi, he doesn't pay much attention to 2 bottles of top-grade Qi gathering pills. But that's only for him. For ordinary disciples, most of them use middle-grade Qi gathering pills and top-grade Qi gathering pills when they practice in the foundation building realm, and at most they use them to break through the barrier when they want to break through the realm. Otherwise it would be too extravagant. I didn't expect that there would be such a generous reward for killing a disciple of the Blood Spirit sect on the first floor of Foundation establishment. This time, Baiyunzong may have suffered a lot of bleeding. Even if the Baiyunzong family has a great career, such consumption is very exaggerated. Lu Yi sighed in his heart, no matter which world he was in, fighting was all about money. The 3 of Zhongfan recently killed a lot of Foundation establishment monks and harvested a lot of resources. The speed of the 3 of them is quite good. Zhongfan raised from the 3rd level of Foundation establishment to the 4th level of Foundation establishment in 1 year. Bai Yulong and Timan also made some progress and were promoted to the 2nd floor of the Foundation building. Although this cultivation speed cannot be compared with Lu Yi, it is much faster than ordinary monks. Lu Yi tried to publish the information about the discussion with the 3 brothers Zhongfan, and found that the task rewards of the 3 had improved with the improvement of their cultivation base. However, for Lu Yi now, it was not enough. Only the artistic conception of water rewarded by senior brother Zhongfan is still very useful to Lu Yi. What surprised Lu Yi was Han Yu. Like Yun Xi, Han Yu's cultivation had been raised to the Golden Core realm, and the rewards were also very generous. 1 drop of Centennial Essence and Ice Mood. Lu Yi and the others communicated for a while, and Lu Yi couldn't wait to ask for a discussion. With Lu Yi's strength, Han Yu was naturally very happy to propose a discussion. So, several people discussed together until the evening. When Han Yu's spiritual energy was exhausted, Lu Yi would compete with Zhongfan, and when Zhongfan's spiritual energy was exhausted, Lu Yi would compete with Bai Yulong and Timan. Although the task rewards for Bai Yulong and Timan are not much, but they are idle anyway, so Lu Yi will not let it go. 4 people fight on wheels, meditate to recover when the spiritual energy is exhausted, and continue to fight when recovered. However, Lu Yi has been standing in place, his aura is endless and never weakened. When the sky became dark, the 4 of Hanyu were all exhausted and paralyzed on the ground, sweating all over their bodies, and their expressions were numb. With a head of white hair and a handsome face, Hanyu silently looked at Lu Yi with a look of lovelessness on her face. "Fellow Daoist Lu Yi, won't your aura run out?" Bai Yulong was even more straightforward, lying on the ground, almost sticking out his tongue, he yelled feebly, "Junior brother Lu, are you still human? After beating for a whole day, you don't even need to recover." Even Zhongfan, who is as free and easy as Zhongfan, smiled wryly, "Junior brother Lu Yi, is your aura a bottomless pit?" Timan is relatively simple and honest, and he used the most strength. Now he is limp on the ground, and he doesn't even have the strength to speak. Lu Yi was also helpless. With their fighting intensity, Lu Yi's automatic recovery speed exceeded the consumption speed. How could he need to meditate to recover? It's not good for him to say that, lest it hurt the 4 of them too much and affect their Dao heart. He smiled slightly, and said, "My cultivation method was given by Master. It is of a very high level, and my foundation building is also very solid. The amount of spiritual energy is much higher than that of ordinary foundation building monks, so I can still hold on. This is much more than the foundation establishment cultivator. Is it much more than the golden core cultivator?" Bai Yulong complained. Lu Yi just smiled. If he really wanted to say something, what Bai Yulong said was right. After a few people had a rest, Lui treated them to a meal of spiritual food and wine, and then the four left, making an appointment to discuss frequently in the following days. Lui expressed his satisfaction. In today's one-day sparring, he has obtained more than 20 drops of century-old spiritual essence, dozens of drops of 10,000-year spiritual milk, and a large number of 1,000-year spiritual milk, not to mention his artistic conception of ice and water. There has been no small improvement. It can be said that the harvest is quite rich. Just a century-old spirit is enough to make Lui happy for a long time. Lui sighed in his heart. He still gained the most from competing with geniuses. And Yun Xi is the same, it seems that she needs to compete with her frequently. For the next time, Lui practiced at night and spent most of his daytime in sparring. Yun Xi and Han Yu came to Lui's cave almost every day, and Zhang Fan and the other three were not polite, and with their relationship, they naturally followed, eating and drinking. Lui is naturally welcome. It's just Han Yu and Yun Xi, even if they take turns to compete, they can't recover, and Zhang Fan and the three are often the last, and they will be exhausted. It can only be said that Lui is too persistent. 1 month later, the joint policy of Baiun Sect, Wanhua Sect, and Cold Winter Valley Sect was finally determined. Han Yu and Yun Xi said goodbye to Lui, and left after getting drunk. During this month, the two discussed with Lui every day. Under Lui's pressure, they both had a lot of insights. In addition, in order to train the two of them, Lui used the spiritual liquid and brightling milk that were suitable for them that he had obtained before. I also gave them some, and their cultivation speed will be faster by then. At that time, Lui's reward will naturally be better. Even the three of Zhang Fan, under Lui's pressure, their strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and their training speed has also increased a lot compared to the previous one. Of course, the one who gained the most is naturally Lui, the century-old spiritual marrow. In a month, Lui has obtained thousands of drops. The artistic conception of water has been raised to 25%, and the artistic conception of nature and ice have been raised to 20%, the strength has been greatly improved compared to before. As for the other 10,000-year spiritual milk, the 1,000-year spiritual milk, there are more. The 10,000-year spiritual milk can still be used by Lui himself. As for the 1,000-year spiritual milk, Lui gave some Donggong Minjiu, and the rest, Lui plans to then take it back and give it to Lao Lu and his mother. Lui gave them a lot of brightling milk before, but now the brightling milk has not improved their talents, and the Millennium Spirit milk is just enough. After Yun Xi and Han Yu left, the three of Zhang Fan also bid farewell to Lui, and they planned to continue to accept missions and obtain resources. Lui began to practice steadily again every day. Time passed, and 3 months later, Lui broke through to the 10th floor of Foundation Establishment. Normally, it was the peak of Foundation Establishment. Of course, Lui had not yet reached the real peak if he wanted to break through the restrictions of the Heavenly Dao. After reaching the 10th floor of the Foundation building, Lui announced the mission to himself with full of anticipation: I want to break through to the 11th floor of the Foundation building. Task: break through to the 11th floor of the Foundation building. Reward: Dao Lingzhu *1. Whether to accept, yes/no. Lui was pleasantly surprised when he saw the reward. Sure enough, the rewards given for breaking the restrictions of the Dao of Heaven far exceed the normal breakthrough rewards. Don't think about this Dao Lingzhu, it must be the same treasure as the Dao Qi. The treasures of heaven and earth used to lay a solid foundation are exactly what Lui needs to break through to the Jindan realm. Lui cheered up and continued to practice hard. 8 months later, Lui reached the peak of the 10th floor of Foundation building. Just like in the realm of Qi training, he can still directly feel the two roads. One is to directly break through to the Golden Core realm, and the other is the way to break through the restrictions of the Dao of Heaven. Lui was not surprised that he could directly feel the restriction of heaven. After all, his physical body, spirit, and aura were all impeccable. Physical body: after practicing the heavenly thunder and true dragon art, his current physical body is comparable to or even stronger than the top-grade magic weapon. Aura: Liu Yi cultivated the immortal scripture, the Immortal Sword Sutra, and he has already practiced the foundation chapter to level LV8. Even, Liu Yi already feels that it is not far from level 9, maybe it will be finished in a few months' breakthrough. What's more, Liu Yi's aura vortex is still forged by the aura of the Dao, which is much stronger than the general foundation building. Spirit: of course, needless to say, Liu Yi's spirit has transformed, and even formed a golden lake. Even if the terrifying spiritual power is not much worse than that of the cultivator of Huashan, it can be said that Liu Yi's current basic strength is stronger than that of Jindan monks. Naturally, Liu Yi directly chose the path of breaking the restriction of the heavenly Dao, taking the Wanyan Ling Rui, and began to obliterate the barrier of the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao barrier in the foundation establishment realm is stronger than the heavenly Dao barrier in the Qi training realm. Liu Yi felt the majesty from the barrier. Even Liu Yi, facing such coercion, felt like breaking out in a cold sweat. This has nothing to do with strength, it is entirely a matter of state of mind. A monk whose state of mind is not firm enough, even if he has the foundation, may not have the courage to withstand the overwhelming pressure of heaven, go straight forward, and break the barrier of heaven. On the other hand, the process of breaking the barrier of heaven against the coercion of heaven is itself a kind of tempering. What is tempered is one's own will and character. The monks who can break through the triple restrictions are often those with a firm mind and an amazing will. Liu Yi had already broken through the 3-level restriction of the heavenly Dao in the Qi training state, and had sharpened his will under the pressure of the heavenly Dao. Coupled with his full confidence, he would not back down in the slightest in the face of the more powerful heavenly Dao's pressure at this moment. With a firm will, he circulated his aura again and again, and the colorful aura turned into an indestructible sword intent, hitting the barrier, again and again, with perseverance. 5 days later, Liu Yi finally broke through a trace of the barrier. 10 days later, Liu Yi completely broke through the restrictions of the heavenly Dao, and officially entered the 11th floor of Foundation Establishment. After reaching the 11th floor of Foundation Establishment, Liu Yi's cultivation base skyrocketed again, and his strength also increased significantly. It's a pity that he doesn't have anyone to use his full strength to. After all, he is not going out of the sect now, and he is trying in the trial tower, so he will not use his full strength. After breaking through to the 11th floor of Foundation Establishment, Liu Yi was as calm as ever. He just drank a few cups and continued to practice. Another 3 months later, Liu Yi suddenly felt a powerful aura emerge from the entire Ling Luo Peak, like a thunderstorm. Liu Yi opened his eyes, and there were strands of golden sword light flashing in his eyes. He showed a smile, stepped forward, and left the cave. Outside Donggong Minjaihu's cave, Liu Yi suddenly appeared, and after a while, a sword light flashed, and Lu Ningxuang also appeared. Seeing Liu Yi, Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly and said, "Junior brother, are you here too?" Liu Yi smiled and said, "Junior sister has broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm. As a senior brother, of course I have to congratulate you." Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly, feeling the terrifying power surging in Donggong Minjaihu cave, and asked, "I heard that junior brother, how many drops of thunder spirit liquid did you give Xiao Minjaihu?" Liu Yi nodded, "Well, I have already established the foundation, and the effect of Lei Ling Yi on me is not as great as that on my junior sister." Lu Ningxuang sighed, "Xiao Minjaihu's luck is so good, even I didn't have so many natural resources and treasures when I first built the foundation." Liu Yi glanced at Lu Ningxuang, and said with a smile, "If I have a treasure suitable for senior sister, I will definitely not be stingy and give it to senior sister." Lu Ningxuang glanced at Liu Yi, and smiled slightly, "Senior sister, remember." At this moment, the door of the cave opened, and Donggong Minjaihu's slightly arrogant laughter sounded, ha 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 ha. This lady is indeed a genius. She has broken through to the foundation building realm so quickly. However, after seeing Lu Yi and Lu Ningxuang outside the cave, Donggong Minjaihu's smile stopped abruptly. She blushed a little, and said falteringly, "Senior brother, senior sister, why are you here?" Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Lu Ningxuang smiled lightly, "Naturally, I'm here to congratulate junior sister on breaking through to the foundation establishment realm." Lu Yi gave a thumbs up to Donggong Minjaihu, and said solemnly, "Junior sister is indeed a genius of heaven, and senior brother admires it." When Donggong Minjaihu heard this, she couldn't hide her smile and narrowed her eyes. "Humph! That's necessary." Lu Yi looked at the happy Donggong Minjaihu, and said to himself, "I want to defeat Donggong Minjaihu." Task: defeat Donggong Minjaihu. Reward: 30 drops of Wanyan spiritual milk. The artistic conception of thunder is improved. Whether to accept, yes/no. Lu Yi glanced at the mission and grinned. The rewards have increased a lot, but it's not enough. He smiled and said, "I hope my junior sister will continue to work hard and break through to the Golden Core realm soon." The smile on Donggong Minjaihu's face suddenly froze, her eyes widened, and she looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. "I just broke through the foundation establishment, how could I break through to the Golden Core realm so quickly?" "Brother, what are you thinking? You are not so fast yourself." Hearing this, Lu Yi coughed dryly, and said, "I have built the 11th floor of the foundation." Donggong Minjaihu? Her expression was stiff, and she looked at Lu Yi in disbelief, as if she was looking at a devil. Even Lu Ningxuang on the side, her expression was no longer cold, and she looked at Lu Yi with some astonishment. "Junior brother is already on the 11th floor of foundation establishment?" Lu Yi nodded slightly, "Well, I just broke through a few days ago." "Why didn't you feel the breath?" Lu Yi smiled, "Haven't I been learning formations a while ago? It can be regarded as a little success, and I arranged it in the cave to isolate some breath." Donggong Minjaihu? Lu Ningxuang glanced at the bewildered Donggong Minjaihu, couldn't help sighing, and said, "Master is a genius." Lu Yi smiled modestly, "I'm just working harder." Donggong Minjaihu stood silently by the side, afraid to speak, cowardly. Lu Ningxuang looked at her and couldn't help showing a smile. Lu Yi glanced at Donggong Minjaihu, and said with a smile, "Since junior sister has made a breakthrough, I have to celebrate. Let me cook something delicious." "Okay, okay." Donggong Minjaihu immediately revived with full blood. Lu Yi cooked some food in Donggong Minjaihu's cave, and took out jasper wine. After Donggong Minjaihu breaks through to the foundation building realm, she can also drink this wine. Immortal cultivators spend most of their time in seclusion, and their lives are quite cold. It is rare to have time to gather with relatives and friends, and it is also a pleasure to drink with each other. Of course, for the three of Lu Yi, they are all close brothers and sisters, and they spend more time seeing each other, but there are still endless topics to talk about. Mostly discuss the Tao, and also talk about recent events. Lu Ningxuang said softly, "During this time, after the three sects of the Baiyun sect united, we have gradually suppressed the coalition forces of the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect. Now the Blood Spirit sect can't take care of themselves, and rarely has the opportunity to come to the Baiyun sect territory to stir up wind and rain. Gone." Lu Yi drank a glass of wine and said with a smile, "This is a good thing. The disciples of the Blood Spirit sect have done a lot of evil things in the territory of Bayanzong. Now we in the territory of Bayanzong have a chance to recuperate." Donggong Minjaihu on the side wrinkled her nose and snorted softly, "It's best to hit their hometown and kill them." Lu Ningxuang shook her head, "The Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect are not weaker than our Baiyun sect, and the formations of the sects are extremely powerful. Even if the three sects are united, it is impossible to break into their sect." Formation. Liu Yi's eyes flickered, thoughtful. He has practiced a lot of formations now, and feels that his level of formations should be okay. I just don't know what level the Guardian Array is. If he can crack the sect protecting array, then he can consider smashing down the gates of the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect. Liu Yi is not a great sage who repays grievances with kindness. Since both the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect want his life, he is of course not stingy with his counterattack. It's best to beat them to death. If you find a chance, you can try to see what the sect protection formation of your own sect is like, so you can have a bottom line in your heart. Liu Yi remembered this matter in his heart. However, now he can't go out. After all, people from the Blood Spirit sect and the Heavenly Snake sect have been staring at him, the immortal seed of the Baiun sect, and they don't know if someone is squatting outside him. Zongmen, so as not to encounter accidents. Liu Yi can actually understand. And he is not in a hurry for this moment. Up to now, there are still some Wanyan essence milk left, and with the thousands of drops of Centennial essence just obtained in his hand, Liu Yi does not lack resources, and there is no shortage of skills and spells. No idea of going out. Use up the resources first, and then improve your cultivation base. At that time, you can stop by and visit the lairs of the Sky Snake sect and the Blood Spirit sect. While they were chatting, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the distance, and a loud shout sounded, "I heard the name of the Baiun sect's immortal species, and I'm here to discuss it." Hearing this voice, the faces of Liu Yi and the others changed slightly, and an icy look appeared in their eyes. It is a disrespectful behavior to shout loudly outside the Baiun sect. It is obvious that they don't take their sect seriously. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 100 Dachan Sword Intent Surprises God. The three looked at each other, and Lu Ningxuang said, "Go out and have a look." Liu Yi nodded, "Yes." Dong Gong Minjiao yelled directly, "You dare to yell like this, you don't take our Baiun sect seriously." The three of them left the cave and flew towards the direction of the sound. Outside the gate of Bianzong, there were three figures, two old and one young. The aura of the two old men was as deep as an abyss, extremely powerful and frightening. And that young man was handsome and energetic, his eyes flashed with a sharp divine light, his aura soared to the sky, and he was extremely powerful. "Who is making a big noise outside my Baiun sect's mountain gate?" With a shout, an elder in the nascent soul realm rose into the air. His eyes swept over, and after seeing the two old men, the face of the nascent soul elder changed slightly. "God Transformation Cultivator?" The elder Yuanying's face was serious, his eyes swept over the two of them, and then at the young man in the middle, he frowned and said, "I don't know why the two seniors allow the younger to provoke me outside the gate of Bianzong Mountain." The young man in the center looked at Elder Yuanying and said, "I am Zud Shao of the Nether Valley. I heard that the Baiun sect has a fairy seed that can cause thunder disasters in the realm of Qi training. I am here to ask for advice. Let the fairy seed of your sect come out. Let's fight." The face of the elder nascent soul changed slightly. "Qinzhou Mingling Valley?" Zud Shao was extremely proud, exactly. Seeing Zud Shao's arrogance, the nascent soul elder couldn't help frowning, but he didn't attack either. Although the strength of Qinzhou Mingling Valley is not as good as those of the Immortal Sect Holy Land, it is also an extremely powerful sect, much stronger than the Baiun sect. There is more than one old monster in the whole, and there are even rumors that there is even a major body repair that has not yet been resolved. However, Elder Yuanying did not expect that Liu Yi's talent would spread to areas outside Qingzhou so quickly. For a while, he was a little uncertain and said, "Everyone, nephew Liu Yi is practicing in seclusion. Gotta ask." Hearing this, Zud Shao frowned, and said, "I don't have so much time to waste." "His name is Liu Yi?" Zud Shao's spiritual energy surged, and he shouted, "Liu Yi! Come out and fight! Don't hide in the door and won't come out. Presumptuous!" Elder Nascent Soul's face was ugly, and his aura surged, but he felt two chi mechanisms locked on his body, so he didn't dare to act rashly. At this moment, a flash of spiritual light flashed, and Wu Qingfeng appeared in the air the next moment. After the alliance of the three sects, Wu Qingfeng didn't need to go to the rear of the Blood Spirit sect to make trouble, and he had time to come back. As soon as he appeared, the extremely powerful coercion suppressed the two Huashan monks, making Zhou Xiao's face pale and his chest tight. A cultivator from the underworld valley looked at Wu Qingfeng in surprise, and said, Bianzong actually has such a strong Taoist. He stood in front of Zhou Xiao calmly. Wu Qingfeng frowned, and snorted coldly, the three of you came to my Bian sect, are you here to provoke? Seeing such a strong person, Zhou Xiao didn't dare to be too presumptuous, but he was still arrogant, and said, I just came to fight with the immortal species of your sect. Since I am in retreat, I have no choice but to ask him to come out. In the distance, powerful elders and disciples jumped up one after another to check the situation. When they heard Zhou Xiao's words, many young disciples glared with anger. Who is this kid? So arrogant? From what he said, he seems to be a disciple of Qinzhou's underworld valley, named Zhou Xiao. Mingling Valley? Isn't that a very strong sect in Qinzhou? Zhou Xiao, I've heard of his name. Bai Lingfeng was also here, he frowned slightly, and said, a friend of mine who traveled to Qinzhou told me that Zhou Xiao of Qinzhou is a very powerful genius. Possesses the twin spirits of gold and fire, and is known as the once-in-a-lifetime pride in the valley of the underworld. At only 18 years old, he is already at the pinnacle of foundation building, and has even broken the restrictions of the heavens. Even compared to senior sister Lu Ningxuang back then, she is no worse. How much, maybe in the future, he will become a monster at the top of the Tianjiao list. So strong? Many disciples were in an uproar, a little shocked. This kid came here to challenge after hearing about junior brother Liu Yi's talent? I didn't expect that the name of junior brother Lu's genius had already spread to Qinzhou. Lin Xiaoxiao was also among them. She frowned and said, last time at the Donglan ancient site, my junior brother was kind-hearted and saved a few casual cultivators. Those casual cultivators like to talk about these things the most. I'm afraid they spread the word. There was a lot of discussion. I don't know what the strength of junior brother Liu is now. This Zhou Xiao seems to be extremely strong. Even if I am a Jindan cultivation base, I feel that my life is in danger when I see him. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao had a strange face and shook her head slightly. She saw with her own eyes that Liu Yi killed Jindan beasts like killing chickens at the Donglan ancient site. This Zhou Xiao may be extremely talented, and may be stronger than Hanyu and Yongzi, but it is still not enough to face Liu Yi. Watch! At this moment, 3 auras of light quickly crossed the sky and came to the front. It was the 3 of Liu Yi. Seeing the 3 people, everyone's eyes lit up. Junior brother Liu is here. It's been a long time since I haven't seen junior brother Liu, but he's still as handsome as ever. There are also senior sister Lu Ningxuang and junior sister Donggong Minjiu. Everyone stepped aside one after another, letting Liu Yi and the other 3 pass by. Zhou Xiao glanced over and saw the 3 of Liu Yi, especially the peerless looks of Donggong Minjiu and Lu Ningxuang. He was slightly stunned, then he looked at Liu Yi, raised his head slightly, and said, You are Liu Yi? Liu Yi looked at Zhou Xiao, smiled lightly and said, I am. Very good. Let's have a fight. I, Zhou Xiao, will let the world know that even if the level of Qi training causes thunder calamity, it may not be better than others. Zhou Xiao's eyes shot out divine light, like a sharp long sword, stabbed at Liu Yi. Liu Yi's expression was calm, and he was a little puzzled. Is he so famous now? He was a little curious and asked, Isn't you from Qinzhou? How do you know that I caused thunder calamity in the realm of Qi training? Of course there are rumors. Stop talking nonsense, let's fight. Zhou Xiao was impatient. Liu Yi nodded slightly, and said to himself, I want to defeat Zhu Xiao. Task: defeat Zhu Xiao. Reward: low-grade treasure golden fire glazed bracelet. Accepted, yes/no. Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment, and took a weird look at the proud Zhu Xiao in front of him. This person, the reward is so generous. The task of learning from each other can actually reward treasures. Nice. Liu Yi suddenly had another good idea. Although he never thought that he could attract Qinzhou's Tianjiao to challenge him, but is it not unacceptable to challenge himself? After all, the person who came to challenge him must be a genius who is confident in himself. The rewards for such a genius should not be bad, right? In that case, wouldn't he be sitting at home, and the rewards would be delivered to his door? Liu Yi's eyes are bright, wonderful. From this point of view, being famous is not an unacceptable thing. He chuckled and said, if that's the case, then let's fight. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Zhu Xiao laughed loudly, okay, it should be so happy. Liu Yi said, don't be outside the mountain gate, go outside. As he spoke, he turned into a streamer and flew into the distance. Zhu Xiao naturally followed. The two cultivators who were guarding Zhu Xiao were afraid that something would happen to Zhu Xiao, so naturally they followed closely. And Wu Qingfeng, Lu Ningxuang and others also followed behind. After they got away from the Baiyun sect, they stopped. Liu Yi and Zhu Xiao stood facing each other, and other monks stood around, looking at them. Zhu Xiao looked at Liu Yi, and said, I heard that you have attracted thunder calamity for qi training, and you have the appearance of an ancient monster. Let me see today, is it true? With a soft drink, he flipped his hand, and 4 golden circular sharp blades appeared around him, and there were scarlet flames burning on the sharp blades. The sharp blade rotated, releasing a buzzing sound, the flames were burning, and even the space was slightly distorted. Just at the peak of foundation establishment, Zhu Xiao's aura is quite strong, almost the same as Yun Xi and Han Yu who are now golden cores. Liu Yi was a little surprised. When he came, he heard a few words, this Zhu Xiao seemed to be Qinzhou's talent, and he was indeed quite good. It's hard to say in the whole Qingzhou, if it is placed in the 5 sects, it must be the first person of the younger generation. Of course, not counting him. Seeing Liu Yi standing still, Zhu Xiao sharpened his eyes and shot out a sharp divine light, and said coldly, take out your weapon. Are you looking down on me? Liu Yi chuckled, shook his head and said, you don't need a weapon, you can do it directly. Looking for death? A stern look flashed in Zhu Xiao's eyes, and the 4 golden fire saber wheels shot towards Liu Yi, drawing 4 golden arcs. Wherever they passed, space was distorted, heat waves rolled, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. The faces of a group of weaker monks in the distance changed slightly, feeling that they could not bear such a heat wave, and retreated one after another. At this moment, Liu Yi stretched out a finger, swiped it from top to bottom, a golden sword light flashed across, the sword light was tens of meters long, and met the 4 golden fire knife wheels. The sword light was extremely fierce, like a sword opening the gate of heaven, carrying a terrifying power. The 2 golden fire saber wheels at the front had already collided with the sword light, and almost instantly, the golden fire saber wheels dimmed and were sent flying. Zhu Xiao's face changed drastically, and he quickly controlled the 2 golden fire saber wheels to turn, avoiding the golden sword light, which cut across the air and slashed towards Zhu Xiao. Zhu Xiao shouted loudly, his body turned into a streamer, avoiding the sword light. The sword light flashed across his side, and the escaping sword intent caused Zhu Xiao's aura to shake, and the terrifying power fell on his magic robe. His magic robe was shining brightly and was not damaged, but the sword intent was they still invaded, causing Zhu Xiao's body to vibrate repeatedly, spitting blood from the mouth. The golden sword light fell on the ground without a sound, cutting out a bottomless crack. How is it possible? The two cultivators who turned into gods stared wide-eyed in shock. Shower couldn't even block a blow. The Jinyang Dharma robe is a low-grade magic weapon, but it can't completely resist Liu Yi's scattered sword intent. His sword intent is even more terrifying than ordinary Dongxiu cultivators. The two cultivators who turned into gods were extremely shocked. When they looked at each other, they both saw unbelievable expressions in each other's eyes. Zhou Xiao was even more horrified. He turned around and looked at the sword marks cut by the sword light behind him. His whole body was icy cold. If the sword had been cut on his body just now, even if he was wearing a low-grade treasure, he might not be able to survive. This sword intent is too overbearing. Even Wu Qingfeng and Elder Izumo, the two big brothers of the Baiyun sect, were stunned. The corner of Wu Qingfeng's mouth twitched, and he grinned as he looked at Liu Yi's sword marks. Old Ming never told me that Liu Yi's sword intent has reached this level. Elder Izumo nodded again and again, and looked at Liu Yi with a kind face. Okay. Such a sword intent, I am afraid it is close to a great achievement. If there is a chance, maybe you can condense the sword intent into your own kendo domain before the cave, and reach at that time, before the Mahayana realm, there will be a smooth road. Liu Yi shook his head, and said, You are too weak, you can't block a single sword. If he was facing Yun Xi and Han Yu, Liu Yi would definitely not be so ruthless. Every time he fought, he would be careful not to break their hearts. After all, we are all friends. But facing Zhou Xiao, Liu Yi would not be like this. After all, if this guy dared to yell outside the gate of Baiyun Zone, and didn't take their sect seriously, he naturally had to protect the face of the sect. In any case, it is good for him to teach them. All kinds of resources are at his disposal, and he can read all the skills and spells. He would deliberately go to the blood spirit cult to kill two Huashan Tais Hang to vent his anger. He is also a human being, so he naturally has feelings. If the Zong men treats him well, he will naturally stand on the side of the Zong men. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Zhou Xiao's face turned blue and then pale, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. He passed out at the beginning, but before the sword intent entered his body, he just held on. Seeing this, the two cultivators of transforming God from the valley of the underworld changed their expressions and hurried forward to hug Zhou Xiao. Shower. The two looked at Liu Yi coldly, and one of them said coldly, There is such a sword intent in the Foundation establishment realm, it is indeed a good method. It is because I am a genius in Mingling Valley that I am not good at learning. Liu Yi didn't take it seriously, and smiled lightly, Be more polite next time you visit the mountain gate, I can show mercy. You. The faces of the two cultivators turned cold, and they looked at Liu Yi angrily. Wu Qingfeng and Elder Izumo stood beside Liu Yi as if nothing had happened, to prevent the two cultivators of transforming spirits from attacking suddenly. Wu Qingfeng said with a smile, We will learn from each other, and we will win or lose. This time, we will accept it. The two spirit transformation cultivators took a deep look at the three of them, then snorted coldly, and left with the unconscious Zhou Xiao in their arms. After seeing the three of them leave, Wu Qingfeng laughed heartily, patted Liu Yi on the shoulder, and said, Not bad, boy Liu, well done, these two old bastards connive at the younger generation and disrespect our Baiyun sect, so they should be good. Lesson learned. Liu Yi smiled, The head teacher doesn't think I'm making enemies for the sect. Humph. Everyone is like this. If you don't fight back, you really think that I, Baiyun Zong, are weak and can be bullied. Wu Qingfeng waved his hand and didn't care at all. Elder Izumo was a little worried, and said, The Valley of the Underworld is a big sect after all, and there are strong men sitting in the gate, which may be dangerous. Wu Qingfeng waved his hand, The Valley of the Underworld is indeed not weak, but there are also great enemies in Qinzhou, not to mention that Qinzhou and Qingzhou are a million miles away, and they will not mobilize the crowd so much just for one exchange, and we the Baiyun sect also has a strong background, even if Monk Dongxu really attacks, Can he still destroy our sect? After thinking about it, Elder Izumo also felt that it made sense, so he nodded slightly and said no more. When the disciples behind heard Elder Wu Qingfeng's words, their blood boiled with enthusiasm. The sect was willing to escort the disciples. Who didn't feel at ease? What I am most afraid of is the sect that abandons its disciples as abandoned children when something happens. Such a sect makes people feel chilling. Seeing that Liu Yi was able to crush Tian Jiao from Qinzhou, all the disciples were equally shocked. Junior brother Liu Yi's strength has become much stronger again, and that sword intent is so domineering and fierce that it's hard to resist. That's right, didn't Elder Izumo say that? That's a sword intent that's close to mastery. Junior brother Liu is only at the Foundation Establishment realm, and he has such a sword intent. It's no worse than those famous swordsmen at the Hollow Realm, right? What's really frightening is that junior brother Liu Yi is only now at the Foundation Establishment realm. His swordsmanship has already reached this level. It's hard to imagine how much junior brother Liu Yi's swordsmanship will reach when he reaches the Golden Core or even Nascent Soul realm. Maybe he can unite out of the field of Kendo. It's really shocking. Junior brother Liu is worthy of being the one who can cause thunder calamity in Qi training. The appearance of the ancient arrogance is not just talking. Zhu Xiao left, the matter was over, and everyone left separately. Liu Yi, Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiahe flew towards Ling Luo Peak together. Lu Ningxuang looked at Liu Yi with cold eyes, and said in surprise, "Junior brother's sword intent is really powerful, isn't it close to completion?" Liu Yi smiled, indeed. During this time, Liu Yi still went to Elder Ming every month to listen to Elder Ming explaining the way of swordsmanship. From the beginning, Liu Yi just listened. Later, Liu Yi's sword way became stronger and stronger, and he could even discuss with Elder Ming. Now, Liu Yi's sword intent has reached more than 60%, which is about the same as that of Elder Ming. This surprised Liu Yi very much. One must know that Elder Ming only possessed such a powerful sword intent before he broke through to the realm of transforming spirits. It has to be said that Elder Ming himself is also a wizard of swordsmanship. It's a pity that his cultivation talent is not very good. If he can break through to the realm of Dongxiu, his combat power may be extremely powerful. Even in the realm of Dongxiu, he can definitely be called an extremely strong person. Now as Liu Yi's sword Dao state is getting higher and higher, the sword intent of listening to elders preaching is getting slower and slower, and it may take a long time to reach 100% perfection. Upon hearing this, Lu Ningxuang exclaimed, "Junior brother has made great progress, maybe it won't be long before he catches up with me." Donggong Minjiahe next to her was even more proud, and patted Liu Yi on the shoulder, as expected of this young lady's senior brother. "You are really amazing. I believe that senior brother will be able to comprehend the sword intent to the perfect state soon, and then break through the realm of Kendo." When Liu Yi heard this, he thought of his own artistic conception of thunder. His artistic conception of thunder has actually reached more than 60%, and he has improved it through his own junior sister. Although the two of them didn't improve much each time they sparred, it was far inferior to Elder Ming's sword intent in one sermon, but they couldn't hold back many times, and the improvement of the artistic conception of thunder was also very fast. It's just that after reaching 60%, it seems to have reached another level, and it is more difficult to improve. It may also take a long time to raise the artistic conception of thunder to perfection. Liu Yi thought of the artistic conception of thunder, and then thought of the task of making his junior sister fall in love with him. The reward is 40% of the artistic conception of thunder. If the task is completed, his artistic conception of thunder will probably be perfected directly, and then he may be able to condense the field of thunder, then he is invincible. If he can condense the thunder field in the foundation building realm, Liu Yi can even wrestle with the nascent soul cultivator. If he breaks through to the golden core, Liu Yi will not hesitate to face the transformation spirit cultivator. It's a pity that this task seems to be dead, and he doesn't know how to complete it. Thinking of this, Lu Yi glanced at Donggong Minjiu with a complicated expression. Donggong Minjiu's eyes widened, and her eyes were full of doubts. Senior brother, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Yi shook his head and said softly, it's okay. At this moment, Lu Yi's heart was shocked, and suddenly he had a bold idea, which might improve his sword intent faster. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.